Before sunrise, the shabby Qingyun Dao sect gathers in rare excitement because a new 8th disciple is finally about to arrive. For a sect this week, recruiting even one person is a huge deal, because cultivators usually run straight to stronger sects with better backing and safety. The silence breaks when eldest senior brother Su Changyu reminds everyone that Master warned them not to look too eager or desperate. Su Changyu tells them to stay calm and act like experts, because if the new junior brother can be kept for 1 full year, the sect can finally apply for 3rd grade status. Everyone answers in unison, but the room goes awkwardly quiet again once the hard part sinks in. Su Luochen finally asks the real problem. Staying calm is one thing, but how are they supposed to lie without exposing their weak cultivation? His question makes the rest of the disciples uneasy too, because they are too straightforward to deceive someone smoothly. Su Changyu reframes the plan and says they are not exactly cheating the newcomer, just presenting themselves as far more impressive than they really are. Since the new disciple knows nothing about cultivation, Su Changyu says they only need to exaggerate their specialties and teach him things he cannot verify yet. He admits the act may collapse eventually, but if they can hide the truth for a year, the sect's future will finally improve. Su Luochen talks himself into it, saying they can let the junior brother leave after a year if he feels cheated, and if he stays, they will not shortchange him later. The youngest junior sister tries to ease their conscience by saying maybe the newcomer is a prodigy who can actually learn everything they teach. That fantasy only makes everyone smile, because in Qinzhou any real talent would have been claimed or poached by a bigger sect long ago. Su Changyu gives one last strict warning. When the new junior brother arrives tomorrow at noon, they must stay aloof, criticize rather than praise, and never chase after him first. After everyone agrees, the 7 disciples quietly disperse to prepare for their awkward performance. Elsewhere in the Qingyun Mountains, Taoist Taihua leads a young man in white along a muddy trail toward the sect. The young man is Yiping, and as he walks he thinks bitterly about how an accident dragged him from Earth into this strange ancient-looking world 3 years ago. Believing education was still the safest path, Yiping spent those years studying hard to become a scholar in the Jin nation. He even enjoyed it, because scholars received free education, and his talent for polished lines had already started earning him some local fame. Then everything collapsed on the way to the imperial exam, when Yiping saw someone flying through the sky on an immortal sword and realized this was a cultivation world. After 3 years of study, that revelation hit him hard, because grinding toward official exams suddenly felt pointless next to immortality. So Yiping dropped his scholar dream on the spot and decided to chase the immortal Dao instead. At first he thought the path would be impossible to enter, but this world was packed with sects holding one grand immortal ascension meet after another. After more than 50 attempts, the truth was brutal. Yiping had no spiritual roots at all, the worst kind of cultivation aptitude. Strangely, Yiping does not break under that verdict, because he takes it as the perfect underdog opening for a future legend. He keeps pushing forward, convinced that if any sect gives him a real chance, he can still achieve something great. That persistence finally pays off when Taoist Taihua notices him in the crowd and agrees to accept him into Qingyun Dao sect. The catch is blunt. Yiping must serve through an internship with no salary at all. Yiping accepts without hesitation, because money means nothing to him compared with finally getting to cultivate. Now, walking through the cloud-wrapped mountains, Yiping feels nervous, awed, and thrilled by the thought that he is finally stepping into an immortal sect. He imagines his future self flying on a sword in fluttering white robes, roaming the world like a true immortal. Meanwhile, Taoist Taihua is secretly delighted, because finding any disciple is hard enough lately, and Yiping even agreed to work for free. Taihua knows the competition between sects has grown fierce, with bigger sects taking every talented recruit and even the weak ones demanding higher pay each year. That is why a free recruit like Yiping feels like a windfall for a tiny lower-tier sect that can barely attract anyone. Even so, Taihua worries that his own disciples might fail to look like proper experts and scare the newcomer away. He does not really feel guilty about recruiting Yiping, because no stronger sect would have accepted a man with no spiritual roots anyway. The only thing Taihua truly feels bad about is the unpaid arrangement, and he quietly promises himself to make it up once the sect prospers. With both of them carrying very different expectations, Taoist Taihua and Yiping finally reach the entrance of Qingyun Dao sect. At the shabby entrance of Qingyun Dao sect, Su Changyu gets up early because greeting the sect leader matters less than fooling the new junior brother on first sight. To keep the act convincing, Su Changyu has already told the other disciples to stay out of the way so the sect feels mysterious. He even changes into his best brocade Taoist robe from the Qingzhou sword trials and pairs it with his green sword to build the full sword immortal image. Looking in a bronze mirror, Su Changyu ruefully admits he looks like a top expert even though he knows he is only pretending. By noon, he figures Taoist Taihua must be back, so he heads outside and takes up a dramatic pose on a small hill to wait for the bait to arrive. When 2 figures finally appear on the mountain path, Su Changyu feels a flash of nerves but quickly buries it under his carefully practiced aura. Climbing the steep ridges leaves Yiping soaked in sweat and gasping, which only makes Taoist Taihua's effortless immortal bearing look more impressive. Then Yiping spots the man on the hillside and instantly freezes, because Su Changyu looks exactly like the sword immortal he had imagined. That one sight flips Yiping's judgment, and he starts believing this shabby sect may actually be a hidden sect full of terrifying experts. Unable to hold back, Yiping blurts out that even 3 million sword immortals in the sky would have to bow before Su Changyu. The praise catches Su Changyu off guard, and inside he is thrilled that the new junior brother is this easy to impress. Su Changyu smoothly turns to Taoist Tai Hua and greets him with polished calm, sealing the image of a true expert in front of Yiping. Taoist Tai Hua notices at once that Yiping is completely sold, so he keeps his face calm and continues the act. When Taoist Tai Hua asks why he is here, Su Changyu boldly claims he is both welcoming his master and gaining enlightenment in the Sword Tao. Even Taoist Tai Hua thinks his eldest disciple is overdoing the act, but since Yiping looks stunned, he decides the exaggeration is working. Taoist Tai Hua formally introduces Su Changyu as Yiping's eldest senior brother and tells Yiping to greet him. Yiping steps forward and bows with full respect, already treating Su Changyu like a genuine senior expert. Su Changyu accepts the greeting and grandly says that since their master chose Yiping, he will gift him a chance at creation and tell him to seek enlightenment. All Su Changyu actually does is flick out a gentle breeze, but to Yiping it feels like an immortal method and to Taoist Tai Hua it is painfully funny. Yiping thanks him sincerely, and in that moment he becomes certain his eldest senior brother is definitely a hidden expert. Taoist Tai Hua cuts the meeting short and leads Yiping into the sect so he will not disturb Su Changyu's fake enlightenment session. As soon as they are gone, Su Changyu finally relaxes and happily repeats the sword immortal praise to himself. Inside the sect, the broken gate and lonely incense should make Qinyun Dao sect look embarrassingly poor, but Yiping only grows more delighted. Because he is a transmigrator who has read too many stories, Yiping reads the poverty as proof that this is exactly the kind of low-key hidden sect Real Masters would build. Once deeper inside, Yiping notices something even more convincing. For a fallen-looking sect, everything is unexpectedly clean and orderly. That detail seals it for Yiping, who silently congratulates himself for seeing through the sect's hidden expert disguise. In the main hall, Taoist Tai Hua turns serious and warns Yiping that immortal cultivation is a long, lonely path that demands patience and real resolve. He is really trying to harden Yiping in advance, worried the boy might run away if months pass without any obvious progress. Yiping answers solemnly that he understands cultivation will be lonely and difficult, and he promises not to be distracted or give up halfway. Pleased with Yiping's attitude, Taoist Tai Hua raises one last practical issue and bluntly reminds him that unnamed disciples do not get paid. Yiping immediately says money does not matter, and that instead of asking what the sect can give him, he should think about what he can give the sect. Those words hit Taoist Tai Hua right in the heart, and he instantly feels like he has picked up a treasure. So Taoist Tai Hua formally accepts Yiping into Qinyun Dao sect, though only as an unnamed disciple until he earns an official ceremony later. Yiping immediately bows in excitement and thanks his new master, promising he will live up to those expectations. Taoist Tai Hua tells him to settle in first, learn the sect over the next few days, and wait for Su Changyu to begin teaching him cultivation. He finishes with one more warning not to rush, and Yiping answers with solemn confidence, already full of hope for the road ahead. Near midnight, Taoist Tai Hua gathers all 7 disciples in the dining hall and opens a tense secret meeting about the sect's future. Tai Hua warns that sect competition in Qinzhou is getting brutal, and rumors say stronger powers may soon wipe out weak sects. He says Qinyun must rise to a 3rd-grade sect within 2 years, and their new junior brother is the key because they finally have the 8th disciple they need. Tai Hua orders everyone to hide the sect's real poverty and weakness from Yiping, afraid another recruit will leave and smear Qinyun's name. The disciples quietly agree, but one of them points out the obvious problem. Once Yiping starts cultivating, he will eventually discover the truth. Tai Hua reveals his plan. They cannot hide the truth forever, but they can stall Yiping long enough to keep him in the sect for a full year. Because Su Changyu has already filled Yiping with awe, Tai Hua believes Yiping will stay for now if they keep delaying real cultivation. He assigns Su Changyu to teach ridiculous swordsmanship first, both to fool Yiping and to burn time. If Yiping gets tired of sword practice, Su Luochen will take over with pill refining, and the rest will each teach for 2 months until a year passes. The disciples are won over by Tai Hua's confidence, but Chen Lingru nervously asks what she should say when Yiping starts asking real cultivation questions. Tai Hua tells Chen Lingru to teach only basic methods, but exaggerate them so Yiping believes Qinyun's qi refinement is stronger than other cultivators at the same level. He also warns them to stress that the technique mainly nourishes the body and builds a foundation, so Yiping does not get overconfident and challenge anyone. Before dismissing them, Tai Hua orders everyone to stay mysterious around Yiping and avoid approaching him unless he seeks them out first. The late-night conference ends, and the disciples quietly leave with the sect's future now riding on their deception. Elsewhere that night, Yiping lies awake under the starry sky, excited that he has finally entered a world of immortal cultivation. After 3 years in this world, Yiping still does not dream of ruling anything grand. He just hopes cultivation can give him a longer, peaceful life. Even so, he knows the road of cultivation is dangerous, so he steels himself to be careful, patient, and impossible to shake off course. His only nagging worry is talent, because even after learning he has no spiritual root, he still hopes he is not hopelessly bad. He finally falls asleep late, still full of curiosity about what kind of cultivator he might become. At daybreak, Yiping wakes early without hesitation, suddenly far more diligent than he ever was as a student. A knock interrupts the quiet, and before Yiping can even open the door, Su Changyu's voice orders him to meet at the back cliff for sword Dao instruction. Yiping answers respectfully, then rushes to wash up and straighten his robe so he can make a good first impression on his senior brother. On the way to the back cliff, Yiping's excitement turns into nerves as he worries Su Changyu might look down on him for poor aptitude. He calms himself with a hopeful thought: hidden masters often prefer teaching the untalented, because turning a nobody into someone is the real feat. By the time Yiping reaches the back cliff, Su Changyu is already posed on a boulder like an untouchable sword immortal. Behind that flawless pose, Su Changyu is not contemplating the sword Dao at all, only how to trick Yiping without sounding completely absurd. He decides the lie has to feel half true, exaggerated enough to impress Yiping but grounded enough not to fall apart instantly. Yiping greets him with full respect, and Su Changyu coolly asks whether he has eaten yet without even turning around. When Yiping says no, Su Changyu turns it into a lesson and says cultivators should put cultivation before eating and keep their bodies light. Yiping immediately accepts the logic, convinced that food impurities would only interfere with cultivation. To raise the stakes, Su Changyu says he does not teach his sword Dao casually, and Yiping must answer one question first to prove he has the right talent. Instead of feeling offended, Yiping gets even more excited because this is exactly how hidden experts in the stories test worthy disciples. Yiping solemnly says the sword Dao may look simple but contains the great Dao, and if he lacks talent, he would not dare trouble his senior brother. That answer actually impresses Su Changyu, who privately thinks this junior brother is sharper than expected but keeps his face perfectly aloof. Still playing the part, Su Changyu slowly asks his real test question: what is the sword Dao? Yiping freezes, because the question sounds simple but clearly hides a deeper meaning he cannot afford to answer carelessly. He keeps thinking for hours, while Su Changyu is forced to hold that grand pose on the boulder until his hidden discomfort starts to show. Inside, Su Changyu is desperate for any answer at all, but he cannot break character now that he has committed to looking like an immortal master. After 3 hours, Yiping finally ventures a careful first answer and asks whether the heart itself is the sword Dao. Su Changyu is startled because the answer is actually good, but he smoothly turns, changes posture, and rejects it with a cold wrong. Yiping keeps probing with bigger ideas like heaven and earth, the sun and moon, and everything in the world, but Su Changyu rejects everyone. Then Su Changyu sighs and bluntly says Yiping's sword Dao talent is lacking, hitting Yiping with a quiet but painful blow. Even after that, Yiping does not get discouraged, because Su Changyu immediately says he will give him a different question instead. Su Changyu asks how strong the sword Dao becomes at its absolute extreme, pushing the test from meaning to power. Yiping hesitates again, because he has never actually seen sword techniques, but all the stories he has read finally give him a direction. At last, Yiping says the pinnacle of sword Dao should be a single strike that cuts through everything in the universe. This time Su Changyu is genuinely shaken, because Yiping's answer lands far harder than he expected even though the senior brother's face barely moves. At the back cliff, Su Changyu is shaken by Yiping's grand line about cutting through the universe with one move, but behind his calm face he only thinks one thing: this new junior brother is absurdly good at sounding impressive. Su Changyu quickly decides this is a threat to his own image, because in Qinyun's sect he refuses to let anyone steal the role of the untouchable eldest senior brother. So instead of praising Yiping, Su Changyu coldly warns him that cultivation must be steady and that he is being too ambitious. The rebuke hits immediately, and Yiping lowers his head in a flustered apology, worried he really did speak out of turn as a brand new disciple. Su Changyu softens just enough to keep control, telling Yiping ambition is fine but those striking insights should only be shared with him, not outsiders, or they could cause trouble. Once he has the upper hand again, Su Changyu finally announces that he will now teach Yiping the real sword Dao, and Yiping's disappointment vanishes into excitement. Then Su Changyu performs a long, dramatic setup with his green sword and makes Yiping wait in total suspense. After an entire incense stick burns down, Su Changyu suddenly slashes the ground and leaves behind one long, straight sword mark in a scatter of stone chips. With total confidence, Su Changyu claims that this mark contains his strongest peerless sword intent and orders Yiping to study it for 7 days, not just for moves but for momentum and intent as well. Before Yiping can even respond, Su Changyu turns and leaves the cliff, ending the lesson so abruptly that Yiping is left stunned beside the mark. The moment he is out of sight, Su Changyu can barely hide his delight, because he knows the grand phrase came from Yiping and the so-called sword lesson was just a bluff to keep the boy occupied. In his own mind, Su Changyu admits the truth. The line on the ground was random, there is no real sword intent there, and asking for sword intent comprehension is almost impossible even in major sword sects. He convinces himself this lie is still the safest option, because with his own weak sword skills, teaching Yiping for real would probably only mislead him. Then Su Luochen walks over, and Su Changyu instantly wipes away his smile and returns to his cool eldest brother mask. Su Changyu asks a strange question about the true peak of sword Dao, and Su Luochen is visibly lost because he does not even practice swordsmanship. Su Changyu seizes the moment and declares that the extreme of true sword Dao is cutting through the sun, moon, and stars with a single blade of grass. The words hit Su Luochen so hard that he imagines Su Changyu slicing the stars apart, and for a moment he almost believes the act completely. Seeing that reaction, Su Changyu silently celebrates another perfect performance, and leaves without another word. After he is gone, Su Luochen finally snaps out of it and mutters that Su Changyu's sword Dao is still fake to him, but admits the line itself was undeniably overwhelming. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping studies the sword mark with complete faith. He is worried he may learn nothing, but he still forces himself to keep staring and trying. He decides the only way to know his talent is to try, so he keeps watching the mark for 2 straight hours without giving up. For most of that time, nothing happens at all, and the silence starts making him restless. Then a gentle breeze brushes past him, and in that small instant his whole state of mind clears. When Yiping looks again, the sword mark no longer seems ordinary. It feels sharp, stubborn, and hidden with the chilling sword intent left by a true master. A sword-wielding Taoist suddenly appears in Yiping's mind and starts demonstrating sword moves as if teaching him in person. The sequence grows clearer and clearer, revealing 12 fierce moves that feel like 4 connected sets of swordsmanship. The sword forms repeat faster and faster until Yiping feels like he is personally practicing them, and the number of moves keeps expanding beyond the first 12. After 3 hours at the mark, Yiping realizes he has truly grasped a sword technique, and his awe for Su Changyu rises even higher. He quickly forces himself to calm down, warning himself that this is only the beginning and that he must study even harder from now on. Any suspicion he had about Su Changyu disappears completely, and Yiping throws himself back into studying the mark with even deeper trust. Elsewhere in the sect's open training ground, Su Changyu practices with his long sword, but despite the polished form, his routine still shows obvious flaws and lacks real force. When he finally stops after a full session, sweat beads on his forehead, yet he still refuses to collapse so he can keep looking like an expert. Chen Lingru watches with innocent curiosity, and asks why a sword set he has trained for 10 years still is not finished. Su Changyu immediately goes into full lecture mode, claiming the technique is the famous 4 Thunder Sword technique, a top sword art built from spring, summer, autumn, and winter thunder forms. Chen Lingru only asks what stage he has actually reached, and Su Changyu proudly answers that he has perfected just the spring thunder swordsmanship. Her blunt reaction lands harder than any enemy attack, because she is unimpressed that 10 years only reached the first section. Trying to recover, Su Changyu boasts that ordinary sword cultivators might need centuries for this art, and insists his own progress is already top tier in Qingzhou. He even explains the swordsmanship realms from beginner to peak and predicts that in time he will push this technique to greatness. Then Chen Lingru asks about Yiping, wanting to know how long it should take their new junior brother to comprehend the sword mark Su Changyu left behind. Because he cannot admit the mark is fake, Su Changyu says it contains 4 sword techniques, and that grasping even the moves within a year would already be impressive. Chen Lingru starts pushing with impossible what-ifs, first asking what it would mean if Yiping understood the techniques in a single day. Su Changyu answers firmly that only a peerless genius could do something like that. She keeps going and asks what if Yiping also comprehends the sword intent, forcing Su Changyu to raise the standard even higher. He says that if someone could read both the technique and the sword intent from one mark, that person would already be the top sword Dao genius in Qingzhou. Chen Lingru keeps stacking bigger what-ifs, jumping from hundreds to thousands to tens of thousands of sword intents, and Su Changyu answers each one with increasingly outrageous rankings from Qingzhou to the whole Jin nation. At last Su Changyu turns the whole exchange into a grand lecture, saying sword techniques are secondary and true sword Dao rests on sword intent, especially the first legendary realm called Infinite Sword Intent. To show how remote that realm is, Su Changyu points to Daoist Siji as proof and says even Qingzhou's 500-year sword Dao legend has not truly reached the first realm. Chen Lingru still circles back to Yiping, because more than anything she is curious about the junior brother who just joined their sect. Su Changyu lifts his gaze with practiced superiority and delivers his final judgment. As far as sword Dao goes, Yiping is probably just a good-for-nothing. At that same moment on the back cliff, Yiping's study finally pays off and he begins truly comprehending the 4 Thunder Sword technique from Su Changyu's sword mark. At the rear cliff, Yiping stares into the sword mark and pieces together a complete thunder-based sword art hidden inside it. He realizes the technique has 4 distinct forms: spring, summer, autumn, and winter thunder, each with its own rhythm and killing style. What begins as just 12 moves keeps expanding until Yiping has already understood 144 moves in less than half a day. To Yiping, that tiny slash containing such terrifying sword moves is proof that Su Changyu really is a hidden sword immortal. He worries anyway, because he has no idea whether comprehending one sword technique in a day is impressive or embarrassingly slow here. Still clueless about the real standards, Yiping rests briefly and goes right back to studying the mark instead of stopping. He keeps pushing through the entire day until midnight, finally leaving only because mental exhaustion catches up with him. That night, Yiping has a nightmare that the sect throws him out for having poor talent. He jolts awake in a cold panic, relieved it was only a dream but left badly shaken by how real it felt. The fear hits hard because after a miserable transmigration and years of hardship, joining this sect feels like his first real hope. He talks himself through the panic and decides a secretly powerful sect would value persistence more than flashy talent, so he just has to work harder. After a quick wash, he skips breakfast again and hurries straight back to the rear cliff to keep comprehending the sword mark. By noon he is still absorbed in the mark, too focused to notice how badly he has neglected food and rest. Su Changyu finally comes over carrying a simple meal, feeling guilty that his bluff has turned Yiping into a starving workhorse. He calls Yiping out of his trance and firmly tells him that diligence is fine, but he still has to eat. The meal is only rice and vegetables, and Yiping pauses over the humble food for a second before saying anything. Afraid the sect's poverty is showing, Su Changyu hurriedly explains that Qingyun cultivators choose vegetarian food because meat and grains burden the body. But Yiping is not suspicious at all. He is genuinely moved that his senior brother personally brought him food. That simple gratitude only makes Su Changyu feel worse, because he knows the sect is still making this new junior brother endure too much. Once Yiping starts eating, the delayed hunger slams into him and he quickly wipes out the rice and both vegetable dishes. He even scrapes together the last mouthfuls with oil and soup, finally looking alive again after eating his fill. When Yiping politely thanks him, Su Changyu can only cover his discomfort by changing the subject to the sword mark. Su Changyu casually asks whether Yiping got anything from the mark, expecting little more than silence or confusion. Yiping admits he did get something from the mark, but in his usual humble way he says he was too incompetent to grasp the essence and only learned a little of the sword moves. That answer rattles Su Changyu, because he knows the mark was just something he slashed out at random. He presses further and asks how many moves Yiping supposedly comprehended, still trying to sound perfectly calm. Yiping seriously says he has understood 400 sword moves so far, and that number makes Su Changyu burst out laughing on the spot. To Su Changyu, 400 moves in a day is absurd, because even the 4 Thunder Sword technique only has 1,460 moves in total, and he himself barely scratched the beginner stage after 10 years. The way Yiping says it so humbly even makes Su Changyu suspect his new junior brother is trying to outboast him without realizing it. Meanwhile, Yiping misreads Su Changyu's stare completely, and starts to think 400 moves must actually be a pitiful result here. Embarrassed, Yiping concludes his eldest senior brother must have mastered tens of thousands of techniques already, so his own progress is probably laughable. When Yiping finally asks if he is very incompetent, Su Changyu takes that as a direct challenge to his pride. Determined to call the bluff, Su Changyu tosses Yiping a sword and tells him to demonstrate the moves he claims to have learned. Sword in hand, Yiping suddenly feels nervous, because showing off before a peerless expert sounds like a great way to embarrass himself. But he knows he cannot keep comprehending forever without testing himself, so he steadies his breathing and agrees. Su Changyu quietly backs up 20 steps first, less out of confidence than out of fear that the sword might fly the wrong way. Yiping respectfully asks for guidance, draws the blade, and his whole aura sharpens the moment the sword clears the sheath. Even before the full display begins, Su Changyu is caught off guard by that sudden change and realizes Yiping at least looks frighteningly real. Then Yiping launches into the technique, and Su Changyu instantly recognizes the opening as the real 4 Thunder Sword technique. Yiping tears through the sequence at terrifying speed, already reaching the 36th move before Su Changyu can properly react. For Su Changyu, that is already crushing, because 10 years of practice only brought him to the 18th move. When Yiping reaches the 108th move, thunder suddenly booms across the cliff and Su Changyu is left speechless. That thunder proves Yiping has already entered greater mastery, the realm Su Changyu has wanted for years and never reached. 5 breaths later, thunder sounds again as Yiping pushes into the summer form at the same terrifying level. Another few breaths pass, and the autumn form follows with its own thunder, leaving Su Changyu even more numb. As Yiping enters the final winter sequence, the sword mark sparks another flash of insight and 32 new moves appear in his mind mid-performance. Now holding 432 moves in total, Yiping closes his eyes and lets the sword carry him through the last 32 strokes. The final thunder detonates, and a giant boulder 10 meters away is split cleanly into 4 pieces. Su Changyu can only stand there in stunned silence, because his little junior brother has really comprehended the 4 Thunder Sword technique in a single day. At the rear cliff, Su Changyu stares at Yiping in total disbelief, because the sword moves he just saw have shattered everything he thought he knew about talent. He even pinches himself hard, and the pain tells him this absurd scene is real. Qingyun Dao sect has somehow recruited a sword genius. As a sword cultivator, Su Changyu knows how monstrous this is, because he trained 10 years just to reach the beginner level, while Yiping understood the 4 Thunder Sword technique to greater mastery in one night. The more he compares them, the more bitter Su Changyu gets, wondering why the handsome senior brother is mediocre while the slightly prettier junior brother is a monster in the sword Dao. Yiping, meanwhile, is quietly pleased that he understood 32 more sword moves, and he is even more convinced this technique is powerful after splitting a boulder without any dermic power. Still unsure of himself, Yiping turns to Su Changyu and asks what his senior brother thinks of his talent. Su Changyu is so stunned that Yiping has to call him again before he finally snaps back and forces himself to look calm. When Yiping directly asks if he has talent, Su Changyu panics inside, because praising him too honestly might make this once-in-a-lifetime prodigy leave the sect. So Su Changyu bites the bullet and says Yiping's talent is only ordinary, even though the lie makes him ashamed on the spot. Yiping takes ordinary as a polite way of saying his aptitude is poor, but instead of getting upset, he steels himself and promises to work hard so he can stay in the sect. That answer makes Su Changyu feel even guiltier, and he quickly tells Yiping to keep studying the sword mark while he goes to handle something important. Yiping is relieved to hear that, because after failing more than 50 sect entrance attempts, he knows this is the one chance he cannot afford to lose. About half an incense stick later, Su Changyu rushes into Qingyun's main hall shouting for the sect leader, too shaken to care about appearances. Taoist Taihua first scolds him for acting so flustered in front of his junior, trying to make his eldest disciple remember the image of a proper senior expert. But when Su Changyu says something major happened, Taihua's first fear is that Yiping has discovered the sect's secret. Once he learns their cover is safe, Taihua relaxes, and Su Changyu finally blurts out that their little junior brother has a very unusual kind of talent. Taihua misunderstands and assumes Yiping's aptitude must be terrible, saying that if he really were talented, Qingyun would never have been able to keep him in the first place. Su Changyu hurriedly corrects him and insists the problem is the opposite. Yiping's talent is incredibly good. Taihua still does not buy it, and warns him that liars have to swallow 1,000 needles, because he cannot believe the rejected disciple they picked up is suddenly a prodigy. To prove he is not lying, Su Changyu brings up the 4 thunder sword technique and explains that yesterday he only drew Yiping a random sword mark on the ground to study. Taihua starts guessing how far Yiping got and first dares to say beginner realm, already thinking that would be impressive from such a fake lesson. When Su Changyu tells him to guess bigger, Taihua pushes it all the way to perfection and still gets told to be bolder. That is where Taihua stops, because the only answer left is too outrageous to say aloud. Su Changyu finally says it plainly. Yiping reached greater mastery in the 4 thunder sword technique overnight, and even grasped some sword momentum. For a moment, Taoist Taihua is completely stunned, trying to imagine what kind of person could do something like that in a single day. Then the shock flips into joy, and Taihua bursts out laughing that Qingyun Dao sect has finally produced a genius. Su Changyu cannot celebrate so easily, because now that he knows the truth, he feels that poor sect might be holding Yiping back. Taihua counters with hard logic. Yiping was rejected 50 times already, Qingyun still accepted him, and sending him away now would not magically guarantee him a better future. He presses further, warning that even if another sect accepted Yiping, a genius with unknown origins could become a target of jealousy, scheming, or worse. By the time Taihua finishes talking about fate, sect politics, and survival, Su Changyu starts to see that his kindness was a little too naive. Taihua says they can keep a clear conscience if they truly teach Yiping, give him every resource they have, and stop pretending only after Qingyun becomes a third-grade sect. That finally settles it for Su Changyu, and he nods, accepting the sect leader's plan. Taihua immediately decides to go down the mountain with Su Changyu for 2 days and buy Yiping more sword manuals, even if the sect has to scrape itself dry. Before dismissing him, Taihua warns Su Changyu to keep this secret and keep acting like a true expert so Yiping does not discover the truth too soon. Su Changyu leaves the hall, carrying the secret with him. The moment he is alone, Taoist Taihua can barely suppress his delight, covering his mouth as he laughs at Qingyun's unbelievable stroke of luck. In Taihua's eyes, there is no reason to feel guilty at all, because hundreds of sects ignored Yiping first, and Qingyun simply happened to be the one that recognized value where others failed. Soon the hall keeps letting out muffled bursts of his laughter, and the strange sound leaves the other disciples outside thoroughly confused. At dawn, a panicked shout jolts the whole Qingyun Dao sect awake with news that something major has happened. Half asleep and already traumatized by debt collectors, Taoist Taihua jumps out of bed and starts packing to run before he even knows the problem. Wang Zhuyu rushes in with a sheet of rice paper and hurriedly stops him, saying this time it is not a debtor. Relieved for 1 second, Taoist Taihua scolds Wang Zhuyu for losing his head over a trivial matter and tells him to learn from Su Changyu's steadiness. But Wang Zhuyu says the notice from the Qinzhou Sect Management Bureau is almost as bad as a creditor coming to the door. Taoist Taihua grabs the notice, schemes it in a rush, and his face darkens line by line. When he reaches the end, Taoist Taihua explodes in fury and calls the order outrageous again and again. The notice says small sects must pay 10 inferior-grade spirit stones within 2 months to prove they are legitimate, or their sect licenses will be revoked and they will be forcibly shut down. For a sect as poor as Qingyun, that demand is absurd, and Taoist Taihua rages that the powerful are openly bullying the weak. He even blurts out that he wants to march to the capital and sue, though he clearly knows that path will probably go nowhere. After stewing in the bad news, Taoist Taihua gives up on pretending this is manageable and orders the whole sect to gather in the main hall for a meeting. Wang Zhuyu tries to encourage him, and Taoist Taihua snaps right back, too stressed to accept empty faith. As Wang Zhuyu leaves, Taoist Taihua stops him with one more order. Yiping must not hear about this crisis. An hour later, 4 disciples arrive in the main hall, and Taoist Taihua takes his seat looking exhausted, with red eyes like he might have cried. The disciples greet him formally as sect leader, and Taoist Tai Hua skips straight to the point. Qingyun Dao sect is facing its greatest crisis yet. He shows them the official notice, and the hall goes quiet as everyone realizes the sect is being squeezed for 10 spirit stones it does not have. Su Luochen reacts exactly like his master and blurts out that the bureau must be insane and should be sued in the capital. Su Changyu stays the calmest and asks the only useful question in the room: how many spirit stones does the sect still have? Taoist Tai Hua answers with a slow, heavy 70, and for one hopeful moment everyone thinks the sect might actually survive this. The disciples visibly relax, assuming he means 70 spirit stones, enough to swallow the fee and get through the purge. But Taoist Tai Hua bitterly shakes his head, and the room falls tense again because 70 clearly does not mean spirit stones. Su Changyu lowers the guess to 70 taels of gold and says that if that is all they have, they can still fight to earn the missing amount in 2 months. Taoist Tai Hua's face grows even graver, and now even Su Changyu starts to realize the truth is somehow worse. Su Changyu asks in disbelief if the sect only has 70 taels of silver left. Taoist Tai Hua shakes his head again, and this time the whole hall drops into stunned silence because the answer is even lower than that. The devastating truth lands: the sect only has 70 copper coins on hand. Everyone sinks into despair, because 70 copper coins is not even poverty anymore, it is hopelessness. Su Luochen cannot believe the sect's savings are really this empty and blurts out that something about the numbers feels wrong. Taoist Tai Hua flares up at once and snaps back, asking if Su Luochen thinks he embezzled the sect's money. Su Luochen backs off immediately, but Su Changyu presses on and says he believes his master is not corrupt, only that this story is clearly not complete. Under Su Changyu's pressure, Taoist Tai Hua finally admits the sect did have savings once. He explains that he invested the sect's money in a so-called immortal cultivation fund, thinking it would earn steady monthly interest. The disciples light up for a second and urge him to withdraw the money now, even if they lose the profit. Then Taoist Tai Hua admits the fund manager disappeared after taking the money, and the hall is crushed all over again. When they demand to know how much he threw into that scam, Taoist Tai Hua quietly says it was about 200 taels of gold. That number stuns everyone twice over, because it is too huge for Qingyun to possess in the first place. Wang Zhuyu voices the obvious question, and no one else in the room can believe the sect ever had 200 taels of gold to begin with. Taoist Tai Hua lowers his voice and reveals the final blow. He borrowed 120 taels of gold from outside to make that investment. Now the sect's problem is no longer just the 10 spirit stones fee, but a mountain of debt on top of it, and everyone is left completely numb. After the long silence, Taoist Tai Hua forces himself to promise he will find some solution, even if it means taking a desperate gamble. He asks the others to think of ideas, and if nothing works, he is prepared to gamble with his life in the dangerous Jinglin mountain range. That desperate plan only makes the room feel heavier, because none of them wants their master pushed into a death gamble and none of them has a better answer. In the end, Taoist Tai Hua dismisses the others to think on their own and orders Su Changyu to stay behind for private instructions. After the others leave the hall, Taoist Tai Hua quietly tells Su Changyu he will go down the mountain to borrow spirit stones, while Su Changyu must keep guiding Yiping exactly as planned. Su Changyu worries that 200 taels of gold is far too much, but Tai Hua refuses to back down and says the real priority is keeping this rare genius in the sect. Su Changyu accepts the burden, decides to keep up the act for Yiping's sake, and heads from the hall toward the rear cliff. At the rear cliff, Yiping is still studying the long sword mark with frightening focus, and his 4th Thunder Sword progress has already reached 720 moves. When Su Changyu arrives, Yiping immediately stands and bows, still treating him with full formal respect. Su Changyu awkwardly tells him to stop being so formal because fellow disciples are like brothers, but Yiping insists that proper manners still matter. Su Changyu asks how far Yiping has progressed, and Yiping, almost embarrassed, says he has only reached the 720th move since yesterday. That humble answer hits Su Changyu like a blade, but he forces himself to stay in character and coolly says Yiping still lacks intensity. Yiping accepts the criticism and immediately asks what this sword art is called and how far someone must comprehend it to truly qualify. Su Changyu explains that Yiping is studying the 4 thunder sword techniques, made of spring, summer, autumn, and winter thunder forms, with 1,460 moves in total. He goes on to lay out the 4 realms of mastering a sword technique: beginner, perfection, greater mastery, and peak. Then Su Changyu raises the bar and says peak is only the start, because a real sword cultivator still has to condense sword momentum, and then reach sword intent. Yiping finally sees the path more clearly, but his next question puts Su Changyu on the spot when he asks what realm his senior brother has reached. Backed into a corner, Su Changyu straightens up and claims he has only reached the 1st level of the legendary Supreme Sword Dao, the realm of infinite sword intent. Yiping has never heard of that realm, but the name alone sounds overwhelming, and Su Changyu doubles down by saying it means countless sword intents and a place above the 10 nations. Instead of doubting him, Yiping gets fired up and vows that within his lifetime he will also reach infinite sword intent and catch up to his senior brother. Su Changyu feels sour but slightly comforted by being the one who inspired him, then tells Yiping to keep studying while he stays nearby for the next few days. Yiping sincerely thanks him and promises he will never forget this guidance, making his admiration feel even heavier for the man who is secretly bluffing. 15 days pass, and by the evening of March 18th, Yiping has completely understood all 1460 moves of the 4 Thunder Sword techniques and reached the peak realm of the set. Now Yiping turns to sword momentum, where one strike carries the force and structure of the whole technique instead of stiffly repeating every move. Yiping is confident he can reach that realm soon, but he stays humble because he believes all of this started with the sword mark Su Changyu left for him. Remembering how dozens of immortal sects once rejected him, Yiping feels even more loyal to Qingyun Dao sect for giving him a place at all. He calls out to Su Changyu, who has been sitting on the cliff day after day, quietly sinking into self-doubt every evening. When Su Changyu answers, Yiping calmly reports that he has finished comprehending all 1460 moves. That news makes Su Changyu feel even worse, but he forces his face back into calm authority and tells Yiping to rest before he overworks himself. Yiping accepts the advice, decides to take a rare 2-hour break, and finally sits down to enjoy the quiet evening instead of training. Looking over the red-lit Qingyun Peak, Yiping casually recites a poem, and the cultured side he rarely shows slips out on its own. The poem catches Su Changyu's attention, and even without much learning himself, he realizes Yiping was a real scholar before he ever came to cultivate. Su Changyu asks if he used to be a scholar, and Yiping modestly says he is only half one because he never earned an official exam title. Once he hears that, Su Changyu immediately asks a more useful question for his own vanity. Can Yiping paint? Yiping says he knows a little, and Su Changyu promptly tells him to paint something for him. Yiping agrees at once and hurries off to get his brush, ink, and paper, while a brief memory reminds him he once learned painting for love and got nothing from it but skill. He comes back with brush, rice paper, and an inkstone, ready to finally use the supplies he brought up the mountain. Yiping studies the evening scenery, then looks to Su Changyu and begins painting him into the red gold mountain view. Su Changyu does not think much of it and simply holds a cool, dashing pose against the sunset while Yiping keeps painting until the session settles into a quiet rhythm. As night settled over Qingyun Dao sect, Yiping finally finished the painting he had been working on and proudly told Su Changyu it was done. Su Changyu leaned in to look and had to admit the painting was genuinely good, especially the way it captured his cool sword immortal pose against the evening sky. Pleased by the praise, Yiping stamped the scroll with his seal, Buddhist Qinglian, and formally handed the painting over to his senior brother. Before they could say more, Daoist Taihua called Su Changyu away in a hurry, so Su Changyu told Yiping to keep studying the sword mark and left at once. When Su Changyu reached him, he guessed his master had found a way to borrow money, but Daoist Taihua proudly said he had thought of a better plan. His bright idea was to pawn everything valuable in the sect, scrape together some starting money, and gamble on finding the rest within 2 months. Su Changyu was speechless, because Qingyun Dao sect hardly had anything left worth pawning in the first place. Daoist Taihua added that if pawning failed, he could still beg help from a wealthy distant cousin who could casually cover 200 taels of gold. That only made Su Changyu more confused, and he immediately asked why they were wasting time pawning things instead of going straight to that cousin. Embarrassed, Daoist Taihua admitted the cousin had an odd problem with men, and the topic got awkward fast. Refusing to explain further, Daoist Taihua brushed it off as a last resort and dragged Su Changyu down the mountain to start pawning assets anyway. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping knew nothing about that money panic and calmly returned to the sword mark, feeling that finishing the complete sword technique had pushed him closer to true sword momentum. This time the sword mark felt different, and in Yiping's mind the 4 thunder forms kept repeating as his understanding surged. A real sword momentum began to spread from Yiping, lifting weeds and leaves into the air while dull thunder rolled across the cliff. He stayed in that state until morning, refining the insight through the entire night. At sunrise, Yiping opened his eyes and released a frightening burst of sword momentum from his body. With a casual motion, he formed a wisp of sword energy that swept up loose grass and carved a fresh mark into stone, proving he had truly condensed the beginnings of sword momentum overnight. Far away in the Qingzhou region, the story shifted to the mighty Taihua sword sect, where elite disciples were studying a famous sword mark on Sword Epiphany Cliff. That cliff bore a true sword intent mark left by Daoist Siji, a terrifying legacy far beyond the crude training mark Su Changyu had carved at Xinyan. Then thunder suddenly rang out at Sword Epiphany Cliff, and the surrounding disciples turned at once as Su Heng broke through in comprehension beneath the mark. The one who advanced was Su Heng, a young intersect genius in white robes, seated cross-legged with a buzzing sword and sword shadows rising behind him. The nearby disciples burst into envious praise as they realized Su Heng has pushed the Spring Thunder swordsmanship to greater mastery through the sword mark. They treated that speed as proof he could place among the top contenders in the coming Qinzhou sword down meet. Nearby, 7 or 8 Taihua elders watched too, and Elder Ming Jian could barely hide how delighted he was that his disciple had stood out first. Other elders congratulated Ming Jian, and he acted modest while looking thoroughly pleased with himself. But Elder Qinyu coldly cut in, warning that Qingzhou still had many sects, and it was too early to talk as if Su Heng had the title already won. Instead of getting angry, Ming Jian mocked him back with heavy sarcasm, talking as if some hidden genius from a tiny sect might casually reach peak just by glancing at a sword mark. Everyone understood the jab, because a talent absurd enough to do that should not exist anywhere in Qizhou. Qinyu was visibly angered, but with juniors present, he had to swallow it instead of causing a scene. Another elder stepped in to smooth things over and reminded them that whatever happened, the sect leader had unusually insisted their disciples must finish in the top 10 this year. That caught everyone's attention, because even they did not know why this year's Qingzhou sword down meet mattered so much. The answer was huge. The top 10 would each receive an entry token to the Taishian Sword Pagoda. The elders were stunned, because the Taishian Sword Pagoda was an ancient sword treasure said to hold a sword immortal's inheritance and 91 levels of trial and reward. They finally understood why the sect leader had gone so far as to invite Taoist Siji to leave a sword mark for their disciples. The speaker explained that Qingzhou had been allotted 10 of the 365 tokens, and those 10 would go straight to the meet's top 10 finishers. He warned them to train their disciples hard, because letting a token fall into the hands of some small sect would be deeply humiliating for Taihua Sword Sect. Under the blazing sun outside Baigua City, Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu wait in a long line to enter while Taihua fixes his gaze on a city notice. The notice turns out to be for the Qingzhou Sword Dao Meet, a famous tournament that starts in 3 months and demands 10 inferior-grade spirit stones just to register. Su Changyu is stunned because he once barely made the top 500 there, so he knows that even a low placing still carries real prestige. When Taihua keeps staring at the notice, Su Changyu warns him not to even think about joining, then abruptly realizes the sect leader really might be considering it. Taihua shuts that down at once and tells him to focus on business first, leaving the idea hanging between them. After 2 long hours, the pair finally enter the city and head straight for the Sincere Gold pawnshop with Taihua's stuffed cloth bag. The pawnshop looks refined and expensive, and its courteous owner, Shi Liangjin, greets them like important clients the moment they step inside. Taihua says they are here to sell, not pawn, because he already knows a pawnshop is the fastest way to turn sect junk into cash even at a loss. When Taihua drops the bag and asks for a fair price, Shi Liangjin assumes he has found a rich immortal customer and eagerly orders tea. Taihua refuses the tea and insists they appraise the sack first while he watches, which only makes Shi Liangjin more convinced it hides something valuable. Shi Liangjin brings over the old appraiser, and the merchants open the sack expecting hidden treasures from these dignified cultivators. The moment the sack opens, the merchant's excitement collapses because it is full of battered scraps that look like trash, while Taihua stays perfectly serious. Even after being asked if he brought the wrong bag, Taihua calmly confirms that yes, this pile of junk is exactly what he wants to sell. With his pride bruised but his shop's reputation on the line, Shi Liangjin forces himself to price the scraps one by one instead of throwing them out. His patience finally snaps when he pulls out a foot cloth, and even Taihua has to admit that one got packed by mistake. After finishing the miserable count, Shi Liangjin offers only 1 tael of gold and 35 taels of silver for the whole sack. Taihua immediately tries to push it up to 2 taels of gold as a gesture of friendship, but the pawnbroker is too stunned to even know how to answer. Shi Liangjin refuses to add even a coin and all but tells them to take their scrap elsewhere if they are unhappy. Taihua still pushes for 1 tael of gold and 50 silver, insisting he is not taking advantage, which only deepens the pawnbroker's misery. Trying to end the haggling, Shi Liangjin points at the scroll in Su Changyu's hand and says even its Xiyang rice paper is worth more than a scrap on the floor. When Shi Liangjin says the scroll uses expensive Xianyang rice paper, Taihua and Su Changyu are both stunned that the paper alone could already be worth 8 taels of gold. That hope sinks again when Shi Liangjin adds that once paper has been painted on, its value depends almost entirely on the painter's name. Su Changyu asks the obvious question about the painting's value, already fearing that Yi Ping is too unknown for it to matter. Shi Liangjin asks to inspect it anyway, and Su Changyu hands the scroll over without much confidence. As the scroll opens across the table, Shi Liangjin suddenly cries out in shock because he thinks he is looking at a painting by householder Qing Lian. Taihua has no idea who that is, while Su Changyu recognizes the name and watches the pawnbroker with fresh curiosity. Instead of answering, Shi Liangjin urgently summons the old appraiser again, now treating the painting like a possible windfall. The old appraiser returns coldly from the junk appraisal, but the instant he sees the painting, his face changes too. After a careful look, Shi Liangjin and the old appraiser agree the techniques and seal match householder Qing Lian, and the ink even seems fresh enough to have been painted recently. Their excitement spills over as Shi Liangjin and the old appraiser explain that householder Qing Lian is a legendary literary talent of Jin Nation whose work is adored by scholars and even prized by the emperor. Once they recover, Su Changyu cuts straight to the price, and Shi Liangjin and the old appraiser suddenly become far more respectful than before. Shi Liangjin calls Qing Lian's paintings priceless but slyly asks them to name a price first, hoping these two amateurs might lowball their own treasure. Taihua answers by holding up 5 fingers and asking for what he means as 50 taels of gold, thinking he is already daring to ask a huge amount. Shi Liangjin misreads that as 5,000 taels of gold, and instead of rejecting it, he seriously weighs whether the painting is authentic enough to risk that much. He proposes a test instead, If experts confirm it is real, he will pay 5,000 taels of gold, and even a high-quality fake would still earn 500. That number blows both of them away, because Yiping being a sword genius was shocking enough, but a single painting of his being worth this much feels even crazier. After a long stunned pause, Taihua takes a breath and escalates his demand again, this time declaring that he meant 50,000 taels of gold. Su Changyu is left speechless by his sect leader's greed, but Shi Liangjin still answers seriously instead of exploding. Shi Liangjin explains that 50,000 is impossible for this piece alone unless it also carries one of Qing Lian's poems and meets a rarer subject standard, so the two cultivators can only fall silent at the end of the negotiation. Back in Sincere Gold Firm, Shi Liangjin confirms the painting would still be worth at least 5,000 taels of gold if it is authentic, but the portrait inside drags the price down. When Shi Liangjin casually says the figure in the painting looks a lot like Su Changyu instantly denies it and regrets acting impressive in front of Yiping. Daoist Taihua realizes that Su Changyu's vanity may have cost him another 5,000 taels of gold, and the look he gives him is murderous. Shi Liangjin brings in 3 painting appraisers, and the room settles into a long, nervous wait while they inspect every detail of the scroll. After hours of scrutiny, the appraisers finally declare the painting authentic, and both Daoist Taihua and Su Changyu are shaken by the thought that one scroll is worth centuries of sect income. 2 appraisers keep sighing that the painting would be worth double without the person in it, making Su Changyu wilt and Taihua's eyes go even redder. A 3rd appraiser pushes back and says the swordsman in the painting may actually deepen its mood, as if householder Qing Lian brushed a trace of sword Dao into the scene. Once the experts are paid and sent away, Shi Liangjin turns back with a grin and says he will fetch the money for the deal. Now that he knows the painting is real, Daoist Taihua shamelessly changes his mind and refuses to sell at the earlier price. Shi Liangjin quickly explains that paintings like this only reach insane prices when the right buyer appears, so Taihua should not assume every shop will pay more. Taihua refuses to back down and demands a final number, making it clear he is willing to walk to another pawnshop if needed. With a bitter smile, Shi Liangjin finally offers 6,000 taels of gold and says that is the highest he can go. Daoist Taihua keeps pretending to think, but Su Changyu panics that the deal might collapse and blurts out that they will sell right now. Even at the final second, Taihua squeezes out one more demand and insists on 6,666 taels for an auspicious number. Shi Liangjin pays immediately, and the deal is sealed as Taihua takes the thick stack of banknotes and has Su Changyu hand over the painting. After the sale, Shi Liangjin carefully stores the scroll away, already thrilled by the fortune he expects to make reselling it. Outside the shop, Daoist Taihua and Su Changyu walk off in a daze, staring at the banknotes because the Qingyan Dao sect has never held this much money. When Su Changyu finally asks what they should do next, Daoist Taihua snaps back to himself and says they will pay their debts first, then go to Secret Yuan Pavilion. Taihua explains that Yiping earned this money, so the sect will use it to buy him manuals and supplements, and raise him as Qingyun's future hope. Before anything else, Daoist Taihua painfully pays 100 taels of gold at the sect administrative bureau to settle the urgent burden hanging over Qingyun. After that, the pair arrives at Secret Yuan Pavilion, whose flashy exterior makes it obvious this is a place small sects usually cannot afford. Inside, a pretty waitress in green greets them warmly, and Taihua keeps a calm face while Su Changyu quietly tries not to look out of place. When the waitress asks what they want, Daoist Taihua says he is here for a first-grade sword Dao manual, which instantly makes the staff treat them like major customers. That impressive moment dies fast when Taihua clarifies he only wants the rudimentary version, and the upgraded tea is quietly cancelled. The waitress leads them to the manual section and presents 3 first-grade rudimentary sword books, each priced at 500 spirit stones. Hearing that even the rudimentary books cost 500 spirit stones shocks Taihua, because that is already more than he wanted to spend on one manual. The waitress explains that these manuals are expensive because they include enhanced teaching methods that help disciples comprehend the techniques much faster. After a long pause, Taihua asks which of the 3 is best, deciding that if he must spend, he wants the strongest option for Yiping. The waitress recommends Chuanha swordsmanship and says a truly gifted disciple might even comprehend the higher Spirit Sea sword technique from it. That possibility is enough for Taihua, and he immediately chooses Chuanha swordsmanship. With the manual settled, Taihua asks for superior grade Qi refinement pills and Qi nourishment pills too, determined to give Yiping the best help he can afford. He orders 50 superior grade Qi refinement pills and 200 Qi nourishment pills, because Yiping's sword Dao talent is exceptional but his cultivation foundation still needs real support. The manual and pills come to 550 spirit stones, and Taihua pays the painful price anyway. Before leaving, Taihua also buys 2 superior cold iron swords, and he still haggles the price down to 466 taels of gold. By the time they step out of Secret Yuan Pavilion, Taihua has spent almost everything and is left with only 600 taels of gold. And just as they leave, Daoist Taihua suddenly remembers something important, stopping short with a fresh jolt of realization. Just after leaving Secret Yuan Pavilion, Daoist Taihua suddenly remembers the other disciples still need manuals for their year-end exams. Su Changyu confirms the second, third, and fourth junior brothers all plan to take alchemy, array, and talisman exams, so more study material really is needed. Su Changyu assumes they should go back into Secret Yuan Pavilion, but Taihua refuses to burn money that way. Instead, Taihua leads Su Changyu to the Cultivator's Bazaar, where the roadside stalls are packed with strange bargain manuals. At a shabby book stall, Taihua asks the price and nearly bristles when the seller demands 10 taels of gold per half kilogram. The vendor hypes the books as ancient treasures full of miracles, but Taihua knows they are mostly fake theories dressed up with grand titles. Taihua slashes the price to 10 taels per 5 kilograms and starts to leave, forcing the seller into a panicked bargain. Once the seller gives in, Taihua bluntly buys every manual on the stall in one sweep. The haul turns into a huge box of hundreds of shabby manuals, the kind small sects use to make an empty library look respectable. Taihua still buys the important things from proper shops, picking up real beginner texts, custom disciple clothes, spiritual rice, and beast meat for the sect. By the end of the spree, Taihua has spent almost everything on his disciples and is left with only a little money and a lot of heartache. On the road back, Taihua hands Su Changyu the Chuanhe swordsmanship manual and tells him to learn it first, then teach Yiping himself. Su Changyu is thrown because the manual seemed meant for Yiping, and Taihua explains that teaching him personally matters more than handing over the book. Taihua lays out the strategy clearly. Yiping's talent will surpass everyone, so Su Changyu has to become the senior brother who personally guides him and earns that trust. Su Changyu finally understands and praises Taihua's foresight, and Taihua grumbles that he bought the enriched manual only because Su Changyu would learn too slowly otherwise. When Su Changyu asks what Yiping should do before that lesson is ready, Taihua points to the huge pile of cheap manuals and says to let him read those first. Then Taihua lowers his voice and adds one more job for Su Changyu: get Yiping to paint again. Su Changyu hesitates because pushing too hard for more paintings might make Yiping suspicious. Taihua answers bluntly that the sect needs money, and Yiping's talent is too precious to let him cultivate in poverty without pills and support. That reasoning works, and Su Changyu reluctantly agrees to find a careful way to get Yiping painting again. Taihua pushes even further and says he wants Yiping trained well enough over the next 2 months to possibly enter the Qinzhou sword down meet. Su Changyu is stunned because Yiping has not even started real cultivation yet, and sending him to a Qinzhou elite event sounds like asking for humiliation. Taihua does not explain the full reason yet, only says to keep training Yiping and keep the money and painting matter secret from the others. By the time they return to Qingyun Dao sect, midnight has fallen and Yiping is still alone at the rear cliff, absorbed in the sword mark. Alone at the cliff, Yiping sorts out the 4 thunder sword techniques in his mind, feeling spring as continuous, summer as ferocious, autumn as silent, and winter as killing intent. After another stretch of focus, Yiping opens his eyes, takes up a tree branch, and in one quiet strike condenses the silent momentum of autumn thunder. Su Changyu arrives just in time to see it, and behind his calm face he is painfully aware that Yiping reached autumn thunder momentum in only one day. Even while feeling sour and outclassed, Su Changyu walks over and calls for his little junior brother, as if nothing is wrong. Yiping is genuinely surprised to see Su Changyu here so late at night. Su Changyu says he came to deliver something and places a jade bottle of Qi nourishment pills in front of Yiping. When Su Changyu explains the pills can keep him going for 5 days without food or sleep, Yiping is openly impressed and grateful. Su Changyu follows that gift with a real sword from the sect leader and tells Yiping to practice with this from now on. After a brief silence, Su Changyu carefully asks whether Yiping has started finding sword practice boring. Yiping answers honestly that it is not boring at all because he keeps improving every day, which only twists the knife deeper for Su Changyu. So Su Changyu changes tactics and says that if Yiping ever does get bored, he can give him another secret manual to study. The moment he hears that, Yiping hurriedly claims that sword practice might actually be a little boring after all. Su Changyu stops teasing him and finally hands over one of the secret manuals from the bazaar. Under the moonlight, Yiping opens the thick book, reads the cover, and freezes at the title Ancient God-Fiend Body Tempering Technique. At Qingyun Sect's rear cliff, Yiping is stunned when Su Changyu hands him a secret manual called Ancient God-Fiend Body Tempering Technique. Because the name alone sounds like a top-tier art, Yiping instantly takes this as proof that Qingyun is a hidden powerhouse, and his excitement becomes impossible to hide. Su Changyu mistakes that reaction for suspicion, so he hurriedly improvises an explanation that Yiping's poor aptitude makes body tempering a practical path. In truth, Su Changyu is bluffing, because he thinks the manual is mostly absurd boasting and only useful for keeping Yiping busy. Yiping, however, takes Su Changyu's words completely seriously and imagines a dual cultivation path where hidden body strength becomes his surprise trump card. Before leaving, Su Changyu warns him not to force the body tempering manual, and says he should first finish condensing the complete 4 Thunder Sword momentum. Once Su Changyu is gone, Yiping carefully tucks away the manual and throws himself back into studying the sword mark with even more drive. His mind keeps drifting to the grand name Ancient God-Fiend Body Tempering Technique, and compared to that, the 4 Thunder Sword techniques suddenly feel plain to him. Still, Yiping restrains himself and decides he has to master the sword first, or he might fail at both paths. 2 days later, Su Changyu is still stuck with the expensive Chuanhe sword manual and has not understood its real sword moves at all. That failure hits harder because Taoist Tai Hua spent 450 spirit stones on the manual and expected Su Changyu to learn it within days and pass it on. The more he compares himself to Yiping, the worse he feels, until he starts wondering if he simply has no talent for swordsmanship. Panicking, Su Changyu finally comes up with a shameless backup plan. If he cannot learn the sword art, he can still memorize the explanations and bluff his way through teaching it. Relieved by that excuse, he reads the manual carefully one more time and heads out to find Yiping in the middle of the night. But as he walks toward the rear cliff, a sudden peal of thunder rings out from the darkness. Su Changyu immediately realizes that sound means Yiping has already completed more sword momentum, including Autumn Thunder and Winter Thunder, in less than half a day. That realization crushes what little confidence he had left, and instead of going to Yiping, Su Changyu quietly turns away. His mood sinks so low that one bleak thought rises in his head as he slips off alone. I'm sorry to have been born. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping finishes executing the full 4 thunder sword momentum and exhales a mouthful of turbid breath in relief. After half a day of effort, he has mastered all 4 thunder sword momentums, and can now combine them into one complete form or split them apart for different effects. Even with that breakthrough, Yiping deliberately reins himself in, because he thinks sword intent is deeper and more dangerous to get wrong than sword momentum. He convinces himself that Su Changyu gave him the body tempering manual right now to stop him from rushing into a flawed sword intent epiphany. Feeling grateful for what he sees as his senior brother's foresight, Yiping finally takes out the ancient god fiend body tempering technique to study it seriously. The first page introduces Taoist Mo Xian and declares that true body refinement can seize stars, hold sun and moon, and kill everything with one fist. Those outrageous claims don't scare Yiping off at all, and instead they convince him even more that this is a peerless great Tao technique. Then he pauses, because the manual openly warns that only someone with enough willpower, determination, and wisdom can survive this path. After a long stretch of silent thought, Yiping steels himself and decides he is ready to endure whatever this cultivation demands. The next page praises him for turning it, and says the real test is still ahead, which only makes Yiping admire the manual even more. On the third page, he finds a simple God Fiend sky observation diagram that teaches him to open his body to heaven and earth for tempering. Convinced this is the true entry point, Yiping immediately follows the diagram, opens his arms, closes his eyes, and begins trying to sense heaven and earth. Far away in Yan'an County, the story cuts to a private residence where a woman in purple is still riding by oil lamp deep into the night. After 6 straight hours, Fairy Mo finally throws down her brush in satisfaction and celebrates with a big gulp of wine. A middle-aged man outside urges her to hand it over before the night gets any later, and Fairy Mo casually tosses the completed manuscript out through the window. The man schemes the pages and excitedly praises her new book, saying her writing keeps getting better and this one should sell extremely well. Fairy Mo cuts through the flattery and bluntly demands the rest of the money he still owes her from the previous book. He hands over banknotes worth 1,000 taels of gold and complains that her earlier ancient god fiend refinement technique sold terribly because it was too exaggerated for most cultivators to believe. Fairy Mo brushes off the lecture and asks the only thing she really cares about, whether he found the information she wanted. He tells her the 10 Nations Academy will officially recruit students next year, then leaves with the manuscript to handle business. Left alone again, Fairy Mo sits back down at her desk and immediately starts writing yet another secret manual. At dawn on Qingyan Sek's rear cliff, Yiping holds the sky-observing stance for hours, but the god fiend diagram still gives him nothing. The manual's warning stings him hard. The gifted can grasp it at a glance, and the untalented may never succeed at all. Instead of quitting, Yiping pushes even harder and spends nearly the whole day cultivating, relying on his pill so he can skip meals and rest less. By midday he still has no breakthrough, but that only hardens his resolve. Yiping tells himself that if his talent is ordinary, then sheer willpower will have to carry him the rest of the way. He endures into the late quiet night, and even after all that time the ancient god fiend body tempering technique still gives him nothing. When his arms finally give out, Yiping drops to the ground and starts picking apart where he went wrong. He almost goes to ask Su Changyu for help, but his pride and fear of looking untalented stop him cold. So he studies the manual alone and convinces himself that something this simple must hide a deeper truth. After another long hour, one word finally clicks for him. Observation does not mean just staring upward with his eyes. He realizes the technique wants him to see the true heavens with his heart, not the small patch of sky above the mountain. That insight hits him like a jolt, and he berates himself for nearly missing the real meaning of the diagram. Yiping steadies his breathing, closes his eyes, and starts feeling for heaven and earth inwardly instead of looking outward. This time the answer comes at once, and a vast universe unfolds inside his mind. As his epiphany opens, the stars above the world suddenly brighten and tremble. Far away in Great Xia's heavenly secret hall, an old astrologer sees the celestial chart flare and jolts up in disbelief. Staring at the blazing chart, the old astrologer can only think of one terrifying answer: an immortal saint may have appeared. The same disturbance shakes the other heavenly secret halls too, proving this is no small local anomaly. Most cultivators notice nothing at all, And back at Qingyun Sect, the night still looks peaceful on the surface. Su Changyu is out alone watching the sky as usual, but even he only thinks the stars look a little brighter tonight. Nearby, Chen Lingru quietly asks Su Luochen why their eldest senior brother has been staring at the stars every night lately. They guess Su Changyu is stressed because Yiping is too hard to teach, which says more about their misunderstanding than the truth. Su Luochen even decides he may need to step in soon before Su Changyu gets pushed to do something reckless. Meanwhile, on the rear cliff, Yiping finally stops looking with his eyes and lets a god-fiend shadow rise inside his mind. Inside that boundless inner universe, Yiping sees the true great Tao god-fiend towering over all things with terrifying majesty. The sight floods his mind with the real inheritance, and an ancient voice teaches him the core of body tempering. An hour later he opens his eyes, having fully understood the ancient god-fiend body tempering technique at last. The method is brutal but clear. He must shape heaven into a hammer, earth into a furnace, and temper his body again and again with that force. He also learns the path ahead is divided into 5 realms, and he is only at the very first little god-fiend stage. The technique has 2 absolute requirements: a god-fiend diagram in the heart, and enough spiritual energy to call down the heavenly hammer and earth furnace. That is where his excitement crashes into a problem, because he barely has any spiritual energy to use. Yiping knows his cultivation aptitude is terrible, and the many failed sect tests still weigh on him. He thinks about asking Su Changyu again, then rejects the idea for the same reason as before. He cannot bear to look useless in front of him. A possible shortcut flashes through his mind when he remembers the chi refinement pills Su Changyu gave him. He pours out a tiny pale pill and seriously considers swallowing it on the spot. But caution wins, because he has not even entered chi refinement yet, and has no idea if taking that pill now would blow him apart. So he puts the pill away and accepts that body tempering will have to wait until he can cultivate safely. Rather than dwell on what he cannot do yet, Yiping turns back to the sword mark and resumes trying to grasp the 4th Thundersword intent. By the next day, Su Changyu arrives at the rear cliff after 3 sleepless nights of failing to understand the Chuanhe swordsmanship himself. The more he struggles with that sword art, the more annoyed Su Changyu gets that he somehow ended up having to teach it at all. What really traps him is Taoist Tai Hua's expectation that Yiping might enter the Qinzhou sword Dao meet, because Su Changyu thinks that plan is wildly unrealistic. In Su Changyu's eyes, Yiping may have sword talent, but without dermic power he would get crushed by most real competitors. To kill that whole idea before it grows, Su Changyu decides to keep feeding Yiping nonsense instead of properly teaching Chuanhe swordsmanship. He even spent last night writing a new sword manual himself, mixing in a little truth and a lot of made-up nonsense. Su Changyu is so sure Yiping cannot possibly understand that fake manual that he mentally swears he would eat everyone's swords if it somehow works. At the rear cliff, Yiping is still studying the long sword mark when he suddenly feels someone approach and turns to see Su Changyu. Yiping greets him politely, and Su Changyu keeps his cool outer mask even though he is secretly miserable about his junior brother's absurd talent. Su Changyu says he came to teach a second sword technique, and Yiping is startled because he still thinks he has not truly mastered the first one. When Yiping calls his own aptitude poor, Su Changyu is hit even harder inside, but he still tells him that mastering one sword art will make the next easier. Su Changyu steps back, draws his sword, and tells Yiping to watch carefully as he demonstrates the new technique. Su Changyu pauses with his eyes closed so long that Yiping thinks his senior brother is entering a deep union of sword and heaven, when he is really trying to remember the moves. Once Su Changyu finally starts, Yiping first feels the force of the river and the sword, then notices the form itself is oddly uneven. Yiping convinces himself those flaws are deliberate hints, and his respect for Su Changyu only deepens because he believes his stern senior brother is teaching him with hidden care. Su Changyu forces the whole demonstration through, panting hard by the end, then covers it with one especially flashy finishing flourish. Watching that last move, Yiping quietly gives the technique a grand line of poetry about great waters rising to heaven and never returning. Su Changyu is relieved Yiping did not spot the fake parts, and he is even pleased that the poem makes his made-up technique sound impressive. When Su Changyu asks what he thinks, Yiping sincerely praises the sword art as majestic and ocean-deep, which flatters Su Changyu even more. Su Changyu formally names it the Heavenly River Sword Technique, says the rudimentary version has only 9 moves, and tells Yiping to deduce the rest on his own. Yiping solemnly promises to train hard, while Su Changyu secretly savors the thought that this fabricated sword art should finally stump him. Still cautious, Su Changyu warns Yiping not to force it if the technique does not suit him and says he can always return to the 4th Thundersword techniques. Before leaving, Su Changyu adds that Su Luochen will come in a few days to teach alchemy, and Yiping is surprised he will be learning something new so soon. Su Changyu says Su Luochen is much gentler than he is, tells Yiping to practice at ease, and walks away from the rear cliff. But only a short time later, Su Changyu's fear catches up with him, and he turns back because he suddenly worries Yiping might really get obsessed with the fake technique. When Su Changyu returns, he finds Yiping not practicing at all but standing still with his eyes closed, silently thinking through the sword art. Su Changyu asks Yiping to demonstrate the Heavenly River Sword technique once, saying he wants to see whether it really suits him. Yiping agrees, but asks for a little time first because some new thoughts just came to him, and he wants to sort them out before performing. As Yiping closes his eyes again, the 9 moves replay in his mind until he suddenly realizes the heavenly river is not a mortal river at all, but the Milky Way across the sky. Meanwhile, Su Changyu grows more and more impatient waiting there, regretting that he came back at all and grumbling inwardly about how long this is taking. Then Yiping finally moves, and the first swing sounds not like a blade at all, but like a wave breaking open. Yiping flows straight into the next moves, and each one rises heavier than the last until the whole sword sequence feels like endless sea tides piling on top of each other. The sequence keeps climbing past 20, 50, and 100 moves, and Su Changyu is left staring because he only taught 9. As Yiping's momentum builds, fierce wind tears through the rear cliff, whipping leaves and branches into a storm around him. By the 365th move, the pressure bursts outward and the ground ahead of Yiping explodes with sand and shattered rock. Su Changyu can only stand there stunned, realizing Yiping has somehow turned his improvised nonsense into a terrifying real sword art that could probably kill him. After stopping, Yiping nervously apologizes and says his poor aptitude probably kept him from showing the true essence of the heavenly river sword technique. Swallowing the blow, Su Changyu blandly says Yiping is only mediocre but did fine for managing to deduce 365 moves so quickly. Su Changyu immediately leaves again, too shaken to say anything else, while Yiping mistakenly thinks his senior brother is disappointed in his talent. Filled with determination, Yiping vows to work hard until he can reach even 1% of Su Changyu's level in this lifetime. That line nearly makes Su Changyu stumble, and as he walks away in silent agony he swears he will invent a sword technique next time that Yiping absolutely cannot learn. By late night, the mood shifts across the sect as Su Luochen comes out of his hut with an alchemy book, desperately cramming prescriptions for another exam he is afraid to fail. He catches himself mixing up ingredients again, scolds his own terrible memory, and worries that failing this alchemy examination would make it his 8th failure. Looking toward the distant cliff, Su Luochen spots Su Changyu standing alone under the stars and assumes his eldest senior brother has become this gloomy because Yiping's aptitude is too poor. Su Luochen shakes his head, judges Su Changyu as an impatient future teacher, and decides that when he teaches Yiping tomorrow, he will show his eldest senior brother how real patience looks. Back in Qingzhou, the 4th Thunder Swordsmanship sect wraps up a major sword appraisal with its top 10 inner disciples standing on stage like victors. An elder loudly praises the results, announcing that 7 reached greater mastery in Spring Thunder Swordsmanship, 2 reached its peak, and 1 even condensed sword momentum. The mood flips when the elder says the Qingzhou sword Dao meat is too important for complacency, so Daoist Ciji himself will train the top 10 for the next 2 months. That single announcement hits hard, because even gifted inner disciples normally would never receive personal instruction from the creator of the 4 Thunder Sword techniques. The elder then reveals the real pressure. This time the sect does not just want first place, it wants to sweep all top 10 spots at the sword Dao meet. He adds that hidden sects are sending disciples too, and the entire crowd instantly realizes this competition is far more dangerous than usual. To Qingzhou's disciples, hidden sects mean old lineages and buried inheritances far beyond what local sects can normally challenge. The disciples are left bitter with regret, wishing they had fought harder for a top 10 seat before learning Daoist Ciji would personally coach the winners. Before dismissing them, the elder warns everyone not to get arrogant, and reminds them that the sword path is long and demands steady effort. After the public event ends, the story shifts to the sect's main hall, where dozens of elders wait in a cold, unusually tense silence. Then Daoist Ciji finally appears, and every elder rises at once to greet the sect leader with full respect. Once seated at the head, Daoist Ciji says he called them here because something truly major has happened. The elders immediately start guessing, with some even wondering if this is about the coveted entry token to the Taishian Sword Tower. Daoist Ciji shuts that down at once and says the real issue is bigger, asking them if they know about the 10 Nations Academy. That name shocks the room, because the 10 Nations Academy is where only the true elites of entire nations can hope to enter. One elder dares to ask if the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet could somehow lead to a place in that academy, even though the idea sounds almost impossible. Daoist Ciji explains that the Sword Dao meet itself is not the point, but Jin Nation has secretly sent hundreds of sword masters to investigate 2 matters in Qingzhou. The first matter is the missing 7 treasures vase, a case serious enough to bring royal investigators into the region. The second matter is even more important. Jin Nation is preparing its own academy to train young elites for the coming reopening of the 10 Nations Academy. He says the royal plan is to choose promising juniors now, train 10 true elites for about a year, and then send them to the 10 Nations Academy. The elders quickly grasp the implication and ask if Royal Sword Dao experts will be watching the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet to scout talent in person. Daoist Ciji confirms it and adds another bombshell. He already knows who the hidden inspector is. That sends the hall into real excitement, because Jin Nation's inspectors are famous for hiding in plain sight for years and are almost impossible to identify early. Instead of answering immediately, Daoist Ciji raises his hand and brings out a painting scroll. When he unrolls it, the hall sees an evening mountain scene with the side profile of a young man whose bearing feels uncannily like a sword immortal. The elders start praising the artwork piece by piece, first admiring the painting skill and then realizing the figure inside it seems to carry actual sword intent. Daoist CG finally states the point outright. The man in the painting is the sword Dao powerhouse sent by the king of Jin Nation. Even then, several elders hesitate, because the painted man looks too young for the kind of terrifying royal inspector Daoist CG is describing. Daoist CG bluntly calls them shallow and asks if they even know who painted the scroll. An elder recognizes the painter as householder Qing Lian, a celebrated talent favored by the king of Jin Nation who mysteriously vanished half a year ago. Daoist CG builds his case from that clue, saying Qing Lian must have met a peerless swordsman now serving Jin Nation as an inspection commander after once belonging to the 10 Nations Academy. He goes further, and says the king may have ordered Qing Lian to paint that man, who normally refuses to show his full face and only allowed a side profile. One elder still presses him for real proof, unwilling to trust a chain of deductions alone. Daoist CG answers without another word, tapping the scroll and releasing a terrifying burst of sword momentum from the painting itself. In the 4th Thunder Swordsmanship Sect main hall, Daoist CG lets the painting's hidden sword momentum flood the room, and the elders feel a crushing pressure that instantly silences them. Daoist CG withdraws his power and calmly asks if anyone still doubts him, but the hall stays dead quiet. The elders scramble to explain what they just felt, torn between praising householder Qing Lian's skill and fearing the terrifying swordsman inside the painting. But Daoist CG is disappointed, because even after seeing the sword momentum, the elders still have not spotted the real key. The hall studies the scroll again in tense silence until one elder suddenly blurts out that he understands. Pressed by the others, Elder One points to the painting and reveals the crucial clue: there is no spiritual energy in it at all. That single detail changes everything, because if no spiritual energy was used, then the sword momentum was not painted in by technique, but naturally left behind by the swordsman himself. Now fully convinced, the elders accept Daoist CG's judgment that the man in the painting must be a peerless sword Dao expert, and likely the inspection commander. Daoist CG adds another reason for his deduction. This expert clearly loves wandering the mortal world, casually sells priceless treasures for spending money, and was reportedly seen in Baigua City looking just like the figure in the scroll. The elders immediately buy into that image too, comparing him to other detached masters who treat treasures like junk and care nothing for fame or wealth. When someone asks if they should flatter the man on purpose, Daoist CG shuts that idea down at once. He warns that a true expert would hate hidden agendas, so the sect must keep quiet, avoid forced praise, and only let disciples sincerely ask him about the sword Dao if fate brings them together. The elders nod along reverently, imagining the stranger as a lonely, aloof sword master who lives only for the path of the sword. Even Daoist CG is moved, quietly hoping he can meet that sword Dao expert in person one day. Back at Qingyun Dao sect, Su Changyu quietly finishes a round of sword practice and turns to ask Chen Lingru if the moves looked good. Chen Lingru gives him a bright yes, and Su Changyu turns away with a rare satisfied smile. Around the same time, Su Luochen heads for the rear cliff in a good mood, carrying books and thinking that teaching Yiping alchemy matters more than brooding over another failed exam. As he walks, Su Luochen privately grumbles that Su Changyu is acting unprofessionally by going strange just because Yiping seems untalented in the sword Dao. At the rear cliff, Yiping has spent 2 full days studying the Heavenly River swordsmanship and pushing his deductions all the way to 1,800 moves. He knows the missing piece now is sword intent, but he deliberately stops there, worried that forcing a breakthrough too fast could backfire. Yiping also sets aside the ancient God-fiend body tempering technique for now, because without spiritual energy he cannot really begin. That leaves him staring at the problem of cultivation resources, debating whether to take a chi refinement pill or ask Su Changyu for help, but feeling too embarrassed to go. Before he can decide, Su Luochen arrives and calls out to him, breaking Yiping's train of thought. Yiping rises and greets him respectfully, and Su Luochen explains that Su Changyu is busy, so he has been sent to teach alchemy instead. Even after hearing that, Yiping cannot hide his worry and asks if Su Changyu gave up because his sword Dao aptitude is too poor. Su Luochen tries to reassure him, saying Su Changyu is only inexperienced as a teacher, and suggests that if the sword is not Yiping's strength, alchemy might be. The words sting anyway, and Yiping grows even more determined to prove himself in the sword Dao, while also studying alchemy hard enough not to disappoint his senior brother too. Su Luochen keeps reassuring him that this is not just comfort talk, then warmly tells Yiping to call him senior brother Luochen instead of second senior brother. With that settled, Su Luochen tells him to calm down and focus, because he is about to explain alchemy seriously. Yiping immediately sets aside his private worries and listens with full attention, treating the lesson with complete seriousness. Su Luochen begins with the broader truth that the 3,000 Daos have no true hierarchy, and any path can reach greatness if pursued to the end. He then turns to alchemy, explaining that alchemists are valued more as they age because experience and skill raise their success rate. Yiping answers that older alchemists should be steadier and more successful because they have more practice, and that sharp reply instantly catches Su Luochen's attention. For the first time, Su Luochen genuinely sees potential in him and praises Yiping's talent instead of treating him like a hopeless student. Yiping still cannot quite believe it and nervously asks whether this is just more comfort talk. Su Luochen firmly says he is not just comforting Yiping, reminds him that one setback in the sword Dao does not decide everything, and then turns fully serious to begin teaching alchemy for real. At Qingyun Sect's rear cliff, Su Luochen finally puts his month of rehearsing into action and faces Yiping with a grave master-like air. He opens with a lofty question, asking Yiping what a truly powerful alchemist should be like. The question hits Yiping hard because it feels just like Su Changyu's teaching style, and he starts wondering if this senior brother is another hidden expert. Yiping answers earnestly that the greatest alchemist should be so valuable that even top cultivators would bow for a single life-changing pill. Su Luochen immediately rejects that answer and coldly tells him he is still thinking too shallowly. When Yiping respectfully asks for guidance, Su Luochen tells him to think bigger and asks what the strongest pill in the world should really do. Yiping thinks hard and says the ultimate pill should fix poor talent, boost luck, and let someone rise all the way to immortality. Su Luochen still says no, then lifts the idea of alchemy to an absurdly grand level and declares that true masters refine heaven and earth, with every pill becoming its own world. That one line completely stuns Yiping, who suddenly feels that alchemy can stand beside the sword Dao after all. Yiping's suspicion disappears, and he starts treating Su Luochen as another peerless master hidden inside this shabby sect. Su Luochen sees the shock land perfectly, and secretly enjoys that his month of nonsense is working. Out loud, Su Luochen gently asks if Yiping understands now, keeping his expert pose completely intact. Yiping hurriedly says he understands, and Su Luochen keeps the lesson practical by saying supreme alchemy is far off, so he will test Yiping through basic foundations first. Then Su Luochen solemnly unveils his so-called unique art and declares that he will teach Yiping how to refine pills with no poison and no side effects. Yiping immediately locks in on every word, while Su Luochen keeps preaching a theory the real alchemy world would laugh out of the room. As the lesson continues on the rear cliff, Su Luochen says the law of pill toxicity cannot be changed and asks what the real core of a non-poisonous pill should be. Yiping thinks through the problem carefully and admits he cannot find an answer, because removing all toxicity sounds impossible in theory. Su Luochen calmly gives a bizarre answer, saying that if you abandon medicinal herbs, you can refine pills without any poison at all. That finally makes Yiping hesitate, because even to a beginner, refining pills without medicinal herbs sounds absurd. Su Luochen catches the doubt at once and asks directly whether Yiping thinks he is being fooled. Yiping quickly denies it, saying he only finds the theory hard to grasp, not that he doubts his senior brother's sincerity. Su Luochen leans into the role even harder and says a unique inheritance cannot possibly look ordinary from the start. He follows that with a sword example, saying mortals would also refuse to believe in a sword immortal who can shatter stars with one strike. That comparison flips Yiping's thinking, and he admits he was being too narrow-minded to judge a higher realm by his own limits. With Yiping fully listening again, Su Luochen finally lays out his fake system. The root of all herbs is spiritual energy itself. He says herbs become toxic only after pure spiritual energy grows in the world and gets tainted by the 5 elements. From there, Su Luochen gives the key conclusion: skip herbs entirely, gather raw spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and condense pills directly with Tao. This time Yiping is truly convinced, because the whole theory suddenly sounds elegant and terrifyingly reasonable to him. Once the doubt is gone, Yiping formally says he understands, completely accepting Su Luochen's version of non-poisonous alchemy. Satisfied, Su Luochen hands him a basic alchemy booklet and tells him to copy the method down, study it well, and come back after he refines a pill. Yiping clutches the manual with real excitement, already imagining how terrifying it would be to cultivate with pills that leave no side effects behind. Before leaving, Su Luochen asks if Yiping still has any questions, and Yiping immediately brings up the qi refinement pill on his mind. Yiping asks whether a person who does not cultivate can safely consume a qi refinement pill. Su Luochen answers from common sense that it will not really help a non-cultivator, though it can barely help grow spirit meridians. That answer settles something for Yiping, and he thanks Su Luochen again with a clearer expression. Su Luochen then reminds him that if he has more basic questions later, he can go to the sect's Sutra Pavilion and read for himself. Yiping is suddenly reminded that the sect even has a library, and he realizes he has been so absorbed in the sword mark that he neglected it. With the lesson over, Su Luochen leaves in a great mood, privately praising his own teaching and even daydreaming about competing with Su Changyu for the future sect leader seat. Left alone on the cliff, Yiping opens the non-poisonous alchemy manual and starts studying it in earnest. Late at night, Su Changyu stands alone on the cliff and watches the stars in the silence of Qingyun Dao sect. A sudden movement in the dark snaps him to attention, and he rushes to the sect entrance with his hand already on his sword. The stranger turns out to be Taoist Taihua, who awkwardly claims he is only out for a stroll. Su Changyu immediately sees through the excuse and presses his master to say what he is really planning. Forced to answer, Taoist Taihua admits he wants Qingyun to rise to a third-grade sect before Yiping eventually leaves them. He explains that if Yiping reaches the top 100 at the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet, Qingyun can apply for promotion even if their genius disciple moves on later. Su Changyu falls quiet because he knows his master is right. Once Yiping sees the outside world, The truth about this sect cannot stay hidden forever. But Taihua is not sneaking off to register Yiping. He is heading to the dangerous Cloud Mist mountain range to gather spirit essence. Su Changyu is stunned and bluntly tells him that, at his current cultivation, going there is basically asking to die. Taihua insists he will only stay on the mountain range's edge, but even he sounds less certain once the danger is spoken out loud. When Su Changyu asks why the sect needs this risk at all, Taihua finally says the truth. Yiping needs a proper flying sword for the sword Dao meet. Su Changyu refuses to let his master gamble his life and suggests asking Yiping for another painting instead. Taihua rejects that idea and says taking one painting was already enough, because Yiping will one day learn the truth and should not feel used for money. He insists that a teacher should help Yiping properly now, so even if the boy leaves later, he will not leave with resentment toward Qingyun. That hits Su Changyu hard, because he knows Taihua always hoards the worst for himself, and gives the best things to his disciples. After a long sigh, Su Changyu decides he cannot let Taihua face that mountain alone and says he is going to. Taihua immediately tries to refuse, saying Su Changyu would only become extra burden and should stay behind to teach Yiping swordsmanship. Su Changyu does not argue much. One hard look is enough to make it clear he has already made up his mind. In the end, Taihua gives in and only warns him to stay close and not act rashly once they reach the mountain range. The two leave Qingyun together in the dark, still worrying about Yiping as they disappear down the mountain path and trust Su Luochen to watch over him. They decide Su Luochen can hold things together, since he has been teaching Yiping alchemy, and is steady enough to handle the sect for now. At dawn the next morning, Yiping wakes early, washes up, and steps out into Qingyun's misty mountain calm. The bells and drifting clouds put Yiping in a good mood, and he quietly recites poetry while taking in the scenery. He heads for the Sutra Pavilion because after last night's study, he has realized alchemy can wait until he actually has spiritual energy. Su Luochen's manual made one thing clear to him: without spiritual energy, he cannot refine true spirit pills yet. So for now, Yiping decides the smarter path is to build up his basic knowledge of the cultivation world first. As he walks through Qingyun's plain halls, he becomes even more convinced that the sect's simplicity hides a deeper style. Even the single incense stick outside the main hall looks profound to him, as if Qingyun values sincerity over empty display. With that thought, he finally enters the Sutra Pavilion to study in earnest. The moment he sees the shelves, Yiping freezes, because the little pavilion is casually stacked with absurdly grand secret manuals. What shocks him even more is that treasures like these are just sitting out in the open with no visible formations or protection at all. The sight sends him into a private thrill, and in his heart Qingyun instantly becomes an unquestionable hidden world sect. Still, he forces himself to calm down, and reminds himself that a supreme manual is useless if he cannot learn it safely. Worried about practicing recklessly or offending his seniors, he deliberately leaves the flashy manuals alone and reaches for basic world books instead. He spends the whole day in the pavilion reading, patiently working through book after book until daylight fades. After 14 hours and 45 books, Yiping finally has a broad picture of Qinzhou, Jin Nation, the 10 nations, and how their immortal sects fit into the world. One fact surprises him most: the imperial court is not weaker than the sects at all, and in many matters it actually holds the upper hand. As he thinks it through, Yiping realizes the logic is simple: a nation commands endless people, resources, ambition, and cultivators willing to trade service for power. That realization makes him briefly miserable, because if he had known this earlier, he might have gone for the imperial examinations instead of failing the immortal ascension meet over and over. But the regret flips almost at once, because if he had known better, he would never have stumbled into Qingyun and found this hidden sect. His spirits rise again, and after stretching from the long day of reading, his eyes drift back to the manual titled 3600 Immortal Aperture Mystical Technique. Right then, a clear female voice interrupts him and asks why he is here, catching Yiping at the shelves. While Yiping studies in the Sutra Pavilion, Shinlingru suddenly calls out to her new little junior brother, and happily comes over to talk. Shinlingru asks why he is not at the rear cliff practicing sword Dao, and Yiping explains that Su Luochen told him to read basic books first so he would not embarrass himself over common knowledge. She casually grumbles that Su Luochen is just saving himself trouble, while Yiping quietly shifts back because her easy closeness makes him flustered. When Shinlingru notices him retreating, Yiping hastily lies that his legs are numb so he will not seem improper around her. Still completely sincere, Shinlingru pats his shoulder and promises that in a few days she will teach him the supreme great Tao herself. Yiping cannot quite believe she sounds like a hidden master, but her kindness and straightforward warmth still leave him with a very good impression. He points to the 3600 Immortal Aperture Technique and carefully asks if he is really allowed to learn it. Shinlingru treats the manual like nothing special and says he can practice it freely because it is just a very basic secret manual. That answer shocks Yiping even more, because if this terrifying-sounding technique is basic in Qingyun sect, then the sect's real inheritance must be even deeper than he imagined. Before leaving, Shinlingru cheerfully tells him to call her senior sister Lingru, making their relationship feel a little closer. Once she is gone, Yiping immediately takes down the 3600 Immortal Aperture Technique and starts reading it in earnest. Half an hour later, he finishes the manual and learns its core secret. The human body contains 3,600 hidden apertures that can accelerate cultivation and even awaken powerful talents. For Yiping, whose biggest weakness is his poor aptitude, this technique feels like a lifeline that might finally let him catch up. He rereads the cultivation method carefully, then hurries straight to the rear cliff because he wants both stronger talent and a foundation for the ancient god-fiend body tempering technique. At the rear cliff, Yiping sits down cross-legged, empties his mind, and begins searching inside himself for the immortal apertures described in the book. After an hour of stillness, a breeze passes and 36 star-like points suddenly light up in his mind, linked together into a clear pattern. Yiping instantly understands that he has found the immortal apertures and tries to move spiritual energy into his body at once. Then the problem hits him hard. He has no idea how to guide spiritual energy into his body in the first place. Instead of asking for the easy answer, he starts reasoning from the root and wonders how the very first cultivator in history discovered chi refinement at all. That choice makes the road ahead far harder, because Yiping is now trying to figure out chi refinement from first principles instead of relying on a ready-made method. More than half a month slips by, and after 19 full days of trying, he still cannot draw in spiritual energy. The failure leaves him frustrated and even more convinced that his aptitude is terrible, but he keeps forcing himself to continue. During those days, Suluochin comes by several times, and each time Yiping almost asks for help before swallowing the question because he does not want to seem hopelessly ignorant. One late night, still empty-handed, Yiping stands alone on the cliff under bright stars and tries to calm his helpless anger before it makes things worse. To clear his head, he decides to paint instead and hopes the change of mood might spark a useful insight. When Yiping returns with brush, ink, and paper, Suluochin appears again and gently asks what has been troubling him lately. Yiping admits he is bothered by something but calls it a small matter, still refusing to reveal that even basic chi guidance has stopped him cold. Suluochin mistakes the problem for cultivation anxiety, so he comforts Yiping to relax and not force things too hard. After hearing Yiping wants to paint, Suluochin suddenly asks for a portrait of himself, and Yiping agrees at once, mentioning that he already painted one for Su Changyu before. Suluochin insists on a full front-facing portrait with real mood to it, sounding far more excited than a dignified senior brother should. Yiping spreads the paper, grinds the ink, and settles down to paint under the night sky. An hour later, Yiping finishes the work, turning the dark mountain night and the stars overhead into a portrait with a strong atmosphere. Suluochin looks it over and is delighted, praising Yiping's skill even though the painting captures more mood than his actual handsome face. Yiping offers to add a poem, but Suluochin hurriedly refuses because he thinks the portrait is already perfect as it is. Yiping rolls up the painting and hands it over, reading Suluochin as a man who prefers simplicity over fancy decoration. After one more round of comforting words for Yiping, Suluochin leaves the cliff alone, pleased with himself and carrying the portrait like a treasure. On the way back, he cannot resist unrolling it again under the moonlight, and starts fantasizing about how Master and Su Changyu will surely praise his handsome looks. By the time his laughter fades into the night, Suluochin has even decided the painting still needs a poem, and he plans to add one himself when he gets back. In the dangerous cloud mist mountain range, Daoist Taihua and Su Changyu sprint through the jungle in panic with the demonic beast right on their heels. The iron-armored rhinoceros barrels after them like a living battering ram, smashing ancient trees as it closes the distance. Realizing blind escape will only end in death, Daoist Taihua suddenly turns and bets everything on one strike to the beast's eye. The rhinoceros outplays him, blocks the thrust with its armor, snaps his sword, and blasts him away in one brutal hit. Daoist Taihua crashes to the ground coughing blood, badly injured and convinced his regret came too late. Just as the beast locks onto its prey, Su Changyu comes back instead of fleeing and throws himself into the rescue. Su Changyu grabs his master by the collar and drags him away at terrifying speed, his body wrapped in blood chi as he outruns the monster. An hour later they finally collapse beneath a tree on a deserted cliff, both shaken and in rough shape after the escape. Su Changyu suddenly spits blood, exposing the price of that speed burst. Daoist Taihua realizes Su Changyu burned his own lifespan with a health pill to force up his cultivation and save them. Even while suffering, Su Changyu tells his master to stop talking and heal first before the injuries get worse. Ashamed of his own weakness, Daoist Taihua swallows a healing pill and starts treating himself while Su Changyu keeps watch for more beasts. Hours later his condition stabilizes, and only then does Su Changyu begin meditating to stop the health pill's damage from getting even worse. When Su Changyu wakes late at night, Daoist Taihua quietly offers him demonic beast meatloaf to help rebuild his blood. Daoist Taihua blames himself for dragging his disciple into this, but Su Changyu shuts that down because to him his master is family worth dying for. To pull his master out of the gloom, Su Changyu reminds him they still secured spirit essence enough to forge Yiping's flying sword. That thought works, and Daoist Taihua brightens at the idea that their near-death trip still brought back hundreds of spirit stones worth of materials. Then Su Changyu sours the mood again by pointing out that all this deadly effort is still worth less than one of Yiping's paintings. Faced with that bitter truth, they admit pride is useless if it gets them killed, and Su Changyu decides Yiping needs to paint again after they return. Su Changyu already has the money planned out. First build Yiping's flying sword, then use the rest to buy superior healing medicine for Taoist Taihua. Taoist Taihua finally agrees, still awkward about it, and tells Su Changyu not to push Yiping for too many paintings. Su Changyu tries to ease the embarrassment by pointing out that Yiping likes painting anyway and may even have painted on his own. That idea immediately backfires on Taoist Taihua, who realizes Yiping may already have painted one for Su Luochen too. The two of them fall into uneasy silence, both imagining how bad it would be if Su Luochen really already had a portrait too. Elsewhere that same late night, Yiping sits alone at Qingyun's rear cliff staring at the sky and still failing to figure out how to guide qi into his body. The failure weighs on Yiping tonight, because he still cannot manage even the simplest qi guidance after almost a month of trying. With the dark mood pressing in, Yiping stops forcing the problem and starts painting the night instead. His brush pours all that frustration into a bleak landscape painting so full of gloom that the emotion seems to sink into the paper. Then a cold breeze brushes past him, and in that stillness Yiping suddenly catches a new idea. The answer suddenly clicks for Yiping. If the Tao is natural, then qi guidance should follow nature instead of being forced. As soon as Yiping truly lets go, the sky above Qingyun twists into black clouds and thunder like heaven itself is reacting. Inside the sect, Su Luochen hears the sudden gale and immediately panics because he forgot to bring in Su Changyu's clothes. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping follows his insight and simply opens himself to nature, waiting for spiritual energy to come if it chooses. That approach works instantly, and spiritual energy from hundreds of kilometers rushes toward him in a vast invisible tide. When Yiping opens his immortal aperture, the 36 stars inside his inner vision blaze and form the shadow of a terrifying true dragon. The dragon's pressure almost tears his soul apart until the ancient god-fiend vision appears too and crushes that danger back down. Then the visions vanish, the storm falls quiet, and Yiping is left with the inheritance name of his awakened aperture, the Torch Dragon Immortal Aperture. The name shocks him, because if this Torch Dragon is truly the same legendary being from ancient texts, then his aperture is far beyond ordinary. Even with that mystery unresolved, Yiping puts it aside because opening the aperture means he can finally start the ancient god-fiend body tempering path. Before anything else, he returns to the painting and adds a few stars, turning its heavy darkness into a night with hope at last. On Qingyun's rear cliff, Yiping finally opened his first immortal aperture and felt spiritual energy pour into him like a river. Without realizing it, Yiping skipped normal qi refinement entirely and let only suitable heaven and earth spiritual energy enter his body on its own. That strange path made his cultivation speed absurd, with 1 hour of absorption rivaling years of Su Changyu's normal practice. Greedy for even faster progress, Yiping tried to open a second aperture and dreamed of unlocking 10 before really cultivating. Reality hit hard, and even after 3 days and 3 nights of non-stop absorption, he barely managed to open the second immortal aperture. His cultivation was swallowing so much spiritual energy that the whole Qingyun area thinned out, though the weak sect members only thought they were having an off day. After the second aperture opened, Yiping gave up on forcing 10 and turned to the ancient god-fiend body tempering technique instead. He sat down again, nervous but unwilling to retreat, because this technique demanded that heaven hammer his body and earth refine his flesh like a furnace. The moment he began, thunder roared overhead and a terrifying divine hammer force crashed straight into him. The blow split cracks across Yiping's body, but what leaked out was not blood, only foul black impurities oozing from his skin. The pain was so extreme it numbed him, and for a moment Yiping nearly lost all sensation. Then his 2 immortal apertures erupted with spiritual energy, wrapping him in golden light and rapidly healing the damage. As soon as he recovered his senses, Yiping pushed on and entered the earth furnace phase without hesitation. The earth turned into a blazing furnace around him, burning away the black impurities into smoke, while the aperture energy barely kept him from collapsing. 2 brutal hours later, the first round of body tempering was complete. The change was obvious even if Yiping missed it, because his skin, features, and whole bearing had all become sharper and more attractive. What Yiping actually noticed was the surge of strength in his body, enough to make him feel like he could punch down a bull. He even wondered for a second if he should test that strength on Su Luochen, then immediately dropped the idea before it turned into a stupid show-off move. Instead, Yiping chose the harder path again and started a second body tempering session because he was already hooked on getting stronger. Elsewhere in the Cloud Mist mountain range, Taoist Taihua and Su Changyu had already been lost in the forest for 3 miserable days. Taihua was fraying from nerves and pain, but Su Changyu still insisted this was the right route even though he no longer sounded very sure. When a group of strangers suddenly appeared ahead, both men instantly switched from exhausted to guarded. Knowing mountain cultivators could be more dangerous than beasts, Taihua forced himself to look steady while Su Changyu put on his usual cold expert face. The closer the strangers came, the more nervous the two became, because running now would only make them look weak. The strangers finally came into view as 2 domineering elders leading more than 20 disciples in 4th Thunder Swordsmanship sect uniforms. From the other side, Wan Yu and Chenhua had entered the mountain to blood train their sect disciples before the Qinzhou sword down meet. They had been cautious of hidden experts already, so the sight of an injured old man and a cold young swordsman made both elders look much harder. Then Wan Yu suddenly realized Su Changyu looked exactly like the peerless swordsman in Daoist Siji's mysterious portrait. Wan Yu and Chenhua exchanged one stunned look and both landed on the same terrifying answer. This might be Jin Nation's inspection commander. Tai Hua and Su Changyu were shocked for a very different reason, because to them the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect was an untouchable giant. That also brought relief, because people this powerful had no reason to rob two ragged nobodies like them. Su Changyu, meanwhile, only found the elders staring deeply strange and started worrying they were the wrong kind of interested in him. The whole group fell into a painful silence, with neither side daring to make the wrong move first. Desperate to break the tension without exposing what he knew, Wan Yu finally asked the most awkward question possible. What are you doing here? Because Su Changyu kept his icy silence, Wan Yu had to ask again, and the question somehow sounded even stranger the second time. Unable to ignore them, Daoist Tai Hua forced out an embarrassed answer, and claimed they were just out taking a stroll. Everyone knew that answer was nonsense, but Chenhua seized the opening when he noticed Tai Hua's injuries. Trying to be helpful and impressive at once, Chenhua offered Tai Hua a healing pill on the spot. The moment the bottle opened, Tai Hua recognized the white dew spiritual muscle elixir and realized this was a pill worth 50 spirit stones. That kindness left both Tai Hua and Su Changyu stunned, while Tai Hua convinced himself this was just the noble upbringing of a true major sect. Even so, Tai Hua still tried to refuse because the favor felt far too expensive to accept lightly. Wan Yu jumped in at once, introducing himself as Fourth Thunder's deputy sect leader and wrapping the gift in righteous talk about cultivators helping one another. That speech worked perfectly, and Tai Hua and Su Changyu both came away even more impressed by Daoist Siji and the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect. Not wanting Wan Yu to steal the whole moment, Chenhua piled on with even clumsier concern and asked if they needed directions, food, or water. Tai Hua immediately seized the chance and admitted they were trying to leave the mountain but had no idea which way to go. Wan Yu quickly gave them the route out, then urged the injured Tai Hua to stay put and recover under their protection instead of risking the road. After receiving a 50-stone pill and this much help, Tai Hua finally dropped his last suspicions and accepted with heartfelt gratitude. Overjoyed at the opening, Wan Yu hurried over to help Tai Hua heal, eager to keep earning goodwill in front of Su Changyu. Su Changyu stayed quiet and guarded at the edge of the group, still not daring to say much. Then a Fourth Thunder disciple approached Su Changyu with obvious respect, and that only made Su Changyu more nervous behind his icy face. In the Cloud Mist Mountain range, Su Changyu is already baffled that the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect is treating his injured master so warmly, and their stiff, careful attitude toward him only makes him more uneasy. One young intersect disciple gathers his courage, walks up to Su Changyu, and nervously asks a Sword Dao senior for guidance. Wan Yu instantly thinks the disciple is being far too direct, while Chenhua can only envy the chance to speak with this supposed hidden expert first. Even Daoist Tai Hua gets embarrassed, and tells them to stop fumbling around while they treat his injuries. Su Changyu thinks an inner disciple from a major sword sect asking him for pointers feels almost like mockery, so he stays cold and waits to hear the real question. Pressed by the silence, the disciple asks the exact question that once stumped Su Changyu himself: what is the Sword Dao? The whole group turns to Su Changyu, and even Daoist Tai Hua quietly gives up and pretends not to know his own disciple at this critical moment. Su Changyu finally speaks and gives the same strange answer he once learned from Yiping: a blade of grass is the Sword Dao. The disciple admits he still does not understand, and Su Changyu compares him to Yiping for one harsh second before answering properly. Then Su Changyu raises his aura and says a single blade of grass that can cut apart the sun, moon, and stars is the true Sword Dao. His words hit everyone like thunder, because this idea of Sword Dao is far beyond anything they have ever imagined. The disciple suddenly bows and says he has been enlightened, leaving Su Changyu internally stunned that anyone could understand the line he just made up. Before anyone can question it, the disciple's sword momentum erupts, and he breaks through from spring thunder into the summer thunder sword momentum on the spot. The four thunder disciples erupt in envy and amazement, because junior brother Pan had been stuck for months and just crossed a major threshold after one exchange. Seeing the result with his own eyes, Chenhua steps forward and formally thanks Su Changyu on behalf of the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect. Su Changyu does not react at all, and that icy indifference only convinces them more that he really is a peerless expert who cares only about the Sword Dao. By then the superior pill has fully healed Daoist Tai Hua, and he rises in obvious relief to thank them. Wan Yu immediately puts on a righteous face, downplays the favor, and asks for their names while trying to build a better connection. When Tai Hua introduces Su Changyu as his disciple, the Fourth Thunder side quietly decides this master-disciple act must just be another layer of the inspection commander's disguise. Since night is falling, Wan Yu quickly invites Tai Hua and Su Changyu to stay and rest, unwilling to let this rare chance to get closer slip away. Tai Hua tries to keep his happiness hidden, asks for Su Changyu's opinion, and Su Changyu absent-mindedly agrees because he is still stuck on that impossible breakthrough he just witnessed. The others smile in satisfaction, and Su Changyu can only feel that everyone around him suddenly seems far too happy about something. Back at Qingyun Dao Sec's rear cliff, Yiping finishes his second round of ancient god fiend body tempering under the moonlight. The technique changes Yiping's appearance more than his strength at first glance, turning his once youthful scholar look into the calm, almost unreal presence of a Confucian immortal. Yiping does not care about looking better though, because what matters to him is the new power packed into his tempered body. To test himself, he cuts at the back of his hand with his sword and finds that his senior brother's blade cannot even leave a mark. He understands he is building a little god-fiend body, a path with many stages and repeated tempering still ahead of him. His one awkward worry is that if every part of his body becomes too strong, some future consequences might be hard to explain. Even so, the real limit is not durability but resources, because 2 rounds of tempering have already pushed his current spiritual energy to the brink. Yiping realizes he has hit a bottleneck. Without a true chi refinement method, his 2 immortal apertures cannot feed his cultivation fast enough. He reviews the usual ways to gain spiritual energy and dismisses them one by one as too wasteful, too rare, or too risky. Then he remembers Su Luochen's creation pill refinement technique and decides to solve the problem by making pills himself. After reading through the method again, he settles down cross-legged and starts following the technique exactly. He gathers pure spiritual energy into his palm and slowly pulls in more from the air around him. With all his focus locked in place, the spinning energy compresses into a brilliant grain-sized point of light. The first step actually works, and Yiping is delighted, but he forces himself to stay steady and keep refining. Hour after hour passes as Yiping keeps refining on the rear cliff, and the tiny light slowly grows into a soybean-sized spirit pill while the long night turns toward dawn. By morning his spiritual energy finally runs dry, so the pill stops short of full completion and Yiping can only call it half a success. Even unfinished, the pill in Yiping's hand is crystal clear, fragrant, and far more extraordinary than he realizes as he looks at it with simple relief. At that exact moment, Su Luochen walks onto the rear cliff in the warm morning light, and the smile on his face grows even gentler. After seeing Su Changyu and Taoist Tai Hua off at sunrise, the cloud mist mountain range finally quieted down, and the tension they left behind started turning into curiosity. Once the guests were gone, one disciple finally asked the question everyone had been holding back. Was Senior Su really Jin Nation's inspection commander? Wan Yu answered without hesitation and shut the doubt down on the spot, insisting the answer was obviously yes. Before the disciple could stumble through his doubts, Wan Yu bluntly spelled them out. Everyone had noticed Su Changyu only looked like a 3rd or 4th level chi refinement cultivator. Wan Yu mocked them for being shallow and reminded them that a true powerhouse could hide his realm however he pleased. To prove the point, Wan Yu suddenly suppressed his own aura until he felt like a low-level chi refinement cultivator, showing them how misleading appearances could be. From there, Wan Yu built a whole explanation. If Su Changyu really was inspecting Jin Nation in secret, of course he would hide his cultivation and even let Taoist Tai Hua pose as the master. He pushed the theory even further and claimed Qingyun Dao sect itself might be part of the disguise, a fake weak sect built to hide an expert's real identity. Then Wan Yu pointed to the strongest evidence in his eyes. When that sudden thunder-like sword insight erupted earlier, everyone else was shaken, but Su Changyu stayed perfectly calm. Put on the spot, Chen Hua backed Wan Yu completely and scolded the disciples for being too inexperienced to see through it. Wan Yu even explained away the visible injury and healing pill, insisting that was all part of the Act 2 and that sharp-eyed cultivators should not be fooled by such tricks. By the end of the speech, the disciple who questioned Su Changyu was completely cowed and apologized for doubting him. The rest quickly talked themselves into believing it too, using Su Changyu's calm presence, his shocking line about cutting sun, moon, and stars, and the earlier painting as proof he had to be a hidden expert. Meanwhile, outside the mountain range, Su Changyu and Taoist Tai Hua were still baffled about why the 4th Thunder Swordsmanship sect had treated them so warmly. They never found a real answer, so they simply moved on, satisfied that they escaped with spirit essence stones and white dew spirit pills even if Su Changyu had burned 10 years of lifespan. Back at Qingyun Dao sect, the tone flipped completely as Su Luochen headed to the rear cliff in a bright mood, proud that he had memorized pill formulas and even happier that Yiping's cultivation had been stalled for nearly a month. As he walked, Su Luochen secretly grumbled about Su Changyu too, mocking his eldest senior brother for sulking dramatically over Yiping's poor aptitude. Still, Su Luochen had finally come to teach Yiping something real, planning to show him a difficult technique first so the boy would either stay humble or give up and keep training in the sect. He was so sure of himself that he even swore if Yiping could really refine a non-poisonous pill, he would swallow his one and only furnace hole in front of the entire sect. When Su Luochen reached the rear cliff, he found Yiping sitting on the ground, absorbed in studying a pill in his hand. Su Luochen greeted him warmly, and Yiping jumped up at once to return the greeting with his usual respect. When Su Luochen casually asked how the pill refining was going, Yiping awkwardly admitted he had made some progress. That vague answer made Su Luochen pause, so he pressed for details and asked what Yiping meant exactly. Yiping answered in all seriousness that the pill had already been refined, just not completely. Su Luochen immediately suspected a lie and sternly warned Yiping that even if his aptitude was mediocre, he still could not make things up. Yiping did not back down at all and simply insisted that he was telling the truth. Still unconvinced, Suluochin told Yiping to show him the pill. Yiping opened his palm, revealing a soybean-sized crystal-bright pill that looked more like a gemstone than medicine. The moment Suluochin saw it, he blurted out his disbelief, because whatever this was, it did not look like any pill he expected. But once he smelled the faint fragrance and took it into his hand, his expression changed from doubt to real concentration. After checking it, Suluochin recognized it as a spirit-gathering pill, and that answer only made the situation stranger. He knew ordinary spirit-gathering pills were tiny rice grain pills, so this larger crystal-clear one felt like something far above normal, possibly even supreme grade. Still unable to believe it came from Yiping, Suluochin looked up from the pill and demanded to know who had really given it to him. Thinking Suluochin was confused by his half-finished result, Yiping humbly explained that he had not started cultivating yet, so his weak spiritual energy and poor aptitude probably left flaws in the pill. Those humble words hit Suluochin like a slap, because by alchemy standards Yiping's result was already beyond what many proper alchemists could manage. Mild-tempered or not, Suluochin refused to let Yiping keep sounding impressive in front of him, so he calmly demanded a full demonstration of the refining process. Yiping agreed right away but warned him kindly that with so little spiritual energy, the process would take hours. Suluochin took that as an excuse, smiled even more gently, and settled in to catch Yiping in the lie. Then Yiping sat down cross-legged and started refining by hand, drawing spiritual energy into his palm until it sizzled with light, while Suluochin watched from the side. As the glow in Yiping's palm kept building, Suluochin stopped looking smug and watched with growing unease and curiosity. 8 hours crawled by, and Suluochin ended up with watery eyes and numb legs from staring at the process without looking away. At last a burst of dazzling white light flashed from Yiping's hand, forcing Suluochin's vision blank for a moment. When the glare faded, Yiping was drenched in sweat but holding another gemstone-like spirit-gathering pill, and Suluochin finally had nothing left to say. Suluochin stares at Yiping's pill in stiff disbelief, because the absurd fake method he invented somehow worked for real. Yiping mistakes Suluochin's silence for disappointment, and awkwardly promises to work harder, still thinking his incomplete pill means he failed the test. Even while feeling personally crushed, Suluochin forces out praise and admits Yiping's alchemy talent is real. That single compliment lights Yiping up, because after struggling in cultivation and sword practice, he finally thinks he may be good at something. Suluochin tells Yiping to keep practicing until he can make a complete pill, then flees before his composure breaks completely. Left alone on the sect paths, Suluochin finally lets the truth hit him. Yiping learned in less than a month what he still cannot do after 10 years. He spirals harder, thinking about the years he spent studying herbs, risking himself for alchemy, and still losing to Yiping in less than a month. In frustration, Suluochin throws the alchemy book aside, as if giving up on the craft altogether for one bitter moment. When he stumbles into the main hall and sees the alchemy furnace, that last reminder finally crushes him and he starts howling in tears. He keeps crying until late at night, worn out by the idea that Yiping not only caught up to him but did it with a far better pill. Still unable to calm down, Suluochin goes alone to the mountain cliff, his white robe whipping in the cold wind. Thinking of Su Changyu only makes him more miserable, because he cannot even force out the calm smile his eldest senior brother always wears. To vent his grief, Suluochin sits down on the cliff and spreads out the painting Yiping made for him. He writes a bleak first line about snow and north wind, turning his heartbreak into a poem on the painting. After struggling for the next lines, he gives up on refinement, and writes his loneliness more bluntly instead. He changes the ending so the poem says only Su Changyu understands his sorrow, and that small self-dramatic touch actually cheers him up. He signs the painting with the date, and puts it away, already imagining showing it to Su Changyu when he returns. Even after that, the night still presses down on him, and he sits alone on the cliff staring into the sky with fresh melancholy. Down below, Wang Zhuyu and Qin Lingru secretly watch him and wonder why both Su Changyu and Suluochin keep brooding alone on cliffs. Their talk drifts to Yiping, and Wang Zhuyu starts wondering just how terrible Yiping's aptitude must be if even mild-tempered Suluochin is cracking under it. Qin Lingru suggests someone else should teach Yiping next, but Wang Zhuyu refuses because he is busy preparing for his array formation master exam. When Qin Lingru mentions asking their eldest senior sister, Wang Zhuyu warns that she is even stranger than the others and leaves the choice to her. An hour later, Qin Lingru is still waiting when Suluochin finally comes down from the cliff. She awkwardly tries to comfort him by saying cheerful people are blessed, but Suluochin is too numb to believe luck can get any worse. Suluochin returns to his room, blows out the lamp, and drops into sleep after the longest night he has had in a while. By sunrise, Taoist Tai Hua and Su Changyu finally make it back to the foot of Qingyun Mountain after traveling through the night. Su Changyu jokes that if his master ever sneaks off for something dangerous again, he should at least hide it better next time. Once they recover, Taoist Tai Hua plans to go back down the mountain and forge a flying sword for Yiping. Tai Hua also tells Su Changyu to check on Yiping once he has rested, because he does not want Suluochin leading the boy astray. Then Tai Hua awkwardly asks for another one of Yiping's paintings, because selling it could fund an even better flying sword for the boy. As the exhausted pair step back into Qingyun Dao sect, a woman in white emerges from a grass hut nearby. This is Xiaomuxue, the eldest senior sister, finally out of seclusion after barely showing herself for months. Chen Lingru rushes over happily, but Xiaomuxue instantly slips into teasing and jokes about checking whether her junior sister has developed yet. Chen Lingru retreats in embarrassment, which only makes Xiaomuxue tease her harder about future Dao partners. Xiaomuxue casually pulls out a jade gourd and drinks, even though their master has forbidden her from touching wine. Chen Lingru warns that Daoist Taihua will punish her again, but Xiaomuxue brushes it off and mocks the Dao partners her master tried to arrange for her. Once she is satisfied, Xiaomuxue finally asks what happened in the sect while she was shut away, starting with whether Su Changyu improved at all. Chen Lingru says Su Changyu seems stuck as usual, then explains that both he and Su Luochen have been driven into gloomy cliff brooding by their new little junior brother. Chen Lingru bluntly worries that if Yiping's poor apparent talent can break both senior brothers, the sect has no future in their hands. Xiaomuxue tells Chen Lingru to keep practicing her technique and orders her to stay and train, then heads off to see Yiping herself. Before leaving, she catches Chen Lingru's real ambition and teasingly tells her to eat more and stop binding her chest so she can grow properly. Carrying her wine gourd, Xiaomuxue heads for the rear cliff to meet the junior brother everyone has been talking about. From a distance, she spots Yiping meditating seriously by the cliff and is instantly struck by how handsome he is. Her first reaction is shamelessly personal. This new little junior brother is exactly her type, and she does not want anyone else getting to him first. But as she steps closer and examines him properly, flirtation turns into shock when she senses an extraordinary constitution in Yiping. In her eyes, Yiping is no ordinary recruit at all but a peerless genius, maybe even the supreme destiny hidden inside Qingyun Dao sect. She moves closer again and gets an even bigger shock, because Yiping also seems to carry supreme sword talent and supreme alchemy talent at the same time. By the end, Xiaomuxue is outright thrilled and decides that whether as a Dao partner or not, she absolutely has to get close to this outrageous little junior brother. At Qingyun's rear cliff, Yiping opens his eyes to a strange fragrance and finds a woman leaning so close that he freezes in shock. When she teasingly asks if she looks good, Yiping panics and jumps back several dozen meters before realizing this stunning woman is his eldest senior sister, Xiaomuxue. Yiping hurriedly greets her, then awkwardly marvels that even Qingyun Dao sect's senior sister is absurdly extraordinary. Xiaomuxue tells him their family now and not to act distant, but every step she takes closer makes Yiping retreat again. Flustered, Yiping blurts out that men and women should keep some distance, because he has absolutely no improper thoughts toward her. Xiaomuxue sternly asks whether he really is harboring dirty thoughts, and Yiping tries to answer like a proper scholar before panicking all over again when she moves closer. To stop the dodging, Xiaomuxue casually immobilizes him with dermic power and makes him stay put. She sits right in front of him at an unbearable distance, and Yiping is so overwhelmed he can barely think straight. When Yiping begs her to back up a little, Xiaomuxue cuts him off and starts seriously examining his body instead. Golden light shines from Xiaomuxue's eyes as she studies Yiping from head to toe, and he realizes he completely misunderstood her intentions. After a long inspection, Xiaomuxue is quietly thrilled because Yiping really has the rare constitution she suspected, a talent hidden in an ordinary clan. Even while mulling over that secret, Xiaomuxue pulls out her jade wine gourd and finally gets to the real reason she came. It is her turn to teach him. Xiaomuxue says his eldest and second senior brothers already taught sword and alchemy, so now she will teach him the dermic Dao, and she warns that her lessons will be strict. Yiping immediately agrees and asks her to be as strict as necessary, trying hard to look resolute. She says she will teach him 3 paths: qi refinement, lust control, and a third one she abruptly cuts off, leaving Yiping completely confused. Yiping has to ask what lust control even means, because he cannot tell if she is talking about cultivation or something much stranger. Xiaomuxue explains that lust control is exactly what it sounds like, learning to resist temptation before the cultivation world uses beauty to manipulate him. She warns that big sects and even human dynasties send beautiful women to recruit cultivators, and that is only the mild version of the danger. Then her warning turns grim as she describes demon cultivators and fox spirits who seduce people, seize control of them, and drag them into ruin. Xiaomuxue makes it brutally clear that if Yiping ever falls that way and endangers others, she would kill him herself. Her words hit Yiping hard, and he starts thinking seriously about how beauty can topple not just one person but whole nations and countless lives. By the end of that reflection, Yiping sees Xiaomuxue differently and sincerely promises to learn from her no matter how clumsy he is. Xiaomuxue nearly laughs at Yiping calling his own aptitude poor, but she keeps that to herself and simply accepts his resolve. Even so, Xiaomuxue stays inwardly solemn, because she knows the world outside is darker than Yiping can currently imagine and that someone with his talent will face that darkness sooner or later. After weighing it in silence, Xiaomuxue decides to pass on the technique and touches Yiping's brow with one finger. She tells him she is about to teach the supreme qi refinement technique, a method she calls the finest in the world but also one of the hardest to cultivate. When she says mastering it would let him challenge people above his realm, Yiping is instantly willing to learn, though he still worries that his aptitude is too poor. Inside, Xiao Muxue is speechless, because she has already confirmed that Yiping possesses the mythical god fiend body. That only makes Yiping more puzzling to her, because a body like that should have been obvious enough for major sects to fight over. She drops the mystery for now, reassures Yiping that he will get somewhere under her guidance, and her smile nearly makes him lose focus again. Xiao Muxue tells him to close his eyes and listen carefully, because this technique can let him surpass all cultivators if he truly walks it to the end. Then a ray of light enters Yiping's mind, and he drops straight into enlightenment as the method is transmitted. Watching quietly, Xiao Muxue reflects that this method is special because no one simply inherits its path. Each realm has to be created and perfected by the cultivator themselves. That is why she calls it supreme, because instead of walking in another person's footsteps, the cultivator forges an entirely personal road. She cannot cultivate it herself because it only works for someone who has never practiced another technique, so all she can do now is entrust it to Yiping and hope he does not waste it. After a final silent wish for his future, Xiao Muxue leaves the rear cliff and lets Yiping face the method on his own. After Xiao Muxue leaves, spiritual energy begins pouring into Yiping, and in his state of enlightenment, he quickly grasps the Supreme Qi Refinement Technique. To his surprise, the Supreme Qi Refinement Technique feels familiar, because it is almost the same as the Qi Guidance method he accidentally practiced before. Because of that, Yiping wastes no time and starts cultivating in earnest, drawing spiritual energy into his first spirit meridian. 6 hours later, Yiping fills that first spirit meridian completely and steps into the first level of Qi refinement. That speed is already shocking, and it is even more absurd because Yiping's god-fiend body gives him spirit meridians with 10 times a normal cultivator's capacity. But the real shock comes after the breakthrough, when the full meaning of supreme Qi refinement unfolds in Yiping's mind. The method demands recast Qi refinement, reaching the 10th level, folding that power back into the meridians, and rebuilding the realm from the first level again. And it does not stop once, because the technique requires that recasting process to be repeated 36 times before Qi refinement is truly complete. If someone actually finishes that terrifying foundation, a Qi refinement cultivator could even kill a foundation establishment cultivator across the realm gap. Yiping is relieved by one crucial detail though. In this technique, he will not face bottlenecks in Qi refinement as long as he has enough spiritual energy. Just as Yiping opens his eyes after sorting through all of that, he finds a familiar figure waiting in front of him, his eldest senior brother Su Changyu. At the rear cliff, Yiping is startled when Su Changyu shows up instead of Xiao Muxue, and he cannot hide a flicker of disappointment. Su Changyu is thrown off too, because after only half a month, Yiping looks so polished and striking that even his aura seems to outshine him. When Su Changyu asks why Yiping smells faintly fragrant, Yiping honestly says Xiao Muxue just came to guide his Qi refinement. The moment Xiao Muxue's name comes up, Su Changyu nervously asks where she is and visibly relaxes after hearing she already left. Trying to recover his dignity, Su Changyu tells Yiping to learn well from Xiao Muxue because she is the most capable disciple in the sect. Then the conversation stalls, and Su Changyu grows increasingly miserable because he still has to ask his junior brother for a painting. After forcing himself to speak, Su Changyu finally asks whether Yiping made any paintings or poems while he was away. Yiping immediately brings out a night scenery painting and says he made it while struggling to understand Qi refinement, hoping the sect leader might like it. He even worries the sect leader may not enjoy a dark night scene and offers to paint more until he gets it right, showing how badly he wants to stay in Xinyan Dao sect. Su Changyu quickly claims the sect leader loves night walks anyway, because all he really cares about now is whether the painting can sell. When the night painting fully opens, Su Changyu is stunned by its bleak dark sky, scattered stars, and the poem stamped with householder Qing Lian's seal. Inside, Su Changyu nearly explodes with joy because this one looks even better than before, and best of all, it does not contain another person's portrait. He warmly praises Yiping's painting skill and says the improvement shows his state of mind is improving too. Yiping accepts the compliment with gratitude, still believing it all comes from Su Changyu's guidance. Su Changyu says he will bring the painting to the sect leader and put in a good word for Yiping, which makes Yiping hand it over immediately. Greed wins out, so Su Changyu asks about the second painting too, hoping he can take that one as well. But when Yiping says the other painting is with Su Luochen, Su Changyu suddenly gets a bad feeling and decides not to pry any further here. Before leaving, Su Changyu asks why Yiping changed so much in just half a month. Yiping casually says his improved appearance might come from practicing the ancient god-fiend body tempering technique Su Changyu taught him. That answer hits Su Changyu like lightning, because the shabby street stall manual he passed along might actually have beautifying effects. Unable to resist, Su Changyu asks to borrow the manual at once, and Yiping hands it over without hesitation. Su Changyu tells Yiping to keep training hard with Xiao Muxue, then leaves with both the painting and the body tempering manual tucked away like treasure. On the way to Su Luochen's place, Su Changyu mutters to himself and hopes Su Luochen did not make the same portrait mistake he did. He tries to comfort himself by guessing Su Luochen's painting should still be worth a few thousand taels, even if it sells for less than his own. Less than 15 minutes later, Su Changyu reaches Su Luochen's residence and knocks, but no one answers at first. When the door finally opens, Su Changyu is shocked to find Su Luochen looking drained, messy, and utterly miserable. Inside the room, Su Luochen says he finally understands why Su Changyu used to stand alone in a daze on the cliff at night. One look at Su Luochen's expression is enough for Su Changyu to realize this despair has to do with Yi Ping. Su Luochen confirms it and says Yi Ping's talent in alchemy is real, not a misunderstanding. When Su Changyu asks how talented, Su Luochen starts with the basics of alchemy and drags him step by step toward the impossible answer. Then Su Luochen reveals the absurd part. Yi Ping refined pills by gathering spiritual energy directly into a pill, without the normal method. Su Changyu is completely stunned, because that kind of alchemy sounds less like reality and more like wild fiction. Su Luochen says that still is not the worst part, and his voice turns even more broken before the next blow lands. What crushes him is that Yi Ping's pill was non-poisonous, and Su Luochen finally breaks down because decades of effort now feel worthless beside that. To prove he is not exaggerating, Su Luochen places 2 spirit-gathering pills on the table in front of Su Changyu. The room falls quiet again as Su Changyu realizes the impossible is sitting right in front of him. Su Changyu awkwardly tells Su Luochen to stop crying, but even he knows this kind of comparison would crush almost anyone. Then Su Changyu shifts tactics and says Su Luochen should think bigger, because if Yi Ping becomes famous in alchemy, the man who taught him first will share that glory. When Su Luochen weakly says he was just making things up, Su Changyu bulldozes through it and insists that once a method works, it stops being fake. He even spins it into destiny, saying maybe Su Luochen accidentally grasped the supreme Tao of alchemy and passed it on. That argument works disturbingly well, and Su Luochen's grief flips into delight as he starts laughing and claiming Yi Ping as his own student. Su Changyu quickly reins him back in and tells him to actually study alchemy now, because he has to keep teaching what he started. Only after Su Luochen calms down does he ask why Su Changyu came in the first place. Su Changyu lowers his voice and finally asks the question he came for. Did Yi Ping make a painting for Su Luochen too? Su Luochen instantly remembers, perks up, and jumps to fetch the painting for him, while Su Changyu waits with nervous anticipation. In Su Changyu's room, both senior brothers are thrilled because they think Yi Ping's 2 paintings will sell for a fortune and save the sect. Su Luochen pulls out his hidden painting with a smug smile and asks Su Changyu to judge it harshly, making Su Changyu suddenly feel that something is off. Still treating it like a treasure, Su Changyu carefully wipes the tea table clean before letting Su Luochen open the scroll. Su Luochen dramatically flicks the scroll open, proud of himself as if he is about to unveil a masterpiece. At first Su Changyu sees a decent Qingyun mountain scene, then the real disaster appears. Yi Ping painted Su Luochen's huge smiling face right in the middle. Then Su Changyu notices the poem Su Luochen scribbled onto the painting, complete with messy strokes, corrections, and his own signature. Su Changyu goes completely blank, because to him this is not just embarrassing art anymore but a priceless painting that Su Luochen has ruined. Oblivious to the danger, Su Luochen keeps boasting that his poem is excellent, and urges Su Changyu to praise his literary talent. When Su Luochen nudges him for an answer, Su Changyu finally snaps back and glares at him like he wants blood. A second later, Su Changyu explodes and starts beating Su Luochen around the room while Su Luochen screams in total disbelief. Su Changyu curses him nonstop, furious that Su Luochen dared scribble over a painting worth at least thousands of taels of gold. Even after Su Luochen curls up and begs for mercy, Su Changyu only gets angrier when he remembers the line about only senior brother understanding his pain. After venting most of his rage, Su Changyu finally stops, warns that Su Luochen has caused huge trouble, and storms out before he hits him again. Left alone, Su Luochen breaks into miserable tears and still convinces himself that Su Changyu attacked him out of jealousy over his poetry. The more he broods, the more indignant he gets, until he slaps the floor and decides to run to Master and accuse Su Changyu. Su Luochen limps out in a fury, then comes back just to grab the painting because he wants hard proof for his complaint. Clutching the ruined scroll like evidence, Su Luochen limps toward the main hall swearing he will not forgive Su Changyu this time. Elsewhere, Su Changyu is still heartsick over the loss, calculating how much money and even how many new clothes disappeared with that ruined painting. He decides he absolutely cannot let Taoist Taihua hear what happened, because Master would probably beat Su Luochen even worse. Before he can do anything, Qinlingru rushes over in a panic and blurts out that Su Luochen is covered in bruises and heading to make trouble for him. When Qinlingru confirms that Su Luochen has already gone to the sect leader to complain, Su Changyu realizes this has become a real disaster. Knowing Su Luochen might actually get himself killed, Su Changyu tells Qinlingru to prepare incense, and rushes for the main hall. A few minutes earlier in the main hall, Taoist Taihua is quietly waiting for good news about the paintings when Su Luochen's wailing shatters the calm. Taoist Taihua is startled by Su Luochen's swollen face and instinctively asks who dared beat his disciple into this state. Su Luochen kneels and sobs that Su Changyu beat him into a pulp out of jealousy for his literary talent. Taoist Taihua does not buy the story right away and asks what Su Luochen did to provoke that kind of beating. Su Luochen explains that Yi Ping painted for him, and that Su Changyu attacked only after seeing the picture. The moment he hears Yi Ping painted Su Luochen's portrait, Taoist Taihua instantly understands why Su Changyu exploded. Still clueless, Su Luochen protests that it was only a painting and demands to know why everyone is reacting like this. Taoist Taihua sighs that Su Changyu was rash but understandable, which only makes Su Luochen feel more wrong. Then Su Luochen casually admits that he even wrote a poem on the portrait, and Taoist Taihua shouts in shock. Alarmed now, Taoist Taihua demands to see the painting immediately, while Su Luochen still insists it is just a painting. The ruined portrait opens in the main hall, showing the creases, blots, crossed-out lines, and Su Luochen's signature in painful detail. The hall falls silent as Taoist Taihua freezes exactly like Su Changyu did, and for the first time Su Luochen feels a genuinely bad premonition. Outside Qingyun's main hall, Su Changyu hears Taoist Taihua furiously beating Su Luochen over the ruined painting and hesitates at the door. Even while blaming Su Luochen for asking for this disaster himself, Su Changyu still decides he cannot let his junior brother get beaten to death. Inside, Su Luochen is sprawled on the floor in terrible shape, while Taoist Taihua, eyes bloodshot, keeps whipping him with a wooden stick. Su Luochen immediately cries for help, while Su Changyu sees that the beating is savage but still short of killing him. Su Changyu steps in to stop it, warning that one more round of blows might really leave Su Luochen dead in the hall. Taoist Taihua refuses to calm down, because Su Luochen's added portrait request, poem, signature, and scratches wrecked a valuable painting into near-worthless scrap. To save the situation, Su Changyu quickly reveals that Yi Ping painted another copy and unrolls the new night scene in front of his master. The moment Taoist Taihua sees the replacement painting, his rage breaks and all his attention shifts to admiring it. Left bruised on the ground, Su Luochen is miserable and furious that everyone seems to value a painting more than him. Taoist Taihua grows excited, because with this intact painting back in hand, he thinks there is finally hope of buying a superior-grade flying sword. Su Luochen cannot make sense of that at all, so Su Changyu turns to him and coldly asks if he even understands how badly he messed up. Instead of admitting fault, Su Luochen bursts out crying and accuses both master and senior brother of beating him out of jealousy over his literary talent. That nonsense shocks Taoist Taihua back into clarity, and he bluntly tells Su Luochen he destroyed a painting worth 20,000 taels of gold. Su Luochen stops mid-complaint, because he genuinely cannot believe a painting could be worth that much money. Su Changyu finally explains the real secret. Yi Ping is the famed householder Qing Lian, and this painting should be worth at least 50,000 taels of gold. Su Luochen still refuses to believe it, convinced they are treating him like an idiot with an absurd number he cannot even picture. When Su Changyu challenges him, Su Luochen makes a reckless vow that if the painting really sells for 50,000 taels of gold, he will slap his own mouth crooked. Taoist Taihua pushes the bet further, asking if Su Luochen is truly certain, and Su Luochen doubles down without hesitation. Su Luochen even says that if the painting truly fetches that price, he will take another beating from both of them without a sound. Then Su Luochen asks for stakes on the other side, and Taoist Taihua coldly promises that if the painting fails, he will hand over the sect leader position. The promise of becoming sect leader instantly hooks Su Luochen, and he agrees on the spot. Taoist Taihua decides to settle this properly by taking him down the mountain later, and Su Changyu is more than happy to help drag him there. Still stubborn, Su Luochen rejects Su Changyu's medicine, swallows his own healing pills, and makes Taoist Taihua note the wager so no one can back out later. An hour later, the three of them head down the mountain together, all carrying their own anger into the proof of the bet. Later that night on a cliff, Xiaomuxue studies a constitution manual and frowns because Yi Ping's body does not match what the records say about a god-fiend body. The manual says a true god-fiend body should be monstrous, huge, and impossible to cultivate through normal inheritance, which only makes Yi Ping seem even stranger. She remembers how fierce Yi Ping's vitality felt when she examined him, yet he also had spirit meridians, so her suspicion no longer lines up cleanly with the books. In the end, Xiaomuxue gives up on solving it for now, takes a drink, and decides it is enough that Yi Ping's constitution seems to be a good thing. She starts to head off to see Yi Ping, but a letter suddenly appears at her feet out of nowhere. Xiaomuxue casually picks up the message, reads it, and her calm face tightens for the first time. The letter warns that the God-Fiend Palace has resurfaced, and Xiaomuxue grimly realizes her brief peace is over. After the message burns away, Xiaomuxue disappears from the cliff in an instant. At Qingyun's rear cliff, Yi Ping finishes another stretch of cultivation and breaks through to the second level of qi refinement after only 6 hours. Yi Ping quickly realizes the real reason for that speed is not talent at all, but the 2 immortal apertures in his body pulling in spiritual energy like catalysts. That discovery excites him, because if just 2 apertures can triple his cultivation speed, opening more would be terrifying. But the excitement quickly turns into a headache when Yi Ping remembers he still has to split his day between cultivation, sword practice, and alchemy. He carefully starts budgeting his time and gives the biggest share to cultivation, because without realm and spiritual power, everything else will sit on empty foundations. Then he sets aside hours for sword Dao, knowing that his sword foundation will be what keeps him alive in the cultivation world. He also refuses to neglect alchemy, since he believes it will matter once he starts encountering treasures and opportunities outside. When those 3 alone consume the whole day, Yiping is left staring at an impossible problem, because body tempering and opening more apertures still need time too. He ends up blaming his own poor aptitude, bitterly thinking that if he were truly gifted, he would not have to work this hard just to keep up. Still, he notices one comfort: several of his methods all grow through absorbed spiritual energy, so their progress can overlap while he cultivates. That means refining pills would not actually save time for now, so Yiping decides to stop overthinking and look for a better answer tomorrow in the Sutra Pavilion. His best guess is outrageous but simple. Maybe there is some method related to slowing down time. By the time the 3rd spirit meridian fully opens, Yiping has quietly reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement as dawn arrives. Without wasting the morning, Yiping heads straight to the Sutra Pavilion to search for manuals connected to time. He spends hours turning through the pavilion's books, but finds nothing useful at all. Even disappointed, Yiping reasons that anything involving time would be far too extraordinary to be left casually on Qingyun's shelves. So he decides the next best step is to ask his eldest senior brother instead. Just as Yiping is leaving, Qinlingru appears at the Sutra Pavilion entrance, and both of them are caught a little off guard. After greeting her politely, Yiping tells Qinlingru he was here looking up information in the books. Qinlingru cheerfully offers to help, so Yiping explains that he has been searching for any method that could slow down time. The request leaves Qinlingru puzzled for a beat, because slowing time sounds far beyond ordinary techniques. Then she remembers that 3rd senior brother once mentioned an array formation that could affect time, and she immediately offers to take Yiping to him. At Qingyun Dao sect, Qinlingru drags Yiping to Wang Shuiyu's door after hearing he wants answers about slowing time. Yiping keeps his hopes low, because anything involving time and space sounds far beyond an ordinary technique. Wang Shuiyu cracks the door open and peeks out, looking so plain and harmless that Yiping becomes even more convinced he must be hiding real depth. In Yiping's mind, the most ordinary senior brother is exactly the type who would hide the greatest skill without showing a trace. When Wang Shuiyu asks what they want, Qinlingru brightly reminds him that he once mentioned an array formation connected to time. Yiping politely explains that sword comprehension eats up too much time, so he came to ask if there is any way to slow the flow of time itself. The question hits Wang Shuiyu like nonsense, and inside his head he can only scream that if he knew how to do that, he would be using it on himself. Qinlingru innocently presses harder, saying she clearly remembers him talking about a formation that could slow time. That finally jogs Wang Shuiyu's memory. Years ago he read a cheap theory book Taoist Tai Hua bought from a stall, but it only described a brutally difficult time formation in theory. He knows the idea exists on paper, but touching real time is on a different level, and he absolutely does not think he has the right to teach Yiping any of it. Qinlingru keeps pushing, warning that they are all one sect, so Wang Shuiyu should not act selfish now that their junior brother is asking for help. Faced with Yiping's trusting gaze, Wang Shuiyu caves and promises to write down some of his own insights instead of teaching in person right now. Yiping immediately bows in gratitude, convinced he has just been handed a real path to the answer. The moment the door shuts, Wang Shuiyu starts pacing in a panic, muttering that he has been pushed into a disaster because he does not actually have a time formation ready. After a tense stretch of pacing, Wang Shuiyu suddenly decides the safest answer is to fake it properly and write a set of notes on the spot. He rushes to his desk, grabs a blank booklet, and starts pouring out remembered theory and half-formed understanding as fast as he can write. As he writes, Wang Shuiyu comforts himself that nobody should be able to learn this thing, and if Yiping really manages it, he would gladly admit defeat. 2 hours later, Wang Shuiyu steps back out with a thick handwritten booklet while Yiping and Qinlingru are still waiting outside. He puts on a solemn face and calls the booklet his lifelong insight, warning Yiping to burn it after reading because spreading it could bring great trouble. Yiping carefully accepts the book like a treasure and thanks him again and again, completely sold on the weight of the inheritance. Wang Shuiyu quickly tells him not to rush if he gets stuck, promises guidance later, and ends the meeting before anything else can go wrong. With Wang Shuiyu gone, Qinlingru happily tells Yiping he can ask her too in the future, because their senior brothers all know plenty, and she wants to save him extra trouble. Her kindness lands deeply, and when she jokes that she will rely on him if she ever gets bullied, Yiping answers with a completely serious promise to protect her. After parting from Qinlingru, Yiping heads straight to the rear cliff and opens the precious notes, with open excitement. The pages are obviously new, but Yiping only respects them more because that means Wang Shuiyu wrote these insights for him by hand. The title alone stuns him, because the first page boldly declares Supreme Array Formation. As Yiping reads the opening explanation, the notes redefine formations on a grand scale, from using all things as arrays to turning heaven and earth into arrays and finally turning the self into the ultimate array. Those huge ideas make Yiping's blood race, and he becomes more certain than ever that Qingyun's ordinary-looking seniors are all hiding frightening depth. The deeper he reads, the more he realizes this path barely depends on rare array artifacts at all, because the notes aim to make everything in the world serve as the formation. One line hits especially hard: everything is an array formation, and Yiping leans in as if he has just found the real key. After 2 straight hours, Yiping pieces together the first real requirement. To use all things as arrays, he must first awaken array talismans. The notes describe 3,600 array talismans, each tied to a change in heaven and earth, like the basic symbols from which countless formations can be built. That revelation only raises Wang Shuyu higher in Yiping's eyes, because compared with sword and alchemy, this inheritance feels even deeper and harder to grasp. The notes also warn that the 3,600 symbols are extremely hard to obtain, so Yiping stops reading, tucks the book away, and chooses to start comprehending them directly. Following the diagrams, he uses his long sword to carve the formation on the ground and sits down in the center to begin his epiphany. Spiritual energy surges from Yiping's spirit meridians into the pattern, and the torch dragon immortal aperture steadily feeds the array while he sinks deeper into concentration. Elsewhere in his room, Wang Shuyu studies alone by candlelight, and quietly longs for the day he can master even a single true array symbol. He remembers that even one nourishing symbol could elevate a cultivator into a famous formation master of Qinzhou, which is why the path feels so terrifyingly powerful. His fantasy drifts all the way to the top-ranked time symbol, and he blushes at his own greed because dreaming about that now feels absurdly overconfident. In the end, he can only look toward the rear cliff and mutter an apology, promising himself that if he ever passes his assessment, he will teach Yiping for real. Back at the rear cliff, night deepens around Yiping, but after 4 hours of concentration he still has not found even a single clear clue. Even so, Yiping never gets flustered and simply redraws the formation over and over, trusting steady effort more than frustration. 20 hours pass, the diagram has been drawn 36 times, and the array still refuses to appear. But the relentless practice is not wasted, because in the middle of this failed breakthrough Yiping quietly steps into the 4th level of Qi refinement. With the torch dragon immortal aperture feeding him on its own, his cultivation keeps moving even without formal meditation, making his progress feel almost effortless beneath the strain. Then, right after the breakthrough, a gentle breeze brushes across Yiping's face, and the array diagram in his mind suddenly begins to shine. While studying arrays at the rear cliff, Yiping suddenly sees the full diagram and his mind flare to life. 3,600 dull array symbols bloom into view, and Yiping locks onto the one that says time. He reaches for that symbol with his will, and the time symbol breaks open under 2 beams of light. The other symbols fade back, and a flood of knowledge pours into Yiping as the time array reveals itself to him. 4 hours later, Yiping wakes from the epiphany grinning because he has finally understood a usable time array. Testing the new formation, Yiping confirms it slows time inside the circle, giving him extra hours each day for Tao comprehension. He also realizes the array could ripen spirit herbs, but only if he can feed it enough spiritual energy. That practical discovery leads to the same old problem again. Almost every path he trains needs more spiritual energy than he has. After venting to himself, Yiping decides money can wait until he leaves the mountain and keeps his focus on training properly as a beginner. With his schedule solved for now, he sets the array again and throws himself back into comprehending the heavenly river sword momentum before Su Changyu thinks he has been slacking. Several days pass, and on April 20th Su Changyu, Daoist Taihua, and Su Luochen finally return through the Qinyan Mountains. Su Changyu keeps admiring the new flying sword, while Su Luochen is still wrecked by the thought that Yiping's painting sold for 50,000 taels of gold. The real wound is even deeper for Su Luochen because his own scribbles ruined a painting that could have been worth twice as much. A group from the White Spirit sect suddenly appears on the mountain path, forcing the Qinyan group to tense up. As the White Spirit sect closes in, Su Changyu quickly shrinks the superior grade sword and hides it, while Daoist Taihua darkens after recognizing Sect Leader Qin. Sect Leader Qin opens with fake warmth, then immediately brags that his sect is headed to buy Gui City's sword Dao meat. He twists the knife by reminding them Qingyun is not even a third-rank sect yet, so they are not qualified to attend. Then he turns on Su Changyu, sneering that good looks are useless if his sword skills still cannot carry the sect. Su Changyu stays silent, but Daoist Taihua fires back that even a mediocre Su Changyu once reached the top 500 while White Spirit failed completely. Shenhua laughs off the jab, boasts that White Spirit now has a prodigy who mastered Spring Thunder swordsmanship in 3 years, then mocks Qingyun for recruiting Yiping at all. Before anyone can answer, Chen leaves with another round of smug congratulations for the top 100 he is sure his sect will win. Once they are gone, Daoist Taihua explodes in frustration and bitterly blames White Spirit's luck for standing on a spirit meridian. Su Changyu says nothing on the climb back, but the taunt clearly keeps digging at him. At the top of the mountain, Su Changyu suddenly stops and announces that he wants to sign up for the Qinzhou sword Dao meet. Daoist Taihua can only stare and blurt out a stunned, doubtful you. Su Changyu answers with calm pride and asks the real question: does his own master actually think he is weak? Then he doubles down, saying he will train Yiping in swordsmanship and telling his master to prepare registration, firecrackers, and a victory banquet for champion and runner-up. He walks off without looking back, leaving behind a grand pose that is somehow both impressive and deeply suspicious. Su Luochen finally breaks the silence by muttering that the highest level of deception is fooling yourself, and he worries Su Changyu will get his legs broken outside. Daoist Taihua admits he is not upset by the plan itself, but by the fact that Su Changyu had the nerve to put on that act in front of his own master. Back at the sect, Daoist Taihua shifts to bigger concerns because Yiping's painting money has to rebuild Qingyun and help it rise to 3rd rank. Su Luochen, meanwhile, decides to head for the cliff early so he can at least get himself into a tragic enough mood before facing Yiping. Another 7 days slide by as Daoist Taihua handles sect business, and Su Changyu shamelessly enjoys riding Yiping's new sword before handing it over. Su Luochen spends those 7 days living on the cliff like a man nursing a very personal disaster. At the same rear cliff, spiritual energy suddenly surges from every direction toward Yiping. A heavy pull sounds from his body as Yiping completes the first recast after reaching the 10th level of Qi refinement. The result shocks even him, because one recast alone makes his spirit channels stronger, and leaves him feeling tougher than he was at several levels higher before. What excites him most is that outsiders would still read him as 1st level Qi refinement, turning this method into a perfect trap for overconfident enemies. Just as Yiping is marveling at his eldest senior sister's technique, a sword light drops from the sky toward the cliff. Su Changyu lands on the green moon dermic sword like a proper sword immortal, and for once even Yiping is genuinely impressed. After greeting him, Yiping immediately asks about the sword because he has never seen Su Changyu fly one before. Su Changyu smoothly claims no ordinary sword is worthy of him and says this superior grade flying sword is only a temporary gift for Yiping. Yiping is stunned and deeply touched because he never expected a trainee disciple like him to receive such a valuable weapon. Su Changyu keeps talking, turning the gift into a lecture that true sword cultivators rely on themselves, not on flashy weapons. Taking that lesson at face value, Yiping immediately says he should not accept the sword at all. That response nearly corners Su Changyu, who suddenly has to backpedal before his master kills him for losing Yiping's sword. So Su Changyu changes course and says Yiping should keep it because the Qinzhou sword Dao meet is coming, and the sect needs him to fight for a strong result. That single sentence stops Yiping cold, because he has not even heard of the Qinzhou sword Dao meet yet. When Su Changyu brings up the Qinzhou sword Dao meet, Yiping is caught off guard that he is being pushed towards such a big event so soon. Yiping admits the meet sounds tempting, but with less than 2 months of cultivation behind him, he worries he might lose and bring shame to the sect. Su Changyu snaps back that a sword cultivator cannot fear battle, and his stern tone forces Yiping to look at his hesitation head-on. Yiping quickly explains that he is not afraid for himself at all. He is afraid of disgracing Qingyun Dao sect when he has only just grasped the 4th Thunder swordsmanship and still lacks the Heavenly River sword momentum. Inside, Su Changyu nearly chokes on that modesty, because he knows Yiping's current sword level is already absurd for the Qinzhou competition. Remembering past meets, Su Changyu realizes the former top genius had barely touched 1 Thunder form, while Yiping has already surpassed that by a wide margin. Even so, Su Changyu keeps the truth to himself and decides Yiping has to discover that gap through real combat instead of being told outright. So Su Changyu reframes the meet as training for Yiping's Dao heart, warning that theory means little if he never tests his sword against a real enemy. Those words hit Yiping hard, and he suddenly sees that all his study in sword, alchemy, and arrays will stay shallow if he never uses it in the real world. Yiping finally accepts the challenge, saying he will join the sword Dao meet not to chase rank, but to leave himself no regrets. Relieved that the lesson worked, Su Changyu praises that spirit and immediately turns to preparing Yiping for the month left before the meet. He points out that Yiping's cultivation is still low and asks if his junior brother is willing to accept personal guidance from him. Yiping agrees at once, thrilled by the chance to be taught directly by the senior brother he sees as a supreme sword immortal. Su Changyu draws a fresh sword mark into the ground with the green moon sword and tells Yiping it contains a supreme sword technique. He lays down a brutal schedule, 10 hours a day to comprehend the new sword mark, then another 10 hours to practice until that supreme sword technique can truly be used. Su Changyu then bans Yiping from chasing the 4 Thunder or Heavenly River techniques for now and orders him back to playing fundamentals like stab, lift, slash, pull, slide, parry, and touche. Yiping accepts without complaint, staring at the new sword mark with excited concentration as if a new door just opened. As he turns to leave, Su Changyu adds one last practical reminder. The flying sword holds 4 array formations, including one that lets it change size after Yiping reaches the 1st level of Qi refinement, and feeds it dermic power. Behind his calm face, Su Changyu is already planning ahead, because he knows Yiping will likely crush the meat badly enough to notice something strange. His backup plan is shamelessly simple. If Yiping cannot crack the new sword move in time, Su Changyu will just tell him he already understood it, and has not realized it yet. Either way, Su Changyu convinces himself the teaching still works, and he no longer feels as guilty about how much the sect has hidden from Yiping. That private resolve also rests on a choice he and Daoist Taihua already made. Once Qingyun Dao sect rises to 3rd rank, they will finally tell Yiping the truth and let him decide whether to stay. Elsewhere in Qinzhou, a young swordsman named Wang Mingho trains under a waterfall so fiercely that the torrent itself seems to recoil from his blade. An old man in a black cloak appears to inspect him, and Wang Mingho immediately stops and greets him as master. The elder praises Wang Mingho for mastering the 4th Thunder sword technique in only 5 years and reminds him that such talent is real, but still not enough to become complacent. He pushes Wang Mingho to think beyond little Qinzhou, saying the true goal is to enter the 10 Nations Academy through the Gene Nation Academy. Wang Mingho finally asks the question he has been holding back. Why is his own master making him cultivate the fourth Thunder Sword instead of their sect's true sword art? Su Zhe finally reveals their hidden past. Wang Mingho's line comes from the once glorious Great Sun Sword sect, a sword power so formidable that the Xia dynasty split it into 7 branches. Their surviving branch hid itself in Qizhou, and now its revival depends on finding the lost Great Sun Demon Subduing Sword. To reach it, Wang Mingho must enter the academy system, find the demon subduing scripture, and use that clue to locate the ancestral master's tomb. That is also why Wang Mingho must hide behind the fourth Thunder Sword at the upcoming meet, because using the Great Sun Sword sect's real style would expose them to the Great Xia dynasty. Wang Mingho confidently says first place in Qizhou should be easy for him, but his master cuts that confidence down at once. Su Zhe warns that Qizhou has other hidden sects too, and one careless mistake could leave Wang Mingho losing to some unknown new sword cultivator. He tells Wang Mingho top 3 is enough and vanishes, leaving the young swordsman to return to training under the crashing falls. In a hidden mountain meeting right after that, a shadowy ally contacts Su Zhe with a dangerous new order tied to the Great Xia dynasty. The order is blunt. The sect wants Su Zhe to help capture the 10th princess of Great Xia, who has quietly arrived in Qizhou. Su Zhe is alarmed enough to ask if they mean Princess Chang, because touching a truly favored princess would be suicidal. The answer calms him only a little, because it is the unfavored 10th princess, and the sect believes she can still be used as leverage to free imprisoned elders. When Su Zhe worries about provoking Great Xia, the hidden voice insists the dynasty is drowning in bigger troubles and will not have the focus to retaliate properly. Then the bait comes out. If Su Zhe handles the kidnapping well, he will earn 2 places on Heavenly Star Immortal Island. That reward wins him over, and Su Zhe agrees, while being warned once more that the princess must be taken alive and unharmed as a bargaining chip. Before leaving, the hidden contact tosses him a secret report on the 10th princess, and casually confirms that Wang Mingho will also be entering the Sword Down meet. After the contact disappears, Su Zhe opens the report and finds the key clue he needs. The 10th princess likes the paintings and poems of householder Qing Lian. That clue carries the story straight to Baigua City, where 2 veiled women arrive as distinguished guests inside Sincere Gold Pawnshop. Shi Liangjin quickly slips into salesman mode and begins passionately pitching a Dark Knight painting as a masterpiece by householder Qing Lian. He piles on a dramatic backstory about enlightenment, life, and the night sky, shamelessly turning the painting into a legend to push up its value. The woman in green barely listens to his sales pitch, because she is genuinely absorbed in the painting itself and clearly likes it. Her companion cuts through the nonsense and asks for the real price, so Shi Liangjin boldly names 500,000 taels of gold. The attendant is instantly offended and calls the number robbery, dropping a brutal first counteroffer of only 10,000 taels. Shi Liangjin almost explodes, insisting 10,000 cannot even buy a single poem by householder Qing Lian, let alone a sealed authentic painting. Only then does the woman in green finally speak, and her sweet voice comes with a cleaner judgment. The painting is real, but Shi Liangjin is still being greedy. She offers 100,000 taels instead, and Shi Liangjin immediately pushes back for 300,000. Then the woman in green coolly shows she understands the game better than he does, warning that palace-connected buyers could simply pressure him and take the painting for even less. Her warning lands perfectly, and Shi Liangjin realizes she is right that keeping the painting could invite powerful trouble straight to his door. He makes one last desperate attempt at 200,000 taels, hoping to save a little more profit before giving in. The woman in green does not move at all, repeats 100,000 as her final price, and Shi Liangjin finally caves and agrees to the deal. Outside the Sincere Gold Pawnshop, Shi Liangjin watches the 2 women leave with a pleased grin, clearly delighted by the deal that just happened. On the way back to the inn, Xiaomuxue teases her mistress again, saying she is now so obsessed with householder Qing Lian that it would be tragic if the man turned out to be an ugly old fossil. The princess coolly answers that she admires Qing Lian's painting and writing, not his face, but she still threatens to marry Xiaomuxue off to him if she keeps mocking her. That joke lands immediately, and Xiaomuxue drops into a pitiful apology, begging her miss not to pair her with some old man. Once the teasing settles, Xiaomuxue brings up a new plan. Since they only have limited time away from home, they should go watch the upcoming Qingzhou Sword Down meet. The princess agrees at once and decides they will travel slowly on foot instead of flying, so they can enjoy the scenery and local food before returning. Back at Qingyun Dao sect, Yiping sits beneath the rear cliff and stares at a fresh sword mark Su Changyu left for him, trying all day to understand the next sword move. Even after a full day, the meaning still does not open to him, but Yiping forces himself to stay patient instead of rushing a breakthrough. When the comprehension stalls, Yiping switches to the plain sword Su Changyu gave him and returns to the basics, practicing stab, swing, chop, and slash again and again. He understands exactly why Su Changyu made him do this, because every grand sword art still grows from the same basic foundation. So Yiping trains the simplest moves with full concentration, treating each one as the root of everything he will build later. His speed becomes terrifying, pouring out dozens of strikes in one breath until the blade is almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. 10 more days pass like this, and with less than a month left before the meet, Yiping still has not cracked the new move Su Changyu hinted at. Even so, the Torch Dragon Immortal Apertures let him stretch his practice time and keep advancing, and his understanding of the Sword Dao grows sharper through the basics. Su Changyu visits several times during those 10 days, but he only watches Yiping in silence and never explains the answer outright. Late that night, the sect turns still again, and on the front cliff Su Luochen remains alone in the same gloomy spot where he has been brooding for days. When Su Changyu walks toward him in the dark, Su Luochen is moved, thinking his eldest senior brother has finally come to comfort him. Su Luochen gently tells him he understands and only wants to be left alone, but Su Changyu immediately ruins the moment by saying he did not come for him at all. That answer leaves Su Luochen speechless and even more depressed, because now it feels like Su Changyu came all the way up here just to make him look foolish. Then Su Changyu raises both arms toward the sky and starts practicing the ancient God-fiend body tempering technique right there beside him. When Su Luochen asks what he is doing, Su Changyu tells him to mind his own business and go sulk somewhere else so he does not interrupt the training. Unlike Su Luochen, Su Changyu has already moved on from his own shock over Yiping and now only feels proud that he was the one who taught the boy swordsmanship. To Su Luochen, though, that private smile is the final proof that his eldest senior brother has gone completely mad. Unable to take Su Changyu's occasional eerie laughter, Su Luochen quietly retreats farther down the cliff and sinks back into his own gloomy thoughts. From another spot on the cliff, Chen Lingru and Wang Zhuyu secretly watch the two of them and cannot make sense of what their senior brothers have turned into. Chen Lingru whispers that ever since Yiping arrived, the elders above her have all become weird, and she wants Wang Zhuyu to find out what happened. Wang Zhuyu calmly says it is probably because of Yiping, then warns Chen Lingru not to learn from them if she still wants a real future in the sect. He goes even further and tells her that if the others keep spiraling like this, she might end up as the future sect leader herself. That instantly lights Chen Lingru up, and she promises she will train hard and avoid becoming like those two disasters on the cliff. By early morning, Su Changyu's arms are numb from holding that pose all night, but he still believes the suffering will make him more handsome. He proudly calls out to Su Luochen to ask if he looks more handsome now, only making himself seem even stranger. Su Luochen walks off muttering that Su Changyu has truly become a lunatic, and in his own head that only strengthens his claim to inherit the sect. Just then, Taoist Taihua arrives at the foot of the cliff and calls out to Su Changyu with suspiciously good news. With a proud grin, Taoist Taihua reveals 2 registration tokens and announces that he signed up both Su Changyu and Yiping for the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet. Su Changyu is completely blindsided, because the boast he made before was never supposed to become an actual registration. When Chapter 66 picks up, Su Changyu still cannot believe it and blurts out that he never said he wanted to join the meet. Taoist Taihua shuts down the denial on the spot, because the registration is already paid for, so Su Changyu is going whether he likes it or not. Su Changyu tries one last excuse, admitting he only bragged casually and insisting that competing for real would just humiliate him in front of Yiping. That is when Taoist Taihua finally explains the real plan. He is not sending Su Changyu there to prove his sword skill, but to stay close to Yiping. He believes Yiping's sword Dao is strong enough to place in the top 10, and if that happens, many people will try to pull the boy away from Qingyun Dao sect. So Su Changyu's job is simple: keep watch over Yiping and stop anyone else from luring him away. The moment he realizes he is not expected to show off his own swordsmanship, Su Changyu instantly agrees to go. Taoist Taihua tells him to prepare quickly, because in only 3 days he and Yiping will leave together for the sword Dao meet. Su Changyu is startled by how soon that is and asks if Master is really not coming along himself. Taoist Taihua says the sect cannot afford to be late on a chance this important, so leaving early is the safest choice. Once the travel is settled, Su Changyu immediately asks the question he actually cares about most: how much allowance they are getting. Taoist Taihua says of course there is money, then promises a huge sum of 500 taels of gold for the trip. Su Changyu is thunderstruck, because that amount is absurdly large for a sect as poor as Qingyun Dao sect. But Taoist Taihua immediately warns him not to dream too big, because that money is for Yiping's comfort, not for Su Changyu to waste. Even so, Su Changyu is satisfied, because he knows Master will not really let him starve while they travel. Before sending him off, Taoist Taihua stops him with one more problem. Yiping has been in the sect for almost 2 months, and he still does not know how to teach the boy properly. Su Changyu first assumes Master means the divination art, and casually says there is no point forcing that on Yiping right now. Taoist Taihua immediately corrects him and says he is not talking about divination at all, but about teaching Yiping how to deal with people. That topic puts Su Changyu right in his comfort zone, and he says he has already figured Yiping out after spending time with him. According to Su Changyu, the trick is never to take the initiative with Yiping, but to ask him questions and let him answer first. Then comes his real rule: whatever Yiping says, do the opposite and never agree too easily. Taoist Taihua repeats the method back to confirm it, taking this bizarre advice with complete sincerity. Satisfied, Taoist Taihua sends Su Changyu off to prepare, and an hour later he heads alone to the rear cliff to try the method on Yiping himself. At the rear cliff, Yiping is still deep in cultivation, but now that he has reached the second level of chi refinement, he senses someone approaching before he even opens his eyes. Yiping puts away the time array, opens his eyes, and looks up in surprise when he realizes the visitor is Taoist Taihua. At the foot of Qingyun Mountain, Taoist Taihua steadied his nerves before facing Yiping, because teaching a true genius felt far more dangerous than dealing with Su Changyu. Yiping rose respectfully and greeted him, still a little anxious because this was only their second real meeting and his place in the sect still felt uncertain. Taihua told Yiping not to be so formal, and explained that he came to prepare him for the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet and for the much harsher world beyond the mountain. When Taihua said Yiping would leave in 3 days and might be gone for months, Yiping felt unexpectedly moved by how much the sect leader worried about him. Taihua tested him first by asking what a righteous cultivator should do when he sees evil being done. Yiping answered like an ideal disciple, saying he should save the victim, lecture the villain, and uphold justice. Taihua immediately shut that down and told him the first rule was survival. If he lacks the strength to help, rushing in only gets him killed. That harsh logic landed hard, and Yiping quietly realized that dead heroes cannot protect anyone. When Yiping asked what to do if he could win, Taihua's answer turned even colder: strike hard, leave fear behind, and never rely on kindness to make enemies repent. Yiping accepted it without resistance, because this hidden sect's brutal honesty felt more caring than empty righteous slogans. Taihua tested him again, asking what to do in an unavoidable fight, and Yiping instinctively said he would show mercy. Taihua rejected that too and warned him never to underestimate anyone, because real enemies do not hand out second chances. Yiping connected that warning to himself at once, realizing that hidden strength exists on both sides and that carelessness can kill even the stronger fighter. Taihua gave his final rule plainly: either stay out of trouble, or once you step in, commit completely and leave nothing half done. Yiping bowed deeply and promised to remember every word, treating the warning like genuine guidance from a master. Before leaving, Taihua added one last lesson: think carefully, do not regret your choices, and reflect afterward on what you did right and wrong. Taihua walked away with his back to Yiping, and in Yiping's eyes that thin figure suddenly looked noble and immense. After a long pause, Yiping snapped back to himself and returned to sword comprehension, determined to master Su Changyu's new move before going down the mountain in 3 days. The next day, with less than 2 days left before departure, Yiping kept practicing under the cliff while Su Changyu was already off the mountain on unknown business. His basic sword techniques grew faster and sharper, but even by late night he still could not grasp the new sword move he wanted so badly. Sitting alone in the dark, Yiping worried that the coming trip might be dangerous and blamed his own poor aptitude for still falling short after nearly a month. Back in the sect that night, Su Changyu came back hugging a bulging bag in obvious delight, while Taoist Taihua looked sick over the fortune they had just spent on robes. Taihua complained that Su Changyu had dragged him to buy outrageously expensive robes for everyone, but he still handed over Yiping's set and told Su Changyu to take this trip seriously. Su Changyu, secretly thrilled by the white crane cloud-embroidered robe he had wanted for a long time, promised obediently that he would watch over Yiping. Taihua's expectations were modest but sincere. If Su Changyu could help Yiping reach even the top 10, he would already be satisfied. On the way to the rear cliff, Su Changyu ran into Su Luochen, who still looked gloomy and not fully recovered from his recent humiliation and beating. Because he was in such a good mood, Su Changyu actually encouraged Su Luochen to work hard on alchemy, which only made Su Luochen more convinced his eldest senior brother had gone mad. When Su Changyu reached the rear cliff, he found Yiping still sitting there in tireless cultivation, and the sight was impressive enough to make even him feel a little ashamed. He called out, and Yiping woke from his focus just enough to greet him. Su Changyu handed over the new clothes from the sect leader, but Yiping accepted them almost absent-mindedly because his mind was still trapped on sword comprehension. Seeing Yiping's confusion, Su Changyu said nothing at first and instead walked to the cliff edge, standing with his back turned like an aloof sword immortal. Just looking at that back stirred something in Yiping, as if the answer was right in front of him but still blocked by one last thin barrier. When Yiping finally called out in desperation, Su Changyu cut him off with one quiet command and forced his restless mind to settle. Su Changyu told him to let go of obsession, feel the beauty between heaven and earth, and remember that a disturbed heart cannot comprehend the Tao. Those words worked, and Yiping stopped chasing the sword mark in his head and simply drew his sword to practice basic moves with an empty mind. Stab, swing, chop, slash, touch, each basic form flowed exactly as Yiping wished, simple on the surface but suddenly natural in a deeper way. Su Changyu stayed turned away and left him alone with the lesson, certain that Yiping needed space more than explanation. As Yiping's sword rhythm accelerated, leaves all around the rear cliff rose into the air and began to move with his sword momentum instead of the wind. Then, right at the peak of speed, Yiping suddenly slowed down, holding tight to the line that a calm heart is the key to the Tao. Then a gentle breeze passed the cliff. Su Changyu felt the sudden cool air above, and below him Yiping went completely still as the breakthrough finally clicked into place. Inside Yiping's mind, the most basic sword forms began expanding into countless linked variations, all rooted in one ancient diagram. That insight revealed itself as the endless sword diagram, a foundation that could keep deriving more sword moves and even speed up his comprehension of future sword arts. And at the very heart of that endless diagram, Yiping discovered the true sword technique hidden inside it, the sword breaking technique. After grasping the endless sword diagram, Yiping finally understands the core hidden inside it, the sword breaking technique, a sword law meant to counter every move within that endless system. Instead of celebrating, Yiping looks up at Su Changyu with quiet admiration, convinced his senior brother had been guiding him toward this revelation all along. Yiping realizes how terrifying this insight is. With 3,000 merged sword moves in his mind, he can suppress any matching sword style unless the enemy's realm is overwhelmingly higher. After waiting on the cliff for 2 hours, Su Changyu finally drops the line he prepared in advance and calmly tells Yiping that he has gained enlightenment. Yiping is stunned that Su Changyu sensed it so quickly, and his respect for his senior brother rises even more. He bows deeply and thanks Su Changyu in full sincerity, believing this breakthrough came from his senior brother's patient teaching. That answer nearly breaks Su Changyu's composure, because in his head he is screaming that Yiping has somehow comprehended yet another sword secret he never actually taught. To avoid exposing himself, Su Changyu refuses to look directly at Yiping and instead asks where his junior brother went wrong after spending nearly a month on the second sword mark. Yiping immediately admits he does not know and sincerely asks for guidance. Su Changyu tells him the problem is impatience, saying Yiping has chased cultivation too hard from the day he entered the sect and forgotten that sometimes letting go is part of progress. Those words hit Yiping hard, because he suddenly sees how numb he has become, training every day and night like a tool without ever enjoying the path itself. Yiping accepts the criticism and promises to reflect seriously. Su Changyu presses further and asks a simple but unsettling question: what is Yiping actually cultivating for? Yiping thinks for a long time and finally answers with unusual honesty that he seeks a longer life and a carefree, unrestrained existence, not some grand ideal. Su Changyu repeats those words to himself, then quietly ends the lesson and tells Yiping they will set off at dawn the day after tomorrow, so he should rest for 2 days. Left alone at the rear cliff, Yiping stays quiet for a long while, still turning over his senior brother's words. Half an hour later, Yiping steadies himself, smiles, and calls his sword into his hand. With a single command, he unleashes the heavenly river sword momentum, and the leaves across the rear cliff rise like a surging current rushing toward the sea. After proving his new sword momentum to himself, Yiping finally returns to rest, and 2 quiet days pass in a blink. At dawn outside Qingyun Dao sect, Su Changyu appears in a costly new white crane robe and looks every bit like a peerless sword immortal before the journey begins. Yiping arrives in a light green robe, excited for his first trip down the mountain and the wider world of cultivation waiting below. Before they leave, Su Changyu hands Yiping the sect token and the Qingzhou sword Dao Mi token and warns him not to lose them. With that, the 2 disciples start walking down the mountain together. Daoist Taihua quietly appears on a cliff to watch them go, worried like any master sending his disciples out into the world. In the end, Taihua can only call out one simple farewell, telling them to have a safe trip as they pause and look back. Neither disciple says much, but both bow deeply before turning away again. Elsewhere in Qizhou, another young swordsman named Chang Yu kneels before a blind old master on a cliff, revealing that other contenders are also heading toward the coming tournament. The blind master says this disciple has already learned almost all of his sword arts, and calls the Qingzhou sword Dao meet the first battle on a path toward true invincibility. But he withholds the final move, warning that the invincible sword path allows no failure, and says the disciple must return only when he either comprehends it himself, or finally tastes defeat. The old man points his disciple toward the whole world, not just Qingzhou, and hints that his greatest enemy will appear in the great Xia dynasty. The young swordsman swears he will become the best in the world, then kneels and kowtows 3 times before leaving the mountain. In the great sun demon subduing sword sect, Qinli gives Wang Mingho a much more cautious order and says that reaching the top 3 in Qingzhou will already be enough. Wang Mingho cannot understand that caution and asks what kind of hidden expert in tiny Qingzhou could make his master this wary. Qinli finally explains that 300 years ago, when the old great Xia emperor was dying, many sects backed the wrong side in the struggle for the throne and were destroyed or driven into hiding. He says the great sun demon subduing sword sect was one of the losers and retreated to Qingzhou after misjudging an obscure prince who became king. Then he reveals the deeper terror. On the day the great Xia king's chosen 10th son was born under strange heavenly signs, a supreme expert infiltrated the palace and killed the infant. That murder dragged countless people into the fallout, and a peerless sword expert vanished while being hunted, but Chunli believes that man survived and still carries unfinished vengeance. Chunli warns that such a man would surely raise a disciple to seek revenge through the Qingzhou sword Dao meet and beyond, which is why hidden monsters may be entering this event. Even so, Chunli says his own sect carries no such hatred and only wants to restore its former glory, so Wang Mingho should focus on a safe, strong finish. Wang Mingho answers with a competitor's pride, vowing to take first place in the Qingzhou sword Dao meet and prove his sword heart before heading down the mountain. All across Qingzhou, similar farewells and ambitions are unfolding, and the coming sword Dao meet is quietly drawing every kind of player toward the same battlefield. But the most dangerous movement is hidden in a mansion hall, where a scholar with a folding fan stands before hundreds of black-clothed men. The scholar announces a ruthless order from his sect master: use the Qingzhou sword Dao meet as cover to hunt down and kill the geniuses of Jin Nation. He frames the massacre as part of his sect's revival and the coming collapse of Great Xia, turning the room's tension into open fanaticism. The assassins answer in unison, and moments later they vanish, leaving Qingzhou outwardly calm while deadly schemes move underneath. 3 days after Yiping and Su Changyu left, Daoist Taihua stood in Qingyun Dao sect at night with a bad feeling, sure he had forgotten something important but unable to remember what. Out in the mountains under moonlight, Su Changyu checked the map again and realized they should have reached Chanlin City already, yet they were still stuck in the wilderness. Su Changyu suddenly felt a strange chill in the forest and quietly warned Yiping to stay careful, even though Yiping sensed nothing unusual. Because his instincts had saved him before, Su Changyu kept leading with extra caution, while the two of them pressed deeper through the silent woods. After a long time, Yiping stopped and pointed out the real problem. They had already passed this same spot before. Su Changyu hid his surprise and acted like he was testing him, asking Yiping what could cause that kind of looping feeling. Yiping answered at once that it was an array formation, explaining that Wang Zhuyu had taught him some basics, and he had also studied array books in the sect. Still pretending to be the senior giving guidance, Su Changyu asked how to break it. Yiping said the direct way was to destroy the array core, but that was risky because whoever set the trap could be guarding the array artifact nearby. Then Yiping offered the safer plan. Since this was only a weak trapping array, they should sit still and wait for the hidden caster to lose patience and remove it first. Su Changyu liked that plan immediately, especially since he was exhausted, and agreed to wait and see what the hidden enemy wanted. Yiping sat down cross-legged too, choosing caution over trouble because their real goal was the Qingzhou sword Dao meet, not picking fights on the road. Almost 2 hours later, the silence shattered when a thunderous voice roared through the night for a demon to show itself. A red-clad female ghost suddenly flew into view, and a white-robed monk chased after her through the darkness. The female ghost begged for mercy, but Kong Hai called her an evil cultivator who preyed on mortals for yang energy, and refused to spare her. Kong Hai hurled glowing turquoise Buddhist beads that bound the female ghost and burned her with white smoke. As the female ghost writhed and screamed, she cursed Kong Hai and warned that a ghost king would return, but he stepped forward and finished the expiation anyway. With a burst of light, the ghost turned to ashes, and the forest fell quiet again. Yiping watched the whole fight with fresh excitement, seeing his first real clash between cultivators. But Yiping also noticed one extra detail. A faint stream of light slipped from the dead ghost into Kong Hai's body. Su Changyu recognized him as a Buddhist disciple, and Kong Hai turned politely toward the two Taoists with folded hands. When Yiping asked what was happening, Kong Hai explained that he was on his way to deal with matters at the ghost grave by the river and had only destroyed that female ghost along the way. The moment Kong Hai mentioned Linha Ghost Grave, Su Changyu's composure almost cracked because he finally understood where they had wandered into. Linha Ghost Grave was one of Qingzhou's forbidden places, a dead city full of murderous resentment where anyone below Foundation establishment could easily die just by entering. Yiping remembered the sect records too. A ghost cultivator had slaughtered millions there 150 years ago, and even the imperial court, 10 immortal sects, and Buddhist experts had paid a huge price to suppress the ghost king. That history made the truth worse. Millions of vengeful ghosts still gathered here, and for low-level cultivators like them, even the ambient ferocious aura was a deadly threat. Inside, Su Changyu was in full panic, cursing their luck and feeling like they had already stepped into a grave. Seeing they had entered by mistake, Kong Hai kindly offered to guide them out. Su Changyu nearly grabbed the chance on the spot, but in front of Yiping he still acted like a seasoned senior, claiming he had only come here to temper his junior brother, and was leaving because the sword meet was near. Kong Hai sensed their cultivation was low and found Su Changyu's act a little odd, but he still chose not to argue and simply led them onward out of goodwill. As they walked, Kong Hai warned them that a ghost bewitchment array filled this place, so no matter what happened they had to keep their hearts steady and not be deceived. The road settled into cautious conversation, and Yiping learned their rescuer was Kong Hai, a second-generation disciple from the spirit temple of Jin Nation. Yiping also asked about the light from the exorcism, and Kong Hai explained that it was merit, a rare pure power that could be used like cultivation resources and had many uses across Buddhist and Taoist practice. He added that the female ghost had only given a tiny amount of merit, roughly equal to one low-grade spirit stone, but the real advantage was how clean and untainted that power was. That made Yiping even more interested, so he asked how expiation was actually done. Kong Hai said there were two methods: slaying ghosts with Buddhist or Dharmic power for a small reward, or truly converting them with sutras for far greater merit, though only high venerables could usually do that. Kong Hai even offered Yiping some sutras to read, seeing how interested he was. Su Changyu cut in at once and reminded him that Yiping was a Taoist disciple, so Buddhist expiation methods would not suit him well even if they were strong. Kong Hai accepted that immediately and apologized, and Su Changyu let it pass as a simple sect difference rather than a personal offense. Now even more interested, Yiping turned to Su Changyu and asked if the Dao sect had expiation methods too. Su Changyu answered yes without hesitation, because with an outsider present he could not afford to look like he did not know. Yiping immediately pressed further and asked Su Changyu to teach him, leaving his senior brother silently regretting that his junior brother wanted to learn absolutely everything. Before Su Changyu could answer, thick white mist suddenly surged in from all sides. Kong Hai shouted that the array had changed and warned them not to move or let the ghosts shake their minds as the mist swallowed them whole. A huge bank of fog swallows Yiping, Su Changyu, and Kong Hai, but Yiping stays steady because he trusts his senior brother to step in only if things become truly deadly. Inside the mist, Yiping sits down with his sword ready and forces himself to stay alert instead of panicking when beast-like roars and human-like sobs start gnawing at his nerves. He remembers what the sex text taught him: ghosts attack weak minds first, so fear, lust, and drained vitality are exactly what they want. That reminder hardens Yiping's will, and he realizes the ghosts are hiding behind tricks because they do not dare attack him head-on. Elsewhere in the mist, a pack of ghost cultivators huddles around their middle-aged leader and agrees that Kong Hai is too dangerous to provoke because of his Buddhist artifact. The leader greedily claims the other two pray for himself, telling the ghosts to drain their yang energy and leave him a body before the coming ghost tribulation. He picks two subordinates for the trap, sending the blue-dressed woman to tempt Su Changyu and ordering another ghost to copy Su Changyu's appearance and lure Yiping away from Kong Hai. The trap goes into motion as the blue-dressed ghost slips away, while the male ghost reshapes himself into Su Changyu's outward appearance, almost perfectly. Meanwhile, the real Su Changyu sits rigid in the fog, secretly terrified that he might die before even reaching the sword Dao meat in his expensive new robe. His fear twists into stubborn resentment, and he even imagines coming back as a vicious ghost just to slaughter whatever killed him. Then a frightened woman's voice calls for help, snapping Su Changyu out of his wild imagination. A woman in a blue chiffon dress finally emerges from the mist looking frightened and vulnerable, and Su Changyu watches her with immediate caution. The woman throws herself at Su Changyu and begs for help, but he immediately shoves her away and orders her to keep her distance. Thrown off by his reaction, the woman hurriedly wipes her tears and switches to a pitiful story about being separated from her family. When pity does not work, she lowers her voice and openly hints that she will repay him with her body if he takes her away. Su Changyu coldly shoves her back a second time, and now Lana is genuinely baffled that such a direct move still fails. She keeps pressing him with bolder teasing, but Su Changyu only gets angrier and rejects her again before she finally demands to know what exactly he dislikes. Su Changyu finally answers with full arrogance that the disciples of Qingyun Dao sect abstain from lust. In Su Changyu's own head, though, his real annoyance is much pettier. He thinks this strange woman keeps rubbing against clothes she could never afford to replace. Lana swallows her temper and suggests they leave the area together, but Su Changyu flatly refuses because staying near Kong Hai feels far safer than wandering off with her. He still does not realize she is a ghost at all and simply assumes another woman has fallen for his looks, which makes his refusal even more absurdly confident. Elsewhere in the mist, Yiping remains calm and even starts wondering whether the sex expiation method might be stronger than the Buddhist one Kong Hai uses. As the fog thins around him, Yiping spots what looks like Su Changyu sitting ahead and instinctively brightens. The fake senior brother tells Yiping the place is still unsafe and urges him to leave at once, and Yiping still trusts what he sees. To hurry him along, Yanwen even claims the sealed Ghost King may be reviving and says the old story of its death was only a lie spread by Jin Nation. Yiping feels that something about this senior brother is slightly wrong, but the unease is vague enough that he still starts following him. Then Yiping casually asks which expiation sutra Su Changyu mentioned earlier, and the question hits Yanwen like a trap. The question leaves the imposter badly rattled, while Yiping keeps watching him with innocent curiosity. He tries to stall by saying he will teach it after they return to the sect, but Yiping presses right away and asks to see it now. Desperate, Yanwen remembers part of the real sutra used to seal the Ghost King and decides to bluff the rest with his own made-up sermon about suffering and obsession. So Yanwen starts reciting a half-real, half-invented expiation text while quietly leading Yiping farther away through the fog. But as he speaks about resentment, pain, and letting go, Yanwen accidentally pours his own buried grief into the words and nearly moves himself to tears. Yiping listens more and more seriously, because the sutra's talk of death and lingering resentment suddenly makes him think about how much suffering a ghost must have endured. That thought stops Yiping in his tracks, and instead of escaping danger, he sits down right there because he feels an insight dawning. When Yanwen asks what he is doing, Yiping calmly says he seems to have gained an epiphany and wants to think it through on the spot. Yanwen is left reeling that Yiping might actually be comprehending the Tao from a sutra he partly made up, and just as he is about to force the issue, a clear breeze suddenly sweeps over them. As the mist thins for a moment, Yanwen grows uneasy because Yiping suddenly says he has already gained enlightenment from the sutra. Yanwen cannot believe it and starts suspecting Yiping has seen through his disguise and is just stalling him on purpose. While weighing whether to strike first and drain Yiping's yang energy, Yanwen still assumes a mere second-level chi refinement cultivator should never have understood this sutra so fast. Before Yanwen can move, Yiping begins chanting the Supreme Expiation Sutra in a steady, clear voice. Golden light pours around Yiping, lotus flowers bloom from the ground, and the haunted clearing suddenly feels sacred instead of deadly. The sight terrifies Yangwon because he instantly recognizes the golden light of expiation, a power he believes only major experts should wield. But when the golden light reaches him, Yangwon feels no pain at all, only a shocking warmth and relief, as if a huge burden is melting away. Black smoke of obsession and sin burns out of Yangwon's body, and his true ghost cultivator form is restored under Yiping's expiation. Once his resentment is gone, Yangwon turns blank with sudden clarity because he realizes he has truly been freed to reincarnate. Even as he wonders why this expiation feels merciful instead of agonizing like the Ghost King's, the light of reincarnation descends before he can understand it. Yangwon vanishes into reincarnation, and a thread of yellow merit flies from where he stood straight into Yiping's body. After an incense stick's worth of enlightenment, Yiping opens his eyes and happily calls for his eldest senior brother, expecting the person beside him to still be there. When nobody answers, Yiping simply decides Su Changyu must have gone off to deal with the Ghost King himself, and feels even more impressed by him. Yiping reviews the sutra he just learned and realizes the first method uses chanting and golden light of expiation to wash away resentment and send souls to reincarnation. He also learns the effect depends on the target, with lighter sinners redeemed more smoothly while those stained with blood would suffer and resist the expiation. The second method turns that same golden light into a dharma artifact meant to destroy sinful ghost cultivators who harm the living. Then the sutra reveals 4 realms, from golden light to golden wheel, Bodhi, and finally the distant grand supreme realm. What really surprises Yiping is the new merit power left inside him, even though he still does not fully understand where it came from. He tests that merit on the spot, and the energy surges through him like a torrent that forces a breakthrough almost instantly. In just 10 breaths, Yiping jumps from the second to the third level of chi refinement, and is left staring in disbelief. The payoff is so absurd that Yiping immediately fixates on one idea. He needs a lot more merit, as much as he can get. So while imagining Su Changyu handling the Ghost King, Yiping heads deeper into the white mist to expiate every smaller ghost he can find. Elsewhere in the ghost grave, Kong Hai sits under a tree calmly turning his Buddhist beads and counting how much merit he still needs for the golden Buddha body. He even congratulates himself for being so outstanding that he might set a Buddhist record by nurturing the golden light of expiation before 30. Then a real beam of golden light of expiation flashes through the mist nearby, and Kong Hai jolts in pure shock. Kong Hai instantly understands this cannot be ordinary, because even gathering enough merit to begin that path should take years of true expiation. He badly wants to meet that hidden expert, but he forces himself to stay put because he still thinks Yiping and Su Changyu need his protection from ghost cultivators. At the same time, a pack of roughly 30 ghosts gathers in the mist and starts worrying because Yangwon and Lanner have not returned. One ghost wonders if the 2 supposed G refinement cultivators were actually hiding stronger cultivation to lure them in. Their leader shuts that down with confidence, boasting that he has already reached the ghost warrior realm and would not fear a foundation establishment opponent here. The ghosts calm down and reassure themselves that, no matter what trick is going on, those cultivators cannot possibly wield golden light of expiation. A scout suddenly whispers that the target is coming, and the whole group perks up at once. Their leader orders everyone to wait until Yiping gets closer and to frighten him first so his yang energy will be easier to absorb. The ghosts laugh about scaring humans to death, already treating Yiping like a toy before the feast. Meanwhile, Yiping walks through the fog with his flying sword, getting more and more annoyed because he still has not found a single ghost to farm merit from. That frustration gives him a bizarre idea. If the sutra can expiate resentment, maybe he can use it on his own bad mood too. So Yiping tries it, drawing a thread of golden light of expiation into himself through the top of his head. The effect is immediate and strangely wonderful, because all his stress and gloom vanish and he drops into a crystal clear enlightened mood. There is no merit reward this time, but Yiping still decides the ability to clear his own mind is useful enough to keep. Right then, a freezing wind sweeps in and eerie voices begin moaning through the fog about dying terrible deaths. Dozens of grotesque vengeful spirits crawl out at once, with headless, limbless, and blood-smeared bodies arranged to terrify him. The ghosts secretly celebrate when Yiping freezes, convinced their scare tactic has worked perfectly. But when Yiping finally reacts, his eyes light up with surprise and delight instead of fear, leaving the ghosts completely thrown off. One bloodied ghost crawls to Yiping's bare feet and keeps up the act, begging for help in a pitiful voice while still radiating resentment. Instead of recoiling, Yiping squats down kindly and asks the ghost if it really is suffering that much. The ghost plays along and pleads for rescue, but Yiping softly promises that the pain will end very soon. Then golden light blooms in Yiping's palm, and the entire pack of ghosts goes rigid as they recognize the golden light of expiation. At Linha Ghost Grave, the resentful spirits freeze in terror when Yiping brings out the golden light of expiation, a power feared even by ghost kings. One sinful ghost is caught by the golden light, writhes as black smoke burns out of it, and then vanishes into reincarnation. The remaining ghosts panic and scatter, finally realizing Yiping was never weak at all. Yiping rushes after them and tries to reassure them in complete sincerity, insisting he only wants to help them reincarnate. Since they refuse to listen, Yiping starts firing beam after beam of golden light of expiation and happily feels merit pouring into him. The terrified ghosts drop to their knees and betray their own boss, begging Yiping to expiate the ghost warrior hiding in the northwest instead. The mention of a ghost warrior excites Yiping, but before chasing the stronger target, he wipes out the kneeling spirits too and takes all the merit he can get. Hidden in the northwest, Zhang Yi watches his subordinates get sold out and expiated, and he is left stunned that such a young cultivator can use this Buddhist killing art. Once he realizes he has been exposed, Zhang Yi gives up on revenge and turns to flee for his life. Yiping spots that Zhang Yi carries more resentment than all the other ghosts combined and decides he has to save this especially miserable soul. Because his sword flight is poor, Yiping simply powers his legs with dermic force and chases Zhang Yi on foot like a gust of wind. During the chase, Yiping keeps calling himself a good person and begging Zhang Yi to stop so he can cleanse his resentment. Zhang Yi is so desperate that he promises to reform and even offers to lead Yiping to the Ghost King if that will make him stop. Yiping takes the Ghost King bait only in words, telling Zhang Yi to lead the way while privately having no intention of fighting something that strong, and he keeps assuring him they will not hurt him. When Zhang Yi still refuses to trust him, Yiping finally stops being gentle and prepares a full-force Buddhist incantation. Wrapped in blazing gold, Yiping charges and catches Zhang Yi with a direct expiation strike. For 15 painful minutes, Zhang Yi burns through the sins of his past while Yiping watches without pity, knowing this suffering is the price of expiation. When the black smoke finally clears, a strong surge of merit flows from Zhang Yi into Yiping. Now purified, Zhang Yi looks pale and harmless, while Yiping cheerfully asks if the whole thing really was not so bad. When Zhang Yi still looks conflicted, Yiping casually offers to expiate him again, which terrifies him all over again. To stop that from happening, Zhang Yi hurriedly points Yiping toward more lonely ghosts deeper ahead. He also warns that the Ghost King of Linha Ghost Grave is about to revive, so Yiping should not push too far in. Yiping thanks him, and the once evil ghost answers with real gratitude, saying he wants to repay this kindness in his next life. Yiping still suspects a trace of menace remains in him, and that one worried look is enough to make Zhang Yi flee straight into reincarnation. After Zhang Yi vanishes into reincarnation, Yiping feels a brief reluctance to see a good ghost go, then sits down in the graveyard to sort through his new merit. He finds he has gathered 31 units of merit, and decides not to raise his realm first, but to open more Torch Dragon Immortal apertures before the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet. 15 minutes later, Yiping spends only 5 units of merit to force open his third Torch Dragon Immortal aperture. Over the next 4 hours, he converts almost all the remaining merit into spiritual energy, and opens 3 more apertures, making his cultivation speed explode. He saves Zhang Ye's especially strong merit for his actual realm, because in a place this dangerous he wants more immediate fighting power. 2 more hours pass, and Yiping's cultivation surges all the way to the 7th level of Qi refinement in one push. Feeling stronger than before and no longer worried about Su Changyu, Yiping heads deeper into Linha Ghost Grave to hunt more merit instead of leaving. Elsewhere in the graveyard, Su Changyu keeps hold of a woman in blue and refuses to let her wander off, convinced a righteous cultivator cannot leave her in danger here. The woman tries to claim she hears her father calling, but Su Changyu suspects ghosts are luring her away and insists she stay near the powerful senior he trusts. The moment Su Changyu says his friend is here, the fog parts and Kong Hai appears. The woman instantly drops the act, turns into black fog, and tries to escape. Kong Hai's turquoise Buddhist beads flash out, bind her on the spot, and destroy her soul completely because her hands were stained with too much blood. As Kong Hai recalls his beads with a solemn Amitabha, Su Changyu is shaken by how close he came to being fooled by a ghost cultivator. Su Changyu silently vows to control himself outside, then suddenly realizes the bigger problem. Yiping is nowhere to be seen. At Linha Ghost Grave, Su Changyu suddenly realizes Yiping is gone, and his face goes blank with panic. The more Su Changyu thinks about it, the worse it gets, because if anything happened to his junior brother, he knows the whole sect would never forgive him. Kong Hai tries to calm him down, saying Yiping seems blessed and probably has not run into danger. Su Changyu forces himself to settle down and asks Kong Hai to help him search for Yiping properly. The two men head deeper into the haunted region, following traces and footprints while the search drags on. Far away at Qingzhou's ancient city, the coming Sword Dao meet has already packed the streets with cultivators, merchants, and sightseers. At the east gate, someone goes a step further than the usual warm-up duels and sets a sword platform directly across the priority passage. The rules are brutal. Once the platform is up, the challenger must accept every fight, and beating him is the only way to reclaim that passage. Instead of getting knocked off quickly, the unknown teenager crushes challenger after challenger until he reaches 36 straight wins. The crowd erupts when Qingzhou finally sends up Wang Jian of the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect, a famous local young swordsman, to test the mysterious challenger. Wang Jian formally announces himself, but the black-robed teenager answers only by drawing his sword with cold indifference. Wang Jian opens with the Fourth Thunder Sword technique, his blade roaring with thunder as he strikes first. The teenager's answer is even simpler and far deadlier, because one collision sends Wang Jian flying and knocks his sword clean out of his hand. The whole east gate falls silent, because a famous local swordsman just lost in a single exchange. Without any triumph in his voice, the teenager quietly says that this is all the Fourth Thunder Swordsmanship sect has to offer. That line splits the audience immediately, with some calling him arrogant, and others admitting the act really is impressive. The female cultivators are much less conflicted, because most of them are openly captivated by the mysterious swordsman's looks and bearing. 7 days flash by, and the teenager's gate challenge only gets more outrageous as his winning streak climbs to 100 straight victories. Back in Linha Ghost Grave, Su Changyu and Kong Hai have also spent those same 7 days searching without finding Yi Ping, and Su Changyu is wearing down fast. Kong Hai finally points out what has been bothering him. In 7 days inside Linha Ghost Grave, they have not encountered a single resentful spirit. That hits Su Changyu too, because a ghost grave with no ghosts makes no sense at all. Kong Hai gives his guess in a grim voice. A new ghost king may have appeared and devoured the rest. Before they can process that, a terrified cry for help tears through the mountains. A ghost comes fleeing straight at them in panic, screaming that someone is killing ghosts. The person chasing that ghost is Yi Ping, and after 7 anxious days Su Changyu is too stunned to speak. Yi Ping even tries to comfort the ghost as he chases it, telling it to endure a little longer so it can reincarnate. Then Yi Ping releases Golden Expiation Light, and Kong Hai is so shocked he blurts out the name of the technique on sight. The ghost shrieks, turns into a white ray, and vanishes completely under the golden light of expiation. Once the last ghost is gone, Yi Ping finally notices Su Changyu and lights up with genuine happiness. He hurries over and greets his eldest senior brother as if this reunion is the most natural thing in the world. Su Changyu finally snaps out of it, and scolds Yi Ping for disappearing, because he has been worried sick the whole time. Yi Ping lowers his head and apologizes, saying that after Su Changyu taught him an expiation method and vanished, he started purifying ghosts, and completely lost track of time. That leaves Su Changyu inwardly baffled, because he definitely does not remember teaching any expiation method at all. Kong Hai, meanwhile, is hit by a much bigger realization and starts wondering if both of these so-called weak cultivators have been hiding their true abilities all along. His suspicions deepen fast, because no ordinary chi refinement cultivators would casually enter Linha Ghost Grave or stay this calm around ghost cultivators. Unable to hold back, Kong Hai asks Yi Ping directly if that golden light was really the golden light of expiation. As soon as Kong Hai looks properly, he gets another shock, because Yi Ping has jumped from the 3rd to the 10th level of chi refinement in just 7 days. Yi Ping answers honestly that he does not know the proper name for the light, only that it works very well on ghost cultivators. To prove it, Yi Ping lets the golden light bloom on his palm, and Kong Hai can feel that its purity is even stronger than what his own master can produce. That finally pushes Kong Hai past restraint, and he awkwardly asks to see the expiation sutra behind this miracle. Yi Ping immediately defers to Su Changyu, because he believes his senior brother was the one who passed that sutra down to him. Kong Hai even offers Buddhist vows of secrecy just for a chance to glimpse it, which makes the request feel suddenly very serious. Su Changyu has no idea what sutra they are talking about, but he keeps his expert facade intact and grandly tells Yi Ping to write out a copy. Yi Ping obediently writes down the expiation sutra on the spot and hands it to Kong Hai without any reluctance. Kong Hai accepts the sutra like a treasure, deeply grateful and even more convinced that these two are not ordinary at all. After a quick look, Kong Hai can already tell the later half is profound enough that he cannot grasp it on the spot. Since the array formation is already broken and time is running out, Kong Hai urges them to leave now if they still want to make the Qingzhou sword down meet. He even offers to escort them down the mountain, and this time both brothers accept without hesitation. 6 hours later, the three finally emerge onto a safer mountain passage, leaving the worst of Linha Ghost Grave behind them. At the crossroads, Kong Hai points out the route to Qingzhou and explains exactly how to reach the ancient city from here. Before parting, Kong Hai warmly invites them to visit Little Spirit Temple if fate brings them together again. Su Changyu returns the courtesy by inviting Kong Hai to Qingyun Dao sect, and then he takes Yi Ping away in a hurry because they are already behind schedule. Kong Hai watches the two brothers disappear down the mountain and sends them off with one last line, leaving their next meeting to fate. 10 days later, Yi Ping and Su Changyu walk the crowded official passage toward Qingzhou Ancient City, where cultivators from every direction are gathering for the sword Dao meet. Along the road, everyone is buzzing about a swordsman who set up a platform at Qingzhou's gate and has already crushed 170 challengers in a row. Su Changyu hears the talk and stays completely unmoved, because a battle between monsters like that has nothing to do with him. Then a fresh commotion rises from behind as people realize an elite convoy is coming down the passage. The crowd stares as 20 armored warhorses thunder forward, and onlookers loudly brag about how absurdly expensive these ancient beast descendants are. At the center of the escort, a 6-horse golden carriage rolls into view and instantly outclasses everything else on the road. Su Changyu quickly does the math in his head, realizes the convoy alone is worth a fortune the Qingyun Dao sect could never touch, and feels both envy and pain. While Su Changyu dreams bitterly about riding in a carriage like that, Yi Ping is still quietly thinking about the 700 merit he earned after 7 days expiating ghosts in Linha Ghost Grave. Just as the convoy draws level, A handsome young man suddenly jumps out of the carriage and shouts for it to stop because he has spotted his teacher. Yiping looks over, recognizes the familiar face, and is genuinely surprised to find Liu here. Liu bows eagerly and greets Yiping as teacher, making it clear this rich young noble has been one of Yiping's devoted admirers since his old literary fame. When Su Changyu notices Liu's limited brocade gold river robe, he is even more shaken than before and starts wondering just how many secrets Yiping is hiding. Liu asks why Yiping is here, and Yiping answers with quiet confidence instead of treating him differently just because he is wealthy. When they realize they are both headed to Qinzhou, Liu immediately urges Yiping to ride with him for the long remaining journey. Yiping does not decide alone and turns to Su Changyu first, showing that he respects his eldest senior brother's stance. Su Changyu acts calm and magnanimous, but inside he is already desperate to board the free luxury carriage. Liu asks who Su Changyu is, and Yiping formally introduces him as his eldest senior brother while carefully clarifying that Liu has never truly become his disciple. Liu ignores the technicality, happily calls Su Changyu Uncle Master, and personally ushers both men into the carriage with flawless manners. Inside, the carriage opens into a surprisingly spacious chamber with wine, fruit, and 5 already seated guests waiting in quiet elegance. The guests are immediately struck by how handsome and unusual Su Changyu and Yiping look, and the two women stare at them without hiding it. Liu seats Yiping and Su Changyu in the places of honor, making his own reverence completely obvious to everyone inside. With a proud smile, Liu introduces Yiping to the carriage as his master, householder Qing Lian, and nearly fumbles when he realizes he never learned Su Changyu's name. Liu then presents the 3 young men as Changsun Gaozhan, Nie Xian, and Su Qiubai, each tied to one of Jin Nation's top forces. Yiping responds politely, but Su Changyu is rocked inside because he suddenly realizes this carriage is packed with the highest level heirs and connections in all of Jin Nation. The 3 young masters study Yiping and Su Changyu in return, and their calm reaction to those famous names makes them conclude these two are people they should not offend. One of the women finally breaks in, annoyed that Liu forgot them, and forces him to complete the introductions. Liu introduces the 2 women as Shuanger and Ninger from the Heavenly Apparel Pavilion, then reveals that they personally designed Su Changyu and Yiping's robes. Yiping only finds the coincidence mildly interesting, but Su Changyu is hit with another wave of disbelief as the carriage turns into an even more absurd gathering of big shots. Before Su Changyu can recover, Liu happily raises a cup and calls for 3 toasts to celebrate meeting his master again, and the whole carriage joins in. After several rounds of drinking in the carriage, Liu finally asks Yiping why he is heading to Qinzhou Ancient City. Yiping answers honestly that he is going to compete in the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet, and the whole carriage goes quiet for a beat. When Yiping calmly adds that he joined an immortal sect a few months ago and was sent there by his sect leader to train, Su Changyu tenses up, terrified that the lie will fall apart. Liu still tries one more time to recruit Yiping into the court, hoping to pull him into official life. Yiping turns him down without hesitation, saying he wants a free life and cannot stay confined to one place. Seeing Liu's disappointment, Yiping changes the subject and asks what everyone else is going to Qinzhou for. Liu explains that Gaozhan is traveling with him, Nie Xian is there for military recruitment, Su Qiubai wants to watch the Sword Dao meet, and Shuanger and Ninger are gathering inspiration for new sword immortal fashion designs. When Yiping asks if Jin Nation is preparing for war, Nie Xian sidesteps the sensitive issue and only admits the nation has seen strange developments lately and needs to prepare. The talk swings back to the Sword Dao meet, and Su Qiubai warns that this year's field is brutal enough that even the 4th Thunder Swordsmanship sect may not place in the top 10. Liu explains that the top 3 from the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet will enter the Jin Nation Academy, and that academy connects to the next 10 nations academy selection. That means this is the last Sword Dao meet before the bigger academy race, so talented cultivators are all piling into Qinzhou for a chance to break through. Yiping asks how strong the champion will need to be, finally showing a bit of pressure about his own chances. After thinking it through, Su Qiubai judges that winning this year will probably require at least understanding the 4th Thunder Sword momentum, and maybe even more if stronger monsters appear. Then Su Qiubai casually asks Yiping how many sword momentums he has understood since entering his sect. Yiping answers with total sincerity that after several months of his senior brother's teaching, he has only grasped the 4th Thunder Sword momentum and the Heavenly River Sword momentum. Yiping even calls himself slow, which makes everyone else in the carriage fall into stunned, painful silence. Su Qiubai is especially wrecked by it, because as a real sword genius he knows how outrageous Yiping's claim sounds. Liu, still taking Yiping completely seriously, asks Su Qiubai whether his master can win the whole event. Forced to answer politely, Su Qiubai admits it should not be difficult, even though he is now determined to stay and see whether Yiping is for real. With that awkward moment behind them, the carriage keeps rolling for 3 more days as Yiping's strange but convincing talk about the universe leaves the whole group quietly mesmerized. Yiping starts explaining stars, the universe, and civilizations in plain language, and everyone in the carriage ends up listening like he has opened a whole new world for them. 3 days later, the carriage finally reaches Qinzhou Ancient City, just as the Sword Dao meat fever is already boiling over. Just before their arrival, the city outside the gate is already buzzing over one thing: A young swordsman in black has won 245 straight rounds on the public sword platform. Even older sword cultivators challenged him without using dermic powers, but none of them could beat him with pure sword skill and sword momentum. His streak turns him into the hottest figure in Qingzhou, and the sect suffering the worst humiliation is the local powerhouse, the Four Thunder Swordsmanship sect. Outside the city gate, the Four Thunder disciples can only stand there in frustration, realizing their once dominant sect is being beaten into submission before the tournament even starts. One disciple suddenly says beating the man in black is not impossible, and the others immediately crowd around him for an answer. His answer is one name, the inspection commander they once discussed in secret, the mysterious expert they believe could crush the challenger outright. The more they talk, the more absurdly confident they get, bragging that a senior Su were here. A single glance or sword mark would be enough for them to comprehend supreme sword skills. Then a royal carriage pulled by ancient beast warhorses appears at the gate, instantly drawing the eyes of the entire crowd. Liu steps down first, calm under the attention, and the grand arrival makes it obvious this party is connected to the royal family. When Su Changyu gets out next with Yi Ping behind him, the Four Thunder disciples are shocked on the spot. Seeing Su Changyu emerge from a royal carriage convinces them completely that he really is the hidden inspection commander their sect leader suspected. They quickly decide to treat him only as Senior Su on the surface, so they can ask for help without openly exposing that they think they know his true identity. Before Su Changyu can even enjoy a breath of fresh air, the Four Thunder disciples rush over and beg him to save Qingzhou's pride. Their extreme respect stuns the people around them, because the famous Four Thunder Swordsmanship sect is acting like it has just met a hidden master. Su Qiubai is especially thrown off, because he can plainly see Su Changyu only looks like a 5th-level Qi refinement cultivator, yet everyone is treating him like a terrifying expert. Su Changyu himself is even more confused, because he has no idea why these people know him, or why they think he can save anyone. When he finally recognizes them as Four Thunder disciples, Su Changyu gets even more lost, because he still does not understand why Qingzhou losing face has anything to do with him. A senior disciple explains the crisis at last. A man in black has already crushed more than 200 challengers and is humiliating Qingzhou's sword cultivators on purpose. The whole group begs again, asking Senior Su to step in and save the honor of Qingzhou. That desperate plea sets off a fresh wave of gossip, and the crowd starts arguing that Su Changyu must be one of those absurd hidden experts disguising his true realm. Su Changyu can barely keep his face steady, because inside he is screaming that he is just a loser and has no idea who gave them the courage to ask this of him. Before Su Changyu can refuse, the dense crowd suddenly splits apart, opening a straight path from the sword platform. 500 meters away, the undefeated young man in black is already standing there and staring straight at Su Changyu. In Qingzhou Ancient City, the young man in black quietly fixes his gaze on Su Changyu from far away, as if he has finally found someone worth testing. Su Changyu looks back without flinching, and that calm face only makes him seem more like a hidden master to everyone watching. Su Qiubai watches with growing resentment, already annoyed that Yi Ping and Su Changyu stole the attention of Shuanger and Ninger on the journey here. Even Su Qiubai cannot decide whether Su Changyu is all show, because that effortless expert aura feels too natural to be fake. Su Changyu himself is only awkward, because the moment he raises his head and locks eyes with the challenger, he realizes looking away now would make him look weak. The young man in black probes Su Changyu through that stare and finds only weak sword traces, yet Su Changyu still does not break eye contact. That impossible composure confuses him, because by sword Dao logic, someone weaker should have looked away already. Then his attention snaps to Yi Ping, where he suddenly senses a terrifying sword momentum like thunder crossing a river. What shocks him even more is that Yi Ping looks barely older than him, yet his sword momentum already feels only half a step from true sword intent. The young man in black compares Yi Ping to legends like Daoist Siji and realizes this quiet disciple has reached a terrifying level far too young. Instead of feeling discouraged, he finally smiles, because he came to Qingzhou to find a stronger swordsman and sharpen himself against a real rival. But then he looks back at Su Changyu and talks himself into a bigger conclusion. If Yi Ping is this strong, the senior brother beside him must be even deeper and harder to read. Convinced Su Changyu is the real powerhouse, the young man in black respectfully asks for a match and says he only wants guidance. The crowd erupts at once, taking the challenger's respect as proof that Su Changyu must really be a peerless sword Dao expert. Su Changyu is baffled inside, because all he can think is that the wrong person just challenged the wrong target. He wants to refuse before this turns deadly, but he also knows backing down now would destroy the expert image everyone believes in. Seeing the delay, Yi Ping steps in and offers to fight instead, thinking his eldest senior brother finds this challenger unworthy of a personal match. Su Changyu is thrilled by the rescue plan for one brief second and is ready to let Yi Ping handle the danger while he keeps the pose. But when Su Changyu opens his mouth, what comes out is pure swagger. He tells Yi Ping to watch carefully and learn what the real sword Dao is. That line stuns the whole street, and even Su Changyu is left speechless by his own mouth. As the moment drags on, Su Changyu falls into real panic and starts wondering why he keeps saying grand things he never meant to say. He knows this is no harmless bluff anymore, because stepping into a real sword fight could get him killed. Desperate, Su Changyu shoots Yi Ping a look for help, hoping his junior brother will understand and give him a way out. Yi Ping completely misunderstands that glance and takes it as a lesson, thinking his senior brother wants him to quietly observe and comprehend the sword Dao instead. Yi Ping immediately sits down on the spot to enter comprehension, leaving Su Changyu mentally screaming for him to come back. Su Qiubai and the others can only stare, because sitting down to comprehend the sword Dao in the middle of a duel challenge is absurd even by cultivator standards. Liu reacts like a devoted supporter and hurriedly has someone hold up shade for Yi Ping so his comprehension will not be disturbed by the sun. The young man in black draws his long sword and politely invites Su Changyu to make the first move. Su Changyu cannot move at all, because if he steps forward he may expose himself, and if he fights badly he may end up injured for real. He keeps that frozen expert pose for a painfully long time, turning the whole square tense and confused. After waiting even longer, the young man in black asks again for Su Changyu to strike, but still gets only that unreadable silence. For a moment the challenger wonders if Su Changyu is bluffing, but he quickly rejects that idea because no fraud should have accepted this battle so calmly. Then the young man in black comes up with his own explanation. Su Changyu must be holding back because once he attacks, the fight will end before his opponent can respond. Trying to show respect, he says he will embarrass himself first and starts walking closer to invite the opening attack. That only makes Su Changyu more frantic, because now the danger is literally coming toward him. Su Changyu finally blurts out that the challenger is wrong, hoping he can still explain himself before this goes any further. He means to come clean, but the words that leave his mouth are even worse. Su Changyu calmly says he has already attacked. The whole city goes silent, because nobody saw any sword move and the claim sounds outrageously forceful even for an expert. Even Su Qiubai and the others instinctively edge away from Su Changyu, as if refusing to be associated with this level of pretense. Su Changyu is dying of embarrassment inside, because he knows better than anyone that he never attacked at all. But Yi Ping is the one person who believes every word, because in his eyes Su Changyu is a supreme sword immortal far beyond ordinary understanding. With that belief, Yi Ping sinks deeper into comprehension, and the endless sword diagram unfolds in his mind to reflect the sword traces of the countless cultivators around him. Among all those weak scattered traces, Yi Ping senses one terrifying sword intent coming from Su Changyu, vast enough to feel like heaven and earth could split. Back in the square, the young man in black asks the obvious question at last and demands to know where Su Changyu's sword is. Su Changyu wants to say anything else, but his cursed swagger takes over again, and he answers that his sword is everywhere. That answer leaves the Qinzhou cultivators even more speechless, torn between irritation, disbelief, and the nagging fear that he might somehow be serious. The young man in black hesitates for a beat, unable to tell whether he is facing a fraud or a monster, and then decides to test it himself. At last he warns Su Changyu that he is attacking and snaps his black longsword forward, releasing his sword momentum as the real clash finally begins. The young man in black stops testing the waters and finally attacks, deciding that whether Su Changyu is bluffing or not, this fight has to happen now. That sword pressure hits so hard that weaker cultivators nearly buckle, and the whole area feels like night has fallen ahead of time. Su Changyu is completely thrown off because he was still trying to talk, not actually fight, and now the attack is already on top of him. Inside, Su Changyu spirals into pure panic, convinced he is about to die and bitterly regretting ever coming down the mountain to act impressive. With no way out, Su Changyu shuts his eyes and accepts that in his next life, he should just be an honest man. Then a cold breeze brushes past, and behind him Yi Ping quietly says he has finally understood. The young man in black suddenly locks up because his sword will not move another inch. A strange buzzing spreads through the crowd, and everyone realizes the noise is coming from their own swords. Su Changyu opens his eyes to find himself still alive, with the black sword trembling right in front of his heart, and Yi Ping somehow shaking every blade in sight. As Yi Ping speaks the word Sword of Great River, countless swords break free and rush toward him like a tidal wave. The sword river gathers over Yi Ping, and the Qinzhou sword cultivators finally realize he may be condensing true sword intent. Su Qiubai is hit hardest by that possibility because he knows exactly what sword intent means and how absurdly hard it is to reach. After years in the Sword Dao family, Su Qiubai still has not touched sword intent himself, so the idea that Yi Ping reached this in just months feels impossible. The other sword cultivators are just as stunned because the extra they thought Su Changyu hired turns out to be genuinely breaking through in public. That shock flips the whole crowd around, and people start treating Su Changyu like a hidden sword immortal who casually led his junior brother to this point. The young man in black refuses to accept it and forcibly unleashes his own sword momentum to fight back against Yi Ping's rising power. Yi Ping's Great River sword momentum answers instantly, transforming into a killing force that crashes down on the challenger. Before that strike can land, an unnamed grey-robed elder appears out of nowhere, blocks it, declares the match over, and admits his young master has lost. The unnamed elder knocks the young man in black unconscious and carries him away, making it obvious the defeated challenger has a powerful background. With the duel gone, every eye in Qinzhou turns fully to Yi Ping and the river of swords still weaving above his head. Yi Ping has already hit the limit of ordinary sword moves, so he pushes deeper and tries to use this chance to build real sword intent. For half an hour, the endless sword diagram inside Yiping keeps deducing more and more sword moves while the 100,000 swords thunder overhead. The spectacle grows so huge that Qingzhou's strongest experts are drawn in, and the city lord himself arrives on a purple flying sword. When someone asks if Yiping is really condensing sword intent, the city lord gives a simple yes that sends another shock through the crowd. Then the city lord studies Su Changyu instead, because he can clearly see Su Changyu is only at the 5th level of qi refinement, yet somehow carries the composure of someone far above that realm. While everyone waits, the sword river above Yiping suddenly starts thinning out and the pressure weakens. A lot of onlookers immediately assume Yiping failed at the last step and start talking like the miracle is over. Some young talents even turn smug, using Yiping's apparent failure to comfort themselves and mock his ambition. That ugly attitude immediately gets checked by nearby female cultivators, who call them out as weak men sneering at someone they cannot match. The women even joke about putting those men on a bottom feeder list so no one marries them by mistake, which shuts them up fast. The city lord cuts through the noise and bluntly says they are ignorant, because Yiping did not fail at all. He explains that Yiping is establishing sword intent instead of forcing an early breakthrough, deliberately laying a stronger foundation before true condensation. He goes further and warns that sword Dao cultivators with jealous, narrow hearts will never go far no matter how talented they are. Stung by that public scolding, the sarcastic youths can only lower their heads and slip away. At last the swords all fly back to their owners, the strange phenomenon ends, and Yiping opens his eyes. After the storm of flying swords ends, the street goes quiet again, and everyone just stares at Yiping in stunned silence. Yiping opens his eyes, looks at Su Changyu with real shame, and says he failed to comprehend sword intent because his aptitude is too poor. The crowd is left speechless, because after what they just witnessed, Yiping calling himself untalented sounds almost insulting. Su Changyu finally steadies himself, puts on his calm expert face again, and decides this is his moment to act impressive. Instead of explaining anything, Su Changyu simply turns toward the city and says they are going in, which only makes his mysterious aura stronger. Yiping obediently follows his senior brother, and the Yu scrambles after them, calling out for his teacher to wait. Watching the Yu chase after them and call Yiping teacher, the Qingzhou city lord is jolted into suspecting Su Changyu is Jin Nation's inspection commander. Even after that guess, the city lord restrains himself and quietly withdraws instead of rushing in and risking a mistake. As Su Changyu and Yiping enter Qingzhou, the entire street turns to look at them with envy, admiration, and open fascination. Su Changyu acts cool on the outside, but inside he is almost drunk on the attention and secretly loves every second of it. The male cultivators grumble that their ranking as Qingzhou's most handsome men has just been shoved down by 2 newcomers. The women are much louder, openly swooning over Su Changyu's aloof dominance and Yiping's refined scholarly charm. Their shamelessly explicit talk leaves Yiping awkwardly convinced all over again that Xiao Mushua's lust abstinence teaching must have been important. Liu eagerly offers them a private room at Full River House so they can rest quietly before the sword Dao meet. Yiping refuses at once, because his sect taught him not to accept favors outside and end up owing people. Su Changyu actually approves of that restraint, since he has money now and does not need to rely on anyone. Then Liu mentions the room is already booked and costs 100 taels of gold a day, which stops Su Changyu cold. The moment Su Changyu realizes this is Qingzhou's top 5-star inn, his principles change very quickly. He smoothly tells Yiping that Liu is their own disciple, not an outsider, so staying there should be fine after all. With that, Yiping agrees, and the 3 of them head to Full River House together. 6 hours later, Li Changye arrives outside Qingzhou, dressed in an expensive white crane cloud robe and ready to begin what he thinks will be his path to invincibility. Li Changye strides into the city convinced the attention on him is envy from people who already recognize his greatness. In reality, the crowd mocks him as a cheap copycat of eldest senior brother, and the women dismiss him as a pretty fraud. 2 hours after that, Wang Mingho reaches Qingzhou with an even colder attitude and the natural superiority of someone from a truly hidden powerhouse. He also notices the stares on him and calmly accepts them as the attention a genius should receive. Late that night at Full River House, Su Changyu stands alone on the roof under the moon, forcing himself to look like an expert even while the wind nearly ruins the mood. The applause from earlier still lingers in his chest, but the more he thinks about it, the more he hates that all the glory came from Yiping saving him again. He broods over the unfairness of it all, wondering why he got the face but not the talent, while Yiping got the terrifying aptitude instead. Even so, Su Changyu refuses to give up and talks himself into believing he is still a sword Dao genius who just has not found the right path yet. Then a gust from the northwest street sends a thin green book flying straight onto the rooftop in front of him. Su Changyu picks it up and sees the title Sword Nurturing Technique, which is suspicious enough to make him curious. The first page shamelessly asks whether he wants to become a peerless sword immortal and enjoy the attention of the whole world, and that bait hits him exactly where it hurts. He knows it looks fake, but he still turns the page because the promise is just too tempting tonight. The manual keeps flattering him and claims the sword nurturing technique is the strongest sword art in the world. On the next page, the real method appears: defeat stronger sword Dao experts, steal their sword intent into an ordinary sword, and collect 9,999 intents before ever drawing it. The restrictions sound absurd to him, especially the part about beating the world's top sword experts without even drawing the sword first. He almost throws it away for good, but boredom wins and he turns to the last page anyway. That final page says true sword battles can happen in the mind, and that a genius can defeat opponents through spiritual combat and claim their sword intent there. Now the whole thing feels custom-made for him, because a sword technique based on imagination means he never has to risk a real fight at all. After a brief pause, he decides there is no harm in trying, and convinces himself this book falling into his hands must be heaven's will. Delighted with himself, Su Changyu accepts the sword nurturing technique as his new path and feels sure he is finally about to rise. At the same time, in room 2 of Full River House, Yiping sits cross-legged on the bed and finally begins to refine the merit power he has been carrying for days. He spends that merit first on the Torch Dragon Immortal Apertures, opening the 6th and then pushing all the way to the 10th in one intense session. With 10 apertures running together, a huge tide of spiritual energy surges through him and firmly stabilizes his cultivation at the 10th level of chi refinement. He also realizes that once he opens 36 of these immortal apertures, he should gain a real mystical ability, which makes this path even more valuable. Without wasting a breath, Yiping switches to the ancient God-Fiend body tempering technique and starts forging his body instead. 6 hours later, he has tempered himself 3 more times, bringing his total to 5 and hardening his body to an absurd degree. A faint elephant cry echoes from inside him, marking great mastery of his physique as his blood, meridians, and raw power all leap upward together. By now, even a foundation establishment cultivator could barely survive one punch from him, and many would simply be crippled outright. Only then does Yiping use the last of his merit to recast his realm again, pushing through the night until dawn. When he opens his eyes at daybreak, he looks like he has fallen back to the first level of chi refinement, but in truth he has completed 2 more recasts, and is now on the 5th. His mind is now perfected, his body carries elephant strength and dragon-like blood force, and even late-stage foundation establishment cultivators would die to a single punch. Yiping suppresses all of that terrifying power back into a harmless Confucian-looking calm, just as Qingzhou prepares for the arrival of another already famous sword Dao talent. The next day, one name explodes across Qingzhou ancient city: Sikong Jiantian has arrived. Inside Full River House, the entire conversation shifts away from Yiping and the young man in black as everyone starts talking about Sikong Jiantian instead. The crowd explains why the name hits so hard. Sikong Jiantian is Qingzhou's legendary sword prodigy, and one of the brightest talents in all 10 nations. That reputation only makes people more confused, because someone already that famous and strong should have no reason to bully a local sword meet. Then someone reveals the real prize. This year's top 10 get Taishian Sword Tower entry tokens, and that finally gives Sikong Jiantian a believable reason to show up. The room immediately turns into a debate over who can win, with most people calling Sikong Jiantian the obvious favorite. A smaller group argues that yesterday's senior brother and junior brother look strong too, and soon the room is split between fans of Su Changyu and Yiping. Right in the middle of the noise, Li Changye cuts in with a cold sneer and mocks everyone in the room as country bumpkins. For a second the crowd thinks the speaker might be Su Changyu because of the similar robe, then relaxes when they realize it is only Li Changye. Pressed to explain himself, Li Changye says the others are thinking too small and insists someone like Sikong Jiantian would never come all this way for a minor reward. That only earns him sarcasm, because someone fires back that if Qingzhou is so tiny, then he lowered himself by coming here too. Li Changye answers without blinking and declares that Qingzhou is only his first step on a grand path to become number 1 in Qingzhou, Jin Nation, the 10 nations, and eventually all Great Xia. His ambition sounds so outrageous that the whole room breaks into ridicule instead of fear. Li Changye still refuses to bend, throws down a gold ingot, and walks upstairs like a man certain everyone will remember him later. Once he is gone, the crowd dismisses him as another attention-seeking loudmouth and goes back to eating and drinking. In a corner, Wang Mingho drinks alone and quietly scoffs at Li Changye's wild talk, convinced the man is nowhere near worthy of challenging him. Even so, Wang Mingho keeps his thoughts to himself, deciding that a future great figure like him should not waste words on someone beneath him. As the days tick down, Sikong Jiantian's arrival spreads far beyond Qingzhou and turns the local sword Dao meet into a major event for all Jin Nation. With less than a week left, more and more people flood into Qingzhou ancient city just to witness the competition. 4 days later, another shock hits when Sikong Jiantian officially registers for the tournament, and people also spot Yiping and Su Changyu on the contestant list. The same contestant list also confirms that Yiping and Su Changyu will compete, and Su Changyu's name sets off even more speculation. Some people immediately imagine Su Changyu entered for one reason only: to cross swords with Sikong Jiantian. 2 more days pass, registration closes at 1,024 contestants, and the 7-day bracket is set all the way down to the final champion. Back in Full River House, Liu brings a copied duel list to Su Changyu and Yiping so they can finally see their first opponents. The draw is immediate and personal for Yiping, His opening match will be against Li Changye. Su Changyu's first opponent is Wang Lei, a much less dramatic name on paper. Liu says he already looked into both opponents, and reports that Wang Lei is from the 4th Thunder Swordsmanship sect but only has average strength. Liu adds that Li Changye's background is oddly blank, because even Black Cloud's pavilion could not dig up much on him, and that makes him seem like a nobody. Yiping does not underestimate that at all, and instead grows more eager for the first sword fight of his life. Su Changyu stays even calmer, because mastering the sword nurturing technique has boosted his confidence, and he never meant to chase a ranking here. He pulls Yiping back to the right mindset, and warns him not to get arrogant, but to step onto the stage with the disciple's heart and fight with no regrets. Yiping accepts the advice at once and promises he will go all out even if his opponent looks unimportant. Liu then notes that hidden experts are mixed into this tournament, and asks Su Changyu if he wants to face Sikong Jiantian. That question catches Su Changyu off guard, because he genuinely did not know Sikong Jiantian was here at all. Liu realizes his guess was wrong and understands that Su Changyu entered the tournament for his own reasons, not to chase Sikong Jiantian. Su Changyu explains that he joined purely for comprehension, not to target anyone, and then asks why a figure like Sikong Jiantian would bother with this meet. Liu says Sikong Jiantian almost certainly has another purpose, even if he cannot see the full picture yet. Su Changyu agrees something deeper is happening, then drops the topic, tells Yiping to keep focusing on the sword Dao, and leaves the room. After Su Changyu leaves, the room falls still, with incense burning as Yiping keeps thinking about tomorrow's tournament. Then Liu quietly warns Yiping to avoid suspicious people, because the Fiend Celestial cult may strike and real danger could break out around the tournament. Yiping is caught off guard by the sudden warning and waits for Liu to explain what danger he means. Liu admits he should not even be saying this, but because he trusts Yiping, he reveals a court secret about the Fiend Celestial cult returning. Liu says the revived Fiend Celestial cult wants to purge all 33 states of Jin Nation, and even now the court still cannot identify who its hidden followers are. The threat is even worse because the cult has already slipped into the Imperial Court itself, which means their strike could come from anywhere. Yiping immediately asks the practical question, if the danger is real, why not just cancel the Sword Dao meet? Liu explains that canceling the Sword Dao meet would only expose the court's hidden spies, while the Fiend Celestial cult is too skilled at concealment for that to solve anything. Liu reassures Yiping that Qingzhou already has many hidden experts waiting in ambush, and he even suspects Sikong Jiantian came because of this threat. Yiping accepts the warning, but inwardly he wants no part in power struggles and still only cares about cultivating well enough to one day enjoy a peaceful mortal life. Liu makes one last request and begs Yiping not to repeat any of this, especially to Su Changyu, because one careless leak could bring him serious consequences. Yiping agrees, grateful for the trust, and finally lets his mind drift back to tomorrow's Sword Dao meet instead of the hidden danger around it. Inside the Qingzhou City Lord's Hall, Qinjing receives a visitor he dares not treat lightly, Sikong Jiantian, the blindfolded sword prodigy whose name already carries weight across the 10 nations. Sikong Jiantian gets straight to the point and asks whether Qingzhou has seen any movement from the Fiend Celestial cult, which is hunting Jin Nation's young talents. Qinjing acts surprised and claims he knows nothing, but Sikong calmly calls out the performance, and makes it clear the city lord has already been warned from above. When words are not enough, Sikong Jiantian reveals an octagonal heavenly supervisory token, and Qinjing's fake ignorance vanishes on the spot. Now facing a heavenly supervisory envoy, Qinjing immediately bows and addresses Sikong as his superior, because this office stands above even kings and sects. Once the pretense drops, Qinjing admits the court secretly deployed 3,000 elite cavalry around Qingzhou ancient city, but the Sword Dao meet has made the place too crowded to search cleanly. Sikong thinks it through and warns that the Fiend Celestial cult is probably waiting to strike during the Sword Dao meet or right as it ends, when the chaos would be hardest to control. He tells Qinjing to keep the city under control, because if a talented junior dies in a fight inside Qingzhou, the city lord could lose his position. Qinjing hurriedly vows to protect Qingzhou's juniors even at the cost of his life, then tries to flatter Sikong by saying no cultist should dare move while he is here. Sikong cuts through the flattery and says the opposite is true, precisely because he is famous. The Fiend Celestial cult has every reason to target Qingzhou now and turn his death into a statement. That explanation hits Qinjing hard, and he instantly praises Sikong as a man risking himself as bait for the sake of the realm. Qinjing even starts talking about holding a banquet for such noble sacrifice, pushing the bootlicking so far that the room turns awkward. Sikong shuts the praise down at once and bluntly says he is not being noble at all, just following orders. With the warning delivered, Sikong prepares to leave, and Qinjing personally escorts him out with even more caution than before. Before parting, Qinjing asks whether Sikong joined the Sword Dao meet partly as cover, and Sikong says yes in part, but he also wants to test Qingzhou's juniors with a new sword technique. Sikong adds one last instruction: his heavenly supervisory identity must stay secret, or the whole trap will grow messy before the enemy even moves. By the next morning, Qingzhou Ancient City is already packed before sunrise, because the Sword Dao meet has turned the whole arena into a boiling sea of people. The competition layout is brutal and simple. Hundreds of rings run at once, and the meat tests swordplay and sword momentum, but anyone using cultivation above chi refinement is disqualified on the spot. After staying up all night, Yiping arrives alone carrying his green moon flying sword, because Su Changyu's match is later and his senior chose to rest first. In the resting area, the tournament calls out match assignments one after another until Yiping hears his own name paired with Li Changye on ring 78. Hearing that pairing makes Yiping even more nervous, because this is his first real sword match and he has no idea where he truly stands among Qingzhou's hidden experts. He can only steady himself by remembering Su Changyu's teaching, because if he fights like an ordinary swordsman now, it would feel like failing the peerless senior who trained him. At ring 78, Yiping finally sees Li Changye, a cold young swordsman dressed in a style that clearly imitates Su Changyu without matching his natural presence. As dawn light falls across the ring, Li Changye reads Yiping's cultivation and is instantly disappointed that his first opponent is only at the first level of chi refinement. That tiny advantage goes straight to Li Changye's head, and in one breath he starts imagining this match as the glorious first step on his road to invincibility. In his own mind, he is already the lonely future number one in the world, burdened by the tragic problem of being too brilliant for everyone else. He even glances toward the women nearby and convinces himself they are here to witness the future top sword immortal's first legend in the making. The women immediately ruin that fantasy by mocking Li Changye as a cheap copycat and making it clear they are only here because Yiping is his opponent. Then Yiping appears properly in their sight, and the whole section explodes into screaming, cheering, and shameless open admiration for him. The uproar spreads across the arena so hard that other contestants, and even their own supporters stop and stare, leaving plenty of male cultivators bitter on the spot. One male contestant even complains that his junior sister promised to cheer for him, only for her to brush him off and go right back to shouting Yiping's name. Yiping is honestly caught off guard by just how intense the reaction is, because even his old literary fame never made admirers act this crazy. Once on the platform, Yiping puts the chaos aside and gives Li Changye a proper formal greeting as a fellow sword cultivator. Li Changye returns the greeting with basic courtesy, but the moment he notices the crowd belongs to Yiping, his interest shifts from pride to anticipation. He starts imagining how satisfying it would be to crush Yiping in front of all those admirers and watch their excitement collapse. With time still left before the match, Li Changye tells Yiping he is lucky to have met him, acting mysterious instead of explaining himself. Yiping genuinely does not understand what that is supposed to mean, and Li Changye only answers with an even more loaded smile that reminds Yiping of Su Changyu's annoying little habits. Then the arena announces the official start of the sword down meet and orders the outer crowd to keep quiet, ending the chatter and turning every ring serious at once. As silence falls, Li Changye fixes his eyes on Yiping and thrills at one private thought: maybe his path to invincibility is about to begin right here. 3 bells ring out, and the Qingzhou sword Dao meet officially begins with every ring falling under tense silence. At ring number 78, Yiping grips the green moon flying sword and focuses hard, while Li Changye stands relaxed and decides to let him attack 3 times first. Before the clash even starts, Li Changye gets carried away imagining Yiping one day bragging about losing to the future greatest sword immortal. That smug mood cracks when Li Changye suddenly feels sword momentum from Yiping and realizes it is the complete 4 thunder sword momentum. Li Changye is genuinely startled that a first-level chi refinement cultivator could condense all 4 thunder phases, but he still tells himself he can handle a genius like this. Yiping remembers his master's advice to hold nothing back, steadies himself, and finally commits to a full, serious opening strike. He lunges in a burst of thunder, and the roar of the 4 thunder sword momentum shakes not just ring number 78 but the whole tournament ground. The blast from ring number 78 shocks the whole venue, and even the seniors at the referee stand rise when they recognize the complete 4 thunder sword momentum. Then Yiping adds a second sword momentum, turning thunder into a surging river and revealing the far fiercer heavenly thunder sword technique. Li Changye's confidence breaks on the spot, because the second momentum multiplies the pressure so much that he can barely believe this is still a preliminary match. He tries to respond with his own sword, but that only draws out Yiping's final trump card, the sword-breaking technique. A white flash tears through the ring, and Li Changye is blasted off the platform trailing blood through the air. Yiping had deliberately suppressed his dermic power to tournament limits, because if he had truly gone all out, Li Changye would have died. The whole venue goes dead quiet, because everyone watching suddenly realizes Yiping fights like someone who could kill people in a mere trial match. Lying injured off the ring, Li Changye refuses to accept the loss and convinces himself he only fell because he was careless and never seriously attacked first. Yiping looks at the result, realizes his opponent's earlier words were probably a warning that he was weak, and suddenly feels guilty for hitting him so hard. He bows to Li Changye and sincerely thanks him, saying he understands now, which only leaves Li Changye even more stunned. When Li Changye tries to protest and ask for a rematch, the sword force still inside him surges again and makes him spit blood. Yiping jumps down at once, supports him with anxious hands, and starts feeding him dermic power to help stabilize his injuries. In his rush to comfort him, Yiping blurts out that he truly did not know Li Changye's cultivation was this poor, and that he would never have struck so heavily if he had known. Li Changye is nearly driven to tears trying to explain that this is not what happened, but Yiping keeps insisting that he already understands. In the end, Li Changye coughs up one more mouthful of blood, his vision goes black, and he faints while Yiping panics and begs him not to die. Yiping's brutal opening match leaves the whole sword down meet wary of him, and many competitors start silently praying they never draw his name. As Li Changye is carried off for treatment, Yiping anxiously tells the physician again and again that he never meant to hurt him like this. The physician reassures Yiping that accidents happen in sword bouts and promises to pass along his apology once Li Changye wakes up. Only after that does the presiding elder formally declare Yiping the winner of ring number 78. The female cultivators immediately erupt into cheers for Yiping, making his frightening display even more glaring to the jealous men around them. Back in the resting area, Liu rushes over to congratulate Yiping, but Yiping can barely enjoy the win because he still feels bad about how weak his opponent turned out to be. Liu laughs off Li Changye as a nobody and says he had wrongly feared the man might be some hidden successor. Then Liu brings real news: Wang Lei has withdrawn from the tournament altogether. Yiping is surprised that someone can simply quit, but Liu says anyone who saw that fourth thunder opening would be a fool to stay and risk being sent flying too. Liu even tells him he probably does not need to wait around anymore, because from now on most people drawn against him will likely surrender on sight. Yiping still doubts it and says the sect leader warned him that this year's Qingzhou meet has hidden experts, so maybe he was only lucky enough to draw a weak opponent first. Liu swallows the obvious thought that Yiping himself is one of those hidden monsters, says goodbye, and heads to the full river house to report to Su Changyu. 4 hours later, the first round ends, and when the second round begins, Yiping's next opponent withdraws before even showing his face. Word spreads that the missing opponent cursed the tournament as unfair on his way out, convinced being matched with Yiping was just being sent to die. Su Changyu's second opponent withdraws too, so he and Yiping both move into the top 256 without fighting another bout. That night at the full river house, Su Changyu hears the result and is stunned that he somehow made the top 500 again. The shock quickly turns into delight when Su Changyu realizes a top 500 finish means rewards, and he starts dreaming about an even bigger prize if luck carries him into the top 100. Over the next 2 days, Yiping keeps advancing exactly as Liu predicted, because each of his next 4 opponents withdraws before fighting him. Even Su Changyu's opponents flee the same way, because after seeing what Yiping is like, nobody wants to test what his senior brother might be able to do. The fear is simple. Yiping opens with full 4 Thundersword momentum like a man trying to end lives, not just win points in a sword match. Without really understanding how it happened, Yiping and Su Changyu both find themselves standing among the top 16. They are not alone in the spotlight either, because Sikong Jiantian also keeps advancing without fighting as opponents withdraw from him too. Other strong names like Wang Mingho keep winning cleanly, but even their good runs are getting overshadowed by the panic and hype around Yiping. By now the whole meet is fixated on the big future clashes everyone wants to see: Sikong Jiantian against Su Changyu, or Sikong Jiantian against Yiping. The next morning, the top 16 bracket appears, and the crowd immediately checks whether those headline matchups will finally happen. Instead, the bracket keeps Yiping, Su Changyu, and Sikong Jiantian perfectly separated, so none of them meet yet. And just like before, the unlucky disciples matched against them give up immediately, pushing Yiping and Su Changyu straight into the final 8. Because Sikong Jiantian appeared in this year's meet, the event has already drawn attention from cultivators all across Jin Nation. Several major trade unions even opened betting on the tournament, turning the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet into a nationwide spectacle. As the tournament's fame keeps spreading, a new figure finally appears in the Qingyun mountain range, Shi Liangjin. Back at Qingyun Dao sect, Daoist Taihua stays home and worries more about rebuilding the sect than about Yiping and Su Changyu's results at the Sword Dao meet. He keeps his expectations low, figuring Yiping reaching the top 100 would already be enough, so he simply waits for news to come back on its own. Just as Taihua starts his usual dawn cultivation, Shi Liangjin suddenly rushes up the mountain toward the sect. Seeing the merchant appear out of nowhere, Taihua immediately gets suspicious and wonders if this is about money again. Shi Liangjin beams and blurts out that he has good news, while Taihua cuts in first to make one thing clear: he is not lending anyone money. Still panting, Shi Liangjin finally delivers the real news: Yiping has fought his way into the top 8 of the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet. Taihua is genuinely shocked and quickly starts taking credit, pleased that his disciple is bringing honor back to Qingyun Dao sect. Then Shi Liangjin drops the bigger surprise: Su Changyu is in the top 8 too, so Qingyun has 2 rising stars at once. That news leaves Taihua stunned, because if even Su Changyu made the top 8, the whole tournament suddenly feels absurd to him. When Shi Liangjin says the 2 disciples are now famous as Qingzhou's double elites, Taihua's shock turns into a different kind of pain. He suddenly realizes the top 8 prizes include spirit stones, a robe, and a flying sword, and the thought of missing out hits Taihua like a knife. Once Taihua is fully hooked by the prize talk, Shi Liangjin carefully pivots and says he has an even more profitable deal in mind. Shi Liangjin explains that big trade unions have opened betting on the Sword Dao meet, and because both Qingyun disciples are on the board, he wants Taihua to fix a future match between them. Tai Hua instantly throws on a righteous face and blasts the idea as shameless, saying Qingyun may be poor but it still has principles. He keeps scolding Shi Liangjin, angry that anyone would ask his disciples to throw away their hard-earned chance for just a few hundred or a few thousand taels of silver. Shi Liangjin is left embarrassed, because he really thought Tai Hua was the same kind of money-hungry schemer he was. So Shi Liangjin hurriedly apologizes and says greed clouded his judgment, because he had been thinking about profits worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Tai Hua starts to dismiss it again, but the moment he realizes Shi Liangjin said spirit stones and not silver, his whole attitude jolts. The scale of that number overwhelms him, because to Tai Hua it sounds like the yearly wealth of a first-rank sect dropped into his lap at once. After one cough to regain his dignity, Tai Hua smoothly rewrites his position and says he is only considering this because his kind-hearted eldest disciple may need help handling money properly. Even while pretending to stay principled, Tai Hua presses for the real details, because he still cannot believe the betting market could be worth that many spirit stones. Shi Liangjin reveals why the whole Jin nation is watching this year's meet. Xikong Jiantian is competing too. That finally makes sense to Tai Hua, because a national celebrity like Xikong Jiantian would naturally drag huge public attention and huge betting money into Qingzhou. Shi Liangjin pushes the real advantage next. If they can control a match result involving Tai Hua's disciples, they can let the bankers win big and secretly profit alongside them. Tai Hua drops the act completely and bluntly asks what he needs to do. Shi Liangjin proposes the core plan: wait until Yiping and Su Changyu meet, then make the one with the higher odds lose on purpose and cash in on the swing. Tai Hua hesitates for a moment, not because he dislikes the money, but because he feels a little guilty about the gamblers who would be taking the loss. Shi Liangjin coldly talks him through it, arguing that gamblers ruin themselves anyway and the poor cannot afford to survive on noble words alone. Those blunt words hit home, and Tai Hua's last bit of moral hesitation quietly disappears. Now fully on board, Tai Hua starts bargaining over the capital split instead of the ethics. Shi Liangjin first offers a 4-6 capital split with equal profit, but Tai Hua immediately pushes for better terms and wants to put in less while still splitting the gains evenly. After a tense pause, Shi Liangjin grits his teeth and accepts, as long as Tai Hua can actually persuade his disciples to cooperate. Tai Hua admits he cannot guarantee anything yet, so they agree to wait for a reply before placing the real bets. As they head down the mountain together still talking business, Tai Hua casually asks whose current odds are highest. Shi Liangjin says Xikong Jiantian stands at 1 to 20, Su Changyu at 1 to 10, and Yiping at 1 to 5. The moment Tai Hua hears his eldest disciple is valued at 1 to 10, he forgets about sending any letter and immediately decides to bet on Su Changyu losing. Back at the tournament, the top 8 bracket shifts again when the opponents matched against Yiping, Xikong Jiantian, and Su Changyu all choose to withdraw. By noon, the top 4 match list is officially posted, and the whole city surges with excitement over the new pairings. With Yiping facing Wang Mingho and Su Changyu about to clash with Xikong Jiantian, the uproar races beyond Qingzhou and throws the entire Jin nation into a frenzy. When the final 4 list comes out, all of Qingzhou erupts because the tournament finally has the matchups everyone wanted. People had been frustrated up to now, because Yiping's later opponents kept forfeiting and neither Xikong Jiantian nor Su Changyu had truly fought on stage. So the judges win the crowd back by pairing Yiping against Wang Mingho, and Xikong Jiantian against Su Changyu in the semifinals. The betting houses go into panic mode, because money floods in from across Jin Nation once those 2 fights are set. Yiping and Wang Mingho draw fairly balanced odds, but the real storm is the second fight, where almost everyone piles their money on Xikong Jiantian. The trade unions are only daring to open that bet because they suspect Xikong Jiantian might never actually fight, and that he came to Qingzhou for something else. Back at Full River House, Su Changyu sits under a willow tree with his eyes closed, looking every bit like a profound expert in seclusion. Nearby, Yiping keeps studying the sword Dao and reworking his techniques for tomorrow's fight. Liu suddenly rushes over and quietly calls Yiping teacher, clearly desperate to ask something awkward. After some fidgeting, Liu admits the real issue. Su Changyu's odds have climbed high enough that he wants inside information before placing a bet. Yiping leans in and warns him with total seriousness that whatever he hears next must not be spread around. Then Yiping reveals the secret he fully believes himself. Su Changyu is a peerless sword immortal. To make the point even bigger, Yiping quotes a grand line that in the sky, 3 million sword immortals would still have to bow to Su Changyu. Liu is completely sold and hurries off to bet on Su Changyu, already dreaming of a huge win. Yiping watches Su Changyu's closed-eyed pose and sincerely assumes his senior brother is thinking about the great Dao at every moment. But inside Su Changyu's head, his only urgent concern is whether the top 4 battle robe will clash with his beloved white crane robe. 6 hours later, Qingzhou is in chaos again as rumors spread that Su Changyu is no ordinary contestant but a hidden sword immortal from centuries ago. The rumor snowballs fast, with people convincing each other that the betting houses only dared open this match because they knew Su Changyu's true identity. The story gets even wilder when people start repeating that Xikong Jiantian already lost to Su Changyu outside the city without forcing him to draw his sword. Once people hear the line about 3 million sword immortals bowing to him, They stop doubting and sprint to change their bets before the odds crash. Far outside Qinzhou, hundreds of black-clothed fiend celestial cult members gather in a barren mountain range for a secret briefing. Their leader announces that the cult's traces have been noticed, but the order stands: once the sword Dao meet ends, they must assassinate the young geniuses on the list. When someone nervously asks how they are supposed to handle Sikong Jiantian, the scholar says the cult has already sent stronger elders for him. Then he shocks them by saying the most dangerous person in Qinzhou is not Sikong Jiantian at all, but Su Changyu. He lays out his theory with absolute confidence. Sikong Jiantian's flashy arrival was bait, and the Jin nation was really trying to hide Su Changyu as the true trump card. What convinces him most is seeing Crown Prince Liu following Yiping like a student and openly blurting out that Su Changyu is a peerless sword immortal. He warns his followers that if they ever meet Su Changyu, they should flee immediately and leave him to 3 earthly fiend elders already summoned to kill him. The cultists answer without hesitation that dying for the cult is an honor, sealing the mission with fanatic resolve. That same night, Sikong Jiantian receives a report that the Fiend Celestial cult has sent the 72 earthly fiends into Qinzhou, and the Heavenly Supervisory will blame him for any losses. Sikong Jiantian is annoyed that he gets all the risk and none of the reward, but he immediately shows he already has his own plan. He says his public appearance was deliberate, meant to lure the cult into exposing itself before he wipes out its local underlings and hangs their corpses above the city gate as a warning. By dawn, Qinzhou is jammed wall to wall with spectators, and the city is shamelessly charging outrageous prices for seats to the semifinals. At the edge of that excitement, Li Changye drags his tired body out of the city, bitterly feeling that what should have been his rise to fame became a humiliating end. He still refuses to believe his sword Dao was lacking, telling himself he only lost because he was careless. But the defeat still stings badly enough to send him searching for his master. Before he can leave, the tournament apothecary comes running after him in a panic to relay one last message from Yiping. The apothecary sincerely explains that Yiping never meant to offend him, did not even understand what happened, and wants Li Changye's address so he can visit and apologize someday. To Li Changye, that sounds less like kindness and more like one last humiliation, and his face goes red with rage. The apothecary only makes it worse by pressing healing pills into his hands and kindly telling him not to cry over losing a sword match. Instead of leaving Qinzhou, Li Changye turns right back toward the city and swears to challenge Yiping again after the tournament ends. Meanwhile, dawnlight falls across Yiping as he opens his eyes after another long night spent trying to understand sword intent. He knows he could have forced an early breakthrough before, but he held back because either the Heavenly River swordsmanship nor the 4 Thunder Sword technique feels like his true path. After 7 days of thinking, he still has no answer, so he decides that once the meet ends, he will return to the sect and ask his senior brother for guidance. Even so, Yiping heads to the arena in a good mood, because a strong enough result here should finally let him become an official disciple of his sect. The arena is so packed that even nearby restaurants are overflowing, and the moment Yiping appears, the whole place breaks into cheers. Some of the loudest voices come from his adoring female fans, who immediately start bickering with others while praising how handsome he looks today. An hour later, the semi-final is officially announced, and Yiping steps onto the main ring to face Wang Mingho at last. Yiping stands there looking refined and almost immortal, while Wang Mingho's plain appearance does nothing to hide that he earned this spot by winning 8 straight bouts. At the packed Qinzhou Sword Dao meet, almost the whole crowd is cheering for Yiping before the semi-final even starts. Wang Mingho keeps his pride in check and decides the cleanest way to silence everyone is to beat Yiping in front of them. Yiping frowns because Wang Mingho's expression reminds him too much of Li Changye, and that makes him wary. Before fighting, Yiping bluntly asks if Wang Mingho knows Li Changye because he is genuinely worried about crippling the wrong friend. Wang Mingho answers calmly that he has never heard of Li Changye, and Yiping visibly relaxes. In the stands, several spectators notice a frightening sword intent, and the weak cultivator behind them is already coughing blood from the pressure. That wounded spectator is Li Changye, and hearing Wang Mingho call him a nobody pushes him into furious, murderous hatred toward both men. The elder finally announces the semi-final, and the whole venue goes tense enough that nobody wants to blink. Both men draw their swords, but Yiping still asks one last time if Wang Mingho really does not know Li Changye. Wang Mingho snaps back in irritation, thinking Yiping is stalling and that he can handle the same sword style anyway. Yiping moves first with a thunderous sword strike so fast the audience barely sees it. The hit lands like a monster slam, and Wang Mingho is blasted through the air trailing blood before he can use his trump card. Wang Mingho crashes to the floor in shock, still unable to accept that he lost before his great sun demon subduing sword even came out. The crowd and even the watching elders are stunned because Yiping's sword momentum looks far beyond what a chi refinement cultivator should produce. When the referee finally announces Yiping's victory, the crowd starts grumbling that they paid to watch real battles, not another instant knockout. Yiping is baffled too, because he feels like he held back and still cannot find the hidden experts everyone talked about. As people mock Wang Mingho and drag Li Changye's earlier bragging back into the conversation, Li Changye's anger only gets worse. Hidden in the crowd, a sinister Confucian cultivator quietly writes Yiping into the Fiend Celestial Cult's must-kill roster and marks him for urgent death. The elder announces that the second semi-final will start in 2 hours, and the crowd shifts its hopes to the next match. Back in the resting area, Yiping finds Liu waiting there and learns that even he has no idea where Su Changyu went. Their attention is pulled back to the main ring when the crowd suddenly erupts over Sikong Jiantian's arrival. Sikong Jiantian steps through the air in white robes like an immortal, instantly taking over the arena with pure star power. Yiping and Liu move to the viewing deck and keep searching the ring, but Su Changyu is still nowhere to be seen. Sikong Jiantian enjoys the attention on the surface, but even he keeps scanning the audience while waiting for his opponent. The same hidden scholar marks Sikong Jiantian's name with even more urgency, showing the fiend celestial cult wants him dead too. 15 minutes become an hour, then 2, and Su Changyu still does not appear as the crowd starts doubting him. On the viewing deck, Yiping and Liu can only frown and wonder what happened to their senior brother. Then a single peach blossom petal drifts over the venue, and the whole crowd pauses in confusion. More petals begin falling, and Yiping instantly realizes this ridiculous entrance has to be Su Changyu's doing. A boastful voice rings out about 3 million sword immortals bowing, and Su Changyu finally appears on the main road in full showman mode. His entrance lands perfectly, and the audience, especially the women, explode over how absurdly handsome he looks. Sikong Jiantian first bristles at Su Changyu stealing the spotlight, then freezes in disbelief when he realizes this late grand entrance belongs to a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. The audience completely misreads Sikong Jiantian's shock as proof that Su Changyu must be a hidden monster, and bets start flipping on the spot. The hidden fiend celestial scholar takes one look at Su Changyu's face and status, and starts marking him over and over out of pure, spiteful killing intent. His hatred leaks out as real killing intent, and Sikong Jiantian immediately catches it from the ring. The scholar realizes he may be exposed and freezes, unsure whether fleeing now would make everything worse. Sikong Jiantian recognizes him as Fiend Celestial Cult, but he holds back because striking in a packed arena could hurt innocent people and bring trouble from the Heavenly Supervisory. The scholar decides that if he might be discovered anyway, he should strike first. He quietly pulls out an emerald gourd, preparing a hidden poison attack from inside the audience. Meanwhile, Su Changyu reaches the ring in a perfect mood, because as far as he is concerned this top 4 finish already gave him free fame and a nice robe. Inside his own head, Su Changyu has no intention of really fighting and plans to surrender dramatically after making himself look impressive. Still, he decides this is the perfect chance to test the sword nurturing technique he never practiced before. He closes his eyes in the arena, and the entire sword down meat falls silent because nobody knows what he is about to do. After 5 long minutes of inner posturing, Su Changyu opens his eyes convinced that he has already won some invisible battle. Then he calmly tells Sikong Jiantian, "You've already lost," leaving the whole arena stunned and Sikong Jiantian deeply embarrassed for him. Sikong Jiantian is just about to end the farce when his expression suddenly turns grim, and he realizes a 5-grudge ancient poison has been used. He looks straight at the Confucian scholar, who answers with a satisfied smile, and Sikong Jiantian realizes he has been outplayed. Hidden in the crowd, Wei Lin tests Sikong Jiantian with the 5-grudge ancient poison to see whether his identity has already been exposed. The poison is colorless and delayed, but it slowly drags out anger and murder until victims burn themselves out and die. When Sikong Jiantian reacts, Wei Lin immediately knows he has been noticed, but now the trap cuts both ways and Sikong Jiantian is under pressure too. Sikong Jiantian drops any hesitation and orders Qinjing to clear the city and prepare an ambush before the poison turns the whole situation worse. Qinjing instantly answers by activating the city protection formations and calling on Qinzhou to suppress the demonic attack. Wei Lin is startled that Sikong Jiantian really dares to move first, so he tears the talisman from the emerald gourd and escalates openly. The emerald gourd swells huge and vomits out thick black poison smoke, turning the hidden threat into a city-wide disaster in plain sight. Sikong Jiantian warns everyone to hold their breath, seal their points, and flee because the attacker is a fiend celestial cult disciple using the 5-grudge ancient poison. The sword Dao Meat collapses into panic as cultivators stampede, crash out of sword flight, and desperately try to survive the poison. Sikong Jiantian shoves Su Changyu towards safety because from this moment on, every life in the city is on his shoulders. In the middle of the chaos, Wei Lin bites his tongue, sprays blood onto the gourd, and calls hidden disciples of the cult to attack. The poison grows so dense that hellish visions burst from the smoke, showing the tortured souls and cruelty behind the cult's methods. Sikong Jiantian answers with a roar and golden sword energy, but the gourd's poison cloud blocks the strike. At the same time, hundreds of black-clad cultists storm into Qinzhou ancient city, and the attack becomes a full invasion. Yiping stares at the disaster in shock, unable to believe the grand sword Dao Meat has turned into this nightmare so fast. Su Changyu is shaken too, and for one guilty second he wonders if all this disaster somehow started because he overdid his act. Liu is the first to recover, and he grabs both Su Changyu and Yiping because in his view the most important skill right now is running away alive. A follower catches up and reports that fiend celestial cult forces are appearing all around Qinzhou, and even the 72 earthly fiends are here. Liu nearly goes pale when he hears the 72 earthly fiends are here, But then the follower adds that Gene Nation Knights are coming and the cult is mainly hunting geniuses, not him. That line brings instant relief, and all three privately latch onto the same selfish comfort that the cult is after geniuses, not them. The follower hands them calming pills to resist the poison, and they swallow them while rushing to meet the escort knights. Before they get far, several black-clad cultists appear and one guard steps forward to buy them time. The cultists freeze, then turn greedy the moment they realize Liu is the crown prince of Gene Nation and worth huge credit. Liu, furious and terrified at once, promises the guard a reward and bolts into the alley with Su Changyu and Yiping. As they run, Su Changyu urgently tells Yiping that if danger appears later, he must run first, stay alive, and head straight back to Qingyun Dao sect. Yiping asks what if they can beat the enemy, and Su Changyu snaps back that being able to beat one person means nothing when more will keep coming. Su Changyu keeps drilling it in. Do not fight, do not try to save others, and never trade your life away with this little cultivation. When Yiping worries about him, Su Changyu still puts on a brave face and claims these cultists are nothing to him, even while telling Yiping to prioritize survival above all else. Yiping and Liu obediently split off down side passages at once, leaving Su Changyu behind before he can even process what just happened. Su Changyu looks up and goes blank, because more than 10 fiend celestial cult men are suddenly standing right in front of him. The cultists are even more horrified than he is, because they think they have just run into the terrifying Su Changyu in person. Instead of attacking, they shout for everyone to split up and survive if they can, then scatter in all directions. Su Changyu is left dumbfounded for a beat, then seizes the chance and sprints for the city exit to reunite with Yiping outside. Elsewhere in Qinzhou, Yiping runs alone and finally understands how vicious the fiend celestial cult really is, which only makes him want to stay far away from this mess. His frustration surges as he remembers every setback in his life, from missing immortal cultivation at first to failing again and again even after joining Qingyun Dao sect. The resentment rises just enough to scare him, so he slaps himself with the golden light of expiation and clears his mind on the spot. Once calm again, Yiping decides his best plan is simple. Go back to the sect, train properly, and stop wandering into chaos before he is ready. That resolve lasts only a moment before 5 black-clad cultists suddenly appear and identify him as Yiping, one of the top 3 targets of the Sword Dao meet. Before they can decide how dangerous he really is, Yiping turns around and runs without a second thought, following Su Changyu's advice exactly. The cultists take his retreat as proof that he is weak, so greed wins out and they chase him for the huge bounty on his head. As Yiping keeps running, more fiend celestial cult groups spot him and pile into the pursuit, all arguing over who will claim the 3,000 credit badges. Yiping is close to coughing blood from anger, because out of all the real geniuses in Qinzhou, every one of these lunatics has decided to hunt him. When the east gate finally comes into view, Yiping opens all 10 Torch Dragon immortal apertures and forces out even more speed. Because Qinzhou's activated city formation blocks sword flight, he has no choice but to keep escaping on foot. The cultists behind him are stunned by how absurdly fast he is, but that only convinces them even more that catching him will make them rich. On the way, Yiping spots Li Changye and can only shout one warning before blasting past him. Run, people are chasing us. The pursuing cultists dismiss Li Changye as a nobody and keep chasing Yiping, which humiliates Li Changye so badly that he almost vomits blood from rage. Yiping reaches the east city gate at last, only to see another massive wave of fiend celestial cult followers flooding in from outside. A breathless pursuer screams Yiping's bounty to the incoming cultists, instantly turning hundreds more pairs of eyes onto him. With enemies behind and ahead, Yiping burns every bit of power in his legs, shoots through the gate, and flees west on foot because he still cannot use sword flight. Outside Qinzhou Ancient City, Yiping sprints through the mountains while hundreds of fiend celestial cult followers chase him overhead on flying swords for hour after hour. As he runs, Yiping bitterly complains to himself that he never properly learned sword flight, so now he is stuck fleeing on foot even though he is absurdly fast. The pursuers finally shout for him to stop, claiming they are not here to hurt him and only want to give him some luck. Yiping shouts back that he does not want their luck and even offers to repay them with a huge fortune 100 years later if they just leave him alone now. The cultists keep trying to sweet-talk him into stopping for tea, and Yiping keeps politely refusing because he knows they are determined to kill him. Even while escaping, Yiping frantically tries to think of a way out, and ends up feeling miserable that he cannot come up with anything useful. Then his luck gets even worse when he skids to a stop at a giant gully with a bottomless abyss, and his escape route suddenly ends at the cliff. The fiend celestial cult followers catch up behind him, thrilled and furious after 6 hours of chasing, and start mocking him for finally having nowhere to run. Yiping turns around, forces out an awkward smile, and tries one last time to call it all a misunderstanding. The cultists only laugh harder, promising pain instead of mercy, so Yiping realizes there is no room left to negotiate. Remembering Su Changyu's rule that if he cannot run, he has to fight, Yiping finally drops the pretense and draws his sword. His enemies burst out laughing because they still think a mere chi refinement cultivator pulling a sword in this situation is a joke. Yiping stops holding back, opens all 10 immortal apertures, and drives the endless sword diagram with everything he has. He fuses the 4 Thunder Sword momentum with the Heavenly River Sword momentum, and the pressure pouring off him instantly wipes the laughter off their faces. One cultist tries to calm the others by saying Yiping is still only at the first level of chi refinement, so his sword momentum cannot be that dangerous. Before that reassurance can finish, Yiping attacks and his thundercharged sword force erupts like a white river of lightning. The Fiend Celestial cult followers are wiped out in an instant, their heretical bodies unable to withstand Yiping's Yang Thunder Sword force. Yiping is left staring at the empty battlefield, shocked that he meant to break through the siege and somehow turned it into a complete massacre. Then 312 resentful spirits rise from the dead cultists, and Yiping stares up in shock as the empty battlefield suddenly turns into a ghost swarm. The newly formed spirits quickly understand what happened and break into grief and rage, furious that Yiping killed them and left them trapped as suffering ghosts. But instead of looking scared, Yiping suddenly shows a trace of joy, which leaves the ghosts completely baffled. Their confusion turns to horror when Yiping raises the golden light of expiation, the perfect counter to resentful spirits and heretical cultivators. Now that they are ghosts, Yiping stops hesitating and blasts them with the golden light of expiation, burning away their sins and screams of panic. As the first batch is purified, merit flows into Yiping, and his shock flips into eager excitement. The surviving spirits panic and scatter, and Yiping chases them across the area, calling after them to stop running and come back for that good talk they wanted earlier. The ghosts beg for mercy with tears and excuses, but Yiping keeps expiating them until nearly all of them are gone. In less than an hour, Yiping racks up about 300 more merit, and the 6-hour chase has completely reversed in his favor. At last Yiping corners the final resentful spirit, and the ghost drops all dignity and kneels, calling him big brother, father, even grandpa just to survive. To save itself, the spirit offers a huge secret. The Fiend Celestial cult has thousands of disciples nearby, including powerful commanders and the 72 earthly fiends. The ghost pushes harder and claims there are even hidden strongholds with 7,000 or 8,000 cultists in total, tempting Yiping with the promise of massive merit if they are all expiated. Yiping is tempted by the information, but he still distrusts the cultist who is suddenly eager to sell out his own people. When Yiping questions that betrayal, the spirit immediately wraps itself in righteous language and insists this is not treachery but helping exterminate evil. Then the spirit points out the part that really catches Yiping's attention. With the golden light of expiation, he might be able to wipe out the hidden cultists directly once he finds them. That idea stops Yiping cold, and he blurts out the key realization with open surprise. The golden light of expiation can be used on them directly? Deep in the empty Qingzhou mountains, the ghost Qingyuan wallows in self-pity after joining the Fiend Celestial cult for easy gains, and somehow ending up trapped by Yiping instead. When Yiping asks about the golden light of expiation, Qingyuan blurts out that evil cultivators and ghosts die the moment that holy light touches them. Yiping presses for details, stunned when Qingyuan says the golden light of expiation is even more terrifying to heretical beings than his 4 Thunder Sword momentum. Qingyuan explains the rule plainly. Even if Yiping were only at the first level of chi refinement, ordinary evil cultivators would still be helpless against his golden light of expiation, and even a golden core enemy could not easily touch him. That answer hits Yiping hard, and he can only mutter in disbelief that if he had known this earlier, he never would have run. Still unsure of himself, Yiping makes Qingyuan swear honesty and asks the question that has bothered him all along. Just how strong is he really? Qingyuan can barely believe he even has to answer, because Yiping just wiped out hundreds of enemies and still thinks he might be mediocre. Forced to be serious, Qingyuan says his own 7th level chi refinement strength is nothing next to Yiping's sword strike, which already hit harder than a foundation establishment cultivator and almost counts as half-step golden core. Qingyuan goes further and says that with this strength and the golden light of expiation, Yiping could dominate Qingzhou ancient city, so his long desperate retreat made no sense at all. That leaves Yiping with one last doubt, so he asks why Su Changyu told him to run if he was actually this strong. When Yiping threatens to kill him for lying, Qingyuan desperately searches for an answer and suddenly asks whether that senior brother is also a sword immortal. After Yiping confirms it, Qingyuan suddenly acts like he has figured everything out and declares that Su Changyu was actually pushing Yiping to establish sword intent. Qingyuan argues that a sword cultivator's Dao heart is tested in danger, so Su Changyu's order to flee was not retreat at all on the surface but a hidden trial of Yiping's courage. The words strike straight into Yiping's heart, because now Su Changyu's strange warning finally sounds like the kind of harsh lesson a peerless sword immortal would give. Then the final knot breaks, and Yiping quietly admits that he has been enlightened. Yiping thinks it through and finally rejects the idea that his 3 months of cultivation make him ordinary, because training under a sword immortal was never ordinary to begin with. He also realizes that what truly matters in immortal cultivation is not the aptitude he kept worrying about, but the strength of his Dao heart. Compared to Su Changyu he may still be tiny, but compared to ordinary cultivators, Yiping finally accepts that he is frighteningly strong. That realization turns into resolve as Yiping understands the whole escape order as Su Changyu's test, and he refuses to fail it by acting like a coward. With his confusion gone, Yiping's whole aura changes, and even Qingyuan notices that he is no longer the same hesitant person from before. Qingyuan tries to slip away after helping Yiping figure things out, But Yiping stops him and orders him to come back to Qinzhou ancient city. When Qingyuan panics that the fiend celestial cult will punish him as a traitor, Yiping coldly promises merit if he was honest and pain if he lied. Yiping turns his power of merit into a rope, binds the sobbing ghost, and drags him straight back toward the city without wasting another moment. Back in Qinzhou ancient city, the five-grudge ancient poison has already turned the whole place into a slaughterhouse, with poisoned people and fiend celestial cult disciples killing everywhere. At the Sword Dao meet, Sikong Jiantian grimly realizes Wei Lin used the precious five-grudge emerald gourd, trapping him in a poisoned prison while the city keeps dying around him. Opposite the trap Sikong Jiantian, Wei Lin smugly boasts that once the emerald gourd absorbs enough resentment, even Qingzhou's defender will die. Sikong Jiantian says nothing back, because he knows the danger is real, but fleeing would mean abandoning Qingzhou ancient city to become a ghost town. Outside the southern gate, Yiping finally arrives and sees the entire city swallowed by poison, while Qingyuan desperately begs him not to enter. Yiping ignores Qingyuan's warning, hardens his resolve at the gate, and silently promises his eldest senior brother that he will not fail this test. He draws the green moon dermic sword, lets his aura rise, and steps back into Qinzhou ancient city. Following Qingyuan's urgent advice, Yiping wraps himself in merit power, and the poison immediately starts avoiding his golden aura. A squad of black-clad cultists rushes him the moment he enters, but Yiping answers with 1/4 thunder sword strike and erases them on the spot. Before the newly dead cultists can even become a threat as resentful spirits, Yiping washes them with golden light of expiation and turns them into fresh merit. Then a wave of poisoned ordinary cultivators staggers toward him with bloodshot eyes, and Yiping chooses to save them instead of cutting them down. His golden light of expiation clears the poison from them, and once their minds return, Yiping simply tells them to run and keeps moving deeper into the city. Farther in, Yiping finds a street where hundreds of cultivators, mostly women, are trapped behind a failing formation after their elder was killed. The surrounding fiend celestial cult disciples mock the people inside and openly gloat that the men will be killed while the women are stripped of cultivation and worse. When Yiping appears, the trapped cultivators recognize him at once, and their panic splits between sudden hope and fear that even he will die if he comes closer. Yiping does not answer with words, and instead sends one thunderous sword strike down the street that wipes out the hundreds of cultists in a single sweep. Golden light follows the slaughter and turns the dead cultists into merit, leaving the once chaotic street in stunned, almost holy silence. Standing in that silence, Yiping calmly tells the survivors to flee and leaves the rest to him. After Yiping wipes out hundreds of fiend celestial cult disciples in one sword strike, the rescued people stand there stunned before bursting into grateful praise. Yiping does not stop to enjoy their thanks, and the crowd watches his back disappear as he heads deeper into danger alone. While running through the city, Yiping keeps all 10 Torch Dragon Immortal apertures open to refill the dermic power drained by his repeated 4 Thundersword attacks. Knowing stronger cult experts must still be hiding in Qinzhou, Yiping pushes even harder and starts refining his stored merit while he runs. The merit surges through his ancient god-fiend body, and his cultivation rises in one wild climb from the second layer of qi refinement straight upward. Only Qingyuan can see the full absurdity of it, and the ghost is left staring as Yiping casually charges all the way to the 10th level of qi refinement. Qingyuan is horrified to see Yiping spending precious merit as fuel, right up until another sword strike brings in even more merit and proves Yiping can afford it. In the blacked-out city, Yiping starts to look less like a normal cultivator and more like a blazing god-fiend cutting down every cultist he finds. Watching that slaughter, Qingyuan suddenly feels lucky he surrendered early, because meeting Yiping as an enemy any later would have meant instant death. Then a small strand of pure merit flies into Qingyuan instead, and the resentful spirit freezes in disbelief as his sins and karmic filth begin to wash away. For the first time, Qingyuan realizes he is no longer sinking toward punishment but has actually become a spirit fit for reincarnation. The moment he understands where that merit came from, Qingyuan eagerly points Yiping north and urges him toward a larger nest of fiend celestial cult disciples. Yiping trusts him at once and races north, now fully stabilized at the 10th level of qi refinement. In the northern martial arena, tens of thousands of trapped cultivators are crammed behind a huge silvery barrier while cultists pound it from every side. Inside the barrier, the trapped cultivators fight back desperately, and Qinjing leads them with a blue flying sword that cuts down cultists outside. But every slain cultist instantly turns into a resentful spirit and keeps attacking, so the defenders are still being slowly ground down. Outside the barrier, a fiend celestial cult commander calls out to Qinjing with a cold offer: drop the formation defect, and he will be spared and rewarded. Qinjing answers with open contempt and refuses to betray either the court or the orthodox Dao. The cult commander keeps tempting Qinjing, promising power, promotion, and survival while treating the rest of the trapped cultivators as disposable. The trapped cultivators panic at the thought of Qinjing wavering and beg him not to trust the demonic sect's lies. Qinjing steadies the whole arena by swearing that even if he dies in battle, he will never surrender. Furious that Qinjing still will not bend, the cult commander drops the fake courtesy, sneers that no Dao expert is coming, and threatens to make him suffer once the barrier breaks. Then someone in the arena spots a figure outside and blurts out that Yiping has arrived. When the trapped cultivators notice the resentful spirit behind Yiping, suspicion surges and many of them wrongly decide he has defected to the demonic side. Even the cultists hesitate for a moment, because Yiping showing up with a resentful spirit at his back looks wrong to them too. Seizing that confusion, the resentful spirit behind Yiping loudly lies that Yiping has already joined the cult and that they are allies now. The commander buys it at once and uses Yiping as a fresh example while offering Qinjing one last chance to surrender. Qinjing answers him with one furious order to get lost, while the trapped cultivators glare at Yiping as if he really sold them out. Yiping walks straight up to the commander, instantly understands Qinyuan's trick, and quietly plays along until he is in perfect range. Just as the insults and accusations peak around him, Yiping finally draws his answer with a sword. He unleashes the golden light of expiation Heavenly Thunder Sword, fusing Thunder Sword energy with expiation light into one massive golden strike. That single strike eats half his dermic power, but it also reveals how terrifying his current cultivation really is after tenfold refinement. Where the golden sword light passes, Fiend Celestial cult disciples do not even get to become resentful spirits, and are burned straight into ash. The commander dies before he can react, and the surviving cultists finally understand that the one who betrayed them was the ghost leading Yiping in, not Yiping himself. The ghost answers their curses without shame, bragging that he has abandoned evil for righteousness, and refuses to share the fate of sinners. The remaining cultists panic completely and start screaming for everyone to run, because a cultivator who can condense golden light of expiation is beyond anything they can handle. Inside the barrier, the Qinzhou cultivators are left staring in total shock as they realize Yiping had been acting the whole time. Qinjing is especially shaken, because as a near golden core cultivator he knows exactly how rare and terrifying the golden light of expiation is. Then relief breaks the tension, and the arena erupts into deafening cheers for Yiping as the man who just saved them from a dead end. Instead of hiding any longer, Qinjing rides that momentum and calls every orthodox cultivator to charge out with him and kill the cultists. Yiping's example lights a fire through the whole arena, and the trapped cultivators flood out in a furious counterattack instead of waiting to be rescued. Watching everyone suddenly sprint out to hunt demons, Yiping is honestly thrown off and wonders why people are now fighting to steal this job from him. Qinyuan snaps him out of it at once, urging him to hurry before all the merit-bearing enemies are gone. So Yiping resumes the slaughter, spending merit to refill himself and cutting down fleeing cultists in steady waves like they are his moving power source. Completely broken now, the surviving Fiend Celestial cult disciples flee toward the Sword Down meet venue while shouting for Lord Wei Lin to save them. Inside Qinzhou Ancient City, Qinyuan floats beside Yiping and frantically points out every fleeing Fiend Celestial cult devotee he can find. By now Yiping has already slaughtered most of the cultists, reached the 10th level of Qi refinement, and piled up more than 2,000 merit, but he has no time to stop and cultivate. After Yiping wipes out another cluster of cultists in seconds, he notices his golden light of expiation has turned pure again. Qinyuan excitedly explains that the golden light can metamorphose 9 times, and if Yiping completes it, it will become the terrifying golden wheel of expiation. Yiping likes the idea immediately, because every demon he expiates makes this power even stronger. Qinyuan adds another crucial rule: merit can be poured directly into the golden light to speed up its metamorphosis. Yiping tests it on the spot, feeding 10 merit into the golden light and watching it thicken and brighten at once. Another 10 merit is not enough, so Yiping keeps feeding more in until the golden light pushes through its next metamorphosis. He burns through nearly 500 merit to force the golden light all the way to its 5th metamorphosis, but he can already tell the later stages will cost far more. The upgrade is brutal in practice too, because cultists who touch the old light used to scream, but now they die the moment it reaches them. Qinyuan is thrilled by Yiping's cruelty toward the cult, because every kill also brings the ghost a little merit and a sliver of hope for rebuilding a body someday. Still flattering him, Qinyuan claims Yiping's golden light is now the perfect natural enemy of heretical cultivators, strong enough that even Wei Lin should fear it. Qinyuan breaks it down plainly. Before, Wei Lin would crush 10 Yipings, but against the golden light, heretical cultivators are just paper meeting fire. Now fully convinced, Yiping stops wasting sword swings and simply floods the streets with golden light to erase every cultist within hundreds of meters. That same golden wave also clears poison and restores the minds of nearby cultivators who had been tainted by the cult. The surviving cultists can only curse Qinyuan for betraying them, while Qinyuan cheerfully tells Yiping their resentment will bring even more merit. At the Sword Down meet venue, Wei Lin keeps smiling through his standoff with Sikong Jiantian, convinced the massacre in the city should already be feeding resentment into the Emerald Gourd. Wei Lin taunts Sikong Jiantian that Jin Nation's reinforcements are useless anyway, because the Fiend Celestial cult has already laid ambushes across all 33 states. Sikong Jiantian does not budge, because after Qingzhou has already fallen this far, he would rather kill as many enemies as possible than retreat. Wei Lin laughs off the idea that Sikong Jiantian could ever bring in a real Dao expert, certain no such savior would appear in Qingzhou. Then panicked cries suddenly erupt from the city gates as Wei Lin's own fleeing subordinates scream that a Dao expert is coming. Wei Lin is still trying to dismiss it as nonsense when he sees even more of his men pouring in from the north gate in full retreat. The answer arrives a moment later, when Yiping steps into view wrapped in blazing gold like a divine soldier descending into battle. With one casual sweep of his hand, Yiping's golden light thoroughly expiates the cultists still trying to flee into the venue. Wei Lin is stunned on the spot, and even Sikong Jiantian can barely believe that Qin Zhou has just produced such a young Taoist master. Seeing Yiping's strength, Sikong Jiantian even starts wondering if Su Changyu really is the hidden expert he always claimed to be. Wei Lin drops the posturing immediately, and tries to snatch the 5-grudge ancient emerald gourd and run before Yiping and Sikong Jiantian can trap him together. Sikong Jiantian catches that intent instantly, and shouts for Yiping to use the golden light on him now. Yiping agrees without hesitation and casts the golden light of expiation directly onto Wei Lin. The gourd reacts violently at once, sucking back poison, vomiting black flames, and revealing itself as a vicious ancient treasure packed with endlessly tortured souls. Under the golden light, Wei Lin feels like he is being burned alive and lets out a miserable scream. That opening is enough for Sikong Jiantian to strike, unleashing pure white sword energy specially suited to cutting down heretics. Tens of thousands of Qinzhou cultivators arrive just in time to witness Sikong Jiantian's furious sword energy tearing through Wei Lin's body. Wei Lin desperately offers to surrender and trade the fiend celestial cult's secrets for his life, but Sikong Jiantian refuses to slow down even for a moment. Wei Lin tries one last threat by invoking the king of Jin Nation, and Sikong Jiantian's contempt makes it clear that means nothing here. Sikong Jiantian destroys Wei Lin's body completely, and even crushes the golden core that bursts out of him. But Wei Lin's hatred does not die with his flesh, because his resentful spirit swells into a huge ghost and fuses itself to the 5-grudge ancient emerald gourd. Hellish resentment floods the venue again, and weaker cultivators collapse on the spot under the pressure of the gourd and the screaming dead. Sikong Jiantian throws out more sword energy to hold back the ghost eruption and urgently calls Yiping over, because his sword alone cannot suppress this level of resentment. Yiping steps in like a machine built for this one task and spreads a golden canopy that starts sending the tormented dead toward reincarnation. As golden rain falls over the sword Dao meat, merit pours into Yiping in huge amounts from every soul he successfully expiates. Even so, the ancient gourd is so vicious that it keeps erupting under both Yiping's light and Sikong Jiantian's swords, spilling countless souls across the whole city. Sikong Jiantian curses and orders everyone to flee at once, because if the resentment spreads any further, Qinzhou could become a second Linha ghost grave. A nearby ghost warns Yiping not to hold back, saying that if he keeps strengthening the golden light and expiates these millions of souls, the merit he gains will be enormous. Yiping does exactly that and pours all the merit he has left into the golden light, forcing it into its 6th metamorphosis. As more souls are purified, more merit floods back into Yiping, and he keeps feeding it straight into the golden light without pause. After the time of an incense stick, the golden light completes another metamorphosis, and its expiation speed jumps again, forcing even stubborn souls to let go. Enraged, Wei Lin gathers the hatred of a million resentful spirits, and drives the whole mass of it toward Yiping. Sikong Jiantian answers by releasing his sword intent, and every sword held by the gathered sword cultivators starts buzzing in response. More than 10,000 swords gather in front of Sikong Jiantian and form a shield wall to block Wei Lin's desperate strike from reaching Yiping. Sikong Jiantian tells Yiping to ignore everything else and keep expiating, because this battle now depends entirely on that golden light finishing the job. 15 more minutes pass in that brutal stalemate, and Yiping pushes the golden light all the way to its 8th metamorphosis. But Wei Lin's million-spirit assault only grows fiercer, and even Sikong Jiantian starts bleeding under the pressure while he keeps the shield intact. He knows they only survive if Yiping condenses the golden wheel of expiation, yet he also knows one cruel problem. Merit alone is not enough, because that final step still needs an epiphany. At the sword Dao meet, Yiping pours in more merit and tries to go beyond the 9th transformation of golden light of expiation, but this final step clearly needs understanding, not just power. 2 hours later, Yiping finishes the 9th transformation, and his strengthened holy light becomes so oppressive that even the resentful spirits recoil from it. High above the city, Wei Lin laughs from his huge ghostly form in the ancient emerald gourd and mocks Sikong Jiantian for thinking Yiping could ever condense the golden wheel. Wei Lin keeps ranting that once he fully merges with the ancient gourd, he will kill everyone here and trap their souls inside it forever. The threat is real. If Wei Lin completes the fusion, the gourd will turn the whole region into another Linha ghost grave and erase every life for thousands of kilometers. Seeing the pressure rising, Sikong Jiantian tells Yiping to keep trying, and promises that no matter what happens, he will protect Yiping's life. Yiping calmly refuses to lean on that promise, and says his senior brother taught him that a sword cultivator must move forward without fear, even if that means dying here. That answer shocks Sikong Jiantian, because Yiping's talent was already frightening, and now his Dao heart looks just as unshakable. Behind them, the cultivators of Qinzhou shout for Yiping not to carry their lives as a burden, insisting that if death comes, they will face it with him. Hearing that, Yiping gives a small smile, closes his eyes again, and sits down fully to block out everything except comprehension. Many weaker cultivators still cling to hope, but the stronger experts watching Yiping can already feel how nearly impossible the golden wheel really is. When someone asks directly, Qinjing answers with a heavy truth. Condensing the golden wheel is a near impossible task. Qinjing explains that the 9th turn golden light still is not enough, because the golden wheel only appears after true wisdom is awakened. He adds that even across the 10 nations, only one person ever managed it, and that expert had to erase his memory, live as a mortal, and suffer for 300 years before gaining that insight. The crowd's courage starts to crack, and some finally admit they may be trapped in a doomed tribulation with no way out. Even so, others grit their teeth and say that if Yiping fails, they would rather die fighting than be swallowed alive into the gourd's purgatory. Inside Yiping's mind, the expiation sutra taught by Su Changyu keeps surfacing, but one missing key leaves him close to understanding and still unable to break through. Time drags on from minutes into hours, and while Yiping stays motionless like an old monk, Wei Lin's resentment keeps swelling as his fusion nears completion. By nightfall, the whole ancient city has gone unnaturally quiet, because nobody dares make a sound that might disturb Yiping now. Then a clear breeze stirs the fallen leaves, lifts Yiping's hair, and in that quiet moment he suddenly murmurs that he has understood. Everyone freezes at those words, and even Wei Lin turns to stare because no one truly believes Yiping can be serious. Yiping opens his eyes, and at that exact moment his old golden light of expiation disappears, plunging the city into a brief and startling darkness. Wei Lin instantly bursts into mocking laughter again, sure Yiping is just putting on a show and impossible to take seriously. But Yiping ignores him and calmly begins reciting the expiation sutra he once found and only now truly understands. The first words of the sutra call down a beam of light from the heavens, and the whole city is flooded with dazzling gold. Ancient Taoist sounds roll through Qinzhou like thunder, clearing the poison haze and snapping confused cultivators out of their madness. Even the millions of howling resentful spirits fall silent as the sutra's power presses down on all of them. Then golden lotuses bloom across the ground around Yiping, and petals begin drifting down from the sky in a holy phenomenon no one can mistake. The crowd erupts in joy, because by now everyone can see that Yiping really has stepped into genuine enlightenment. Behind Yiping's head, a radiant golden wheel finally appears, and the seniors instantly realize he has truly condensed the golden wheel of expiation. Qinjing and the older cultivators are left stunned, because a talent this monstrous will shake every genius in Qinzhou once the news spreads. Wei Lin is hit hardest of all, screaming in disbelief as the golden wheel burns him the moment it appears. As if the golden wheel were not enough, an emerald ancient Bodhi tree unfolds behind Yiping and makes his enlightenment look even more extraordinary. Even Sikong Jiantian is left sour for a moment, because the younger genius he hoped would help now looks destined to surpass him by a huge margin. Yiping only says one word, expiate, and the judgment of the golden wheel falls instantly. In that single moment, the countless resentful spirits are released and vanish into reincarnation instead of torment. Wei Lin also collapses under the weight of his own sins, utterly powerless in front of the golden wheel's expiation. With the resentment cleansed, the ancient gourd reveals its true nature and drops into Yiping's hand as a purified Khanate emerald spiritual gourd. Just like that, the disaster ends so quickly that the entire city falls into stunned silence, unable to believe it survived. The stronger cultivators understand exactly what just happened. Wei Lin was not weak, the golden wheel of expiation is simply that terrifying. Once the crowd finally comes back to itself, Qinjing and the others bow deeply and thank Yiping for saving Qinzhou and the people of Jin Nation. Sikong Jiantian does not join the thanks, but he looks at Yiping with a knowing smile that says enough on its own. Yiping stays modest, because in his own mind he acted mainly to sharpen his sword path and help his senior brother, even if saving everyone came with it. Since the danger is over, Yiping decides to leave Qinzhou at once and return to his sect before his senior brothers worry any longer. Qinjing immediately tries to keep him in the city for rest and celebration, now speaking to Yiping as an equal instead of a junior. The others eagerly join in, asking where Yiping's sect is and hoping to visit him there one day to repay the favor. Yiping politely refuses, saying Qinzhou needs time to recover and firmly asking them not to visit his sect because his master prefers peace and quiet. That answer only convinces everyone more that Yiping truly comes from a hidden sect of formidable experts. Then Sikong Jiantian cuts in and asks Yiping to come with him somewhere quieter, making Qinjing realize the conversation is about to turn serious. In a quiet pavilion, Sikong Jiantian suddenly asked Yiping if he had ever considered becoming an official after saving Qinzhou ancient city. Yiping shut the idea down immediately, making it clear that power and rank meant nothing to him compared to immortal cultivation. Trying again, Sikong Jiantian brought up the heavenly supervisory, and Yiping had to admit he had never even heard of it. Sikong Jiantian proudly explained that the heavenly supervisory could command sects and armies alike, then tried to lure Yiping in with that overwhelming authority. Yiping refused again and said he wanted no part in power struggles, only cultivation. Sikong Jiantian kept calling after him in disbelief, but Yiping just walked away and left the stunned official behind. Left alone, Sikong Jiantian could only brood over the absurd fact that someone had brushed off the heavenly supervisory without a second thought. Back at the Sword Dao meet venue, Yiping was stopped by Qinyuan, who floated over glowing with merit and wearing an excited, grateful smile. Qin Yuan told Yi Ping he had decided to reincarnate instead of waiting for a merit body, because the fiend celestial cult would never leave him alone. Yi Ping accepted his farewell and simply told him to be a good person in his next life. Qin Yuan swore he would live rightly next time and even promised that if they ever met again, he would serve Yi Ping without hesitation. Before Qin Yuan could leave, Yi Ping silently gave him one more burst of merit as a final repayment of their karma. The extra gift hit Qin Yuan so hard that he turned back and kowed out 3 times before going to reincarnate. With a final vow to be better in his next life, Qin Yuan disappeared into reincarnation. Yi Ping then said his own farewells in Qinzhou and left the ancient city alone. After Yi Ping was gone, Xikong Jiantian called Qinjing over and ordered him to spread wildly exaggerated stories about what had happened in Qinzhou. Qinjing was baffled, because making Yi Ping sound like a god seemed like the fastest way to get him targeted by demon cults. Xikong Jiantian explained the real plan. Since too many witnesses had seen the truth, the only way to protect Yi Ping was to exaggerate the story until it sounded fake. He pushed the scheme further by saying they should also leak that Yi Ping was Chen Zheng's distant nephew, so the whole miracle would look like shameless self-promotion instead of a real threat. Only then did Qinjing understand that this whole ugly rumor campaign was meant to keep the fiend celestial cult from treating Yi Ping as a real threat and sending stronger killers after him. When Qinjing asked if Yi Ping had agreed to join the Heavenly Supervisory, Xikong Jiantian lied through his teeth and claimed Yi Ping was thrilled and already packing. Xikong Jiantian warned Qinjing to keep quiet, then decided to remain in Qinzhou for a few more days in case more trouble broke out. By the next day, 33 urgent secret reports hit the Jin Nation court at once and threw the entire imperial court into uproar. A kneeling messenger reported the full disaster. The fiend celestial cult had struck all 33 states, leaving millions dead or wounded and many city officials dead, missing, or defected. The one bright spot was Qinzhou, which had taken far fewer losses and nearly wiped out the fiend celestial cult forces there. The king slammed his hand down and answered the catastrophe with a string of hard orders to hunt the fiend celestial cult, calm the people, and root out spies in his own court. He also rewarded Qingzhou's leadership and ordered the Jin Nation Academy to open early so the country could gather its young talents for the troubles ahead. In the days that followed, news of the fiend celestial cult's assault spread across the 10 nations, and Qingzhou's strange success became the story everyone wanted explained. That was when the rumors around Yi Ping exploded, with people claiming he had condensed the golden wheel of expiation and slaughtered fiend celestial cult disciples like a descending god. The story kept mutating until Yi Ping was being called a bodhisattva reincarnation, a Taoist true god, even an ascended immortal who came down to save Jin Nation. Because the claims sounded more ridiculous by the minute, most people started treating the whole thing as overblown nonsense. Then the planted explanation arrived. After his promotion feast, Qinjing supposedly let slip that Yi Ping was his distant nephew and that Xikong Jiantian had really brought in the expert who saved Qinzhou. That story snapped everything into place for the public, and suddenly Qinjing looked like the shameless mastermind who had hyped up his own nephew. Qinjing was publicly demoted and fined, but behind the scenes the court understood the cover-up and quietly compensated him for taking the heat. For Qinjing, the abuse was a cheap price if it kept a real genius like Yi Ping alive. Soon after, another major announcement stirred the country when the Jin Nation Academy opened ahead of schedule and every young talent took notice. Far away in the state of Li, Su Changyu stumbled through a ruined mountain range after getting hopelessly lost for 10 straight days. He cursed the map he had been given, worried about Yi Ping, and shouted nonsense into the empty mountains just to hear another voice back. By then he was miserable enough to regret ever leaving Qinzhou ancient city in the first place. At that same moment in the Qingyun mountain range, Yi Ping finally appeared again, only to be recognized at once by his third senior brother, Wang Zhuyu. Back in the Qingyun mountains, Wang Zhuyu climbed the path in a rare great mood after passing the preliminary array formation master assessment. He was already dreaming ahead, because passing the final test next month would finally let him earn real spirit stones as an array master. After spending days broke and frustrated, even the 20 taels of gold Taoist Tai Hua gave him now felt like the start of a much brighter future. That good mood snapped when he spotted a familiar figure ahead and realized Yi Ping was somehow back from Qinzhou far earlier than expected. He called out to confirm it, and the distracted Yi Ping startled before turning around in sudden joy. After 4 hard days rushing back, Yi Ping was genuinely happy just to see one of his senior brothers again. Wang Zhuyu quickly asked why Yi Ping was back so soon and, more importantly, where Su Changyu had gone. Yi Ping explained that the sword Dao meet had ended, Su Changyu left on his own, and he assumed his eldest senior brother had already returned to the sect. When Wang Zhuyu casually asked what rank Yi Ping got in Qinzhou, Yi Ping hesitated instead of answering. Wang Zhuyu read that silence completely wrong and assumed his little junior brother had done badly and was too embarrassed to say it. So instead of pressing him, Wang Zhuyu patted Yi Ping's shoulder and told him to rest a few days first because he would teach him the Tao of array formations himself. That offer lit Yi Ping up at once, because after everything in Qinzhou he understood exactly how useful array formations could be. He thanked Wang Zhuyu sincerely, while Wang Zhuyu cheerfully imagined taking Yi Ping along on future jobs once he became a real array formation master. Back at Qingyun Dao sect, Taoist Taihua had spent days on edge after hearing Qinzhou ancient city fell into chaos before he could even place his bets with Shi Liangjin. He had come straight back to the sect and refused to chase rumors, because waiting in dread felt easier than hearing news that Yi Ping and Su Changyu were dead. He had already decided that if the two disciples did not return within 7 days, he would go to Qinzhou himself no matter the risk. Then he finally saw two figures coming up the mountain, and the moment he recognized Yi Ping, the worst fear in his chest eased. He barely spared Wang Zhuyu a glance before hurrying over, still immediately bothered by one missing detail. Su Changyu was not with them. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuyu was still bragging that Su Changyu's sword talent was nothing compared to his own future array skills. Taoist Taihua suddenly appeared in front of them, cutting him off before he could proudly announce he had passed the test. Instead of praise, Taihua snapped one cold order at Wang Zhuyu: get lost. Wang Zhuyu was left dumbfounded that all his hard work earned him was that, but he swallowed it and quietly left. As soon as they were alone, Taoist Taihua urgently asked Yi Ping where Su Changyu was. Yi Ping was thrown off, because he had believed Su Changyu returned long ago and had no idea he was still missing. He explained that they were separated during the Fiend Celestial cult attack in Qinzhou, and after that he never saw his eldest senior brother again. Trying to reassure him, Yi Ping added that Su Changyu was strong enough to stay safe, but that only made Taihua more unsettled because he knew exactly how unreliable that confidence was. Still hiding his worry, Taoist Taihua told Yi Ping to stay in the sect for now, learn from his other senior brothers, and wait for him to return. He also promised that once he came back, he would formally accept Yi Ping as his disciple. Yi Ping happily agreed, while Taoist Taihua turned at once and headed down the mountain to search for clues about Su Changyu. With that, Yi Ping went straight to the rear cliff to cultivate, determined to make full use of the huge amount of merit he gained in Qinzhou. Before starting, Yi Ping reflected that the trip had exposed 3 weaknesses in him: too little knowledge, too low a realm, and too weak a Tao heart in a crisis. He decided knowledge and resolve could be strengthened over time, but his cultivation had to rise now before he ever went down the mountain again. At his side was the 5-grudge ancient emerald gourd, now a first-grade treasure artifact in his hands instead of a fiend celestial weapon. Yi Ping left the gourd to quietly gather spiritual energy for later refinement, because his immediate goal was much bigger: reach the foundation establishment realm. Using his immense merit as fuel, he drove a river of spiritual power through his spirit vein and started another brutal cycle of recultivation breakthroughs. The breakthroughs kept stacking one after another, but each step demanded more absurd amounts of merit than the last. Hours turned into days, and even when sect members came to peek at him, they left him alone after seeing he was still deep in seclusion. After 7 full days, Yi Ping had already completed 35 rounds, but the foundation establishment barrier still refused to break. On the 10th morning, he began a final 36 push, burning through another third of his remaining merit because he refused to stop short of foundation establishment. Far away in the capital of Jin Nation, the story shifted to the Grand Jin Nation Academy, a palace-like place where the nation's top cultivators were forged. Because Jin Nation Academy opened 10 days early, gifted disciples from all 33 states swarmed in for the assessment, making the place even livelier than the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet. Inside the main hall, a purple-robed senior brother silently watched the newly admitted crowd from above, clearly used to judging talent. Behind him, another academy disciple read from a booklet and reported the intake numbers. More than 13,000 applicants had been narrowed down to 432 new students. The purple-robed senior immediately guessed why the numbers had swelled so much this year. Everyone was aiming for the 10 Nations Academy. The attendant added that one 16-year-old had already reached perfected foundation establishment, and even seemed to cultivate the dragon-elephant method. But what the purple-robed senior really wanted to know was whether that Qinzhou name, Yi Ping, had shown up. The answer came back flatly: no one from Qinzhou had passed at all. That only made the purple-robed senior sneer that Yi Ping was just a loud name propped up by his uncle and probably did not dare show his face here. With that, the purple-robed senior walked out and swept his gaze over the 432 newly admitted students below. Outside the main hall of Jin Nation Academy, 432 new students stand under the golden sun in complete silence, all watching the purple-robed senior at the center. The senior introduces himself as their reality check, congratulating them for entering the academy before immediately warning that this is where their pride will start getting crushed. Fang Lei tells them the academy was not built to hand out supreme techniques, but to widen their horizons until they understand how small they really are. He keeps pressing the point, saying that once they see the real geniuses of Jin Nation, the 10 Nations, and Great Xia, any sense of superiority will fall apart. Then Fang Lei sharpens the speech into a threat, saying anyone too proud should leave now before they end up in his hands. To make his point sting, he brings up Yi Ping by name, and dismisses the famous savior of Qinzhou as nothing more than an overhyped city lord's relative. Fang Lei openly boasts that if Yi Ping ever appears in front of him, he will personally teach him what a real genius looks like. After dropping that warning and insult in the same breath, Fang Lei turns and leaves the hall area without another word. The silence breaks as the freshmen whisper that Fang Lei really is the ruthless senior from the rumors, a perfected foundation establishment monster who even dares challenge Golden Core cultivators. They also realize their luck is terrible, because the feared son of Jin Nation's great general has become the senior guiding their batch. Away from the crowd, Fong Lei's companion brings up the coming Academy Grand Competition and the rumor that this year's trial will use the Essence Demon Mystic Realm. Fong Lei says he already knew, explaining that every academy in the 10 nations built imitation versions of the realm to prepare students for the 10 nations academy assessment. He goes even further and says he is completely certain he will clear the trial, telling his companion to bet 100,000 spirit stones on his victory. His companion nervously reminds him that an essence demon is a fearless killing machine, and even forcing a draw would already be impressive. Fong Lei brushes the warning aside and claims he can knock an essence demon out with a single punch. 3 days later at Qingyun Dao Sec's rear cliff, Yiping's recultivation has finally slowed to the very last stretch, and he pushes from the 10th level of qi refinement toward true perfection. He burns through the merit Golden Lotus without hesitation and pours massive spiritual energy into one final charge. Inside his body, new spirit veins keep opening one after another until all 36 are formed and linked toward his dantian like converging rivers. This is the real threshold of foundation establishment, because unlike qi refinement's leaking spirit veins, the dantian can gather denser power and raise its quality to another level. An hour later, spiritual energy from the whole Qingyun mountain range crashes into Yiping, and the breakthrough blast booms across the sect. The disciples across Qingyun Dao sect are jolted awake by the noise, and Su Luochen even assumes a storm is coming and runs to save the laundry. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping shines in faint sacred gold as all 36 spirit veins finally connect and flood his once dry dantian. A green lotus with 36 petals blooms inside Yiping's dantian, marking his perfect foundation establishment after 36 recultivations. When Yiping opens his eyes, the whole world feels clearer and his body feels unbelievably full, as if his strength has been rebuilt from the ground up. He quickly realizes the jump is absurd. Techniques that once drained him heavily would now barely scratch his reserves while hitting much harder than before. The thrill of getting stronger hits him for a moment, but Yiping forces himself to stay calm and starts studying the new realm instead of celebrating. After an hour of careful comprehension, he confirms that foundation establishment does not need another set of 36 recultivations, but advances through the usual early, middle, late, and perfected stages. He also learns that early foundation establishment is where dermic power undergoes its first quality change, but he decides not to rush further and risk a shallow breakthrough. With one major wish fulfilled, Yiping turns to what comes next, using the merit he still has left to temper his god-fiend body and open more immortal apertures. He chooses the Torch Dragon Immortal Aperture first, because opening enough of them will unlock a true mystical ability, and he wants to see what waits at the 36th aperture. Yiping also figures out that his cultivation methods grow harsher the deeper he goes, so spreading his progress across all of them is smarter than forcing just one path. Thanks only to the huge million-merit windfall he earned earlier, Yiping can actually afford that balanced approach and begins opening more apertures in earnest. 3 more days pass, and over at Jin Nation Academy the final intake closes with more than 630 students accepted into this generation. That cutoff matters, because unless the king, the academy head, or the supreme elder personally intervenes, nobody else can join this year's class now. Inside the combat arena, all 630 new students gather in fresh white robes with light green hems and 6th generation embroidered on their chests. They have been left waiting from morning until noon with no explanation, and the strange silence starts making everyone uneasy. Then several older students enter at once from all 4 directions, and the sight of their 5th generation robes makes some freshmen instantly go pale. At the front is Li Yan, one of the 5th generation's top 10 talents, smiling warmly as he announces the academy's traditional welcome for new students. He explains the rules of the so-called friendly match: no killing, no magic weapons, no dermic Dao, just pure physical combat. The freshmen go pale when they realize Li Yan really means they must brawl barehanded against seniors who have already trained in the academy for 10 years. Complaints burst out at once, with students calling it shameless bullying, asking to sit out, or trying to surrender before the beating even starts. Li Yan answers without any shame at all: yes, it is blatant bullying, no one can skip, no one can surrender, and the fight starts now. The 5th generation students charge like a pack of beasts, crashing into the freshmen and sending people flying with raw body strength alone. Most of the new students panic at the first impact, but a few with real combat instinct immediately switch from outrage to damage control and start fighting smart. It still turns into a one-sided massacre, because 1 or 2 seniors might be manageable, but hundreds of seasoned academy talents are simply overwhelming. Cries fill the arena as broken legs, cracked ribs, desperate surrender attempts, and panicked begging get answered with even more merciless hits. Even the female freshmen get dragged into the same merciless drill, driving home the academy's point that pride and talent mean nothing once real pressure hits. Outside the arena, older academy members watch the chaos like it is perfectly normal, treating the freshman beatdown as an old unwritten rule as long as nobody dies or gets crippled. 2 full hours pass with the arena still in turmoil, leaving Gene Nation Academy's newest geniuses battered and thoroughly introduced to how merciless the place really is. At Gene Nation Academy, all 632 new disciples are already down, sprawled across the arena after a brutal welcome beating from the older students. The worst hit freshman is the hot-tempered dragon elephant cultivator, half covered in blood after making the mistake of fighting back harder every time he was struck. Standing in the ring, Lien looks over the groaning crowd with open satisfaction because this was never about anger. It was about crushing their pride on day one. Even so, plenty of the freshmen glare back at him, still furious and unwilling to accept what just happened. Lien notices the looks immediately, and coldly asks if they feel wronged. One freshman finally snaps and shouts that dozens of seniors ganging up on one unarmed newcomer is nothing but shameless bullying. Once one person speaks, the complaints pour out, with more freshmen shouting that the seniors call themselves senior brothers while refusing even a fair one-on-one fight. Lien cuts through the noise with one sharp order, and the entire arena goes silent. Then he tells them they are fools if they think this lesson is only about seniority, because real enemies outside the academy will never care about fairness or rules. Lien reminds them that Fan Lei already warned them. Gene Nation Academy is not some safe school for collecting techniques, but a place that forces geniuses to become truly capable. He tears into their noble upbringing too, saying most of them arrived spoiled by praise and carrying a disgusting sense of superiority. In this academy, he says, background means nothing, rules are loose, cliques and schemes are normal, and the only real law is that status has to be earned by your own strength. He even tells them to remember the seniors' faces, get stronger, and come back for revenge later if they dare, because retaliation is part of the culture too. That speech leaves most of the new disciples stunned, because the academy they imagined as righteous and scholarly is far rougher and stranger than expected. Lien still adds one last shameless detail. Yes, this was also an assertion of dominance, and the current batch should feel lucky they were beaten together in a crowd. He explains that later special recruits usually arrive in tiny numbers, which means they get swarmed by hundreds of seniors all at once, and have it even worse. A freshman asks what happens if some later monster genius is too strong for the 5th generation to beat. The 5th generation seniors burst into laughter at the idea, and Lien answers with absolute confidence that no freshman in academy history has ever escaped the beating. If one generation fails, he says, the 4th will join, then the 3rd, then the 2nd, and finally the 1st generation will step in too. He drives the point home by revealing that the 3 remaining 1st generation seniors are Golden Core experts, then boasts that if a foundation establishment freshman ever wins, he will lick the entire arena floor. With that, the first lesson for the new disciples ends in a mix of pain, humiliation, and a very clear warning about how Gene Nation Academy really works. Far away at Qingyun Dao Sec's rear cliff, Yiping finally opens his 36th Torch Dragon Immortal Aperture with the dragon roar in his mind. The completed aperture immediately gives him a new inherent mystical ability called Torch Dragon Ancient Seal. Yiping understands that the seal can either crush enemies with Torch Dragon power or pour that same force back into his own body as a temporary enhancement. Now that all 36 apertures are open, he realizes their effect on cultivation speed is far beyond a simple 36-fold increase. Just passively absorbing spiritual energy for 2 hours already feels equal to spending 36 points of merit, which makes the value of these apertures startlingly clear. When he calculates the daily gains, Yiping sees that simple meditation could be worth around 800 merit a day, and the long-term growth is enough to make even him stop and think. Instead of saving his last portion of merit, he decides to pour it into body tempering and finally bring his God-Fiend body technique up to date with his other gains. He chooses this path because his recent insight made one thing obvious: raw physical power matters, especially in places where spiritual energy is scarce or sealed away. With time, talent, and a top-tier body tempering method all in hand, Yiping starts the God-Fiend body tempering technique without hesitation. His remaining merit rapidly converts into spiritual energy, and the 36 Torch Dragon apertures accelerate the whole process even faster now that he is in foundation establishment. Then the God-Fiend body method unfolds in full, as heaven becomes a divine hammer, and earth becomes a furnace to pound away his impurities and refine his flesh. 3 days and 3 nights pass, and Yiping's body is tempered 18 times in a row until a fiery red furnace of blood and chi finally condenses behind him with the dragon's roar. That marks the perfection of his little God-Fiend body, giving him terrifying blood vitality and a physique that would look like a blazing sun to ordinary heretical cultivators. The cost is steep though, because his stored merit is exhausted and even the connate spiritual energy inside the ancient emerald gourd has been drained clean. Even without testing it, Yiping can feel that his body has changed on a deeper level this time, not just becoming stronger but reaching a different quality altogether. His first thought is that it would be useful if Su Changyu were here, because then he would have an easy way to test exactly how strong this new body really is. He even eyes the ancient emerald gourd and briefly wants to smash it against himself, but wisely gives up before overestimating his own toughness. Elsewhere in the Qingyun residence, Wang Shuyu stands before a mirror adjusting his clothes and practicing smiles before his final array formation master assessment. Before the assessment, Wang Shuyu decides he should still teach Yiping array formations first, since becoming a certified array master might leave him too busy afterward. A knock interrupts him, and when Wang Shuyu opens the door, he finds Su Luochen outside looking so drained and gloomy that he barely seems like the same person. Once inside, Su Luochen skips the pleasantries and asks the question directly: is Wang Shuyu planning to teach Yiping array formations too? When Wang Shuyu says yes, Su Luochen bluntly tells him not to go, sounding less like advice and more like a warning. Wang Shuyu completely misunderstands him and starts defending Yiping, saying a senior brother should not give up on a junior just because his aptitude seems poor. He goes further and says none of them had great talent to begin with, not even Su Changyu, so real senior brothers should be patient and supportive. Su Luochen finally reveals the real problem by asking what Wang Shuyu would do if Yiping were actually a genius. That catches Wang Shuyu off guard for a moment, but he still answers cheerfully that teaching a genius would only make the senior brother who guided him look even better. Su Luochen presses harder and asks what if Yiping is the kind of monster who can surpass 10 years of work in a single day. Wang Shuyu still refuses to be shaken and proudly says that would be even better, because a junior brother's brilliance would still bring honor to the whole sect. In Wang Shuyu's eyes, Su Luochen is simply being petty and jealous, unable to accept seeing someone younger do far better than him. So Wang Shuyu ends the talk, tells Su Luochen to think it through himself, and heads out to find Yiping anyway. Left alone, Su Luochen sits there stunned, replaying Wang Shuyu's words until the misery finally breaks and a new thought clicks into place. Then Su Luochen suddenly slaps his thigh and laughs at himself, realizing that if Yiping truly is a peerless genius, that should be something to celebrate, not brood over. At the rear cliff, Wang Shuyu walks over basking in his own thoughts and dismisses Su Luochen's warning as pure jealousy. The more he thinks about the sect, the more Wang Shuyu convinces himself everyone else is unreliable, and he might be the only successor left. He even imagines the sect leader begging him to take over, then decides he would only accept out of reluctant duty because he is just too dependable. Yiping's greeting snaps him back to reality, as he arrives at the rear cliff cultivation spot. Wang Shuyu tells Yiping he only has a few days before an important matter, so he will teach him the Supreme Array Formation Dao as much as time allows. Yiping thanks him at once and promises to study hard, clearly excited to finally learn array formations properly. Once they are seated, Wang Shuyu asks about the array insights he gave before, and Yiping says he actually understood a small part of them. That answer startles Wang Shuyu, but he hides it and pretends those made-up notes were a real test of comprehension. He shifts into lecture mode and explains that array formations can be carved into bodies, weapons, and artifacts, with endless uses if someone truly masters them. Then he gives Yiping a massive basic array manual, thick enough to feel like a serious trial all by itself. To show what a real array master can do, Wang Shuyu decides to set up a trapping array on the spot and test Yiping with it. Yiping agrees immediately, only asking him not to make it too strong, and Wang Shuyu assures him he knows where to stop. Wang Shuyu pulls out 4 plain magnetic rods from a wooden box and begins forming the array with practiced hand seals. The 4 rods lock into a square around Yiping, and Wang Shuyu tells him to shut his eyes for 5 minutes, so he will not see through the setup too early. While Yiping waits with his eyes closed, Wang Shuyu works furiously to complete the small disorientation array and ends up sweating from the effort. Confident in the very array he plans to use for his coming assessment, Wang Shuyu finally tells Yiping to open his eyes. The moment Yiping looks around, white fog seals off his vision inside the disorientation array. Outside the fog, Wang Shuyu starts explaining the 4 ways to break an array, stressing that everything depends on finding the array artifact fast. But before he even finishes the lesson, Yiping calmly walks out of the array on his own. Wang Shuyu is stunned because Yiping escaped in under 15 minutes from an array that should trap ordinary people for days. When Wang Shuyu demands an explanation, Yiping says he spotted the array artifacts, read the pattern, and followed the exit path out. Hearing that, Wang Shuyu remembers Su Luochen's warning and starts wondering if Yiping might really be a monster-level genius. He still refuses to accept it, and decides the real test is not breaking an array but setting one up. So Wang Shuyu tells Yiping to show how he would build an array instead of using ordinary teaching methods. Yiping answers honestly that he only knows one array so far, the time array formation. When Yiping says Wang Shuyu taught him that one earlier, Wang Shuyu nearly chokes on the claim because he knows he never really did. Unable to sort out whether Yiping is serious or absurdly gifted, Wang Shuyu points him back to the basic manual and orders him to study the 12 array diagrams first. Yiping agrees at once, happy to learn more before being tested again, and Wang Shuyu leaves saying he will check on him in a few days. As soon as he is alone, Yiping opens the huge manual and dives into the basics of array formations with full focus. He races through the million-word text with terrifying memory, almost memorizing the entire thing in one pass. Even so, Yiping knows memorizing is not mastery, so he stays at the rear cliff alone to truly comprehend the meaning behind the formations. Far away in the Crown Prince's Hall of Jin Nation, loud crying suddenly takes over the palace. Inside, the injured Princess Taiha sobs to her brother Liu and demands revenge after getting beaten at Jin Nation Academy. Liu tries to calm his crying sister, but the scene only gives him a headache because she forced her way into the academy and still came back badly beaten. Princess Taiha complains that the academy ignored rank, gender, and status and beat everyone, leaving her nearly disfigured. Liu admits he is angry too, but he also knows the academy's rules are brutal and even the royal family cannot casually override them. That only makes Princess Taiha more unreasonable, and she threatens to expose Liu's scandals if he refuses to help her. Liu can only complain that this is the curse of having a biological sister who knows too much and fears nothing around him. When he finally asks what she wants, Princess Taiha says she wants one person sent into the academy to beat every student who touched her. Liu immediately says that is impossible because the academy's entry assessment is already over and no such convenient avenger exists. Princess Taiha refuses to back down and insists their parents can force an exception, leaving Liu free to choose whoever can do the job. Liu starts to dismiss her idea as impossible, then freezes mid-rebuttal when one particular person suddenly comes to mind. In the Crown Prince's hall, Liu suddenly goes still as a thought about Yiping hits him. He bluntly asks his sister whether Jin Nation Academy has someone named Yiping, adding with full confidence that Yiping is only second to him in looks. Princess Taiha says she does not remember any Yiping, and dryly adds that plenty of people are better looking than her brother. A moment later, she remembers Fang Lei once trashing Yiping as a worthless clout chaser and boasting he would teach him what a real genius looks like. Hearing his master smeared like that, Liu's mood turns cold immediately. Liu offers a deal. If Taiha can get one extra academy slot from their mother, he will personally help her get revenge. He is this certain because he fully believes the wild stories about Yiping crushing 3,000 fiend celestial cult disciples. He also remembers how Yiping was mocked in Jin Nation after being called Chen Zheng's nephew, and how that pushed him to pay special attention to Yiping in the first place. For Liu, this is personal anyway, because the academy disciples beat his sister so badly that her face and even her maids' faces were left swollen for days. Princess Taiha gets excited so fast that she promises Liu he can choose any of her girlfriends as a future consort if he really avenges her. Liu ignores that nonsense and warns her that this revenge is the last time he will shield her at the academy. He tells her she entered Jin Nation Academy to prove her own talent, not to keep hiding behind her status as a pampered princess. Liu sees through her real motive too. She wants to resist being married off for politics. But he says she cannot do that by staying childish and running home every time. That hard truth finally breaks through, and Princess Taiha quietly admits he is right. She even says her brother seems to have changed, only for Liu to ruin the noble moment by immediately asking whether he looks handsome. Speechless but energized again, Princess Taiha leaves to handle the academy quota from their mother. Once she is gone, Liu drops the teasing and orders 800 escort guards to prepare because he is leaving the capital at once. 3 days later at dawn, Daoist Taihua finally returns to Qingyun Dao sect after a tiring month in Qinzhou ancient city. His trip settled one huge worry at least, because he confirmed that Su Changyu was alive and absurdly famous in Qinzhou instead of dead in the recent chaos. Taihua even comforts himself with an old memory that Su Changyu survived a disaster as a baby, so his luck is probably too stubborn to let him die now. But as soon as he reaches the sect, Taihua stops dead because Qingyun Dao sect is packed with officials and soldiers like an imperial operation has landed on his doorstep. His first terrified guess is not a crime, but something almost worse to him: demolition. When Su Luochen and Chen Lingru rush over, Taihua blurts out the only thing he cares about first: how much compensation they are paying per square meter. Chen Lingru quickly explains that it is not demolition at all, but a major court figure who showed up claiming to be his grand disciple. That only confuses Taihua more, because he has no idea when he ever gained a grand disciple, and his first fear is that Su Changyu has tricked someone powerful. Then Chen Lingru whispers the name that really shakes him. The supposed grand disciple is the crown prince of Jin Nation. Before Taihua can recover, Liu himself rushes over and enthusiastically greets him as grandmaster. The title nearly scares Taihua to death, and he hurriedly begs Liu not to address him like that. Taihua immediately asks the dangerous question: which disciple of his supposedly took in the crown prince? Liu answers with total sincerity that his chosen master is Yiping, and he came today to complete the apprenticeship properly and visit him. That answer leaves Taihua blinking, because of all people, Yiping is the one he never expected to be behind this. Liu explains that he met Yiping years ago in Qinzhou, when Yiping was known there as householder Qing Lian, and has wanted to follow him ever since. He says Yiping refused him more than once, but recently agreed that if Grand Master approved, Liu could finally become his disciple. To prove how serious he is, Liu claps his hands and has gift boxes brought forward in front of the sect. Liu even kneels and respectfully asks Taihua to accept his sincerity and let him acknowledge Yiping as master. Taihua starts to refuse and almost blurts out the truth about his shabby sect, until one box opens and everything changes. The open chest floods the courtyard with emerald light and spiritual energy, revealing superior-grade spirit stones in terrifying amounts. Su Luochen and Chen Lingru are completely stunned, because this one chest already holds wealth far beyond anything in their world. When Taihua realizes there are 10 such boxes, greed and terror collide in his head, and greed wins. He decisively changes course and starts talking like Qingyun Dao's sect is obviously a gathering of advanced experts. But before Taihua can finish his grand act, Yiping arrives and cuts in at once, asking why Liu is here. Yiping casually greets Taihua, Su Luochen, and Qianlin grew, still not realizing he has walked into Li Yu's grand kneeling ceremony outside the sect. While cultivating, Yiping notices the spiritual energy around Qinyun Dao's sect getting denser and denser, enough to finally pull him out to check what is happening. At the sect entrance, he is stunned to find a whole crowd waiting there, led by Li Yu himself. The moment Li Yu sees him, the crown prince jumps up excitedly and bows, calling Yiping his master in front of everyone. Yiping immediately cuts him off, because now that he is officially a trainee disciple in Qinyun Dao sect, he does not dare let it look like he has secretly accepted a disciple of his own. Li Yu refuses to back down and points to Daoist Taihua, saying Grandmaster already agreed, so Yiping should accept him on that basis. Daoist Taihua hesitates for a beat, then glances at the boxes of spirit stones and forces himself to say Li Yu really is fated to join Qinyun Dao sect. Li Yu moves fast before anyone can change their mind, dropping to his knees and formally greeting both Grandmaster and Master. Yiping can only swallow his protest, but his attention shifts to the gift boxes and he asks if Li Yu really brought all those spirit stones here. Li Yu answers honestly that he rushed over without a better gift in mind, so he brought spirit stones instead and hopes Yiping will not mind. Yiping's face hardens at once, and he bluntly calls Li Yu a fool. In Yiping's eyes, bringing money to Qinyun Dao sect is almost insulting, because he truly believes this shabby place is just a hidden sect living in deliberate simplicity. Daoist Taihua, Su Luochen, and Qianlin Gru can barely hold their faces together, because unlike Yiping, they know the sect really is desperate for money. Li Yu, however, takes the scolding seriously and decides he really was being crude in front of people who treat wealth like dirt. He immediately orders the escorts to take every box back and tell his father he will return home later. Daoist Taihua watches a fortune disappear right out the gate, and nearly dies inside, but he still forces himself to smile so Li Yu will not notice anything strange. Once the gifts are gone, Li Yu finally reveals the real reason he came. He wants to invite Yiping to the Jin Nation Academy. That name hits Daoist Taihua, Su Luochen, and Qianlin Gru like thunder, because they know Jin Nation Academy sits far above ordinary sects, and one accepted disciple could change Qinyun Dao sect's fate overnight. But Yiping does not even hesitate. He flatly says no and acts like staying in the sect is obviously the better choice. Li Yu is left staring, because this is the one response he never expected from anyone invited to Jin Nation Academy. Yiping presses the point and asks what matters to him most, whether Jin Nation Academy has experts so strong they could cut sun, moon, and stars with a single blade of grass. Li Yu can only admit they do not. Yiping asks one more thing, whether the academy at least has a supreme heart cultivation method, and Li Yu has to say no again. With that, Yiping loses all interest, because to him Jin Nation Academy sounds far less impressive than the hidden greatness he already believes surrounds him. He tells Daoist Taihua that his senior brother taught him array formations, then politely excuses himself to return to the rear cliff and keep comprehending the Dao. After Yiping walks off, everyone is left dumbfounded by the sight of someone treating Jin Nation Academy like it was nothing special. For Daoist Taihua, this hurts even more than the lost spirit stones, because if Yiping entered Jin Nation Academy, Qinyun Dao sect could be promoted straight to a second-rank sect. He knows exactly why this happened too. Yiping still believes Qinyun Dao sect is a hidden dragon, so of course a worldly academy cannot tempt him. When Li Yu asks what to do now, Daoist Taihua steadies himself and says they cannot rush Yiping, they need to wait a few days and persuade him slowly. Li Yu agrees to stay in the sect and even offers to help however he can, because he badly wants Yiping at the academy for both personal reasons and Jin Nation's coming 10 Nations Grand Tournament. Daoist Taihua quickly tells Su Luochen and Qianlin Gru to arrange a place for Li Yu to rest and serve him properly. Li Yu immediately pushes back on the honorifics and insists that since he already acknowledged Yiping as master, he is now Daoist Taihua's grand disciple too. Even so, Daoist Taihua does not dare treat the crown prince casually for a second, and once the 800 guards are no longer needed, they withdraw from the sect grounds. Meanwhile at the rear cliff, Yiping settles back down and returns to the array formation Dao he had been interrupted from earlier. By now he has read the basic array formation book hundreds of times and memorized 12 diagrams, but the one that grips him most is the spatial array. The appeal is obvious to him. A spatial array could cross huge distances in a single thought, something far faster than even his current travel methods. Even knowing spatial formations are the hardest and trickiest kind, Yiping decides to try anyway because there is no harm in testing his understanding. Without proper array artifacts, he gathers ordinary stones instead, trusting Wang Shui's teaching that anything in heaven and earth can be used as an array medium. He carefully places 27 stones into the shape of the spatial array and prepares to test whether he can awaken the pattern at all. Then he closes his eyes and sinks so deeply into comprehension that hours slip by around him. Inside his mind, the guiding array diagram appears again, and Yiping follows the same logic as before by trying to activate the array pattern first instead of forcing the full formation immediately. As mountains, rivers, stars, grass, and countless essence patterns emerge in that inner vision, one word suddenly shines brighter than everything else: space. That insight hits the real world at once, and the 27 stones around Yiping begin to vibrate violently. In the next instant, Yiping vanishes from the rear cliff altogether. Far away in the middle of a great mountain, Thousands of Jin Nation Academy students are already gathered around an ancient altar in a formal assembly. Then a dignified middle-aged man appears beneath the ancient altar, and the entire academy crowd immediately bows to greet the academy master. At Jin Nation Academy, a middle-aged man suddenly appears before the gathered disciples, and the whole crowd greets him with instant respect. This is Li Maching, the academy master, a towering figure in Jin Nation whose status is so high even the kingdom's king cannot casually compare to him. Li Maching tells everyone to skip the formalities, then plants 3 incense sticks into the burner under the altar to begin the assessment briefing. He announces that the 10 Nations Academy assessment is near, and the first round will be the true demon mystic realm. To prepare them, the Academy elders have created an essence demon mystic realm that only imitates about a third of the real test, but still includes a genuine essence demon. Li Maching warns that the essence demon is not just violent but cunning, because it can trick challengers into trusting it before striking when their guard drops. He pushes the warning further, saying anyone who cannot beat it must retreat immediately, because these creatures feel no pain and can turn frighteningly savage. With a grim expression, Li Maching reminds them that people have been maimed and killed in this realm before, so charging in recklessly is stupidity, not bravery. The disciples answer in unison that they understand, but the mood is noticeably heavier after hearing how serious the danger is. Li Maching opens registration for the challenge, and hundreds of ancient mystic realm tokens rise into the air in front of the altar. Only a few disciples dare step forward at first, because entering the essence demon mystic realm is something only the Academy's real elites would risk. 5 challengers emerge, including Fan Lei, and each of them carries the easy confidence of someone who expects to win rather than survive. Among the 5, Duanmu Yun draws the most attention, dressed in blue and carrying a blue flying sword like the proud heir of an old Academy lineage. One of the male challengers in black mocks Duanmu Yun for lacking body cultivation and sneers that this trial could ruin her pretty face. Duanmu Yun fires back without hesitation, calling the others useless and reminding them she has already reached half-step golden core. Fan Lei joins in and says talent matters more than simple realm comparison, because he could condense a golden core too if he actually wanted to. Duanmu Yun answers just as fiercely, saying she does not even need him to break through first because she could suppress him with one hand right now. An unnamed challenger proposes they settle it after the Mystic Realm run, and the rival geniuses immediately agree to fight later. The Academy seniors watch the argument from a distance and do not interfere, because this kind of competition is exactly what they think produces stronger geniuses. The 5 challengers bow to Li Maching and receive numbered ancient tokens, and Fan Lei ends up drawing the first entry. Fan Lei draws token number 1, which means he gets the first shot at the essence demon and the first chance to prove himself. Even when someone warns him to be careful, Fan Lei heads for the altar looking so confident it is obvious he thinks one punch will be enough. Li Maching does not waste words, and with a burst of spiritual light he tears open a crack in space above the altar for Fan Lei to enter. Fan Lei steps into the spatial crack without hesitation, beginning his challenge inside the essence demon mystic realm. Far away at Qingyun Dao Sec's rear cliff, Yiping's stones suddenly tremble after he grasps the spatial array pattern, and his body disappears on the spot. When Yiping opens his eyes again, he finds himself inside a vast, eerie stone arena that looks like some kind of gladiator field. He is surprised his first attempt at a spatial array actually worked, but the success is immediately undercut by one obvious problem. He has no idea where he landed. Before he can investigate much further, a huge humanoid monster wrapped in black light charges at him hard enough to shake the ground. Yiping instantly retreats and brings out the golden wheel of expiation, hoping to purify the creature before it reaches him. The holy technique does nothing, and Yiping quickly realizes this thing is either a demon he can expiate nor a resentful spirit he understands. Since the creature keeps coming, Yiping decides he may as well use it to test his current cultivation in a direct physical clash. He throws one ancient godfiend-style punch, and the force is so brutal the whole arena seems to roar with it. The monster explodes into smoke from that single hit, leaving Yiping standing there even more puzzled about what this place really is. As Yiping is still trying to understand the arena, a new crack opens nearby, and someone else begins stepping through. Inside the crack, Fan Lei is in a ridiculously good mood because he fully expects to kill the essence demon in 3 moves, maybe even 1. He is especially confident because he trained both dermic and body cultivation, and his 6-9 arcane cultivation method forged an immortal golden body he trusts completely. But the moment he arrives in the arena, Fan Lei is thrown off because the so-called essence demon standing there is not monstrous at all, just a refined young man with excellent bearing. Remembering Li Maching's warning about deception, Fan Lei instantly decides Yiping must be the essence demon using an illusion to fool him. Yiping, who has no clue who Fan Lei is, simply asks where this place is and treats him like a normal cultivator he can question politely. Fan Lei does not answer and just studies him with cold interest, while Yiping grows awkward and starts to suspect he has accidentally trespassed into someone else's domain. When Yiping apologizes and asks again for an answer, Fan Lei only thinks the act is getting more fake and calls him pretentious. Convinced he has seen through the trick, Fan Lei abruptly attacks, golden light bursting from his body as he rushes in with killing intent. Yiping avoids the blows instead of hitting back, because he still thinks this is a misunderstanding caused by his accidental arrival here. While backing away, Yiping explains that he entered by mistake through a spatial array and promises he will be gone within an hour if Fan Lei just calms down. Fan Lei treats every word as part of the demon's deception and doubles down, declaring that the fake act is over and Yiping will die here. Even after Yiping explains again that this place is not his destination, Fan Lei keeps hammering at him with one ruthless punch after another. Yiping finally loses patience and warns that if Fan Lei still refuses to listen, he will have no choice but to fight back. Fan Lei answers with pure arrogance, telling the so-called demon to stop pretending and strike before it dies without a proper fight. That finally does it, and Yiping agrees to fight for real instead of wasting another word. The moment Yiping counters with his god-fiend ancient fist, a dragon roar and black spiritual energy surge around him, and his presence becomes instantly overwhelming. Far from being alarmed, Fan Lei gets excited and rushes in to meet him head-on, exactly the kind of direct clash he wanted. Their fists collide like thunder, and the first exchange instantly reveals the gap. Fan Lei's hand bones shatter from the impact while Yiping stands like divine metal. Fan Lei is blasted backward and injured, while Yiping barely reacts and still tries one more time to stop this before it gets uglier. Instead of backing down, Fan Lei goes all out, activating his immortal golden body and tyrannical fist to end the fight in one overwhelming strike. Yiping sees the new attack coming and is genuinely baffled that Fan Lei still refuses to listen after all that, but this time he answers with real anger. Yiping throws his own iron fist with the full intent of the ancient great god fiend behind it, and the dragon roar this time is even more terrifying. The second clash is a disaster for Fan Lei, because Yiping smashes through him so hard his arm is completely broken and he spits blood as he is blown away. Reeling in midair, Fan Lei can only stare in shock and think the same thing any sane person would right now: this essence demon is absurdly strong. Inside the essence demon mystic realm, Fan Lei crashes to the ground coughing blood, shocked that this so-called essence demon feels far stronger than anything he expected. Reeling from the pain, Fan Lei starts suspecting this is not an ordinary trial at all and wonders if the Academy Master threw an essence demon king at him. Yiping steps out and tries to calm things down, explaining politely that he never wanted to hurt Fan Lei in the first place. But Fan Lei burns his last resort, shedding his broken golden body and using the 6-9 arcane technique to force himself back to peak condition. The moment Yiping relaxes, Fan Lei lunges for a sneak attack, determined to kill him before he can react. Yiping instantly senses the danger and backs away, realizing this man will not stop unless he is completely put down. With the misunderstanding clearly over, Yiping coldly decides he has to cripple Fan Lei to make him stop. Yiping transforms into his godfiend-like combat state and answers with only a fraction of his strength, because going all out would turn Fan Lei into paste. Then Yiping unleashes a brutal flurry of punches and kicks, each hit faster and heavier than the last until Fan Lei is beaten flat. Barely conscious and sounding terrified, Fan Lei finally gasps out that he admits defeat and begs Yiping to stop hitting him. Yiping calms down at once and, still thinking this can be fixed, asks whether Fan Lei has finally cooled off. Fan Lei can only choke out one last furious answer, saying "mistake, my foot," before the realm ejects him through a crack and leaves Yiping alone. Outside at the mountain altar, the Jin Nation Academy disciples wait tensely and talk themselves into believing Fan Lei should be strong enough to beat an essence demon. Their confidence dies instantly when Fan Lei drops out of the altar unconscious and covered in injuries. The whole academy erupts, because if even Fan Lei lost this badly in the essence demon realm, the later trials start looking terrifying. Li Maching steps in, checks Fan Lei himself, confirms the injuries are serious but not fatal, and orders the next challenger forward without making excuses. A black-robed disciple named Mo Xiaoping strides out with a fan and swagger, convinced Fan Lei only lost because he was reckless. Back inside the realm, Yiping waits around in frustration, regretting that his preset return timing left him trapped here with no safe way to mess with the spatial array. Trying to make sense of all this, Yiping decides he must have wandered into some dangerous forbidden ground and needs to be far more careful in the future. Another crack opens, and this time a refined man in black appears, making Yiping hope he has finally met someone reasonable. Yiping immediately explains himself again, saying he intruded by mistake, had no choice but to fight Fan Lei, and still wants to apologize properly. Mo Xiaoping is surprised to find an essence demon that looks completely human, but after seeing Fan Lei's condition, he decides to play along and look for a clean opening instead of fighting head-on. Wearing a friendly smile, Mo Xiaoping introduces himself, calls Fan Lei hot-tempered, and quietly closes the distance while pretending there was only a misunderstanding. Relieved at last, Yiping gives his own name and believes he has finally found a normal person to talk to. Instead of calming things down, Mo Xiaoping suddenly brings up his 10-step sword technique, and Yiping's instincts scream that something is wrong. Mo Xiaoping launches his ambush and boasts that anyone within 10 steps is already dead, but Yiping reacts before the speech is even finished. Using his finger as a sword, Yiping fires dragon-shaped sword energy that shatters Mo Xiaoping's spiritual sword on the spot. Before Mo Xiaoping can recover, Yiping appears in front of him and ends the fight with one crushing punch. Mo Xiaoping crashes down with broken ribs and blood all over his face, and from the ground he curses the Academy Master for calling this thing an essence demon. Still trying to settle things peacefully, Yiping asks what sect they belong to and why they want him dead over a mistaken trespass. Mo Xiaoping is too terrified to answer and crushes his token instead, escaping through another crack before Yiping can stop him. Yiping can only stare after him in frustration, upset that yet another one ran away instead of just sitting down to talk. Outside at the altar, the disciples start talking big again, sure that Mo Xiaoping's 10-step sword technique will succeed where Fan Lei failed. Their confidence collapses a second time when Mo Xiaoping appears sprawled on the altar just as badly beaten as Fan Lei. Now even the elders start wondering if Li Macheng really caught an essence demon king, because this trial has become impossible to explain. Li Macheng insists it is definitely not an essence demon king, but even he can no longer explain why every challenger is getting crushed. When Li Macheng revives Mo Xiaoping long enough to question him, Mo Xiaoping only accuses the Academy Master of doing this on purpose before blacking out again. Li Macheng keeps sending people in anyway, and the third and fourth challengers both come back in minutes as more broken bodies on the altar. By then the whole crowd falls into uneasy silence, and even an elder bluntly says Li Macheng has gone too far if this really is an essence demon king. Fed up with not being believed, Li Macheng moves to enter the realm himself, until Duan Muyun steps up and asks to go in first so the mystic realm will not be destabilized by the Academy Master entering. Before he can go, Duan Muyun calmly volunteers instead, warning that if Li Macheng enters and destabilizes the realm, the demon could break out for real. Li Macheng agrees, tells her to withdraw at once if it really is an essence demon king, and promises he will destroy the realm himself if things go wrong. Duan Muyun answers with a simple yes and walks straight into the crack, ready to test the thing that has wrecked everyone else. Inside the realm, Yiping is already worn down by the madness of it all, because 4 different people have shown up one after another, and every one of them tried some version of a dirty trick. After the latest attacker even pretended to be some abyssal demon incarnation before going for a sneak attack, Yiping concludes he must have stumbled into a demonic sect's forbidden land. Then another crack opens and a woman steps out, and Yiping immediately decides the fiend celestial cult must be trying beauty as bait this time. Completely unmoved, Yiping braces himself to answer this new trap with his fist the moment she makes a move. Inside the crack of the mystic realm, Duan Muyun stays eerily calm because she never planned to lose, whether the enemy was an essence demon or an essence demon king. She has always hated the idea that women should rely on beauty and powerful men, and that pride is exactly why she trained hard enough to stand above the Academy's other geniuses. Seeing people like Fan Lei and Mo Xiaoping fail only made her more eager, because this was her chance to prove she was stronger than all of them. The instant the crack fades, Yiping lunges in without warning and shouts for her to watch his fist. His first punch blasts Duan Muyun into the air and slams her to the ground before she even understands what just happened. Duan Muyun spits blood in shock, stunned that she got ambushed the moment she entered, but the fact that she is still standing shows she is much tougher than the others. She vanishes in a flash, throws up a blue defensive shield, and draws her flying sword to answer with real force. Thousands of strands of Yin water sword she pour out like a storm, each one sharp enough to threaten a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. Yiping does not dodge at all and charges straight through the sword storm with his body alone, which makes Duan Muyun instantly suspect she is facing an actual essence demon king. Before she can adjust, Yiping closes the gap and drives another iron-hard fist into her face. The hit cracks bone, and then Yiping follows with a merciless barrage that turns Duan Muyun into a helpless punching bag. As he beats her down, Yiping becomes even more convinced he has stumbled into a demonic sect trap and that this beautiful but vicious woman was sent to fool him. That misunderstanding makes him hit even harder, because Yiping hates striking women but thinks this cruel world is forcing his hand. Duan Muyun finally breaks into tears from pure frustration, because her strongest sword she cannot even pierce him, and she cannot understand why this monster is beating her so brutally. Desperate to escape, she reaches for the Mystic Realm ancient token, but Yiping spots it and kicks it right out of her hand. Yiping snatches the token and coldly shuts down her last chance to run. Losing the token chills Duan Muyun, because now she realizes this fight could actually kill her. She swallows a purple pill to force her body back together, and launches one more full-strength sword assault. Her strengthened Yin water sword she explodes around Yiping, but his speed and body still let him tear straight through it. As he closes in again, Yiping still tries to preach and tells her it is not too late to leave the demonic path. His next blow sends Duan Muyun flying like a broken kite and smashes her into the arena hard enough to ruin the ground around her. Even after that, she is still barely conscious, which makes Yiping finally ease off because he never intended to kill her. Holding the token, Yiping walks up and starts lecturing her about rules, convinced he only wandered into a demonic forbidden land by mistake. Duan Muyun is too injured to argue, but inwardly she is furious that an essence demon is calling her the demonic one. Yiping softens and tells her she does not even carry demonic aura, so he believes she simply took a wrong turn and can still redeem herself. Using the last of her strength, Duan Muyun tries to say she is not from the demonic Tao at all. The moment she denies it, Yiping's eyes turn cold again, and Duan Muyun immediately gets scared that he is about to start punching her all over. Terrified, Duan Muyun swallows her pride and forces out the answer Yiping wants to hear. She is in the demonic Tao. That answer makes Yiping warm up again, and he launches into a heartfelt speech about how no one is born evil and how she should turn over a new leaf. Duan Muyun cries even harder, not because she is moved, but because the proud top woman of the academy has just been beaten into this state by sheer misunderstanding. Then Yiping notices light gathering under his feet and realizes the formation that trapped him is finally ending. Before the light takes him away, Yiping gives Duan Muyun one last sincere farewell and hopes she turns over a new leaf. When the light takes him away and the token falls back to her, Duan Muyun is left frozen by a new possibility. Maybe Yiping was never an essence demon at all. She thinks through the rules of the mystic realm and realizes only two explanations fit. Yiping was an array master somehow escaping the space, or he accidentally fell into it during spatial transfer. What matters most to her is that she survived, but once the fear fades, the humiliation crashes back in, and she almost cries again over how pointless the beating was. After recovering a little power, she gets up to leave, but then she stops because walking out after only a few minutes would make her look just as bad as the others who failed. So Duan Muyun decides to stay inside for a full hour, just so she will not look like another quick loser when she walks out. During that wait, a sly idea creeps in. If nobody else knows the truth, people outside might simply assume she defeated the essence demon herself. She talks herself into a safer version of the lie, deciding she will never claim victory outright and will simply let everyone misunderstand on their own. The moment her wounds throb again, the smile twists, but she still crushes the token and leaves the mystic realm with her plan set. Outside at the altar, the Gene Nation Academy is already tense, because one academy genius after another has failed the supposedly manageable essence demon trial. The students whisper that if even Duan Muyun loses, their academy will have no hope at the 10 Nations Grand Tournament. At last the rift opens, and Duan Muyun appears pinned upright by her flying sword, pale and bloodstained but still conscious. Li Maching rushes over to heal her, and immediately demands to know what happened in there. Still hanging on to her plan, Duan Muyun says there really was an essence demon king inside, and that answer shocks the whole crowd. When Li Maching presses for the result, Duan Muyun only says that it is gone, hoping everyone will draw the flattering conclusion for themselves. Li Maching still does not understand, and Duan Muyun, too embarrassed to state anything directly, pushes herself to explain before suddenly coughing blood. Rather than finish the sentence and expose herself, she drops unconscious on the spot and leaves the misunderstanding hanging in the air. A furious middle-aged woman rushes in to protect Duan Muyun and accuses Li Maching of going too far by putting an essence demon king into the trial. Li Maching tries to deny it, but the other elders have already accepted the story and leave one after another, blaming him for this mess while he stands there completely baffled. Back at the rear cliff, Yiping reappears in a flash of white light and finally relaxes when he sees he really made it home to Qingyun Dao sect. He notices the array stones have all turned to powder and realizes his first spatial formation worked, just not cleanly. Yiping calmly picks apart the mistake and figures out the problem was his missing destination point, which made the transmission random and dangerous. After memorizing that lesson, he gets ready to study more formations, but someone calls out before he can start. Su Luochen arrives at the rear cliff, and Yiping immediately greets his second senior brother with formal respect. Su Luochen is acting different now because he has finally made peace with one hard truth. If Yiping is absurdly talented, that only proves his teaching was real. With Wan Chui's advice and Su Changyu's logic stuck in his head, Su Luochen decides he needs to teach Yiping properly before someone else steals the credit. So when Yiping asks why he came, Su Luochen gets straight to it and says he wants to teach him something new today. Yiping lights up at once, because he badly wants a better alchemy method than the old one that burned more spiritual energy than the pills were worth. Seeing that enthusiasm, Su Luochen nods in satisfaction and tells Yiping to come along for the second chapter of alchemy. Elsewhere in the sect's main hall, Taoist Tai Hua paces in circles with a furrowed brow, still worrying over Yiping's future. Qin Lingru strolls in eating a spiritual fruit just as Tai Hua mutters to himself in frustration, clearly stuck on a problem. Tai Hua has already survived the shock of Liyu's spirit stones, and now he is just relieved he never accepted them and turned the whole thing into fraud. But the real thing tormenting him is the Gene Nation Academy, because he desperately wants Yiping to go there and get proper training. In Tai Hua's eyes, sending Yiping there would honor the sect, raise Qingyun Dao sect's standing, and finally stop his own disciples from teaching the boy nonsense. The trouble is that Yiping sees Qingyun Dao sect as a hidden super sect, so a place like the Gene Nation Academy does not impress him at all. Unable to solve it alone, Tai Hua asks Qin Lingru for a suggestion on how to make Yiping go willingly. Qin Lingru first gives the obvious answer and says he should just order Yiping to go, since Yiping clearly respects him. Tai Hua rejects that immediately, because forcing Yiping there would only leave him unwilling to learn and would also admit Qingyun Dao's sect is inferior. Then Qin Lingru comes up with a better hook. Tell Yiping that Su Changyu once sensed a supreme sword technique hidden in the academy but never found it. Tai Hua is instantly tempted by the plan, because he knows a bait like that would be hard for Yiping to ignore. When he worries about what happens if Yiping still cannot find it, Qin Lingru shrugs and says that is normal if even Su Changyu failed. Now fully interested, Taihua asks how exactly he should sell the story to Yiping. Chen Lingru tells him to exaggerate the sword technique as much as needed and make the academy sound full of real powerhouses, so Yiping goes in with a clear goal. She pushes the idea further and says Taihua should also teach Yiping to fight for his own standing instead of always backing down. That hits a nerve, and Taihua snaps back that his way of staying cautious is about survival, not cowardice, and he refuses to send Yiping into needless trouble. But Chen Lingru does not retreat and argues that ordinary people can live by tolerance, while a genius who always flees will eventually break his own Dao heart. She drives the point home by warning that if Yiping keeps shrinking from conflict now, he may not even dare face heavenly tribulation later. For the first time, Taihua is forced to wonder if his own philosophy has been wrong for Yiping all along. Once she sees he is really thinking, Chen Lingru casually tries to leave and lets him sit with it. Then Taihua suddenly stops her and asks the real question: where did she even learn to say all that? Chen Lingru cheerfully admits she got it from the immortal cultivation novels he bought when he went down the mountain. Taihua is left speechless for a beat, then scolds her not to read those silly stories anymore. Chen Lingru laughs that he is just old-fashioned, makes a face at him, and slips out of the hall before he can stop her. Even after grumbling at her, Taihua cannot shake her argument, and in the end he decides he will talk to Yiping tomorrow. Meanwhile, Suluochen brings Yiping to a deserted overgrown patch of the sect where a huge black iron pot is waiting in the weeds. Suluochen stares at the pot with deep satisfaction, because this ugly thing is now the treasure he plans to build his next lesson around. A few days earlier, he found the pot on a street stall, saw through the seller's nonsense, but still recognized that the material could endure spiritual fire. He could never afford a real alchemy cauldron, so after a painfully long hesitation he bought the iron pot for 3 taels of silver instead. Back in the wasteland, Suluochen is ready to test his gamble. If Yiping could refine pills with nothing at all, this black iron pot might let him create something even more absurd. He mentally reviews the 3 pillars of alchemy: cauldron, herbs, and heat, and convinces himself this heat-resistant pot is enough to count as a proper step forward. Then Suluochen formally begins and tells Yiping he is about to teach the 2nd chapter of Supreme Alchemy, the artifact refining technique. Yiping is stunned and thrilled, because in his mind he already made supreme pills with nothing, so adding an actual cauldron should make the result even more outrageous. By the end, Yiping is staring at the iron pot with pure expectation, convinced that refining pills this way might be enough to send him straight to the skies. In the overgrown alchemy grounds, Suluochen tells Yiping that refining pills without tools wastes too much spiritual energy, so the next step is the artifact refining technique. Suluochen explains his idea plainly: use an artifact to simplify alchemy. But the simpler the method looks, the more carefully it has to be controlled. Because he has no herbs to spare, Suluochen decides to demonstrate with rootless water instead, using collected rainwater as his wild substitute material. He starts the process himself, summoning fire beneath the pot until the rainwater churns and boils. Once the water is hot enough, Suluochen steps aside and tells Yiping to take over by feeding in spiritual energy and combining it with his tool-free refining insight. Yiping answers immediately, pouring a large wave of spiritual energy into the boiling rainwater while Suluochen keeps the fire steady. As the water burns away, the colorless liquid turns an eerie turquoise, and even Suluochen is startled that his nonsense idea is actually changing. After a full hour, only a bowlful remains, and the rainwater has thickened into green sticky sludge with a strange smell. Yiping asks if this ugly green mass counts as pill mash, and Suluochen is secretly thrilled that the answer might actually be yes. Trying to stay calm, Suluochen tells him to keep refining until every trace of water is gone. Another hour later, the fire dies down, and what remains is a palm-sized lump of thick green paste that looks disturbingly wrong but behaves like pill paste. Suluochen cannot fully judge the result, but he decides this strange rainwater paste needs a special jade pill bottle and sends Yiping to fetch it from his room. Yiping leaves at once to fetch the bottle, leaving Suluochen alone with the cooling iron pot and his impossible invention. While waiting for the pot to cool, Suluochen hovers over it nervously, tempted to touch the strange green paste but forced to pull back from the heat. That is when Taoist Taihua walks up behind him and asks what in the world he is doing out here. The moment Taihua sees the thick green mess in the pot, his face twists in horror and disgust. Taihua blurts out the worst possible conclusion, accusing Suluochen of putting filth into the pot and even asking why it is green. Suluochen desperately explains that he is refining pills with rootless water, but that only makes Taihua's misunderstanding even worse. Unable to clear his name with words, Suluochen grabs a handful of the green paste and eats it on the spot to prove it is not what Taihua thinks. When Suluochen even says it tastes fine, Taihua completely breaks and runs away retching. Suluochen is left near tears from the absurd accusation, but before he can chase after his master, spiritual energy suddenly surges through his body. To his shock, that single mouthful opens 2 spirit veins and pushes him straight from the 3rd to the 5th level of chi refinement with no obvious backlash. Realizing the paste works better than a dangerous chi-breaking pill, Suluochen stares at the pot like he has found a treasure beyond reason. He carefully eats another small portion to test it again, gambling that the first breakthrough was real. Less than 15 minutes later, Su Luochen breaks through again, jumping up to the 7th level of Qi refinement, and standing there in total disbelief. After nearly 10 years of slow cultivation, jumping from the 4th to the 7th level in under 2 hours feels unreal even to Su Luochen himself. He fights the urge to devour the rest alone and instead starts preparing to roll the paste into pills, deciding that something this good has to be shared. At the same time, Yi Ping hurries back with the jade bottle and runs into Taoist Taihua, who is still walking away while retching. Yi Ping asks what happened, and Taihua awkwardly brushes it off before saying he came because he has something important to discuss. Yi Ping tries to return to Su Luochen first, but the moment Taihua hears that name again, he urgently stops him and says Su Luochen has gone mad. Taihua immediately changes the subject and tells Yi Ping to come with him because it is finally time to talk about making him an official disciple. That one promise is enough to make Yi Ping forget the bottle for now and follow Taihua straight to the main hall. Inside the hall, Taihua deliberately closes the doors and sets a secretive tone before they sit down to talk. Taihua reminds Yi Ping of his earlier promise. If Yi Ping earned a place at the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet, he would be accepted as a formal disciple. He says Yi Ping brought honor to Qingyun's sect despite the chaos along the way, and asks directly if he is willing to become an official disciple. Yi Ping answers without hesitation, dropping to his knees in gratitude and thanking Taihua for finally accepting him. Taihua lightly corrects him for still saying sect leader, and Yi Ping happily changes it to master. Pleased, Taihua offers him a joining gift, though he quickly warns that weapons and treasures are not on the table because cultivators should not depend on external things. Yi Ping says he does not need treasures at all and simply asks for a fist technique mystical ability, since he has recently taken a liking to fighting with his fists. That request is easy enough that Taihua immediately agrees to prepare one in a few days. Only after settling the disciple matter does Taihua admit he has 2 more things to say, and he awkwardly claims they come from Su Changyu. The mention of Su Changyu makes Yi Ping focus even harder, expecting an instruction from the senior brother he deeply admires. Taihua says Su Changyu is still traveling to temper his sword Dao, but sent word that Yi Ping should go to the Jin Nation Academy. Yi Ping is puzzled, because he would rather stay in the sect and cultivate than leave for an academy he has no urgent reason to visit. Taihua lowers his voice and says this matter must stay secret before launching into a mysterious story about Su Changyu's past connection to the academy. According to Taihua, Su Changyu once went to the Jin Nation Academy because he sensed an unmatched sword intent there, one he called the finest in the world. He pushes the claim even further, saying anyone who truly comprehends that sword intent could prove the supreme sword path and become the greatest sword immortal in history. That prediction hits Yi Ping hard, and he can only ask whether even Su Changyu managed to grasp such a terrifying sword intent. Taihua says Su Changyu understood something of it, but because he had cultivated a different supreme sword method since childhood, he still could not obtain that sword art or its true intent. So Taihua delivers the real point at the end. Su Changyu wants Yi Ping to go to the Jin Nation Academy and try to comprehend that supreme sword intent himself. In Qingyun Sect's main hall, Yi Ping jolts when Taoist Taihua reveals that the Jin Nation Academy holds a supreme sword intent, exactly what Yi Ping has been desperate to find. But Taihua says this trip is not just about sword intent, because Su Changyu also wants Yi Ping to go out into the world for a bigger reason. Speaking with unusual force, Taihua passes on Su Changyu's lesson that Yi Ping must not let a small place limit him, and that real growth needs storms, pressure, and open competition. Taihua makes the point plain at last. In the academy, Yi Ping should fight when he needs to, win without arrogance, lose without fear, and use every clash to temper his Dao heart. Yi Ping falls completely silent, and the hall stays so still that even Taihua waits as if afraid to interrupt whatever insight is forming. An hour later, Yi Ping finally smiles and says he understands, as if the whole speech has settled into one clear path in his mind. When Taihua asks what he understood, Yi Ping answers that even if he is not yet an eagle or a true dragon, he has to cultivate that same toughness and fearless will. Taihua approves, and Yi Ping immediately asks the practical question that still matters to him most. If he goes to the academy, can he return to Qingyun every month to keep learning from his senior brothers? Taihua admits he does not know the academy's rules, so he tells Yi Ping to ask Liu, since the Prince of Jin should understand those details better than he does. Before leaving, Yi Ping asks the question that has really been bothering him all this time: is he actually strong, or not? The question leaves Taihua speechless, because Yi Ping has only cultivated for a few months and already feels impossible to measure, yet the wider world is also full of hidden powerhouses. Still searching for words, Taihua's gaze settles on the oil lamp in the hall, and Yi Ping instantly treats that silence as another lesson. Yi Ping explains the lesson back to him. His strength is like a flame that can burn fiercely in one place and look tiny in a wider world, so real confidence has to be tested by actual enemies, victories, and defeats. Taihua is stunned that Yi Ping drew all of that from a glance at a lamp, but he quickly turns it into praise and tells him that true cultivators always discover how much farther they still have to go. When Yi Ping asks what Su Changyu said about him, Taihua has to invent an answer on the spot and claims that Yi Ping's aptitude is ordinary but his mind is exceptionally sharp. Embarrassed by the compliment, Yi Ping asks what else Su Changyu said, and Taihua keeps improvising, saying Yiping's real problem is not arrogance at all but weak confidence. Taihua warns that confidence and determination matter more than talent alone, so if Yiping wants to fix that weakness, he must compete, strive to be first, and still know when courage turns into foolishness. This time the words land cleanly, and Yiping accepts them with a new sense of direction already starting to grow inside him. With the lesson settled, Taihua tells Yiping to ask Liu about the academy's rules, then adds the real surprise. He needs to leave for the Jin Nation Academy in just 3 days. Yiping blurts out his surprise, because he expected at least a couple more weeks and still wanted time in the sect to study before leaving. Taihua presses the real danger. The academy has gathered many geniuses this time, and if someone else grasps the supreme sword intent first, Yiping will miss his chance. That warning works immediately, and Yiping agrees to hurry, planning to talk with Liu and set out as soon as possible. After Yiping leaves, Taihua finally lets himself celebrate in private, thrilled that sending this prodigy to the academy might raise Qingyun's sect to a whole new level. Yiping heads to the guest residence and meets Liu to settle 2 matters at once. First, Yiping says Liu can only be his in-name disciple for now, and whether he becomes an official disciple later will depend on how he performs. Liu accepts that immediately, because a probation period means nothing compared to staying under Yiping's guidance. Then Yiping asks about the academy rule, and Liu explains that students normally cannot leave unless they earn a superior evaluation from the elders. Even so, Liu quickly adds that if Yiping truly wants to come back, he will find a way around the restriction somehow. With that obstacle solved, Yiping confirms he will leave in 3 days, and Liu lights up at the news. Liu offers to explain all the academy rules over the next few days, but Yiping refuses because he wants that time to prepare quietly on his own. After leaving Liu, Yiping suddenly remembers the jade bottle he meant to deliver to Su Luochen. But when he reaches the alchemy area, Su Luochen is gone and even the medicine from the pot has disappeared, leaving Yiping briefly puzzled. He does not chase the mystery for long though, because with only 3 days left, he goes straight to the rear cliff to steady his cultivation before the trip. 3 days pass in a blink, and before sunrise on the rear cliff, Taoist Taihua comes to see Yiping again. In his hands is a secret manual titled Ancient True Dragon Fist, hinting that Yiping's next lesson is about to begin right before he leaves. At Qingyun Sect's rear cliff before dawn, Taoist Taihua happily studies the fist manual he picked out just for Yiping. He chose it from the secret manual market instead of the pavilion because Yiping is headed to Jin Nation Academy, and Taihua did not want to hand him something the academy might already have. Taihua even tailored the pick to Yiping's strange taste, a manual that sounds sensible at first, but falls apart if anyone thinks too hard about it. Reading the author name Heavenly Venerable Mo Xian, he mutters that the thing sounds so convincing it almost fooled even him. At the rear cliff, Yiping is still absorbed in the sword mark on the ground while Liu waits nearby, deep in his own thoughts. Taihua calls Yiping over, snapping him out of his trance, and both Yiping and Liu immediately rise to greet him. Not wanting Liu to see too much, Taihua quietly hands Yiping the manual and tells him only one thing: burn it after reading. Yiping instantly understands the weight of that warning and stores the manual away without even stopping to inspect it. Taihua urges him to leave early to avoid getting stranded on the road, but his calm advice quickly gives way to real worry. In the end, Taihua tells Yiping not to force himself at Jin Nation Academy and to come home if he is treated unfairly. Yiping promises he will not shame Qingyun sect or make his master worry, and the answer warms Taihua's heart. With one last blessing for a safe journey, Taoist Taihua turns and leaves the rear cliff. After seeing his master off, Yiping heads through Qingyun sect to say farewell to the others before leaving the mountain. He finds Wang Zhuyu and Chen Lingru still in the sect and personally bids them farewell. With Su Luochen, Su Changyu, and Xiao Muxue all absent, Yiping finishes his farewells and leaves Qingyun sect with Liu for Jin Nation Academy. Far away in Lizhou, Su Changyu has spent more than half a month wandering a dead mountain range and is about ready to lose his mind. He shouts his own name and even introduces Yiping to the empty mountains, desperate for any answer from any living person. The dead silence only makes Su Changyu more miserable, and in a fit of frustration he almost slaps himself before stopping short. Then at last he spots a lone man ahead of him and lights up like he has found salvation. Su Changyu hurries over and asks the green-robed stranger where the nearest city is, but the man keeps staring ahead as if he heard nothing. Even after Su Changyu keeps calling him fellow Taoist, brother, and big brother, the stranger stays as motionless as a stone. Only when Su Changyu notices the words "What is the sword Dao" written on the ground does he realize this is a swordsman trapped in self-doubt. That gives Su Changyu an opening, and he clears his throat like he is about to give a world-shaking answer. He solemnly declares that the sword Dao is cutting the sun, moon, and stars with a single blade of grass, and the line finally shakes the stranger awake. The middle-aged man repeats the line in shock, while Su Changyu silently steps to the cliff edge and leans harder into the act. Seeing the man finally engaged, Su Changyu asks if he is confused about true sword Dao and gets a simple yes back. So Su Changyu goes all in and introduces himself as a peerless sword immortal who is willing to accept this man as a disciple. The man is genuinely startled and asks whether this mysterious senior knows Gu Jianxian. Su Changyu has no idea who Gu Jianxian is and, still trying to act lofty, casually asks whether he is even famous. Instead of exposing him, the man grows more intrigued and humbly says his own aptitude is poor, asking if Su Changyu would still take him in. That one sentence relaxes Su Changyu, and he starts preaching that talent is nothing because even his hopeless junior brother still took second place in the Qingzhou Sword Dao meet. The man accepts the lesson, calls himself foolish, and agrees on the spot to acknowledge Su Changyu as his master. Su Changyu hurriedly downgrades it to an in-name disciple only, clearly not daring to make the arrangement too real. When asked for his name, the man says Gu Mingshi, and Su Changyu immediately decides he will just call him Old Gu. Old Gu accepts the nickname without complaint, happy to step into this new ordinary identity. With the bluff complete, Su Changyu orders his new disciple to lead the way out and says they can discuss Sword Dao on the road. So the lost wanderer walks off satisfied, never realizing the random disciple he just picked up is one of the strongest sword immortals alive. On the 5th day of the 5th month, 2 carriages roll toward the capital of Jin Nation. Inside the front carriage, Yi Ping finishes reading Ancient True Dragon Fist and burns the manual at once, exactly as his master ordered. Once the manual turns to ash, Yi Ping closes his eyes and starts digesting the Ancient True Dragon Fist in silence. The technique unfolds in his mind as a true dragon method with 4 stages, each deeper and more terrifying than simple fist practice. When he tries to visualize the spirit of a true dragon, a red dragon shadow suddenly appears in his mind and nearly crushes his breath. A thunderous dragon roar jolts him awake, but it also leaves the complete fist technique imprinted in his head. He realizes the ancient true dragon fist is a brutally dominant art that kills hard, strengthens the body, and can later manifest a true dragon through chi and dermic power. By the time he settles that insight, the carriages have already entered the capital. That night, Liu brings Yi Ping into the imperial palace, and Yi Ping stays perfectly calm because he already knows Liu is royalty. As soon as Liu returns, Princess Taiha rushes over with a special token from Jin Nation Academy and a worried warning. She explains that this year there are 3 specially admitted students instead of 1, and the Academy's senior disciples are already waiting to make trouble for them. Taiha even suggests dropping the whole thing, because if Yi Ping gets beaten after Liu personally invited him, Liu will look terrible too. Liu refuses to back down, saying the person he brought here is no ordinary cultivator and telling her not to spread the news yet. Once he reassures her, Taiha switches back to sibling banter and promises him a lantern festival outing if he can really handle those academy people for her. She hurries off with the stolen token before anyone from the academy notices, leaving Liu to think seriously about whether he has overestimated Yi Ping. So that same night, Liu goes to Yi Ping and explains the academy's challenge rules in full just to be safe. While serving tea, Liu admits many of the 4th generation disciples are not that impressive, but he still promises to ask the emperor for protection if anyone goes too far. Yi Ping declines any special interference, saying that if the academy has rules, he will face them properly and win if he can. To Yi Ping, this is actually good timing because he has just learned Ancient True Dragon Fist and wants real combat to sharpen both the technique and his Dao heart. Reassured at last, Liu says good night and promises to return in the morning to show Yi Ping around Jin Nation Academy. Elsewhere that night, Li Maching stands in the main hall of Jin Nation Academy facing a wild-looking elder with messy hair and a black wine gourd. The drunken elder casually tells Li Maching to take care of a talented girl for him because he does not like teaching disciples himself. Li Maching agrees, but he still cannot help asking whether his senior brother truly has no intention of returning. The elder flatly refuses to discuss returning, cuts the conversation off, and starts to leave Li Maching with the girl instead. Just before vanishing, he tosses out one last detail. The girl's name is Mo Xian. At dawn in Jin Nation Academy's chess palace, more than 300 4th-generation disciples split into 2 camps and loudly fight over who gets to handle tomorrow's 2 newcomers. Li Yan argues that Fang Lei's side was already assigned the newcomers, so he refuses to give this chance away even when the rival camp demands a turn. The argument matters because hazing the next generation is an academy custom, and for 4th-generation disciples it is finally their chance to enjoy the status they used to lack. The 4th generation is split into rival cliques, with Li Yan standing for Fang Lei's camp and the opposing crowd tied to Mo Jiaoping, so both sides are fighting over the same chance to impress the 5th generation. The rival camp tries to pressure Li Yan by bringing up Fang Lei's injury, but Li Yan still shows no sign of backing down. Li Yan flatly refuses, and the palace turns so tense it looks like the 2 groups might start fighting each other first. The rival leader swallows his anger, throws out a bitter threat, and leaves because the assignment really was on Li Yan's side. Once Su Chao leaves, Li Yan starts planning the show and tells his people to gather the newcomers and the whole 5th generation at the combat arena. One cautious disciple wonders if the 2 recruits might actually be strong, but the others laugh it off and trust sheer numbers to crush them. Their excitement spikes when a disciple rushes in with the news that the 2 newcomers have already arrived. Li Yan immediately takes control, ordering the 2 recruits sent to the arena and the rest of the 5th generation summoned to watch 2 hours later. In the academy's main hall, Liu hands Yi Ping an iron identity token and explains that Yi Ping will need it to enter and leave Jin Nation Academy. The woman in black starts chatting easily, asking whether Liu is also a new disciple while Yiping listens beside them. When the woman gives her name as Mo Xian, Yiping pauses because it matches Heavenly Venerable Mo Xian from the ancient Fiend Celestial technique, then quickly decides it is only the same name. Before Liu can finish introducing himself, dozens of fourth-generation disciples stride into the hall and directly target Yiping and the woman in black as the new recruits. Liu quickly makes it clear that he is not one of the recruits, and the fourth-generation disciples visibly rein themselves in after learning he is the prince. The seniors announce that they are taking the two new disciples to the combat arena, and the woman in black immediately loses her calm while Yiping stays steady. The woman in black tries a weak excuse about her stomach, but the senior's answer is ruthless. Skip this, and she loses her student status. With no way out, Mo Xian grits her teeth and agrees to go. Liu wants to follow and protect Yiping, but the fourth-generation disciples refuse to allow non-students into the arena. Yiping calmly tells Liu to handle his own affairs because he came prepared for whatever this academy welcome means. Liu bows on purpose and publicly calls Yiping his master, turning that farewell into a warning for everyone watching. That one bow forces the fourth-generation disciples to become much more polite as they lead Yiping and Mo Xian away. 5 minutes later, the two newcomers reach the huge combat arena and are left standing alone at the center to wait. As soon as they are alone, Mo Xian breaks down and realizes the old hazing rule is still alive, which means she really walked straight into disaster. She bitterly explains that she came late on purpose, thinking a lone woman might slip past the beating, and now she is furious at her own bad plan. Seeing that Yiping still looks steady, Mo Xian hurriedly gives him survival advice. If the beating starts, hit the ground early and do not cry or beg. Yiping's calm is not ignorance this time, because Liu warned him yesterday and he spent the whole night deducing the ancient true dragon fist for exactly this kind of fight. Then the pressure becomes real as 200 to 300 fourth-generation disciples march in from every direction and surround the ring in disciplined lines. Just as Li Yan steps up to show off in front of the newcomers, Su Chao crashes the setup by arriving with another large fourth-generation group and surrounding the ring too. Li Yan shoots a furious look towards Su Chao's side, but he forces himself to stay quiet so he does not lose face in front of the whole arena. A moment later the audience doubles again when more than 400 fifth-generation disciples arrive behind the fourth generation to watch the two late newcomers get crushed. The fifth-generation disciples quickly understand what is happening and start pitying the pair, especially when they realize this crowd is even bigger than the one that beat them. Some fifth-generation onlookers even start preparing healing medicine, already convinced the handsome new junior brother and the black-robed junior sister are about to be badly hurt. With the whole arena buzzing, Li Yan finally roars for silence and takes back control of the crowd. In the Jin Nation Academy combat arena, thousands gathered to watch the new fifth-generation recruits, with Yiping standing in the ring before the hazing began. Most of the spectators looked eager instead of sympathetic, because they had been beaten during their own initiation and wanted to see the next batch suffer too. Li Yan called out Yiping's name, and the moment the crowd heard it, the arena stirred with recognition. Once people connected the name to Qin Zhou and old rumors around Yiping, their chatter flared up and then died just as fast under the tense academy atmosphere. Yiping answered that he was present, and Li Yan formally laid out the academy's so-called friendly match rules. A voice asked to surrender before the fight even started, but Li Yan rejected it on the spot and drew laughter from the crowd. Li Yan added that the fourth-generation disciples would go easy because there was only one visible newcomer in front of him, but the threat of a beating was still obvious. While the atmosphere turned heavier, Yiping stayed perfectly steady and quietly prepared to fight. When Li Yan asked if there were any more questions, the fourth-generation disciples started warming up with barely hidden excitement. Yiping asked one serious question first. If he accidentally hurt someone, what would happen? Yiping was not bluffing in his own mind, because after sizing up the fourth-generation disciples, he genuinely felt their strength was below his and worried he might hit too hard. The arena took it as pure arrogance, and even the stronger senior disciples laughed at the idea that an early foundation establishment newcomer could injure them. Li Yan kept a stern face and told Yiping not to worry, because the academy had healers as long as nobody was killed or crippled. Yiping explained that he only meant he would have to fight seriously once the match started, and that made the crowd even more convinced he was just stalling and showing off. Among the fifth-generation spectators, Princess Taiha's companions quietly mocked Yiping as a handsome loudmouth, and she could only tell them to stay quiet because even she did not know how strong he really was. Li Yan was already annoyed by Yiping's attitude, but he still told him that if he had the skill, he should just fight. Yiping raised one last question and asked if beating everyone would let him advance, which stunned the whole arena into silence. That pushed Li Yan past patience, and he cut off the talk with one blunt order to fight. Hundreds of fourth-generation disciples jumped into the arena and closed in around Yiping from every side. Even with the ring packed full of opponents, Yiping still looked completely unmoved. The surrounding senior disciples warned Yiping that the academy did not tolerate arrogance, and told him to surrender if he wanted mercy. Mo Xian instantly gave up for real, shouting her surrender without a shred of pride. Yiping moved at that exact moment, and a dragon roar ripped through the arena before anyone could react. His ancient true dragon fist sent one fourth-generation disciple flying in a single hit so hard that he crashed into the arena fence. The arena froze in shock as everyone realized the new disciple had struck first and blown a senior away in one punch. Humiliated, the fourth-generation disciples shouted at each other to stop holding back and swarmed him in earnest. Facing a real mass attack, Yiping stopped being cautious and activated the Torch Dragon Ancient Seal. In an instant, his gentle immortal bearing vanished and a god-fiend-like combat presence took over. Yiping charged straight into the crowd with the ancient true dragon fist, and every punch blasted another senior disciple out of the arena center. Blood coughed into the air, bodies kept dropping, and the combat arena itself started breaking apart under the force of the clash. The newer disciples could hardly believe what they were watching, because Yiping was not surviving the siege, he was crushing it. Even when several attacks landed on him, Yiping barely reacted, and the men hitting him were the ones whose arms started aching. The remaining seniors tried to regroup and attack together, but panic was already creeping into their voices as they realized how monstrous his body was. Yiping answered their desperation by getting even fiercer, breaking ribs and dropping people one after another until the ring of attackers shrank to around 50. Seeing his side get demolished, Li Yan's expression finally darkened and he ordered every fourth-generation disciple to enter the fight at once. More than 200 more senior disciples rushed forward, because if they could not suppress one new disciple together, their whole generation would become a joke. On the sidelines, another group of fourth-generation seniors frowned as the mess stopped looking like routine hazing and started threatening their whole generation's reputation. When his companions asked what to do, one of the watching seniors gritted his teeth and told their group to join in for the sake of the fourth generation's reputation. The arena grew even louder as yet another group of seniors joined the charge, and Yiping only became more overwhelming in response. His fist even took the shape of a golden dragon now, and one punch could blast more than 10 people away at once. When their attacks hit Yiping's body, the arena rang with iron-like clangs, making his physical toughness look almost unreal. Dozens more senior disciples were punched away vomiting blood, and by now everyone watching could see this was no normal genius. Li Yan finally called for the other top senior to step in with him, deciding they had to suppress Yiping personally. The other top senior hesitated, because needing both of them against one new disciple would be a humiliating kind of victory. Li Yan pushed harder and warned that if they still held back and lost, the whole 10 nations would laugh at them. Pressed by the warning, the other top senior finally moved, and Li Yan jumped into the battlefield at the same moment. Even after more seniors poured in, Yiping kept battering through the siege, taking a few hits but still blasting people away in bunches. The fifth-generation disciples could only stare in disbelief, because this looked less like a match and more like a one-man army bulldozing the academy. Princess Taiha's group was especially shaken, and even she could not believe her unreliable brother had somehow brought in someone this ferocious. At this point, everyone understood that even if Yiping eventually lost, this fight alone would shake the entire Jin nation. Li Yan finally stood on the field in full as one of the perfected Foundation establishment heavyweights, and his arrival gave the battered seniors some confidence again. More than 400 seniors had been beaten down to fewer than 100 standing, and the survivors no longer dared to rush Yiping blindly. Li Yan admitted Yiping was monstrously strong, but he warned that once the top seniors stepped in, this would be Yiping's limit. Another top senior agreed Yiping was impressive, but from Yiping's side of the standoff, the warning was still the same. If this was all he had, the fight would end here. Then a stronger aura suddenly burst from Yiping, and the confidence on the senior side cracked at once. The whole Jin Nation Academy arena falls silent when everyone realizes Yiping was holding back the entire time. Li Yan is hit hard by the reveal, realizing Yiping was still holding back even after all that. At the edge of the ring, Mo Xian is stunned too, then quietly decides she has to learn whatever body cultivation method made Yiping this terrifying. A true dragon roar suddenly rips through the arena, and even the spectators feel their chi and blood shudder under the pressure. Yiping stops hiding his power completely, opening all 36 spirit veins as the Torch Dragon Ancient Seal and his god-fiend body surge together. As his strength keeps rising, Yiping feels his chi and blood gathering toward a dragon form. Li Yan realizes backing down now would be humiliating, so he roars for Yiping to stop talking and fight. Li Yan attacks first with the 8 stances of the Green Ox, and a massive black bull shadow wrapped in green aura rises behind him. As Li Yan closes in, the second senior disciple joins the attack too, and the two of them rush Yiping together. The watching disciples hold their breath, because if Yiping wins this too, he will become the first new disciple in academy history to crush an older generation by himself. Then golden light erupts from Yiping, and a towering blood and chi furnace appears behind him. That sight shocks the whole arena even more than his earlier victories, because a blood and chi furnace is the dream mark of true body cultivators. Everyone understands what that means. Yiping's physical foundation is monstrous now, and each punch could carry terrifying destructive power. Li Yan forces himself to keep his nerve and insists that Yiping could not have formed a blood and chi furnace through normal martial training, so they still have a chance. The second senior disciple looks rattled, because being told to rush a man with a blood and chi furnace sounds suicidal. But Li Yan's next argument lands. If they can beat Yiping before he becomes a legend, they can brag about it for the rest of their lives. That reckless little dream works, and Li Yan rushes in again with the second senior disciple following him back into the fight. Yiping does not even need a complicated exchange, because his blood and chi furnace surges upward and smashes straight through both martial manifestations. The aftershock is so violent that even the nearby spectators, including Mo Xian, get thrown back. Li Yan and the second senior disciple are blown away bleeding, with broken ribs and churning organs from a single move. Su Chao lies there coughing blood and stares at Li Yan in disbelief, because this was supposed to be the weaker version of Yiping. Li Yan is just as shaken, realizing that if this had been a real life-and-death fight, both of them would already be dead. Now Yiping stands there like a god of war, red flames coiling around the gleaming furnace while dragon roars echo from inside it. With that one strike, Yiping has crushed the entire fourth generation and left the arena in stunned silence. A group of panicked fourth generation disciples immediately runs for the third generation academic palace to call in stronger seniors. They burst into the third generation academic palace right in the middle of a Dao lecture and interrupt a room full of annoyed senior disciples. The third generation immediately starts scolding them for barging in and ruining everyone's meditation. The fourth generation disciples blurt out that a peerless, ferocious newcomer has appeared in the academy, and something has gone very wrong. When they finally explain that Li Yan and Su Chao were beaten until they coughed blood, the whole hall goes still. The messengers make it worse by admitting that every fourth generation disciple who fought Yiping lost. Then the real bomb drops. The newcomer condensed a blood and chi furnace. That claim sounds so absurd the third generation almost thinks the messenger has been beaten stupid, but he swears they can see it with their own eyes. Once they accept he is not lying, the third generation gets excited instead of afraid, because they want to hit this future monster while they still can. Their logic is shamelessly simple. If Yiping becomes famous later, they can brag forever that they beat him first. So the whole third generation leaves the palace and heads straight for the arena. Back at the arena, Yiping stands alone on the ring and coldly looks over the defeated fourth generation disciples. After beating them so easily, Yiping privately concludes that the Jin Nation Academy really has no experts worth worrying about. Then he turns toward the newly admitted disciples and casually asks if they want to be beaten too. The new disciples had been thrilled watching the fourth generation get crushed, and the moment Yiping turns that question on them, their excitement flips into panic. Before anyone can answer, a wave of third generation disciples suddenly charges in through the south gate. The crowd is stunned all over again, because even by academy standards this is shameless, and the third generation has a reputation for being worse than the fourth. The third generation disciples spot Yiping's blood and chi furnace, realize the impossible rumor is true, and shamelessly decide to rush him all at once. In the Jin Nation Academy arena, a fresh wave of third-generation disciples rushes in, thrilled that the Academy's new monster is giving them something worth fighting. Yiping frowns because he already sees the problem. This is no longer useful sparring, just another round of people trying to overwhelm him. The third-generation disciples still pile in together, openly treating Yiping like a rare target they need to beat before he becomes completely untouchable. One disciple lunges first with a beast-like green punch, and Yiping answers with a blazing golden fist. Yiping crushes that arm on impact, and the force of his punch blasts the surrounding disciples away in the same breath. Even the third generation quickly realizes the ugly truth. In a pure body fight, Yiping's blood and chi furnace makes close combat almost hopeless. They refuse to use Dao techniques and keep the fight to physical combat, but that only turns the arena into a one-sided beating. Golden fist light, black aura, and his perfected physique make Yiping look less like a new disciple and more like a god-fiend walking through the battlefield. When Yiping's vitality surges again, the furnace behind him flares into a blazing dragon-shaped light and sweeps the last third-generation disciples away. The arena falls dead silent because a brand-new disciple has just beaten both the fourth generation and the third generation by himself. Mo Xian is the first to snap out of the silence, and she blurts out that senior brother Yi is invincible. That shout breaks the spell, and the new disciples erupt into noisy awe, bragging, arguing, and accepting that Yiping has crushed the entire pecking order in one day. Yiping turns toward the injured Li Yan and the other battered senior, and Li Yan immediately tenses because he thinks Yiping wants to keep fighting. Li Yan hurriedly calls the test over, making it clear that Yiping has already passed and no one needs another round. Yiping is genuinely relieved, because to him the fight stopped being meaningful a while ago. Instead of acting arrogant after winning, Yiping politely bows and thanks the senior brothers for their guidance. Then he walks straight to Princess Taihe, recognizing her by her cover name Li Yu and treating her as Li Yu's younger sister. Yiping tells her that since Li Yu is his in-name disciple, she can call him senior brother here, and he asks her to take him to the Academy's Xidagarba pavilion. Li Yu agrees at once, more surprised than confused, and the girls around them can barely hide how taken they are with Yiping after that display. As Li Yu leads him away, she glances back at the battered older disciples, and not even Li Yan dares to stop Yiping now. Once they are outside, Li Yu gushes that Yiping just did what all the new disciples wished for and finally put those bullying seniors in their place. Yiping asks why a national academy would allow this kind of bullying at all. Li Yu explains that Jin Nation Academy deliberately uses pressure and suppression to force geniuses to fight for resources, because that harsh system has produced real talent before. Yiping thinks it over and admits to himself that competition has its place, as long as a person can survive the pressure. They reach the Xidagarba Pavilion, an 8-story pagoda where Yiping plans to fill in everything he still does not understand about the cultivation world. For Yiping, this is not just a library stop, it is his next plan: read widely, understand the world properly, and maybe also find the Academy's hidden supreme sword intent. He tells Liu to go handle her own matters because he intends to stay here and read for several days. Before they part, Yiping promises that because she is Liu's sister, he will help her if she ever needs anything, and Liu leaves delighted. Yiping heads into the Xidagarba Pavilion to study, while Liu turns back toward the arena. Elsewhere in the Academy Master's main hall, the senior members of Jin Nation Academy are already in a grim meeting about the 10 Nations Grand Tournament and the Academy's decline. Li Macheng bluntly warns that other nations have produced top geniuses while Jin Nation Academy keeps slipping, and if that continues the Academy will lose its place entirely. Before anyone can answer, the hall doors slam open and a white-haired elder bursts in shouting about a demon. The hall jolts into alarm, and the elders immediately fear some outside disaster like a demon invasion or a fiend celestial cult attack. But the elder blurts out the real shock instead. The so-called demon is Yiping, a disciple barely in his 20s who has already condensed the blood and chi furnace and challenged the Academy's 4th and 3rd generations by himself. In the Jin Nation Academy main hall, the elders stare in disbelief when Elder Sun claims a brand new disciple just crushed both the 4th and 3rd generations. The hall erupts at once, with elder after elder demanding Elder Sun explain himself and stop talking like a man. Elder Sun says he was lecturing the 3rd generation when word came that a new disciple had already flattened the 4th generation and forced the 3rd generation to rush in as reinforcements. When he followed them to the arena, Elder Sun saw Yiping fighting like a fiend celestial and dropping more than 10 3rd generation disciples with single punches. That alone stuns the hall. But Elder Sun says the truly terrifying part came when he used his chi watching technique on Yiping. Elder Sun reveals that what he saw around Yiping was a dragon of luck formed from perfected body, power, vitality, and fortune. He admits he has practiced chi watching for 350 years and never seen anything like it, which finally makes the room take his words seriously. Li Macheng cuts through the mystical terms and bluntly asks the only thing everyone wants to know: just how strong is Yiping really? Elder Sun explains that chi watchers rank geniuses in 7 levels, and by that scale Yiping is at least born with an emperor's fate, well above someone like Xikong Jiantian, who only has a king's fate. Then Elder Sun spells it out in plain words. With only a little guidance, Yiping could beat the geniuses of the 10 nations and even challenge Great Xia's Academy elites. That line finally lands, and Li Macheng's shock turns into desperate hope because the 10 nations grand tournament is near and another humiliation could doom the Academy. Elder Sun insists he is not exaggerating and tells them to go look at the combat arena themselves, because the beaten disciples are still lying there. The elders vanish from the hall almost instantly, too impatient to keep listening when they can see the truth with their own eyes. A beat later, even Elder Sun hurries after them. At the combat arena, the elders arrive and find the story was somehow understated. Hundreds of injured disciples are still sprawled across the wrecked grounds. The new disciples hurriedly greet the elders, while the battered older disciples either cannot speak or are too ashamed to look up. The sight leaves the elders silent, because now there is nothing left to doubt. One elder rushes straight to Li Yan and urgently asks the question that matters most now: who beat you? Li Yan answers honestly that the one who defeated him was the new disciple Yiping. The elder's excitement spikes instead of cooling, and he immediately asks where Yiping went. Li Yan points him toward the Xidagarba Pavilion and, thinking his master wants revenge, quickly begs him not to make things hard for Yiping. Li Yan is left staring as his master, off-panel, snaps that he wants Yiping as a disciple, not as a target for revenge. Before rushing off, Li Yan's unseen master also tears into him for losing to a new disciple and warns him not to sneak out of the academy again this year. That reaction jolts the rest of the elders awake, and Li Macheng sees all at once that Yiping is the kind of genius every master wants to claim. In a burst of light, the elders all race for Xidagarba Pavilion like men trying to snatch treasure before anyone else can. Back in the arena, the battered disciples can only watch bitterly as their own masters ignore their injuries and compete over the man who beat them. Outside Xidagarba Pavilion, the elders arrive in groups and start arguing before they even get inside. At the pavilion entrance, one elder grandly claims heaven already showed him a new star, so Yiping must be destined to become his disciple. Another insists he already divined the same thing, while a third complains he has not received a disciple in 10 years and refuses to lose this chance too. The shouting gets nastier fast, with the elders openly mocking each other's teaching ability and fitness to guide a genius like Yiping. Li Macheng finally roars for silence and freezes the whole mob in place. He calls the scene outrageous and shames them for fighting like this over a disciple in front of the academy's own doors. Li Macheng warns that if Yiping saw this mess, he might respect a random stone more than any of them. The elders grudgingly calm down and tell the academy master to propose a fair solution. Li Macheng immediately tries to seize the opening by suggesting Yiping study under him first for a year or two to stabilize his foundation, and only choose a master later. The elders all go quiet for one beat, then look at Li Maching like he just tried to scam the entire academy in broad daylight. They reject the plan on the spot, because if Yiping follows Li Maching for years first, then Yiping is obviously already his disciple. Once the academy master loses his moral high ground, the elders start bidding against each other with ever wilder promises if Yiping becomes their disciple. One promises Jin Nation will win the 10 Nations Grand Tournament in 3 tries, another says 2, and someone else swears he can do it in 1. The promises spiral into pure nonsense, with unnamed elders swearing they can raise Jin Nation Academy to Great Xia's level, make it soar in 10 years or 1, and even take it to the moon. Then the bragging tips into nonsense when one elder boldly declares that if Yiping is his disciple, he will make the academy the best in the immortal cultivation world and even open a branch on the moon. Another elder instantly backs that ridiculous claim, and the argument becomes even more shameless. Li Maching fumes that the elders are treating him like the dishonest one, even though he thinks they are the shameless ones here. The elders ignore him and escalate again, with some proposing a fight and others insisting that cultivated scholars should settle it with a literary contest instead. Just as the elders are about to start shouting all over again, the elder who first exposed Yiping's talent steps in and says he has an idea, making everyone pause. Below Xidagarba Pavilion, the elders finally stop arguing long enough for Elder Sun to offer a calmer solution. Elder Sun suggests that every elder teach Yiping one thing they are best at, and let Yiping choose his own master instead of being fought over. The idea lands immediately, and the elders start warming to it because now every path still gives them a chance. One worried elder, Elder Zhou, points out the risk that Yiping's talent might be so absurd that they fail to teach him and only mislead him. The others laugh that off and insist Jin Nation's best alchemists and array masters are not about to be schooled by a new disciple. Li Maching backs Elder Sun's plan and orders everyone back to the main hall before Yiping sees how desperate they have been acting. They head for the main hall still competing in their hearts, because the next argument will be who gets to teach Yiping first. Meanwhile, inside the Sutra Pavilion, Yiping sits alone with mountains of books and reads at a speed that hardly looks human. 4 days he tears through the academy's records and strange tales, swallowing an ocean of information instead of cultivation manuals. 7 days pass, and Yiping's one-man defeat of the 3rd and 4th generation disciples turns the whole academy into a nest of rumors. The academy leadership tries to suppress the talk, but the story still leaks out because no one can hide a monster like Yiping for long. On the 8th day, Liu enters Xidagarba Pavilion carrying a pale red academy notice meant for Yiping. She finds Yiping still reading after 7 days without sleep and quietly chooses not to disturb him. Another full day slips by before Yiping finally reaches the last book and exhales, ending an 8-day reading marathon. In 8 days and 8 nights, Yiping has read nearly 800,000 books, and the flood of knowledge leaves him mentally transformed rather than worn down. What shocks Yiping most is not a technique, but the scale of the world itself, because cultivation here is far harsher and larger than he imagined. He learns that immortals were once far more common, but now ascension is so difficult that one may not appear for thousands of years. He also maps out the political order of the world, from the weak Jin Nation up through the 10 nations and then the Great Xia dynasty above them. Beyond that, he discovers the 5 great dynasties, hidden powers, immortal islands, holy lands, and a cultivation world crowded with terrifying forces. Then Yiping reaches the key truth. This era is ruled by luck, and anyone who wants immortality has to contend for it. Dynasties seek to unify the world for heavenly luck, while sects resist them because one side's rise could choke off everyone else's chance to ascend. After all that reading, Yiping finally gets a clearer measure of himself, especially in Sword Dao. The books say taking a month to condense sword momentum is supreme genius, so realizing he did it in a single day leaves Yiping stunned by his own level. That realization makes Qingyun Dao's sex seem even more terrifying to him, because he still thinks he is a wastrel who only became strong through their teachings. At the same time, all this knowledge only confirms his blunt judgment that Jin Nation Academy is mediocre and badly needs reform. Even so, he trusts his master had a reason for sending him here, and fixes his goal on comprehending the Academy's supreme sword intent before leaving. He decides he will not take another master here, but if he really gains that sword intent, he will owe Jin Nation Academy a favor. Once he settles his thoughts, Yiping stretches with a light smile, feeling that real knowledge has changed his state of mind. That movement finally draws junior sister Li out of silence, and she speaks up now that Yiping is done. The junior sister hands Yiping the Academy's special academic schedule, and he is surprised the Academy suddenly prepared one for him at all. She explains that the schedule was issued 7 days ago, and seems tied to the Academy trying to strengthen disciples for the 10 Nations Grand Tournament. One look at the packed timetable makes Yiping ask the most practical question first: can he simply skip it? She tells him attendance is mandatory unless he earns a good evaluation, meaning the elders judge that he understands well enough to be exempted. Yiping accepts that and checks the first class on the list, only to see that it begins with Sword Dao. Since Sword Dao is exactly what he wants, Yiping calmly agrees to attend on time the next day. Before leaving, the junior sister also invites him to the capital's upcoming Lantern Festival, where many talented disciples will gather. Yiping knows how important that festival is to Jin Nation, but for now he only gives a non-committal answer because cultivation matters more to him. The junior sister leaves without pressing him, and the pavilion goes quiet around Yiping again. Instead of resting, Yiping immediately switches from strange tales to sword Dao books and keeps studying through the night. By the next pre-dawn, Elderly is already waiting at the sword washing pool with open anticipation, ready to be the first one to teach Yiping sword techniques. At the sword washing pool, Elderly Jiang stands alone on the cliff like a sword master, while hundreds of disciples gather below for a rare public lecture. The new disciples whisper that this elder feels frighteningly strong, and the older students immediately tell them they are looking at Jin Nation's top sword Dao expert. The seniors proudly explain Elderly's legend. He entered the sword Dao absurdly young, rules Jin Nation's sword path, and only lacks one final chance to condense true sword intent. That praise only builds the excitement, because even long-time academy students say they have barely ever gotten to hear Elderly preach in person. Then the crowd suddenly notices Yiping arriving in a white robe, and the whole mood shifts toward him at once. The female disciples start openly swooning over Yiping's looks and talent, while the men answer with jealous complaints that fool nobody. The women shoot back without hesitation, admitting they obviously do like powerful handsome men and telling the bitter guys to stop pretending otherwise. Yiping greets everyone politely, and the newly admitted disciples answer in unison because they already see him as the leader of their generation after the arena battle. The third and fourth generation disciples can only nod awkwardly, too embarrassed by their recent defeat to call Yiping either junior or senior brother. Mo Xian steps forward like an old friend, and Yiping remembers her at once, mostly because her name made a strong impression on him. She flatters him for growing even stronger in just a few days, and Yiping accepts the praise with an easy, unbothered smile. Up on the cliff, Elderly spots Yiping and gets secretly thrilled, because he still believes drawing first lot means fate chose him to become Yiping's master. After spending 8 days preparing, Elderly steels himself to overwhelm Yiping with sword teachings and make the young genius want him as a master. He clears his throat, pulls the entire crowd's attention back to the cliff, and begins with a bold claim: of the 3,000 great Daos, the sword Dao is supreme. Most disciples are awed by the line, but Yiping immediately frowns because truly strong seniors in Xingyan never boasted that their own path stood above all others. In Yiping's mind, that one sentence already lowers Elderly's standing, and he quietly decides the academy's sword path really is far beneath Xingyan Dao sect. Elderly notices Yiping's frown from the corner of his eye, gets briefly uneasy, and then reassures himself that a real genius must simply be thinking more deeply than everyone else. With that thought comforting him, Elderly declares that he will teach the true meaning of the sword Dao and draws his golden flying sword to make the lesson look grand. Thousands of golden sword shadows burst out over the sword washing pool, and the sheer display of pressure leaves the crowd stunned. Elderly lays out his core theory: sword moves and sword momentum are everything, and the more techniques a cultivator masters, the stronger their sword Dao becomes. He points to the Academy's huge stockpile of sword manuals and says anyone who truly comprehends them all could stand among Jin Nation's top sword cultivators. When a disciple asks if the ultimate sword Dao really means endless sword moves, Elderly answers yes without hesitation. He doubles down by saying bottlenecks come from learning too few techniques. 30,000 moves can lead to sword momentum, and 1,000,000 can finally forge sword intent. Most of the audience looks enlightened, but Yiping's frown deepens because Elderly's entire framework clashes with what Su Changyu taught him about the sword. Yiping knows sword moves matter, but from his own cultivation he has already learned that real breakthroughs do not come from piling up techniques alone. He keeps the disagreement to himself, yet inside he has already reached one clear conclusion: Elderly is far below his eldest senior brother in true sword Dao understanding. Then another disciple asks how many sword moves Elderly himself has mastered, handing him the perfect chance to impress the room. Elderly modestly boasts that he has only comprehended 36,000 sword moves so far, and the crowd is instantly shocked by the number. But when Elderly checks Yiping's face again, he gets no satisfying reaction at all, only that same unreadable frown. Trying harder, Elderly launches into an even longer sermon and starts revealing all kinds of sword Dao insights he normally keeps to himself. The disciples below are captivated, but Yiping only grows more doubtful the longer he listens. Beside Yiping, Mo Xian happily scribbles notes at top speed, already treating Elderly's lecture like valuable material she can sell later. Then Mo Xian catches Yiping's expression and instantly senses a better story there than in Elderly's notes. She leans in and quietly asks Yiping what he thinks of Elderly's teaching. Yiping answers in a low voice that Elderly's sword technique looks impressive, but it chases form over intent and cannot be called a superior sword path. Then Yiping pushes the judgment even further and flatly says Elderly's sword technique is inferior. The moment those words land, the entire sword washing pool falls silent because every cultivator there heard him clearly. All eyes swing to Yiping in disbelief, because even if his strength is famous, he has just called Jin Nation's greatest sword elder inferior in public. Even Elderly freezes on the cliff, stunned that a brand new disciple dared to pass judgment on his sword Dao to his face. At the sword washing pool, the whole crowd goes silent when Yiping bluntly says Elderly's sword Dao is inferior. Elderly is upset, but instead of lashing out, he asks Yiping to explain what insight made him say that. Yiping realizes he spoke too directly, so he bows first and apologizes for his blunt words before continuing. Elderly says the academy allows disciples to speak freely, and if Yiping is right he will accept it, but if he is wrong he will correct him. That response changes Yiping's impression of Jin Nation Academy, and he decides not to hide his real view anymore. Yiping speaks plainly now, saying real sword Dao depends on the swordsman rather than the sword, and that Elderly has focused too much on form instead of intent. Yiping's words hit Elderly like a bolt from the blue, and he freezes on the cliff as if a deeper sword Dao truth has suddenly opened in front of him. Yiping keeps going and says whether it is one sword move or 10,000, the real difference is the sword's intention, not the number of techniques. Most disciples still cannot follow him, and even Elderly feels he almost grasped the truth only to lose it again. Unable to let it go, Elderly asks Yiping to explain it in a more concrete way. Yiping pauses under the clear sky, thinking carefully until he remembers the teaching Su Changyu once gave him. He finally lays out the 3 realms of sword Dao, starting with the first realm where cultivators are obsessed with piling up more and more sword moves. Then Yiping describes the second realm, where a swordsman stops chasing variety and pours his whole life into one truly powerful move. Finally he explains the third realm, where everything returns to simplicity, and one move can become 10,000 while 10,000 can return to 1. When the audience still looks lost, Yiping stops talking and decides to show them instead. A flying sword appears in Yiping's hand, and in a thunderous instant he unfolds 84,000 sword moves across the sky. The disciples are stunned because Yiping's sword momentum is already terrifying before he even changes realms. Then all those sword shadows collapse into a single white sword light, and the pressure turns even deadlier. Now the crowd finally understands his second realm, because the same power feels completely different once the sword intent changes. Yiping pushes the lesson one step further and explodes that single move back into endless sword chi above the pool. The exploding sword chi booms through the academy, and even Golden Core cultivators are rattled by how overwhelming his sword momentum has become. With one demonstration, Yiping rewrites everyone's understanding of sword Dao and proves that sword intent is not some unreachable mystery. Elderly is shaken to his core, because Yiping's 3 realms overturn the sword Dao he has spent his whole life building. Swallowing his pride, Elderly asks again for clearer guidance even though he is supposed to be the greatest sword cultivator in Jin Nation. Yiping tells him the real problem is having too many sword moves, and that he should forget them all to find a new path. That advice hits like a blade, because Yiping is asking Elderly to abandon the 500 years of sword practice he treasures most. Elderly wavers badly, caught between the new truth in front of him and the lifelong Dao he cannot bear to throw away. Seeing his hesitation, Yiping gives him one final push and shouts that there is no gain without pain. Those words finally break through, and Elderly's hesitation turns into a fierce decision. In front of everyone, Elderly drops his flying sword to the ground and begins erasing all 360,000 sword moves from his mind. An hour passes in total silence until black storm clouds suddenly spread over the academy, and the wind turns violent. Then Elderly's fallen sword starts to tremble, and one by one the disciples' swords answer it with a rising clamor of contention. By now Elderly has truly forgotten every sword move, standing at the cliff like a beginner who has returned to the very start. The pressure spreads beyond the pool until swords all across Jin Nation Academy begin ringing under the same terrifying sword momentum. Inside the academy hall, the elders are still in discussion when their own swords start vibrating and the room turns tense instantly. Li Macheng realizes what it means and declares in shock that Elderly is condensing sword intent. That revelation stuns the elders, because Elderly has delayed this breakthrough for 200 years in hopes of forging a far stronger sword intent. Li Macheng wastes no time and rushes out in a streak of light, with the rest of the elders charging after him toward the sword-washing pool. Dozens of elders arrive at the sword-washing pool and find Elderly standing on the cliff in a green shirt, eyes closed beneath an ink-black sky. Everyone watches in tense silence as the storm thickens and giant lightning coils through the clouds above the academy. Then Li Macheng's face changes again when he realizes this is not just a phenomenon but a real sword intent thunder tribulation. Yiping is startled too, because a thunder tribulation means Elderly is about to forge a truly supreme sword intent. Before anyone can move, a bucket-thick bolt of tribulation lightning crashes straight down onto Elderly. Dark storm clouds suddenly swallowed the sky above the Jin capital, and experts across the city felt that a terrifying sword Dao event had begun. When the palace learned the disturbance came from an academy elder condensing sword intent, the panic turned into tense relief. At the sword-washing pool, Li Macheng stared at Elderly in disbelief because he knew this breakthrough had been impossible for 500 years. Li Macheng knew Elderly had been trapped at Golden Core for centuries, with his lifespan running down and his whole path hanging on whether he could finally forge sword intent. He also knew that if Elderly succeeded, the academy would gain a monster-level sword cultivator whose future might surpass his own. Before anyone could sort out why this was happening now, the first bucket-thick bolt of sword tribulation thunder crashed straight down onto Elderly. The whole academy was stunned because this was no ordinary breakthrough anymore, but a real sword intent thunder tribulation. Even in the palace, the king of Jin Nation stepped out in shock and realized a true sword Dao elite was being born inside his realm. The royal expert beside him confirmed it was sword tribulation and said Jin Nation might finally rise among the top powers at the 10 Nations Grand Tournament. The king immediately ordered the academy rewarded, while the official could only hide his envy at a sword cultivator reaching such a realm. Back at the academy, the storm itself showed how extraordinary Elderly's path was, because only the strongest sword intent could call down tribulation. Having abandoned his old road of 360,000 sword moves, Elderly stood ready to carve out an entirely new sword path. Swords across the entire capital started clanging in response, as if the whole nation could feel his breakthrough resonating through them. As the lightning fell again, Elderly roared that true sword Tao depended on the swordsman, not the sword. He answered the first tribulation with a flood of countless sword shadows, pouring out the weight of everything he had learned before. The first thunderbolt was torn apart, but a second strike came down even more ferociously and made the watching crowd shudder. Among the shocked crowd, Yiping was the only one still calm, watching the tribulation like he already understood where Elderly's sword should go. This time Elderly cut away all distractions and answered with a single sword, carrying the idea that one without desire could achieve greatness. That one sword illuminated the whole capital and shattered the tribulation clouds themselves. When no third thunderbolt came and a solid sword intent rose behind Elderly, everyone understood he had truly survived the sword intent thunder tribulation. An almost solid sword intent rose behind Elderly, and its pressure alone made the onlookers realize he had forged something extraordinary. At the same moment, his golden core shattered into a nascent soul, and the realm that blocked him for 500 years finally broke open. Once the sky turned calm again, the academy elders could tell at a glance that this new Elderly was now absurdly stronger than before. Li Maching understood the bitter truth fastest. Elderly had just become the strongest sword cultivator in Jin Nation and might even rank among the 10 nations' top 10. Before anyone could step forward to congratulate him, Elderly suddenly flashed down from the cliff and appeared right in front of Yiping. Then, in full view of the academy, Elderly dropped to his knees and thanked Yiping for teaching him. The crowd was left dumbfounded because the elder who had just forged supreme sword intent was now publicly calling the new disciple his master. Yiping could only smile awkwardly and refuse, saying Elderly was his senior and there was no way he could accept him as a disciple. Elderly insisted even harder, saying Yiping's few words had let him break a 500-year wall, and he truly deserved the title of master. Yiping refused again and explained the insight was not his own anyway, because everything he knew about sword techniques came from his senior brother. That answer stunned everyone all over again, and Elderly looked up in confusion because he had assumed such sword Tao mastery had to come from Yiping himself. Yiping said it plainly. His sword path was taught by a peerless sword immortal named Su Chengyu. Nobody there had heard the name before, but the way Yiping spoke made the unseen senior brother sound frighteningly impressive. When Elderly eagerly asked to meet him, Yiping could only say Su Chengyu had gone into reclusion long ago, and even he did not know where to find him. Disappointed but still respectful, Elderly stopped pressing and instead asked Yiping to introduce them if fate ever allowed it. Yiping agreed in principle, though whether he could really invite Su Chengyu back was another matter entirely. Once the strange master-disciple moment settled down, Yiping simply asked whether today's sword lesson was over. Elderly hurried to answer yes and even asked Yiping to stop calling him elder, insisting they should speak as equals now. Yiping still kept his manners, offered a proper farewell, and left the sword-washing pool without taking advantage of the sudden change in status. But instead of heading back to the Xidagarba pavilion, Yiping chose to return to his own courtyard for one reason he had not forgotten. He was still searching for the Academy's hidden supreme sword intent, and after reading the pavilion's books, he had decided it could not be hidden in any written record. Since no one had found it before, Yiping guessed the supreme sword intent had to be concealed somewhere inside the Academy itself. So after returning to his separate residence, he sat down cross-legged and began trying to sense that hidden sword intent through pure comprehension. Back at the sword-washing pool, the Academy elders finally snapped out of their shock and rushed over to congratulate Elderly. When they pressed him for an explanation, Elderly openly told them exactly how Yiping's words had guided him through the breakthrough. Hearing those two simple sword Dao lines repeated back, Li Maching was shaken all over again by how deep Yiping's understanding really was. The other elders were just as stunned, because none of them expected a brand new disciple to carry this kind of sword Dao attainment. Then the mood turned ridiculous again as the elders immediately started arguing over whose disciple Yiping was supposed to be. Elderly tried to warn them that Yiping was probably far less simple than any of them had assumed, so they should stop dreaming of taking him in. They just laughed it off and said that even if Yiping's sword Dao was terrifying, they still refused to believe he could outclass all of them in alchemy, arrays, and everything else too. Elderly did not bother debating further, and instead left to stabilize his new cultivation after the breakthrough. By the same day, the story of Yiping guiding Elderly's breakthrough was already spreading wildly through the Academy in more than 400 disciples' retellings. The news quickly jumped from the Academy to the palace, and soon officials, princes, and princesses across the capital were all talking about Yiping. Once people dug deeper, they discovered Yiping was also the crown prince's master, and that revelation caused another uproar in court. None of the noise reached Yiping himself, And by the next day an even bigger piece of news broke across the 10 nations and pushed yesterday's uproar into the background. News tears through the 10 nations that Nen Nation has produced an 18-year-old body cultivator who already reached the 6th level of the Great Dragon and Elephant Ancient Technique. That achievement is terrifying because this technique is brutally slow, with each level taking far longer than the last and the 6th level normally demanding centuries of non-stop effort. The first 5 levels mostly forge a foundation, but the 6th is the real leap, where a cultivator undergoes a qualitative change and can condense a blood and chi furnace with the power of an ancient essence elephant. So when people hear an 18-year-old already did it, they stop calling him talented and start calling him monstrous. The pressure gets even worse when the same genius announces he will challenge the junior talents of all 10 nations' academies, including his own people, to forge an invincible heart before the grand tournament. Everyone understands what he is doing at once. He wants to temper himself through battle and use that momentum to rush toward the 7th level. That threat crashes down on every academy, because in the 10 nations a disciple's victory is the academy's face and the nation's standing made visible. In Jin Nation, the public instantly stops talking about Yiping's shocking guidance of Elder Li and turns its attention to the new monster from Nen Nation instead. Their mood turns from shock to envy to helplessness, because national rank decides status and privileges, and one such genius could keep Jin Nation stuck below the top tiers for centuries. People still cling to one hope. If this challenger really starts sweeping the nations, maybe the top monsters of Qin, Li, or Jing Nation can stop him. But inside Jin Nation Academy, an even darker problem is already unfolding as Li Maching urgently summons every elder to the main hall. The elders can tell something is seriously wrong, because even those in seclusion were dragged out for this meeting. At first they assume this is about Nen Nation's genius, but Li Maching coldly tells them the real matter is even bigger. He finally reveals the blow. A princess of the Great Xia dynasty went missing inside Jin Nation and is now confirmed to be somewhere in Qizhou. That news hits like lightning, and the elders immediately understand that if a Great Xia princess vanishes on Jin Nation's soil, the punishment could crush them all. When Li Maching says the missing person is the unfavored 10th princess, the room briefly loosens, because everyone knows her status in Great Xia has always been low. Li Maching cuts off that false relief at once, because the 10th princess was recently promised in marriage to the 3rd prince of Great Zay for a major diplomatic alliance. Worse, that 3rd prince is cherished by Great Zay's crown prince, so if the marriage fails, Great Xia could lose a crucial ally and Jin Nation would be blamed for the fallout. Li Maching warns them not to get lost in court speculation, because the simple reality is already deadly. If the princess is not recovered, Great Xia will punish Jin Nation hard and the whole country will suffer. He says he and the king have already mobilized the royal guards through Qinzhou, and now he wants the academy elders to personally join the search. The mission is worse than a normal rescue because it must stay secret, both to protect Great Xia's prestige and because public exposure would cost many lives. It is also tied to the Fiend Celestial cult, whose recent attacks across Jin Nation may have been a smokescreen for this larger plot. And the cruelest condition is this: they cannot merely find the princess, they must bring her back alive, because her death could ignite chaos across Jin Nation and even the 10 nations. Li Maching rises from his seat, admits some of them may never come back, and bows to the elders as he begs them to save Jin Nation by saving the princess. Privately, Li Maching keeps one last horror to himself. Great Xia has already issued an edict saying Jin Nation's king must step down even if the princess returns, and if she does not, Jin Nation will lose its place among the 10 nations entirely. Because he does not want the elders crushed by that pressure, he swallows the truth and carries the weight of Jin Nation's fate by himself. The elders answer his bow with one of their own and make a calm, deadly promise. They will bring the princess back, even if it costs their lives. That same day, hundreds of academy elders slip away in secret, while the academy outside remains deceptively peaceful and unaware. The next morning, sunrise reaches Yiping in his courtyard as he opens his eyes after a full night spent trying to understand Sword Dao. He did make a little progress, but not even a trace of sword intent appeared, leaving him quietly disappointed. That failure only deepens his respect for Su Changyu, because Yiping now feels even more certain that his senior brother truly is an absurdly strong sword immortal. Then a voice calls from outside the door as Liu reminds him that today's morning class belongs to Elder Su. Yiping checks the academy schedule and confirms that Elder Su is the academy's top alchemy elder, which immediately catches his interest. Even though Yiping thinks Elder Su's alchemy is probably below Su Luochen's, he still wants to listen carefully because alchemy is one of his weaker paths. He even decides that if the lesson teaches him nothing, he will simply aim for a strong enough evaluation to earn the right to skip future classes. When Yiping opens the door, he finds Liu waiting outside with 3 others, including a familiar face he recognizes at once. That familiar face is Mo Xian, standing among the group while Liu appears especially dressed up for the morning. The group greets Yiping with obvious admiration, and he answers with the same warm politeness before heading out with them to Elder Su's class. As Yiping walks through Jin Nation Academy with the new disciples, Liu introduces him to Zhang Lin and Jiangping, and both immediately greet him with almost reverent respect. After Yiping returns the greeting, Liu suddenly brings up a new topic. Nan Nation has produced a frightening young genius. Liu explains that the boy is only 18, yet he has already cultivated the Great Dragon and Elephant Ancient technique to the 6th level. That finally startles Yiping, because after his time in the Xidagarba Pavilion he knows exactly how monstrous that body tempering art is, especially once it reaches the 6th level. Liu sighs that strong geniuses are appearing everywhere in the 10 nations, while Jin Nation feels weaker by comparison. Jiangping pushes back and says Jin Nation may also hide real talents, because old rumors claim powerful sect remnants vanished here after a luck-exterminating battle. The phrase luck-exterminating battle hooks everyone at once, and the group closes in around Jiangping as Yiping presses him to explain. Jiangping starts from the distant past, saying Great Ing fell because its last ruler was a tyrant, and Great Xia rose afterward by claiming heaven's will and the people's support. He says a divine fortune teller later predicted Great Xia's 10th king would unify the world, so the 9th king launched a brutal campaign to seize the luck of powerful immortal sects. According to the rumor, all that gathered luck was placed into the pregnant empress, and when the 10th prince was born, the palace erupted with overwhelming auspicious signs. Mo Xian blurts out the obvious question: if that prince was meant to rule the world, why has no one ever heard of Great Xia's 10th king? Jiangping lowers his voice and says the bizarre part came next. The 10th prince vanished, and many people believe he was secretly assassinated. He adds that people blame Great Xia's long decline on the loss of that prince, and say the luck-exterminating battle left surviving sect powers hidden in the 10 nations, nursing hatred or dying out in secret. Before Jiangping can go any further, Liu cuts him off and warns that these are dangerous rumors, not things children of powerful families should repeat carelessly. That warning lands hard because they all realize careless words from children of powerful families could drag their households into political trouble. Jiangping hurriedly backs down and says he was just talking nonsense, and the whole group tacitly agrees to drop the matter. Zhang Lin smoothly steers the conversation back to the Nan Nation prodigy so the dangerous history can stay buried. But Yiping keeps turning the story over in his head, because too many clues point toward the Qingyun Dao sect having ties to that buried conflict. He quietly decides to keep his distance from Great Xia's powerful people, because if the sect really has old grudges with them, getting entangled could force him into a dangerous choice later. Jiangping says the Nan Nation genius plans to travel by challenge route before the tournament, starting with stronger nations like Qin Nation instead of climbing up from the weakest. When Mo Xian asks why he is not challenging from weak to strong, Jiangping explains that he is following geography, and his last stop near Wei Nation lines up perfectly with the 10 Nations Grand Tournament venue. The talk shifts to Yiping himself, and when he calmly says he is 22, the others cannot help measuring his age against the 18-year-old monster from Nan Nation. They press him about his own body cultivation method, sensing that his terrifying physique might rival the Great Dragon and Elephant Ancient technique. Yiping answers with quiet confidence that it is a secret clan technique, and in his view it is stronger than the Great Dragon and Elephant Ancient technique. That answer excites the group at once, and they start imagining Yiping beating Nan Nation's prodigy and bringing glory back to Jin Nation. Yiping does not boast, only saying he has not seen that opponent yet, so they can wait until the challenge really comes. By the time the conversation ends, the group has reached the Pill Pavilion, where the Academy's wealth is on full display in rows of precious bronze furnaces. New disciples are already waiting there early, along with 3rd and 4th generation students, but the moment Yiping appears the whole crowd respectfully bows to him. Before Yiping can respond, the alchemy elder Su Chang steps out from the Pill Pavilion, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The disciples greet Elder Su, while he hides a distracted mood caused by the Academy's current crisis and the search for Great Xia's missing princess. He had wanted to join the covert search himself, but he stayed behind to teach, and the sight of Yiping in his white robe immediately brightens his mood with shameless pride. Su Chang silently reminds himself to look imposing in front of his prized disciple, then tells the crowd to rise and prepares to teach. Without wasting words, Su Chang begins his lesson by opening the bronze tripod and drawing up herbs and spiritual spring water for a live pill refining demonstration. To make the display feel even grander, Su Chang unleashes a barrage of pill refining hand seals, showing off his mastery before he starts refining in earnest. Flames rise under the tripod, white vapor spreads, and the whole pill pavilion fills with rich fragrance as the demonstration settles into serious alchemy. The students are visibly impressed, and Su Chang enjoys that reaction, but when he checks Yiping he finds his prized listener still frustratingly calm. Assuming Yiping is simply too knowledgeable to be shocked so easily, Su Chang concentrates harder and refines the batch to completion. 4 hours later, Su Chang opens the tripod and releases 12 crystal-clear Superior Foundation Establishment pills in one breath, instantly stunning the class. The disciples erupt and whispered all, recognizing the pill's value at once since Superior Foundation Establishment pills can drastically raise a cultivator's chances and are worth a fortune. Having impressed the class, Su Chang turns teacherly and explains that alchemy turns ordinary herbs into treasures that save cultivators time, but pills should never be relied on blindly. He immediately adds a warning too: pills are useful, but no cultivator should lean on them too heavily. Then he lays down what he treats as an iron rule of alchemy: every pill carries poison, and anyone claiming there is a truly non-poisonous pill is a fraud. Pleased with his own perfect entrance and lesson, Su Chang glances toward Yiping again, expecting amazement at last. Instead, Yiping frowns, and that tiny reaction is enough to leave even the veteran alchemist caught off guard. Before Su Chang can continue, Yiping calmly speaks up in front of everyone and says the elder's statement is wrong, instantly freezing the entire pill pavilion. Outside the pill pavilion, Yiping suddenly says Su Chang is wrong, and the whole crowd goes silent in disbelief. Su Chang frowns and asks what is wrong, genuinely unable to see any flaw in his claim that every pill carries some poison. Yiping calmly answers that anything is possible, and he does not accept Su Chang's blanket statement that non-poisonous pills cannot exist. The new disciples are rattled because even basic alchemy teaches that medicinal herbs clash together and inevitably create pill poison. Instead of getting angry, Su Chang is pleased by Yiping's nerve and sees it as the bold thinking of a true genius. Su Chang praises Yiping's courage, then patiently explains that while heaven might produce rare natural non-poisonous pills, no human alchemist can refine one. He goes even further and declares that any alchemist who claims to refine a non-poisonous pill is simply a liar. Su Chang grows quietly smug, already imagining Yiping will be convinced and come seek him out as a master later. But Yiping still looks unconvinced, hesitates for a moment, and then decides to speak again. Yiping says Su Chang is being too absolute, and insists that a non-poisonous pill can be refined, depending on who does the refining. That answer lands badly, and the disciples around them start whispering that Yiping has gone too far in publicly opposing Su Chang again. Su Chang finally takes offense and presses Yiping directly, asking whether he has ever even seen a non-poisonous pill. Yiping says he does not have a non-poisonous pill with him, then calmly drops the real bombshell that he can refine one himself. The courtyard freezes in total shock after that claim, with every disciple staring and even Su Chang left rigid for a beat. Su Chang asks him to repeat himself, still not believing what he just heard. Yiping repeats it plainly. He can refine a non-poisonous pill. Su Chang laughs out loud, because countless alchemists have chased that dream for ages and none of them ever pulled it off. He warns through that disbelief why the idea matters so much, because truly non-poisonous pills would let a nation mass-produce stronger cultivators. Seeing that Yiping still looks calm, Su Chang drops the talk and challenges him to refine one right here in front of everyone. He even offers to provide herbs, assuming Yiping will need materials to save face. Yiping answers that he needs no medicinal herbs at all, which only makes the claim sound even more absurd. Su Chang is stunned again, because refining pills without herbs sounds less like alchemy and more like nonsense. Yiping explains the logic he learned from ancient records. If all medicine contains poison, then a truly non-poisonous pill cannot be made from medicinal herbs at all. The reasoning sounds neat, but to everyone else it still feels impossible, like Yiping is trying to conjure a pill out of thin air. Su Chang gives up on arguing and says Yiping can prove it now, promising to take back his words if the pill really appears. Yiping simply agrees, which makes the entire courtyard tense up for the showdown. Then Yiping raises a hand and starts refining with nothing but his will, using no furnace, no flame, and no visible alchemy technique. Even the few people who wanted to believe in him start losing hope when they see this impossible-looking method. Then the atmosphere changes fast as spiritual energy from across Gene Nation Academy suddenly surges into Yiping's palm. Yiping closes his eyes, recalls the effect of a foundation establishment pill, and a white light appears at his fingertips. The disciples instantly hush one another and stare as the tiny light slowly swells from a grain-sized spark into a longan-sized glow. A rich pill fragrance spreads through the pill pavilion, and the crowd realizes with rising panic that the scent is coming from Yiping's hand. Su Chang is shaken to the core, because even if this were not a non-poisonous pill, Yiping is already using a legendary alchemy method that ignores the normal laws. The gathered spiritual energy suddenly disperses, leaving a completed glowing foundation establishment pill hovering at Yiping's fingertips. Yiping calmly offers the pill to Su Chang and asks him to examine it. The moment Su Chang takes the pill, he freezes on the spot, staring at it in overwhelming shock. Outside the pill pavilion, the disciples are still staring at Yiping, but now their mockery has turned into stunned silence after he really made a pill out of thin air. When Su Chang takes the foundation establishment pill from Yiping, one touch is enough to make the old alchemy master freeze on the spot. Su Chang instantly senses that the pill's quality is absurd, with medicinal power strong enough to nearly guarantee a foundation establishment breakthrough. What hits him even harder is that this supreme-grade pill was made with no furnace, no herbs, and no fire, as if Yiping tossed out a miracle by hand. As the whole courtyard waits for the answer they care about most, Su Chang keeps probing the pill to see what else is hidden inside it. After a short pause, Su Chang realizes the pill does even more than force a breakthrough, because it also protects the user's spirit veins during the process. That makes it a near-perfect foundation establishment pill, valuable not just because it boosts success, but because it reduces the damage that usually comes with desperate breakthroughs. Even so, Su Chang hesitates at the final test and warns Yiping that checking for pill poison means burning the pill with alchemy fire and possibly ruining it forever. Yiping does not back down, because he wants to prove that non-poisonous pills are not impossible at all, only beyond ordinary alchemists. Forced to continue, Su Chang summons a strand of purple pill fire and wraps it around the supreme-grade pill, while the entire pill pavilion holds its breath. Su Chang's heart is split in two, with his pride hoping the pill fails and his alchemist's soul desperately hoping it succeeds. Instead of blackening or collapsing under the flame, Yi Ping's pill only grows clearer and brighter, as if the fire is polishing it. 15 minutes is already enough to expose poison, but Su Chang keeps the purple fire going anyway, determined to erase every doubt. After 2 full hours, the answer is undeniable, because the pill is still shining like a treasure and not a trace of poison appears. The courtyard finally erupts when everyone realizes Yi Ping really refined a non-poisonous pill, something they had just treated as impossible. Su Chang himself is shaken to the core, because he knows this is not just a good pill but a historic breakthrough every alchemist has dreamed about. Realizing what this could mean for Jin Nation's future, Su Chang suddenly shoots toward the Academy Master's Hall to report it at once. Then Su Chang abruptly doubles back, because he cannot risk the news leaking out to spies before the Academy secures it. He uses an ancient token to trigger the hidden formation around the pill pavilion and orders that no disciple is allowed to leave on pain of death. Before leaving again, Su Chang looks at Yi Ping as if he wants to say more, but the matter is too big for words and he rushes off. Once he is gone, the disciples stare at Yi Ping like he is some kind of monster, because he has already crushed fighters, guided sword Dao, and now broken alchemy itself. Mo Xian cannot help blurting out the question everyone is thinking, asking what Yi Ping still cannot do. Yi Ping answers seriously that he only knows a little about array formations too, which somehow makes everyone feel even worse. Meanwhile, Su Chang races across the academy so frantically that his voice reaches the Academy Master's Hall before he does. Inside the main hall, Li Maching is already weighed down by the Great Xia Princess crisis, so even Su Chang's panic does not immediately move him. But when Su Chang bursts in like a madman, Li Maching can only frown and ask what could possibly warrant this. Su Chang skips the explanation and urgently demands a full academy lockdown and activation of the internal grand array. Li Maching refuses to act blindly, because sealing the academy is something you do when enemies are at the gates, not over ordinary excitement. Su Chang lowers his voice and swears on his life that this matter concerns not just Jin Nation, but the future of the entire cultivation world. That finally pushes Li Maching to gamble, and he takes out 3 ancient tokens to activate the academy's supreme formation. Golden array patterns burst outward from the main hall and seal the entire academy, leaving disciples and elders everywhere stunned by the sudden lockdown. With the array active, Li Maching demands a real explanation, warning Su Chang that the king will notice immediately and punish him if this is unjustified. Su Chang answers by showing him the pill itself, and the hall immediately fills with the rich fragrance of a supreme-grade foundation establishment pill. Li Maching identifies the pill at a glance, and Su Chang confirms that Yi Ping is the one who refined it. Su Chang quickly explains the pill's absurd effects, saying it can raise breakthrough chances by 80% and even protect the spirit veins. Instead of being impressed, Li Maching snaps at him, because in the middle of a national crisis he thinks Su Chang just locked down the academy over a very good pill. He bluntly says that even if Yi Ping is a genius, a mere supreme-grade foundation establishment pill is nowhere near important enough to justify this chaos. So Su Chang stops circling the truth and asks the one question that changes everything: what if this is a non-poisonous pill? In the Academy Master's Hall, Su Chang confirms the shocking truth to Li Maching. Yi Ping really refined the legendary non-poisonous pill. Li Maching instantly snatches the pill and burns it with his own pill fire, unwilling to trust anyone else's judgment on something this dangerous. As the test begins, Li Maching understands exactly why this matters. A true non-poisonous pill could change cultivation, war, and the balance between dynasties. He thinks through the hard truth of the world. Ordinary soldiers rely on pills to grow fast, but pill poison ruins their future and caps how many strong cultivators a nation can raise. That is why every dynasty and fiend force has chased this goal for years, and why even the great Qian dynasty became dominant through pills with reduced toxicity. Minutes stretch into hours, but under Li Maching's fire the pill only grows brighter, with no toxin forced out at all. When the test finally ends, Li Maching can barely speak because the result is real. Yi Ping's pill is truly non-poisonous. His thoughts leap even farther, because if basic pills like this can be made in bulk, Jin Nation could raise vastly more foundation establishment soldiers and stand level with Great Xia in only 500 years. Li Maching snaps back to the present and asks the most urgent question first. Exactly how many people already know? When Su Chang says 475 disciples witnessed enough to suspect the truth, Li Maching's mood turns cold because this secret could trigger a disaster if it spreads. He warns that a pill like this is more than treasure now. If other dynasties or fiend sects hear about it, Jin Nation could be dragged into bloodshed. Su Chang agrees immediately, because that was exactly why he rushed here and locked the academy down in the first place. Li Maching crushes the tested pill and gives his first order: remake it into a toxic version, then tell everyone the Academy Master proved it was not a non-poisonous pill after all. His second order is even more important: find out from Yi Ping how this pill was refined, and whether the method can be produced in bulk. Then Li Maching gives the third order: seal the academy, let no one leave, and put every other issue aside until this is under control. Su Chang accepts the mission at once and hurries back to the pill pavilion, leaving Li Maching alone with one more crisis heavier than the last. On the way back, Su Chang quickly adulterates the broken pill until black poisonous gas coils from it, creating the fake evidence he needs. Back outside the pill pavilion, the waiting disciples have changed completely. Now they are packed around Yiping, treating him like the academy's brightest star. The reason is obvious to everyone now. Yiping has already beaten senior disciples, guided sword Dao experts, and even refined a pill no one else could understand. Some disciples even start planning ahead, thinking that if they stay close to Yiping now, he might help them with pills when they hit future bottlenecks. Yiping does not enjoy the non-stop praise at all, and the scene only gets more awkward when Su Chang suddenly returns. Everyone immediately notices that the once radiant pill is now cracked and wrapped in black gas, looking more poisonous than precious. Su Chang announces the cover story in public. After the Academy Master's test, the pill proved not to be non-poisonous at all. He softens the blow by adding that Yiping's pill is still extraordinary, with only 20% of the toxicity of a normal pill of the same kind. At the same time, Su Chang quietly sends Yiping a divine sense warning telling him not to argue in front of everyone. Yiping instantly understands the hint and plays along, bowing as if he has just learned from his mistake instead of exposing the truth. The disciples are disappointed that the miracle was not quite that big, but they still recognize Yiping's pill as an amazing achievement. Su Chang pushes the lie further by warning them to keep this secret, framing Yiping as a hidden trump card for the coming 10 Nations Grand Tournament. That argument works, and the disciples agree that hiding Yiping's talent is smarter than letting outsiders try to steal him away. Su Chang ends the lecture and lifts the restrictions, but even after they are free to go, many disciples still cling to Yiping and keep showering him with praise. An hour later, Yiping finally makes it back to his residence after being trapped for 2 hours in relentless flattery, including disciples who even wrote poems for him. Instead of cultivating, Yiping goes straight to his room because he already knows Su Chang will come to speak with him in secret. Sure enough, Su Chang is already waiting inside, and the conversation begins without any public courtesy. Using divine sense, Su Chang tells Yiping the truth outright. The pill was indeed non-poisonous, and that truth is dangerous enough to bring calamity. Su Chang even addresses Yiping as fellow Taoist now, making it clear he is no longer treating him like an ordinary junior disciple. Yiping answers carefully and starts to grasp just how huge this matter is, because even Su Chang is handling it like a national secret. He immediately regrets refining the pill in front of so many people, realizing too late that this may expose something his sect should never have revealed. Yiping then links the danger to Jiang Peng's old story about hidden sects being wiped out in the luck-exterminating battle, and he starts to suspect Qingyun Dao sect may have been one of them. That suspicion makes the pill feel even more dangerous, because if it truly comes from his hidden sect's inheritance, exposing it could bring disaster down on Qingyun Dao sect too. In Yiping's room, Su Chang bluntly asks the question he can no longer avoid: who taught Yiping to refine a non-poisonous pill? Yiping says only that his second senior brother taught him, but he firmly stops there and refuses to reveal more. Su Chang accepts the answer, but inwardly he is shaken that Yiping's senior brother might be another hidden supreme alchemist from Jin Nation. He quickly pushes to the real issue and asks if this method could mass-produce simple pills like qi and blood pills or physique pills. Yiping thinks it through and realizes the real limit is simple but brutal. This pill method uses spiritual power instead of herbs or a furnace, so one person runs dry fast. So Yiping answers carefully: one cultivator cannot sustain bulk refinement, but if tens of thousands mastered the method, basic non-poisonous pills should be possible in theory. Su Chang immediately drills deeper and asks the exact version that matters to a nation. If 10,000 foundation establishment alchemists learned it, could they really refine on a huge scale? Yiping reveals the real key. The method does not need medicinal herbs at all, only spirit stones, so with enough energy those alchemists could theoretically make millions of pills. That answer nearly knocks Su Chang off balance, because he instantly sees the gap in scale. Jin Nation would struggle, but the Great Xia dynasty could truly make this happen. After steadying himself, Su Chang asks the most shameless and most important favor of all: can Yiping teach the academy this non-poisonous alchemy method? Yiping frowns, not because he is greedy, but because this technique belongs to the senior brother who taught him, and he has no right to hand it away. He politely refuses and says the method is not his creation, so without his senior brother's permission, he will not pass it on. Su Chang does not argue with the refusal, but he still begs Yiping to at least ask his senior brother, because he insists this matter affects Jin Nation, Great Xia, and countless ordinary people. He goes even further and promises that if Yiping's senior brother is willing, Jin Nation and the Great Xia dynasty will pay any price for the method. When Yiping still hesitates, Su Chang suddenly drops to his knees and kowtows, staking his life on his promise that the academy will not try to snatch the method by force. Yiping hurriedly pulls him up, moved by that sincerity even though he still cannot promise anything himself. In the end, Yiping agrees to go back and ask his senior brother, but he makes the boundary clear: if his senior brother refuses, the matter ends there. That decision also gives Yiping a reason to return home at last, because he has been away for more than half a month and wants to see his master and senior brothers again. He also wants answers about Qingyun Dao sect itself, because if the sect is hiding some dangerous past, he needs to know before his own actions bring trouble down on them. Su Chang is so relieved that he keeps kowtowing his thanks, and once he finally leaves, he rushes off to report everything to the Academy Master. Yiping does not plan to fly all the way back, because he wants to use a formation instead and treat the trip as practice in array Dao. But he lacks the array materials and spirit stones, so he decides to borrow some, first thinking of Liu. Instead of Liu, he runs into Mo Xian and casually asks her to lend him some spirit stones. Mo Xian freezes in awkward embarrassment, because she is so broke that the request lands like a direct hit. Trying not to lose face, she says she has a nickname, the Three No's. Then she quietly explains what that means: no money, no feelings, and no beauty. Yiping instantly understands that she really is penniless, so he drops the matter and says he will ask Liu instead. Mo Xian hurriedly insists she is not being stingy, and Yiping assures her he is not misunderstanding her before moving on. Meanwhile, in the Academy Master's Hall, Su Chang reports the entire conversation, including the part that matters most: non-poisonous pills may actually be mass-producible. Li Maching is visibly shaken by that possibility, because if bulk refinement is real, the value of this method is beyond ordinary national politics. Su Chang confirms that even if the efficiency cannot match the Great Qian Dynasty's famous cauldron, producing non-poisonous pills at all would already be extraordinary. Li Maching makes his move at once and decides to go straight to the Jin Nation King, because this secret is now important enough to change the country's future. To him, even the missing princess crisis suddenly looks smaller, because if Jin Nation handles this pill secret well, it could win rewards or even dream of rising higher. 2 hours later, Yiping returns to his residence carrying a bag stuffed with hundreds of superior-grade spirit stones that Liu lent him without hesitation. With that problem solved, Yiping skips extra materials and prepares to build the array directly from the diagram in his mind. He places 12 superior-grade spirit stones in formation and locks onto Qinzhou as best he can, even though the target is broad enough to leave some deviation. Yiping accepts the possible 1,000-kilometer error, because even a rough landing in Qinzhou will still let him reach Qingyun Dao sect within half a day. Once the formation activates, spiritual light flashes through his body and Yiping vanishes from the room in an instant. Far away in Qinzhou near Qingyun Dao sect, 3 figures appear on a deserted mountain: Wang Mingho, his black-robed master in a bamboo hat, and the bound 10th princess of Great Xia. Even as a captive, the 10th princess stays impressively calm and tells them that kidnapping an unfavored princess like her will not bring much benefit. She even proposes cooperation instead, pointing out that whoever ordered this is either a rebel or tied to the Fiend Celestial cult, and helping Great Xia expose them would be far safer and more rewarding. The black-hatted elder praises her composure, but coldly makes it clear he kidnapped her with full awareness of her status and has no interest in reward, fame, or turning back now. Wang Mingho stays quiet through all of it, because his mind is still fixed on only one thing: defeating Yiping and washing away the humiliation of his loss at the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet. He has spent the months since that defeat tempering his body with earth fire, convincing himself that he lost not in Sword Dao but in raw physique. Now he is full of confidence that if he meets Yiping again, he can finally crush him. His master brings them to a stop and says they have arrived, revealing this mountain as the place where the princess is meant to be handed over. He tells Wang Mingho that once they hand the princess over, he will get what he needs, and his master will finish forging him into a truly invincible foundation establishment body. He even says that with Wang Mingho's current strength, Yiping should already be beatable now, which only feeds Wang Mingho's confidence further. Wang Mingho answers that he understands, completely convinced that his comeback is close. Then the space nearby suddenly twists, and the black-hatted elder snaps his gaze toward it in wary surprise. A figure starts to step out of the warp space, and when Wang Mingho recognizes that it is Yiping, he freezes in shock. On a deserted mountain, Wang Mingho's black-clad master waits tensely for the Fiend Celestial cult, knowing that kidnapping Great Xia's 10th princess is the kind of crime that gets everyone involved killed. Then space suddenly twists nearby, and Wang Mingho tenses at once because neither he nor the captive princess knows who is about to appear. When the distortion clears, Yiping appears in a white robe, and Wang Mingho recognizes him at once. That sight reignites Wang Mingho's obsession, because ever since losing at the Qinzhou Sword Dao meet, he has treated Yiping as the demon in his heart, and rebuilt his body just to beat him once. Wang Mingho's side reaches the same cold conclusion in an instant. Yiping has seen the kidnapping, so this is the perfect chance to erase the witness and Wang Mingho's inner demon together. Wang Mingho commits to the kill with obvious battle hunger, making it clear Yiping will not be allowed to leave alive. Yiping finally steadies himself after the teleport, and is actually glad to see an old acquaintance, greeting Wang Mingho like a chance reunion. Still not understanding the scene, Yiping even wonders if the woman in green is Wang Mingho's sister, and asks why they are all out here. The 10th princess immediately seizes the chance and shouts the truth, warning Yiping that she has been kidnapped and is about to be handed to the Fiend Celestial cult. Yiping is left blinking at a ridiculous-sounding situation, because a kidnapped imperial princess and the Fiend Celestial cult are not what he expected to teleport into. Before he can sort it out, Wang Mingho charges with his new earth fire body blazing, sword in one hand and an earth-fire seal in the other. He declares Yiping a stepping stone he has to kill to steady his Tao heart, and attacks with everything he has. Yiping frowns and still tries to talk, asking why Wang Mingho wants to kill him over a past loss. As the attack bears down, Yiping finally realizes this is not some misunderstanding and silently curses his luck for teleporting straight into another disaster. Wang Mingho mistakes Yiping's distraction for helpless surrender and gets even more thrilled, convinced this kill will finally free him. Even the princess thinks Yiping is finished, because Wang Mingho's combined fire dragon sword chi and earth fire seal should crush a foundation establishment cultivator. Then Yiping answers with one dry word, calls Wang Mingho's boasting nonsense, and throws a golden punch straight into the fire dragon. His punch shatters the sword chi on the spot and crashes into Wang Mingho's fist with brutal force. Yiping stands like a mountain as dragon-like power erupts through him, and Wang Mingho's arm twists apart with bone breaking through skin. Wang Mingho is blasted hundreds of meters away, vomiting blood in midair just like his defeat at the Sword Dao meet, only this time the injury is truly fatal. Wang Mingho lands in horrified disbelief, realizing his rebuilt body still cannot match Yiping's raw strength. Yiping deliberately leaves him alive for the moment, because killing him outright with his master still here would only make the whole situation worse. The old man rushes to his disciple, and Yiping instantly grabs the 10th princess and bolts instead of wasting a breath. The old man does not let them go, and 36 terrifying flying swords burst from his brow to hunt Yiping down. Yiping throws up the torch dragon ancient seal while running, but this enemy is a late golden core expert using top-grade spirit swords, not someone he can brush off with brute force alone. The swords punch through that defense and stab into Yiping's back, finally making him feel the ugly gap in cultivation realm. Yiping opens all 36 immortal apertures and blasts the swords away with sheer dermic power, but he knows staying at range against a sword cultivator is a losing fight. His problem is obvious. Yiping's body is stronger in close combat, but the old man is not stupid enough to let him get close. The old man raises the pressure again and sends out 108 flying swords this time, clearly done playing around. Yiping grits his teeth, turns to face the storm, and curses the shameless old blockhead for bullying a foundation establishment junior with golden core power and a wall of supreme-grade swords. He meets the barrage head-on with the torch dragon seal and the ancient true dragon fist, smashing sword after sword even as the pressure keeps climbing. When that still is not enough, Yiping raises his blood and chi furnace above his head and uses it like a living shield against the sword rain. The 10th princess watches in open shock, because the young man who dropped out of nowhere is somehow holding off a late golden core powerhouse for her sake. While treating Wang Mingho's fatal injuries, the old man changes tactics and offers Yiping a deal instead of immediate death. He says Yiping can live, become his disciple, and split the future reward, as long as he hands over the princess. The 10th princess immediately warns Yiping not to believe a word of it, because the old man is clearly stalling for time. Yiping does not buy it either, but he plays along and talks nonsense back, asking the old man to stop attacking so he can walk away for a bit before setting the princess down. The old man gives him nothing but a cold laugh, and Yiping realizes he is trapped unless he finds another way out before Wang Mingho stabilizes. Pressed to the edge, Yiping mentally swears off using this cursed teleportation array again, and that bitter thought suddenly leads him to the answer. He remembers Wang Zhuoyu's array insight about entering the formation with the heart, a way to set up a teleport array almost instantly if he can pull it off. With no other choice left, Yiping commits to the gamble and pulls out dozens of superior-grade spirit stones right in the middle of the fight. He shouts for his third senior brother to save him and openly calls out a teleportation array, confusing the princess for a split second. In the very next moment, a teleportation pool really opens in front of them, and the princess is stunned by the impossible speed. Yiping takes the chance without hesitation and jumps into the teleportation pool with the 10th princess. The escape leaves Wang Mingho behind in the fading light, battered and staring as the impossible instant teleportation sinks in. Han Mo stares at Yiping's instant teleport escape in pure disbelief, because Yiping just threw down spirit stones and made an array appear on the spot. As someone who understands formation basics, Han Mo is shaken even harder because Yiping seemed to use no array artifact, no materials, and not even an array diagram. Before Han Mo can process it, the space around the mountain twists, and a huge force of masked fiend celestial cult members floods in. 3 leaders step to the front in red, green, and purple masks, and Han Mo immediately lowers Wang Mingho and bows like his life depends on it. The Red Mask Lord demands the 10th princess at once, and Han Mo can only admit that she was rescued. That answer sets the Red Mask Lord off, and he grabs Han Mo by the throat with open killing intent. Han Mo chokes out that the intruder struck too fast, wounded Wang Mingho, and escaped with a teleportation array before he could stop him. The Red Mask Lord reminds him that the 10th princess was their biggest bargaining chip, so losing her is a disaster big enough to get everyone killed. The Green Mask Woman cuts through the rage and asks the practical question: if Yiping used the teleport array, where is the array diagram? Han Mo hesitates because his real answer sounds insane. Yiping never laid out a diagram at all. When Han Mo finally says Yiping just tossed out spirit stones and teleported away, even the cult leaders think he is insulting their intelligence. The Red Mask Lord kicks Han Mo so hard his chest caves in, furious that he is pushing a story no array master should be able to pull off. Han Mo can only swear that the absurd story is true, because lying this badly would make no sense even for him. That strange logic gives them pause, so the Red Mask Lord turns to the Green Mask Woman and asks if such a thing could exist at all. The Green Mask Woman explains that a truly supreme array master can engrave a formation into someone's body, letting it activate with enough spiritual energy. She also points out that a true master of that level could wipe out Golden Core and Nascent Soul foes outright, so Yiping is probably just carrying a body-inscribed formation left by someone else. When she asks who the rescuer was, Han Mo names Yiping. The name rings a bell, and another cult member reminds them Yiping was tied to the Qingzhou sword Dao Meat bloodbath and already sat on their must-kill list. Now convinced Yiping is no ordinary cultivator, the Green Mask Woman orders him raised to the top of the cult's must-kill list. To verify Han Mo's story for herself, she summons a green compass and begins tracing the residue of Yiping's teleportation. After her deduction finishes, she confirms there really was a teleport array here and admits Han Mo was telling the truth. Her compass narrows the escape route down to a direction and distance, pointing west about 1,500 kilometers away. Before they can move, angry voices from the distance expose them as Jin Nation powerhouses close in on the mountain. The red and purple mask lords are annoyed but not panicked, while the Green Mask Woman instantly takes command of the next move. She orders the cult to scatter and search a 2,500-kilometer radius, kill Yiping on sight, but capture the 10th princess alive and unharmed or die for failing. Then she enlarges her compass, throws out 108 formation seals, and turns the whole mountain into a massive escape array. Most of the Fiend Celestial cult vanishes in one wave of teleportation, but incoming flying swords still smash the mountain and shred a few stragglers before they can escape. The Green Mask Woman stays behind with the other two leaders to stall Jin Nation's experts, while Han Mo uses the array to flee and keep his identity hidden. Far to the west, Yiping finally stops under a secluded waterfall after carrying Xiaoqing Ma another 250 kilometers beyond the teleport point so he can heal safely. Golden light gathers around Yiping as he forces Han Mo's sword chi out of his body, because if he leaves that power inside, the hidden damage could ruin him later. Watching from nearby, Xiaoqing Ma is still shaken by the escape and quietly realizes Yiping's array skill is far beyond what someone his age should have. As a princess who has read deeply in cultivation texts, she can tell at a glance that his body and talent make him a genuine supreme genius. A few minutes later, Yiping expels the last turbid breath, closes his wounds, and fully steadies his energy again. He raises a hand and dresses at once, then finally turns to really look at the princess he just saved. The moment their eyes meet, Xiaoqing Ma flushes with shy embarrassment, and Yiping is struck by just how graceful and beautiful she is. Yiping pulls himself back to business and asks the obvious question anyway: is she really the 10th princess of Great Xia? Xiaoqing Ma confirms her identity and warmly promises that once she returns to the palace, she will repay him for saving her. Yiping brushes off the ceremony and says he only stepped in because he saw something wrong happening. But Xiaoqing Ma insists that Great Xia rewards debts properly, and she will not forget what he did for her. So Yiping stops pretending not to care and says that if she really wants to repay him, spirit stones would help most right now. The fight with Han Mo has already taught Yiping a harsh lesson, and he quietly realizes he must grow stronger fast if he wants to survive enemies above his realm. Xiaoqing Ma agrees to repay him with spirit stones, but she asks for one thing first. Yiping must escort her to Lizho, where she says someone is waiting and she will be safe. She sweetens the deal by promising him all her personal savings once she gets back, which is enough to make Yiping seriously tempted. Yiping barely has time to think before his sharpened senses catch a large group rushing toward them from every direction. He does not hesitate for a second, grabbing Xiaoqing Ma's hand and running before the encirclement can close. Thousands of pursuers flood the mountain paths behind them, and Yiping drags Xiaoqing Ma forward at full speed instead of fighting. Feeling sick from being hauled along, Xiaoqing Ma blurts out the obvious question and asks why Yiping is not using sword kinesis flight. Yiping admits, a little awkwardly, that he never learned sword kinesis flight because he only wanted to learn sword arts from his eldest senior brother. Xiaoqing Ma is stunned that someone this monstrous at everything else somehow cannot do the most basic sword flight. She offers to teach him on the spot, because another minute of this brutal sprint is more than her body can take. Yiping still tries to refuse out of loyalty to his senior brother, but Xiaoqing Ma is clearly about to collapse from the ride. After Xiaoqing Ma argues that desperate times call for desperate measures, Yiping finally gives in with obvious reluctance. A little stung by his earlier rejection, Xiaoqing Ma decides to teach him the Great Xia Dynasty's famous carefree sword kinesis flight anyway. She chants the incantation once, and Yiping memorizes the whole thing almost instantly. Xiaoqing Ma suddenly regrets picking such a high-level technique, because even a sword genius would normally need months just to get started. Before she can correct herself, Yiping draws out the flying sword Su Changyu gave him and starts trying the method immediately. In the next breath, the sword expands beneath Yiping's feet and answers him like a living thing. Yiping surges forward like a clear gust of wind, and Xiaoqing Ma instantly realizes he has already reached the technique's second realm. She is left reeling as she compares the 4 realms of carefree sword kinesis flight, and realizes Yiping reached in moments what others chase for months. Yiping tests the speed with nervous excitement, darting far into the sky and back again in an instant. The hidden pursuers finally stop pretending, rise from the forests on their artifacts, and chase openly once they see Yiping take to the air. Xia Qingmo immediately tells him to run, and Yiping vanishes so fast that the cult disciples can barely track him. Then Yiping suddenly turns around and returns to the same spot, leaving both allies and enemies baffled. Yiping asks one crucial question, and when Xia Qingmo confirms these are Fiend Celestial cult disciples, his whole mood changes. The moment he hears they are Fiend cultists, Yiping stops worrying and looks at them like they are walking merit points. The Fiend Celestial cult disciples ignore the strange turn and rush him from all sides with flying swords and treasures, determined to seize the princess alive. Xia Qingmo panics and warns him that even a golden core cultivator could die against numbers like this. But Yiping only pats her shoulder and stays calm. Then Yiping erupts with boundless golden light, and a blazing golden wheel of expiation rises behind his head like a second sun. The cult disciples instantly break into terror, because the rumored golden wheel of expiation is exactly the nightmare fiend cultivators fear most. Thousands of enemies are melted away in one sweep, and streams of merit pour straight into Yiping. Xia Qingmo can only stare, because Yiping has now added the nearly impossible golden wheel of expiation to an already absurd list of talents. The surviving cultists finally understand why he came back, and they scatter in every direction to escape. Yiping does not let free merit go, and he unleashes a golden light of expiation sword that fills the sky with killing sword chi. In a flashing storm of golden blades, nearly 10,000 Fiend Celestial cult disciples are wiped out across the sky. Just as Yiping finishes the purge, a savage hidden sword strike slams into the space beside him and nearly catches him off guard. Yiping barely suppresses his surging blood and chi when a second hidden sword attack forces him to dodge again in midair. Seeing the new threat, Xia Qingmo urgently points him south and says they can reach Liz Ho in under 6 hours if he keeps this speed. Yiping immediately turns south, but their hidden attacker finally speaks, and Han Mo reveals he has been following the whole time. Han Mo now wants more than the princess, because Yiping's outrageous strength makes him look like a walking inheritance worth stealing. Yiping tries to bait him by mocking Wang Mingho and his master's teaching, but Han Mo is too old and careful to lose his temper over it. Han Mo answers with a cold warning and snaps out a sword array directly into Yiping's path. Yiping twists away from the trap in time, then asks the one question that matters now: does Xia Qingmo have any spirit stones left? Xia Qingmo admits she has none, and Yiping realizes he cannot throw together another emergency teleportation array. With no stones and no easy escape, Yiping can only keep weaving through the sky under Han Mo's controlled pressure. After several desperate minutes, Xia Qingmo suddenly recognizes the land ahead and warns him that Linha Ghost Grave is full of bewitching formations and heavy resentment. The name hits Yiping hard, because he has stumbled back to the one place tied to his biggest source of merit. Before he can act on that idea, Han Mo's sword chi crashes into him and blasts him thousands of meters through the air. Yiping coughs blood but survives through sheer physical toughness, and even Han Mo is startled by how monstrous that body is. Knowing he has no choice left, Yiping opens all 36 Torch Dragon Immortal apertures and forces his speed to the limit. He shoots straight into Linha Ghost Grave at extreme speed and crosses into the haunted zone in only a few breaths. Han Mo follows him into the Ghost Grave at once, guesses Yiping wants to use the resentful spirits to grow stronger, and coldly decides not to give him that chance. Outside Linha Ghost Grave, Han Mo mocks Yiping as a genius with no sense, convinced he ran into the haunted region just to farm merit with the Golden Wheel of Expiation. He knows the Golden Wheel is deadly to ghosts, but he also knows the spirits will scatter from it, and no amount of ghost merit can casually push Yiping into Golden Core. Even so, Han Mo cannot ignore Yiping's monstrous talent, and his greed sharpens when he imagines stealing that peerless inheritance to rebuild his sect. Inside the grave region, Yiping races through the mist like a headless arrow while Xia Qingmo follows behind, unable to guess what he is actually trying to do. Xia Qingmo briefly assumes he wants to expiate the entire Linha Ghost Grave and force a breakthrough, but to her that plan sounds completely unrealistic. Then Yiping spots a small pack of resentful spirits, charges straight at them, and barks out one urgent question: where is the Ghost King? The ghosts just stare in confusion, and before they can answer, golden light drops from above and wipes them out on the spot. Yiping keeps repeating the same brutal routine, hunting ghost after ghost, demanding the Ghost King's location, and expiating anyone who hesitates. In barely minutes, thousands of spirits are gone, and to the ghosts of Linha Grave, Yiping now looks less like a savior and more like a nightmare in human form. At last one terrified spirit drops to its knees and blurts out that the Ghost King is in the southwest, begging Yiping to stop killing them. Yiping happily thanks the spirit for the help, calls it a kindness he should repay, and immediately expiates it anyway. With the direction finally in hand, Yiping turns hard toward the southwest and rushes deeper into the graveyard. Behind them, Han Mo starts blasting through the grave with sword chi, reducing spirits to ash and driving the whole haunted region into panic. As he closes in, Han Mo calls after Yiping and claims he will even take him as a disciple if Yiping stops running and submits.